Jiang Heng traverses into a fantastical realm, becoming the master of a peak within the esteemed Qingyun sacred land, a foremost power in the world. Despite his exalted position as the peak master, it is lamentable that Jiang Heng is a cultivational waste, utterly incapable of training. The Tianqiong peak, where he resides, finds itself in the dire predicament of facing annexation by rival peaks. Just as Jiang Heng resigns himself to a life of mediocrity, preparing to languish in despair. To his astonishment, he awakens a divine-grade pictorial system that grants him extraordinary enhancements simply by collecting corresponding bonds depicted within it. By accepting 4 unparalleled disciples, he activates the vibrant bond of exceptional waste, transforming his inept apprentices into peerless prodigies, with their cultivation returning a 10,000-fold increase to him. In taking on a dragon clan's young dragon maiden as a disciple, he activates the golden dragon god bond, bestowing upon him the bloodline of a true dragon, instantly transforming him into a living dragon. By forming a marital bond with a 9-tailed celestial fox, he activates the colorful charm bond, elevating his allure to its zenith, causing even the most revered saintesses to succumb in an instant. Years later, the once inconspicuous Jiang Heng achieves unparalleled greatness, discovering that he possesses extensive connections throughout the realm of immortals. Notable figures such as the Grand Love Immortal Sovereign, the Flame Emperor, and the Celestial Master Han, along with the Eternal Empress, all stand as his disciples. Chapter 1. The Divine Grade Pictorial System. In the desolate peak, the cold winds blow. The cicadas of spring and autumn herald the end of an era. Old Li, oh Old Li, how did you suddenly vanish? On the Tianqiong continent, within the Qingyun sacred land, at Tianqiong Peak, the leaden sky hangs low as feather-like snowflakes cascade down. In the depths of winter, the peak's summit is already buried under a thick blanket of snow, presenting a scene of desolate whiteness. Amidst the swirling snow, a solitary gravestone stands out starkly. Before it, a young man remains motionless for a considerable time. Draped in a snow-white fur coat, his unbound black hair cascades over his shoulders, his features strikingly handsome. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he resembles a celestial being that has stepped forth from a painting amidst the icy wilderness. Yet beneath this exquisite exterior lies a flawed physique, leaking innate spiritual energy. In this realm, such a condition renders him an undeniable failure. This reality has pierced his heart like a thorn for the past 15 years. The young man is none other than Jiang Heng, the sole living soul of Tianqiong Peak, a nominal peak master. The gravestone before him bears the inscription Li Xuanqing, the name of his master, the previous peak master. Jiang Heng brushes away the snow from the gravestone, and a gust of icy wind laden with snowflakes rushes towards him, as if responding silently. He suddenly twitches the corner of his mouth, feeling a warmth gathering in his eyes. Having traversed this world for 20 years, the first 5 were spent in a daze as an infant, while the subsequent 15 were spent at Tianqiong Peak, revolving around this surrogate master. Although a part of the 9 peaks of the sacred land, Tianqiong Peak is lamentably sparse in population, consisting solely of the 2 of them. In a sense, he is the sole remaining hope of Tianqiong Peak. Back then, as Li Xuanqing's first disciple and the only disciple of Tianqiong Peak, his acceptance had stirred quite a commotion. Jiang Heng once fancied himself a child of destiny, endowed with a rare physique, destined to soar to great heights, becoming a saint and courting the saintesses, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Spiritual energy entered his body like water through a bamboo basket, unable to be retained. Upon being assessed by Li Xuanqing, it was revealed that he possessed no exceptional physique. Rather, he was an innately flawed waste. Nevertheless, the old man seemed unfazed, providing him with all the resources a master disciple ought to receive. With Li Xuanqing's formidable strength safeguarding him, even those envious within the sacred land dared not voice their discontent. Yet, 2 years ago, during one of the old man's excursions, the soul lamp enshrined in the ancestral hall extinguished with a resounding pop. The vast Tianqiong Peak now stands desolate, with only him remaining. Following the demise of Li Xuanqing, the sovereign, recognizing his immense contributions to the sacred land, permitted the preservation of Tianqiong Peak, and thus, Jiang Heng, the sole disciple, naturally ascended to the position of peak master. In the initial months, everyone was engulfed in sorrow over the fall of Daoistly, and Jiang Heng's treatment did not diminish. On the contrary, it increased by a considerable margin during those early months. However, as time passed, the warmth of companionship faded. Without the towering presence of Li Xuanqing, this peak master, unable to cultivate, became a mere subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Resource allocation was often curtailed, and cold indifference became a commonplace occurrence. As a time traveler, Jiang Heng had indeed entertained dreams of possessing a beneficial system typical of such individuals. During the 5 years following the designation as a waste body, he exhausted every method from his memories to activate the system, chanting slogans, seeking fortuitous encounters, and even attempting to leap from cliffs. Yet, aside from nearly meeting his demise, none bore any fruit. Gradually, he resigned himself to his fate, living as a wealthy recluse on Tianqiong Peak, spending his days in solitude until the end of his days seemed not so bad after all. Just as Jiang Heng was lost in thought, a blinding beam of sword light cleaved through the wind and snow, hurtling directly toward him. A rare guest, Jiang Heng chuckled self-deprecatingly. On ordinary days, even birds were disinclined to soar over Tianqiong Peak, yet now, someone had come. The sword light hovered mid-air, and the visitor looked down from a height, too disdainful to even lower the flying sword. The individual was clad in a blue satin robe of an inner disciple from Tianjin Peak, with a wooden token hanging from their waist, bearing an arrogant expression. As their gaze swept over Jiang Heng, they did not conceal their contempt. "You must be Jiang Heng. The sovereign has decreed that you are to attend the disciple recruitment conference tomorrow." Not even a cursory acknowledgement of peak Master Jiang was afforded. The disciple scoffed inwardly, thinking, what business does a useless person have at a disciple recruitment conference? To continue the legacy of Tianqiong Peak? Allowing him to teach disciples would be akin to leading them astray. Jiang Heng's expression remained calm, but his heart sank. Attend? To subject himself to humiliation? To allow everyone in the sacred land to witness once more the farce of Tianqiong Peak? Just as he was about to refuse, a chilling mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Critical event detected. Disciple recruitment conference. God-Level illustrated system activated successfully. Beginner task issued. Please proceed to the outer gate of Qingyun's sacred land tomorrow and successfully recruit a disciple bound by the Peerless Waste Bond to activate the illustrated system and unlock returns. Current activatable bond. Peerless Waste. Effects of the Peerless Waste Bond. 1. 4. All bound disciples experience a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed, and the host receives a 100-fold return on cultivation. 2. 4. All bound disciples experience a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, and the host receives a 1,000-fold return on cultivation. 3. 4. All bound disciples experience a 1,000-fold increase in cultivation speed, and the host receives a 10,000-fold return on cultivation. 4. 4. All bound disciples experience a 10,000-fold increase in cultivation speed, and the host receives a 100,000-fold return on cultivation. Jiang Heng was momentarily frozen. The long, still lake of his heart erupted into a tempest. A system? 20 years. A full 20 years. Do you know how I've endured these past 2 decades? A peerless waste bond? Jiang Heng glanced down at himself, a manic grin spreading across his face. Searching for wastes? This is my forte. Counting himself, wouldn't finding just one more suffice to activate the blue bond? If the disciple's cultivation speed increases 10-fold, then I would receive a 100-fold return. If I managed to gather 4, the disciple's cultivation speed would soar 1,000-fold, and I would receive a 100,000-fold return. What does that even mean? At that point, when a disciple simply sits in meditation, my own cultivation would skyrocket like a rocket. Upon realizing this, Jiang Heng could no longer contain himself. He suddenly lifted his head, directing a somewhat terrifying smile at the Tianjin Peak disciple hovering in the air. Yes, I shall attend the disciple recruitment conference. I will certainly be there tomorrow. The Tianjin Peak disciple was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt change in demeanor. Just a second ago, he had been lifeless, and now he seemed invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Could it be that this Jiang has been driven mad from years of solitude? A shiver ran down his spine, and he wished to linger not a moment longer. I have delivered the message. I take my leave. Peak Master Jiang would do well to set off immediately, for after all, Tianqiong Peak is somewhat distant from the outer gate. You wouldn't want to arrive after the disciple recruitment conference has concluded. Before departing, the Tianjin Peak disciple could not resist taunting Jiang Heng one last time, and then he rode his flying sword, hastily retreating, his form somewhat unstable. Jiang Heng paid no heed to the mockery, merely offering a cold smile. For as long as he could gather the bonds, he would regard not just this minor inner disciple, but the entirety of Qingyun's sacred land with disdain. Time was of the essence. After a brief tidying up, Jiang Heng hastened down the mountain towards the outer gate. Chapter 2. The Disciple Selection Conference. The following day, Outer Sect, Qingyun Square. At this moment, the square was already teeming with people, a sea of dark figures. After all, the Qingyun Sacred Land is one of the 6 great sacred lands of Tianhuang, and even though it ranks last among them, it remains a revered sanctuary for countless aspiring cultivators. Silence. A resonant voice imbued with spiritual energy echoed across the square, instantly quelling the previous clamor. On the stage, a middle-aged man with black hair streaked with strands of silver stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was the master of Qingyun's sacred land, Mu Yunbai. Flanking him were several imposing figures, the esteemed leaders of the various peaks. All the participants in the entrance examination lined up orderly to have their talents assessed. Mu Yunbai's voice resonated again throughout the crowd. Before them lay 9 talent assessment stones, which soon formed 9 long lines of eager candidates. The youthful faces in the square were suffused with nervousness, a blend of hope and trepidation for the future. One by one, they channeled their spiritual energy into the assessment stones, which began to emit various hues of light: white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, and gold, 7 colors in total. White represented the lowest talent, barely sufficient for cultivation, while the others ranked progressively higher in quality. As time passed, the atmosphere in the square began to shift. Joy and sorrow intertwined among the crowd. It was undeniable that most who dared to participate in the Sacred Lands examination possessed some degree of aptitude. Scanning the area, blue and purple lights had almost become the norm, with a handful of pink talents emerging, and even a dazzling red light appeared. Excellent, excellent. The emergence of a red talent so swiftly is a promising omen. Mu Yunbai stroked his beard, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, if we could witness a golden talent, the future of Qingyun's sacred land would be bright, one of the peak masters concurred. Difficult. Mu Yunbai shook his head, a hint of helplessness creeping into his smile. Most of the promising candidates in Tianhuang have gravitated towards the other 5 sacred lands. I have heard that a golden talent has emerged from the ancient sacred land. I cannot help but wonder when Qingyun's sacred land will be graced with such fortune. No sooner had he spoken than the smile on his face froze entirely. The other peak masters lowered their gazes, and a heavy silence fell over the atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A second red light soared into the sky. Soon after, a third, then a fourth. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, 3 more red talents materialized. Mu Yunbai and the peak masters on the stage found their breaths quickening, their faces flushed with exhilaration. 4 red talents. This outcome was indeed remarkable for Qingyun's sacred land. Just when everyone thought this was the most astonishing surprise of the day, one of the assessment stones erupted without warning, radiating a blinding golden light. The golden beam shot skyward, and in that instant, the breaths of the thousands gathered in the square seemed to be collectively stifled into silence. After the stillness, a cacophony akin to a roaring tide erupted. Gold, gold. A golden talent. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Heavens, Qingyun's sacred land has produced a genius with golden talent. Mu Yunbai sprang to his feet, his body trembling slightly, his gaze locked onto the source of the golden beam, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Heaven bless our Qingyun. Heaven bless us. The one revealed to possess golden talent was a young man clad in garments adorned with golden patterns. His chin slightly raised as he basked in the envious, jealous, and adoring glances of the crowd, a trace of pride gracing his lips. Almost instantaneously, the attention of all the high-ranking officials on the stage converged upon him, their gazes fervent enough to seem as if they might melt him away. Soon, the talent assessment concluded. Next came the segment in which the peak masters would select their personal disciples. As per tradition, each peak master had the opportunity to choose a direct disciple following the disciple selection conference. Master, may we begin? Wang Feng, the leader of the Tianjin peak, spoke impatiently, his gaze never straying from the golden-robed youth. Outside of the main peak, Tianjin Peak is the most formidable within Qingyun's sacred land. According to past customs, The first to select should rightly be me. Thus, this golden talent will likely become my disciple. The other peak masters, observing his determined demeanor, felt an unspoken reluctance but could only sigh inwardly. After all, Tianjin Peak was indeed powerful. Do not be hasty, Wang Feng, Mu Yunbai replied. Glancing at an empty seat nearby, Tianqiong Peak has yet to arrive. Tianqiong Peak? Wang Feng scoffed. Master, there's nothing left of Tianqiong Peak but Jiang Heng. That waste who cannot even cultivate spiritual energy. What difference does it make whether he comes or not? His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, carried clearly. Are we truly relying on him to select a disciple and potentially hinder someone as future? No sooner had he spoken than a cool voice floated in from afar. Whether I impede others' futures is of no concern to you, Wang Feng. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a young man clad in white. Striding gracefully forward, he stood tall, with an ethereal countenance, reminiscent of an otherworldly being. He approached Mu Yunbai, clasping his hands in greeting. Disciple Jiang Heng pays respects to the master. Very well, please take a seat. Mu Yunbai nodded slightly. Jiang Heng's appearance instantly made him another focal point of the gathering. The youngest peak master of Qingyun's sacred land, who was not known to possess any spiritual energy, was well recognized. It must be said that while he was indeed handsome, he was equally deemed a failure. Many disciples discreetly sensed him, confirming that he bore no trace of spiritual energy, akin to an ordinary mortal. Wang Feng snorted derisively, turning his head away, choosing not to engage further. Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence the selection of disciples. Mu Yunbai cleared his throat, his resonant voice echoing throughout the square. In light of Li Xuanqing's contributions to the sacred land during his lifetime, Tianqiong Peak shall select first in this disciple selection conference. These words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Wang Feng, in particular, turned crimson with indignation, the veins on his neck bulging. Master, this is against protocol. Why should a waste have the first pick? That is a disciple of golden talent. Indeed, Master, considering the current state of Tianqiong Peak, we urge you to reconsider. Peak Master Jiang exclaimed. Given Jiang Heng's own limitations, how can he possibly guide a disciple, especially a genius with golden talent? We must not delay their future. The other peak masters could no longer remain silent, voicing their objections in unison. Mu Yunbai's face darkened, an invisible pressure descending like a mountain. The air on the stage seemed to freeze, and those peak masters still attempting to persuade him felt a chill in their hearts, instantly silencing themselves. In truth, allowing Tianqiong Peak to select first was a deliberate decision on his part. Since the establishment of the sacred land, Qingyun's sacred land had always stood with 9 peaks. Now, with one peak seemingly on the verge of decline, this was a situation Mu Yunbai, as the master, wished to avert. Moreover, the late peak master of Tianqiong Peak, Li Xuanqing, had been a close friend, further compelling him to take action. As for Jiang Heng's inability to cultivate, it was not an insurmountable issue, if necessary. He could always assign a few elders from the main peak to assist him. Jiang Heng, too, was taken aback by Mu Yunbai's decision to grant him the first selection. He understood that the master was intentionally seeking to revitalize Tianqiong Peak. Jiang Heng's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but lower his head to express his gratitude to Mu Yunbai. Thank you, Holy Master. Straightening up, his gaze gradually swept over the thousands of newly initiated disciples below, beginning his search for a target. The hearts of everyone present felt as if they were lodged in their throats. Chapter 3. The Successful Recruitment of Disciples. Jiang Heng's gaze was like an invisible chill, sweeping through the throng of spirited new disciples who, moments ago filled with confidence, suddenly scattered like startled birds and beasts, bowing their heads in shame, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves in. They feared that this renowned waste peak master of the Qingyun sacred land might point his fateful finger at them. After all, it was common knowledge that entering Tianqiong Peak essentially meant severing one's path to immortality. It would signify the end of their aspirations in this lifetime. The hearts of several peak masters were equally in their throats, especially when Jiang Heng's gaze lingered on a few exceptionally gifted disciples, causing cold sweat to bead on their backs. Wang Feng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he fixated on Jiang Heng, for he noticed that Jiang Heng's gaze rested for a brief moment on a disciple with golden talent, 1 in a million. That golden talent was the future pillar they had reserved for Tianjin Peak. If Jiang Heng selected him, he would be so enraged he might spit blood on the spot. However, Jiang Heng's gaze merely paused for an instant before moving on without any sign of emotion. Although the golden talent was indeed stunning, he was not the person Jiang Heng sought. His eyes traversed the crowd, precisely landing in the farthest corner, the area representing the lowest of talents, the white qualification zone. To find unparalleled waste, one must sift through the refuse. As expected, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Target related to bonds detected. Target is the white qualified talent Xiaoxian. Target related to bonds detected. Target is the white qualified talent Fang Yuan. As the words faded, two inconspicuous young men in Jiang Heng's line of sight suddenly radiated a golden light visible only to him. One was clad in green, tall and handsome, with an air of indomitable righteousness emanating from his brow. The other wore a black robe, unremarkable in appearance, yet his eyes concealed a depth and ferocity beyond his years. Regardless of their appearances, neither seemed to embody the essence of waste. But upon reflection, Jiang Heng felt a sense of understanding. While he scrutinized the two, they were lost in their own thoughts. The young man in green, Xiaoxian, was absently caressing an ancient ring on his finger, as a frail and aged voice resonated within his mind. Xiaoxian, to ensure you can deceive the world and present a white talent during the assessment, I have expended considerable soul essence. You must successfully enter the Qingyun sacred land. In just 3 years, I can assist you in reaching the Tongxian realm, where you will possess the strength to defeat your fiancé, with whom you have a 3-year pact, achieving an invincible heart of the Dao, and perhaps even become a peerless powerhouse. Rest assured, Elder Dan, I, Xiaoxian, will not fail my mission. Xiaoxian's fists clenched silently, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. On the other hand, the young man in black, Fang Yuan, was playfully toying with a peculiar cicada resting on the back of his hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. How intriguing it was to be reborn into such a world. Tianqiong Peak, the Waste Peak Master? How delightful, a tranquil place to conduct my affairs. Joining would be simply splendid. With this thought, Fang Yuan made his decision. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd, locking directly onto Jiang Heng on the high platform. At that moment, Jiang Heng's eyes coincidentally met his. One was in search of an extraordinary waste, while the other sought a pawn in the guise of a waste. It was a match made in heaven. Holy Master, it is him, Jiang Heng declared, raising his hand to point towards the indifferent black-robed youth, Fang Yuan, in the white qualification zone. Upon utterance, the venue fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was bewildered, believing they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. What was this? The Holy Master's first-round selection. And he disregarded the golden, the red, and even the pink and blue talents, heading straight for the most inferior white qualification? Was he out of his mind? Especially the disciple with the golden talent, who had just been agonizing over whether to accept or politely decline if Jiang Heng chose him, was now left in disbelief as Jiang Heng instead opted for the most hopeless of the hopeless. A wave of indescribable humiliation surged to his head, his face turning the color of liver. Why was Jiang Heng not selecting him? Was it possible that as a golden talent, he was deemed unworthy of selection? Was this a humiliation directed at him? In an instant, the golden talent harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Heng. Ha! Wang Feng, initially stunned, erupted into unabashed laughter, his mustache twitching in delight. He clasped his hands together, speaking with mockery. It seems Peak Master Jiang is quite self-aware, knowing that Tianqiong Peak is too small to accommodate gifted disciples, so he deliberately chose one with poor qualifications to avoid inconveniencing them. Such high-mindedness, I admire it greatly. On the high platform, Holy Master Mu Yunbai's expression darkened. He had intended to use this opportunity to bolster Tianqiong Peak. But Jiang Heng had chosen a white qualified disciple in public. Jiang Heng, have you thought this through? Pay no heed to others' words. Choose freely. With me here, no one dares to challenge you. Mu Yunbai assumed Jiang Heng was afraid of retaliation from Wang Feng and the others, prompting this self-deprecating choice. No, Holy Master, Jiang Heng replied, shaking his head with an air of calm. I believe this disciple is fated to be with Tianqiong Peak. With that declaration, the crowd fell utterly silent. Very well, you have fate. You are remarkable. Seeing Jiang Heng's resolute attitude, Mu Yunbai sighed heavily, ultimately saying no more, merely gesturing for the matter to be settled. Let it be. We shall find a way to compensate Tianqiong Peak later. As Jiang Heng had made his selection, the disciples present collectively exhaled, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell. The relief washed over them, filling their gazes towards Jiang Heng with newfound gratitude. However, before they could fully relax, Jiang Heng turned his attention back to Mu Yunbai. Holy Master, I have another humble request. Mu Yunbai, still lamenting Jiang Heng's choice of a white qualified disciple, was momentarily taken aback. Oh, pray speak. Considering that I am the only living soul at Tianqiong Peak, it is often desolate and cold, and the wind at night is rather chilling. Might I be permitted to select another disciple? It would be nice to have company and some liveliness. This statement plunged the entire venue back into a state of stunned silence, which was soon followed by an uproar. Absolutely not. Wang Feng was the first to leap up, bristling with indignation. Jiang Heng, do not overreach. The Holy Master has granted you the privilege of the first round of disciple selection, A tremendous favor, and you wish to break a century-old precedent for your own gain? Indeed. We are all waiting here. Why not let Tianqiong Peak take them all? The other peak masters joined in, furious and opposing. Jiang Heng, selecting one waste was already outrageous. Now he sought to select another? It was as if he treated the disciple recruitment ceremony as his own marketplace, picking through the vegetables and hoping to steal an onion. Mu Yunbai furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with difficulty. He genuinely wished to assist Tianqiong, yet could not blatantly contravene the established rules, lest he lose the support of the masses. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, Jiang Heng, unperturbed, raised his hand slightly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Esteemed peak masters, please refrain from being agitated. I have yet to finish my discourse. He surveyed the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze on Mu Yunbai, and declared with clarity, the disciples I select for the second time shall possess no more than white-tier aptitude. Given this premise, might the Holy Master acquiesce? Upon utterance of these words, the previously indignant peak masters found themselves momentarily speechless. No aptitude of red tier or above. Exchanging glances. They felt the demand was still absurd, yet with the most promising talents unobstructed and the Holy Master inclined to lend support, they felt compelled to temper their aggression. Mu Yunbai pondered for a moment, inwardly lamenting. This child, after all, harbored a kind heart, fearing the loss of promising talents. Very well, let him have his way. Agreed. With the Holy Master's affirmation, the previously tumultuous scene fell into an immediate hush. Meanwhile, the sentiments of the disciples below were anything but simple. The few talented disciples of red-tier aptitude felt their anxieties dissipate entirely, with some even discreetly patting their chests in relief. Conversely, those beneath the red-tier aptitude, who had just begun to feel at ease, found their hearts racing once more, heads bowed low, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. Fervently muttering to themselves, "Do not see me, do not see me. Thank you, Holy Master." Jiang Heng expressed his gratitude. His urgency to select disciples stemmed from a fear that Xiaoxian might be chosen by other peak masters. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent, one could never be too cautious, for the prospect of a peak master acting irrationally lingered. After all, acquiring a single activated bond was far less beneficial than securing two. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng, amidst a sea of anxious gazes, pointed decisively. His finger deftly traversed the kaleidoscopic aptitude zones, once again landing squarely within the most unassuming white-tier area, ultimately resting upon Xiaoxian. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. Following a brief pause, Wang Feng could no longer contain himself. He pointed at Jiang Heng, clutching his stomach as he erupted into laughter, doubling over until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Ha! Ha ha! Splendid. Truly splendid. Two are of white-tier aptitude. In a millennium of our Qingyun Holy Land's establishment, you, Master Jiang, are a rare gem with such discerning vision. I am in awe. I am utterly humbled. Wang Feng's laughter reverberated obnoxiously, leaving the surrounding peak masters exchanging bewildered glances. Torn between amusement and restraint, their faces flushed. Mu Yunbai's countenance had transformed from troubled to a shade of ashen despair. He had initially thought Jiang Heng had reached a moment of enlightenment, only to realize that the lad was recklessly plunging down a path of self-sabotage without so much as a backward glance. Jiang Heng, Mu Yunbai's voice bore a deep exhaustion. Are you certain of your choice? You still possess an opportunity to amend it before it is finalized. I am certain, Jiang Heng replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well. Mu Yunbai waved his hand, weary and unwilling to say more. Jiang Heng then turned his attention to Feng Yuan and Xiao Xian within the crowd, speaking gently. You too, do you wish to acknowledge me as your master and join Tianqiong? I am willing, Feng Yuan responded almost instantly, exuding composure. Yet Xiao Xian, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, caught in a dilemma. Little Xian, what are you hesitating for? Quickly agree. This is a golden opportunity. The anxious voice of Dan Lao echoed in his mind. Yet, Dan Lao, the master of Tianqiong, is widely recognized as a failure. Xiao Xian's thoughts brimmed with reluctance. Fool, a failure is precisely what is needed. Dan Lao scolded vehemently. It is precisely because he is deemed a failure that he will not attract attention. My presence will allow us to navigate unseen. With me here, what do you have to fear? He is merely a facade in the open. The true guidance of your cultivation will come from me. Do you believe my extraordinary methods are inferior to those of the mediocre talents in Qingyun Holy Land? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dan Lao's words struck Xiao Xian as if awakening him from a stupor, instantly clarifying his thoughts. Indeed, with Dan Lao by his side, why should he concern himself with others' opinions? An unnoticed mountain peak is the ideal place for a hidden dragon to lie in wait. Having realized this, Xian stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in salute to Jiang Heng. I, disciple Xian, wish to enter under your esteemed tutelage. Excellent. A knowing smile graced Jiang Heng's face. Then you too shall come to my side. Chapter 4. Activation of Bonds, slapping Wang Feng's face. At that moment, a notification from the system quietly resonated within Jiang Heng's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting disciples Xian and Fang Yuan. The bond of the unparalleled failure has been activated successfully. Unparalleled failure. 2. 4. The host bonded disciples' cultivation speed is amplified by 100 times, and the disciples' cultivation achievements are returned to the host at 1,000-fold rate. The host may activate or deactivate the disciples' cultivation enhancement at any time. In light of the host's initial activation of a bond, the host is rewarded with the cultivation level of the cave heaven realm. The fluctuations of the host's cultivation elevation have been masked. The Eye of the Great Dao function is activated. Eye of the Great Dao, capable of perceiving any individual's information. With the system's rewards bestowed, Jiang Heng's heart surged with an exhilaration that left him momentarily speechless. A joyful expression illuminating his face. The long-desired cultivation level had finally arrived. An overwhelming surge of energy materialized from nowhere, without warning, directly manifesting a realm of cave heaven within him. The residual energy transformed into a powerful warm current, washing over his limbs and bones. Each cell rejoicing in a celebration of newfound vitality, an unprecedented sense of strength coursing throughout his being. This was the cave heaven realm. Jiang Heng slowly clenched his fist. Feeling the power capable of shaking mountains flow through his fingertips, his heart ablaze, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. Generally, those who could soar through the skies, referred to by mortals as immortals, belong to the innate realm. The cave heaven realm, viewed across the entirety of Qingyun Holy Land, was undoubtedly a cornerstone of the elder tier. At that moment, Xian and Fang Yuan, their faces alight with joy, hastened to stand respectfully behind Jiang Heng. The gazes of onlookers fell upon the two as if they were fools, witnessing the so-called failure of a peak master basking in delight. Was this not the definition of folly? Yet, soon enough, the true fools would be revealed. Next came the turn of the other peak masters to select their disciples. Wang Feng, having no hesitation, promptly named the disciple with golden tier aptitude, promising numerous benefits. Ultimately, the talented youth accepted Wang Feng's invitation amidst envious glances from the crowd. The remaining peak masters, though begrudging, still selected 4 red-tier disciples. The 2 peak masters who had not chosen red-tier disciples, emboldened by Jiang Heng's recent precedent, opted to select several pink-tier disciples instead. As for the remaining disciples, they would be chosen by the elders of the Holy Land. White-tier disciples who were not selected by the elders would most likely end up as miscellaneous disciples. Hence the envy that colored the gazes of those white-tier disciples directed at Fang Yuan and Xian. Though the one who selected them was deemed a failure, they were nonetheless direct disciples, enjoying a status far superior to that of miscellaneous disciples. Seizing the opportunity while the elders deliberated over their selections, Jiang Heng summoned the newly acquired Eye of the Great Dao. His gaze shimmered with golden light, casually sweeping over Xian behind him. Xian, cultivation, none. Recent experiences, publicly jilted by his fiancée, he established a 3-year pact and inadvertently acquired an ancient ring that awakened the remnant soul of Dan Lao within. Under Dan Lao's guidance, he journeyed to the sacred land of Qingyun. Recent opportunities. After joining Tianqiong Peak, he will cultivate the burning technique under Dan Lao's instruction and discover the ethereal flame of the pure lotus within a cave in the outer sect of the sacred land, thus altering his fate against the heavens. A slight twitch flickered at the corner of Jiang Heng's eye. What a remarkable turn of events, a classic protagonist template for a jilted lover. Even the grandfather within the ring has been arranged? He maintained his composure, shifting his gaze to the other side, where Fang Yuan stood. Fang Yuan, cultivation, none. Treasure, spring and autumn cicada. Recent experiences. In his past life, he was the demonic sovereign of the Gu world, besieged by righteous forces and detonated himself. He was reborn in this world using his lifebound Gu, the spring and autumn cicada. To seek a refuge, he came to the sacred land of Qingyun to forge the supreme demonic artifact, the human sovereign banner. Recent opportunities. He will discover the core material, blood soul stone, for the human sovereign banner in a secret cave on the back mountain of Tianqiong Peak. Jiang Heng nearly lost his composure. This is even more intense. A rebirth of a demonic overlord? And he plans to forge a banner that sounds sinister? Have I inadvertently stumbled into the lair of protagonists? One a waste striving for resurgence, the other a demon reborn, both equipped with their own advantages. However, a playful smile escaped Jiang Heng's lips. No matter how formidable the protagonist, They must respectfully address me as master. As time progressed, the disciple recruitment ceremony finally concluded. Various peaks attracted a plethora of fresh talent, yet Tianqiong Peak, under Jiang Heng, remained desolately sparse with only 3 disciples. So many new recruits have joined Tianjin Peak this year. How delightful. Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the exuberant golden-graded disciple behind him, his face brimming with concealed pride. He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Heng beside him, his gaze filled with a condescending scrutiny. Encountering a joyful occasion, the Peak Master felt exceptionally pleased today. When one is in high spirits, one naturally wishes to perform acts of kindness. He leisurely turned to Jiang Heng, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the entire plaza. I observed that Master Jiang arrived here quite worn from the journey, and having recently accepted 2 esteemed disciples, it would be rather unbecoming for you to walk back alone. How about this? When I return to the mountain later, I shall graciously offer you a ride. A benevolent smile adorned Wang Feng's face, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. The phrase graciously offer was emphasized heavily. The gathered crowd could easily discern the underlying implication. This was no act of kindness. It was a public humiliation of Jiang Heng for lacking even the ability to fly. Aside from the holy master Mu Yunbai and a few other peak masters who remained unfazed, everyone else regarded Jiang Heng with a mix of amusement, eagerly anticipating how he would extricate himself from this predicament. Tianqiong Peak's decline had long become a laughingstock among them. Such is the cultivation world. Without strength, there is no dignity. Wang Feng reveled in the attention, his smile widening further. A waste who cannot cultivate dared to confront him in public. Did he believe Tianqiong Peak was still the same as before? He had a myriad of ways to ensure Jiang Heng remained humiliated within the sacred land. Jiang Heng chuckled coldly within. Wang Feng's knack for devising ways to irritate others had not faded in the slightest. In the past, he would have had no choice but to endure this humiliation silently. But now, things were different. His inner heaven was now established, and his power surged. Although he was still beneath Wang Feng in cultivation rank, what did he have to fear? He was still young. Such a young figure in the heavenly realm. Who would dare to underestimate him? Endure? Why should he endure? I appreciate Peak Master Wang's goodwill. Jiang Heng's voice was soft yet exceedingly clear. However, how we return is none of your concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed forward with his fingers like a sword, casually sweeping them through the air. With a tearing sound akin to fabric being ripped, space itself split open, revealing a pitch-black void, from which emanated a chilling aura of nothingness. Silence. The disciple recruitment plaza fell into an eerie stillness. Wang Feng, who had just been basking in self-satisfaction, suddenly froze, his pleasant smile turning to disbelief as his pupils contracted and his mouth fell agape. All those who had been eager to mock and jeer found their expressions frozen in shock. Where was the so-called waste? Where was this inability to cultivate? What in the world was this? A waste that could tear through space with a mere flick of a finger? Have you ever seen a waste who could effortlessly rupture the very fabric of reality? To know that tearing space with bare hands is a hallmark of those in the heavenly realm. And judging by Jiang Heng's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident he was far beyond the mere entry level of the heavenly realm. Jiang Heng's expression remained calm as he surveyed the stunned faces below, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Yes, this is the feeling. This is the stature one should possess as a transmigrator. Why are you all still standing there? Come here. He turned to the now completely dazed Fang Yuan and Xiao Xian behind him. The two shook themselves from their stupor at the shock, glancing at each other, their eyes reflecting awe, and promptly rushed to Jiang Heng's side, stepping into the terrifying spatial rift, their figures vanishing in an instant. The rift then sealed seamlessly, as if it had never existed. The scene remained enveloped in silence, especially for Wang Feng at this moment. He felt a chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just now, when Jiang Heng tore apart space, he had sensed not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. What did that mean? Being able to accomplish such a feat signified that the other's cultivation was vastly superior to his. An uncontrollable thought surged from the depths of Wang Feng's mind. A quasi-saint. Beneath a saint, all are but ants. Although a quasi-saint is not a true saint, crushing a being of the respected realm would be as easy as squashing an ant, had he just provoked a quasi-saint. However, as the paralyzing fear subsided, Wang Feng forced himself to regain composure. No, it was impossible. Jiang Heng's age was evident. How could he be a quasi-saint? Suddenly, he recalled a possibility. Surely that old codger from Tianqiong Peak left Jiang Heng some incredible spatial artifact before his demise. Yes, that must be it. He himself was still a waste. Hence he was incapable of sensing any spiritual energy fluctuations. Moreover, he had just severely offended Jiang Heng. If the latter truly were a quasi-saint, how could he still be alive? He would have been reduced to ashes long ago. With these thoughts, Wang Feng's fear morphed into anger and humiliation. So, this little waste managed to deceive him. He could feel the gazes of the other peak masters and disciples around him shift from amusement to mockery. Those piercing eyes seemed to ridicule him as a jumping clown. What are you still doing? Return to the peak. Wang Feng's face contorted in a mix of green and white, unable to endure any longer. He shouted angrily at the people of Tianjin Peak. Then with a flicker of his figure, he too hastily retreated into the void. Yet little did he know. He had guessed half right and half wrong. Jiang Heng was certainly not a quasi-saint, but he was no longer the easily manipulated waste he once was. As for the fluctuations of spiritual energy, they were shielded by the system for Jiang Heng. Such a feature is undoubtedly an exceptional asset for a cunning character like him. One must acknowledge the system's ingenuity. Chapter 5. The initiation of amplification on the summit of Tianqiong Peak. An invisible force tore open a pitch-black rift in the air, from which three figures emerged, Jiang Heng and his companions. Unlike the other peaks bustling with activity, Tianqiong Peak appeared desolate, with only the striking main hall at its center, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. However, it must be remarked that the concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed profound. Find a suitable place to establish your own residence, and return to see me once you are settled. Jiang Heng's voice was devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, master, replied Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan, bowing respectfully before turning to seek their own directions. Only after their silhouettes had vanished completely into the misty woods did Jiang Heng leisurely stroll towards the main hall. He pushed open the heavy doors and stepped to the center of the grand chamber, his thoughts coalescing as he murmured softly, "Sign in." The moment his words fell, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind, audible only to him. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Rewards, 9 glass fire. An imperial level technique, which God-Gu technique. Next sign-in cooldown period, 23 hours and 59 minutes. This was a newly unlocked feature following the activation of his bond. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, reluctantly admitting that the rewards for his first sign-in were indeed lavish. The 9 glass fire, particularly of such caliber, would be perfect for that young man adept in the burning technique. As for the witch God-Gu technique, Jiang Heng's gaze shifted slightly. Feng Yuan hailed from the Gu realm in his previous life, making this technique tailor-made for him. It seemed the system was keen to ensure that he, as a master, would not be overwhelmed with fatigue, cleverly providing him with opportunities for leisure. All he needed to do was delegate the tasks to his two disciples and activate the investment amplification, allowing him to comfortably await the fruits of his labor. This role of master was, indeed, rather enjoyable. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian's mind echoed with Dan Lao's slightly excited voice. This is it. This location is the spiritual eye of the entire Tianqiong Peak's spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual energy rivals that of the main hall. Establishing your cave here will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Standing at the mouth of a ravine, Xiao Xian could distinctly feel the warm energy pulsating from the earth beneath him. The surrounding spiritual energy invigorated. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from immediately acting, instead respectfully inquiring, "Dan Lao, what are your thoughts on our new master?" After a moment of silence, Dan Lao replied, "He is of little consequence. I perceive him to be at most at the cave heaven realm. However, his ability to make you a disciple of the Qingyun sacred land is a favor that cannot be overlooked. Once you are settled, pay him a visit to gauge his disposition. It will facilitate future interactions." "I understand." Xiao Xian nodded earnestly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. No longer was he the powerless victim of scorn. With Dan Lao's guidance and the sacred land as his backing, he would make those who once looked down on him beholden to his shadow. He swiftly carved out a rudimentary cave and hurried towards the main hall. In stark contrast, Feng Yuan chose a vastly different location. Beneath a dark and damp cliff, overgrown with wild grass and jagged stones, the spiritual energy was relatively thin. For him, the richness of spiritual energy was not paramount. His previous life's capabilities could easily compensate for any shortcomings in aptitude. What was urgent was to utilize the materials he had amassed to concoct a jade spirit goo that could enhance his root constitution. This master was indeed an intriguing individual. Having taken him as a mentor, he knew that the customary formalities must not be neglected. After a brief preparation, he too made his way towards the main hall atop the mountain. In no time at all, the two figures arrived almost simultaneously before the imposing main hall. The eaves of the hall were laden with a thick layer of snow, while within, the space was vast and chillingly empty. Jiang Heng reclined languidly on the sole chaise lounge in the center, his eyes closed in quiet repose, exuding an air of utter relaxation. He had long since changed from his opulent white mink coat into a simple, white lotus-patterned robe, which only added to his enigmatic aura of a celestial being. Having ascended to the cave heaven realm, the whims of mundane seasons had long ceased to affect him. In his consciousness, he detected 2 hurried footsteps approaching, prompting him to slowly lift his eyelids. Master, Xiao Xian and Fang Yuan entered in succession, bowing in unison. Jiang Heng responded lazily, adjusting his posture slightly on the chaise, yet maintaining his relaxed demeanor. Since you have taken me as your master, a formal greeting is in order. His gaze fell upon Xiao Xian. You, step forward. Yes, master. Xiao Xian's heart raced as he complied. Jiang Heng raised his hand, and a cluster of golden flames materialized above his palm, quietly flickering. It was none other than the 9 glass fire. The moment the flames appeared, the temperature within the grand hall surged dramatically, the air distorting as the cold stone floor became searingly hot. This was still a result of Jiang Heng deliberately suppressing its power. Otherwise, the entire Tianqiong peak might have been engulfed in a conflagration. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, while Dan Lao within his ring was in a frenzy. By the heavens! By the heavens! It's an Iowa. The 9 glass fire, ranked 8th on the Iowa bomb. A treasure I have never encountered in my lifetime. Which saint's ancestral grave did your master unearth? Xiao Xian, quickly receive it. With this fire, mastery of the burning technique is just around the corner. Forget about the holy sons and daughters. Within 2 years, I shall have you tread upon them. Dan Lao's fervent thoughts nearly overwhelmed Xiao Xian's mind. His breath hitched. Although he lacked knowledge, Dan Lao's reaction was undeniable. Trembling, he carefully cradled the flame. An overwhelming sense of desire and affinity swelling from the depths of his soul. Thank you, master, for this treasure. I am deeply grateful. Xiao Xian fell to his knees, bowing respectfully. On the other side, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. As the former demon lord of refining heaven, his keen perception allowed him to instantly discern the extraordinary nature of the flame. A chill of murderous intent and greed flickered within him as he began plotting how to seize treasures upon his departure from the Qingyun sacred land. Unperturbed by the unfolding drama, Jiang Heng turned his gaze toward Fang Yuan. As for you, he assessed Fang Yuan, his tone flat. I see you have a penchant for manipulating small insects. Here is a tattered technique left by the previous peak master. It may prove useful to you. With that, he casually tossed a tome toward Fang Yuan, which landed gently in his hands. The cover bore the 3 characters, which God-Gu technique. Technique? Fang Yuan's momentary spark of anticipation was swiftly extinguished, a hint of contempt bubbling within him, with his mind filled with the profound secret arts of the entire Gu realm. How could he possibly regard this provincial technique with any esteem? It was merely a piece of refuse. Yet, to maintain appearances, he suppressed his disdain, feigning delight as he respectfully accepted the tome and politely opened the first page. Just a glance. Fang Yuan's expression froze entirely, as if struck by lightning, leaving him standing there in a daze. The methods of crafting Gu recorded on the pages of the tome shattered all his previous understandings from his past life. Those extraordinary concepts, those exquisite constructions, had undeniably opened a portal to a new world for him. Had such techniques existed in his past life, he would never have been besieged by that so-called righteous faction, forced to self-detonate for rebirth. With a soft snap, Fang Yuan slowly closed the book, his fingers turning pale from exertion. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze towards Jiang Heng. This man had already bestowed upon him too many surprises today. Thank you, master, for bestowing this technique. Fang Yuan's voice was hoarse and dry as he bowed solemnly. He was quite satisfied with this initiation gift. Enough, take your things and leave. Do not disturb my tranquility. Jiang Heng waved his hand impatiently, reclining back into his chair and shutting his eyes. Yes, master, they both replied in unison, their hearts swirling with tumultuous emotions as they exited the grand hall. It was not until their auras had completely faded that Jiang Heng opened his eyes, a languid smile curling at the corner of his lips. System, activate the 100-fold amplification. Ding. 100-fold amplification has been activated. Done. Now, he merely had to wait for the 2 unparalleled wastrels to diligently cultivate while he lay back and reaped the rewards. Chapter 6. Going out to recruit disciples. 7 days later, within Xiao Xian's cave dwelling. Boom. A wave of scorching energy erupted suddenly, obliterating the stone bed upon which Xiao Xian sat in meditation into powder. He opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils seemingly ablaze with fiery brilliance as he unleashed a punch, causing the air to erupt with a deafening roar under the strain. 8th layer of the body refinement realm. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, Xiao Xian was momentarily bewildered. Just a few days had passed, and his cultivation had ascended at an astonishing speed, as if in a dream. Kid, don't get too carried away. The voice of Dan Lao emanated from within the ring, tinged with a hint of astonishment. The dominance of the 9 glass fire exceeded my expectations. It appears your physique is extraordinary, capable of perfectly harnessing such power. Meanwhile, in Fang Yuan's cave, Fang Yuan cautiously lifted the lid of the Gu cauldron. and a ghostly blue radiance erupted from within, casting the entire stone chamber into a dreamlike glow. A goo worm, entirely resembling carved blue jade, lay quietly at the bottom of the cauldron, its shimmering sheen more captivating than any treasure he had ever encountered. The effects have increased by more than 30%. Feng Yuan absorbed the jade marrow goo into his body, and a wave of energy, far purer than he had anticipated, instantly washed over his limbs and bones. The originally white quality of his physique rapidly transformed into a pristine blue at a visibly accelerated pace. Fifth layer of the body refinement realm. Feng Yuan examined his qi, his mind shaken. Something was amiss. This was far too peculiar. The spiritual energy of Tianqiong Peak is indeed dense, and the shamanic goo methods are profound, yet the combination of the two should not yield such miraculous effects. He was a meticulous thinker, never one to believe that fortune would fall from the heavens. There must be secrets behind this that he was unaware of. His gaze pierced through the stone walls of the cave, directed towards the main hall, his expression deepening. This seemingly unassuming master harbors great secrets. Within the main hall, Jiang Heng was nearly laughing with joy. Xiao Xian's cultivation has risen to the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the 5th layer of the cave heaven realm. Feng Yuan's cultivation has risen to the 5th layer of the body refinement realm, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the 8th layer of the cave heaven realm. Boom, boom. Two vast forces of cultivation, as immense as the oceans, surged into his body, propelling Jiang Heng's realm skyward like a rocket to the 8th layer of the cave heaven realm. He exhaled a stream of turbid air, which lingered in the void for several zhang before dissipating. What bliss! Jiang Heng clenched his fists, feeling as if he could now shatter a mountain with a single blow. Wang Feng, a smirk curled on his lips. If he dared to show himself before me now, I would make him understand the hospitality of Tianqiong Peak. Although the rewards from the past few days of sign-ins had been somewhat disappointing, they were not entirely without merit. With a thought, an ancient long sword materialized in his hand, inscribed with the two characters Tianqiong on the hilt. A quasi-holy grade artifact, the Tianqiong sword. This sword was the heirloom of Tianqiong Peak, lost during a holy war. To think it had been reclaimed in such a manner. Jiang Heng gently caressed the blade, which emitted a melodious hum in response. Stowing away the long sword, Jiang Heng's eyes ignited with fervor. Just these two tools had caused his cultivation to surge dramatically. If he could gather the necessary bonds and achieve a 10,000-fold return hiss, the mere thought of such a scene was beyond his imagination. He could no longer linger here. Jiang Heng resolved firmly. Remaining on the mountain for sign-ins was yielding diminishing returns. An outing would not only allow him to seek new candidates for bonds, but also provide an opportunity to test his luck in a different setting. Two birds with one stone. A perfect plan. Without hesitation, he did not manifest himself, but instead sent a strand of divine thought to the two individuals halfway up the mountain. I have matters to attend to outside, with an uncertain return date. You two should cultivate diligently and not become complacent. His voice was aloof yet commanding, echoing in their minds. In the next moment, Jiang Heng's figure melded into the void, vanishing without a trace. When Feng Yuan and Xiao Xian received this message, both revealed a knowing smile, particularly Feng Yuan. Previously, he had been cautious with Jiang Heng present on the peak. Now that Jiang Heng was away, he felt free to pursue his own endeavors. At the main peak, outside the Sacred Lord's Hall, the space rippled like waves, and Jiang Heng stepped out with an air of leisure. The gatekeeping disciples, leaning idly against the gate post, were startled into alertness by his silent appearance, nearly drawing their swords in alarm. Upon realizing that the figure was none other than the infamous wasteful peak master of Tianqiong Peak, their panic swiftly morphed into obsequiousness, and they hurriedly bowed, their voices trembling slightly. "It is an honor to see you, Master Jiang. May I inquire what brings you here?" Jiang Heng glanced at him, finding it somewhat amusing. How, in the past, he had come to the main hall, and this individual had barely lifted his eyelids, his nose almost pointed skyward. Now, however, it was a different story, with the disciple addressing him with deference. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, power is the only true currency. Without strength, even holding the title of Peak Master renders one a mere jest. However, he had no interest in quarreling with such a minor character, and simply replied in a disinterested tone, "I come to request permission to venture out." "Is the Sacred Lord within the hall?" "Why, yes, the Sacred Lord is indeed within. I shall report to you immediately." The disciple nodded eagerly, about to turn when Jiang Heng's patience wore thin. No need. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished from sight. The gatekeeping disciple was left blinking in astonishment, rubbing his eyes, his back drenched in cold sweat. Within the hall, shrouded in mist and the fragrant tendrils of sandalwood, the Sacred Lord Mu Yunbai sat leisurely in his seat, holding a cup of spiritual tea and gently blowing away the steam. When Jiang Heng's figure abruptly appeared in the center of the hall, Mu Yunbai paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A spatial treasure. It seems that Oldly has left you quite a few good things. Mu Yunbai set down his teacup and gestured for Jiang Heng to take a seat. Come, let us converse. He evidently shared the same perception as outsiders, believing that Jiang Heng relied on some extraordinary treasure to traverse space. Jiang Heng, displaying no pretense, directly seated himself beside him. Mu Yunbai personally poured him a cup of tea, the aroma wafting abundantly, infused with spiritual energy. Speak. For one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. What do you seek? Jiang Heng lifted the teacup, but refrained from drinking, instead fixating his gaze on Mu Yunbai, addressing the matter with candor. Holy Lord, I wish to embark on a journey for a period of time. No. Mu Yunbai retorted without a moment's hesitation, his brows knitting together in disapproval. Nonsense. The news of your possession of an extraordinary treasure has spread far and wide. How many eyes are watching you? As a mere mortal without any cultivation, how can you ensure your safety? Do you truly believe the outside world is a playground? His tone was stern, akin to reprimanding a wayward apprentice. As the Holy Lord, he had witnessed too many premature demises and would never allow his sect members to recklessly walk towards death. Listening to these words, Jiang Heng felt not anger, but a touch of warmth. He spoke slowly. Holy Lord, I possess no extraordinary treasures, and as for my cultivation, he paused, no longer concealing the truth. Boom. A weighty aura, as formidable as a mountain, instantly filled the grand hall. The swirling mist dissipated under its pressure, and the teacup on Mu Yunbai's table vibrated, ripples forming violently on the surface of the tea. 8th level of the cave heaven realm. Mu Yunbai sprang to his feet, eyes wide with shock, and the teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. Here was a formidable figure who had reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Yet he found himself unable to maintain his composure. This aura was rich and solid, unmistakably not the result of external forces or medicinal pills. He stared intently at Jiang Heng, his mind momentarily blank. How old is this lad? 20. An 8th level practitioner at the age of 20. Mu Yunbai felt as though the worldview he had cultivated for hundreds of years shattered more completely than the teacup on the floor. After a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and slowly resumed his seat, though his gaze was forever altered. Good, good, good. The 3 repetitions of good conveyed his current excitement. Our Qingshan Holy Land is about to give birth to a true dragon. He refrained from inquiring about Jiang Heng's fortuitous encounters. Everyone harbored their own secrets, himself included. You may venture forth, but exercise utmost caution. Mu Yunbai's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, no longer viewing Jiang Heng as a junior, but offering equal counsel. Just as Jiang Heng rose to take his leave, Mu Yunbai called out to him. Wait. A flash of brilliance emanated from the spiritual ring on his hand, and a palm-sized, ancient bronze shield, adorned with a tortoise totem, materialized. This item is known as the xianxia shield, a defensive spiritual treasure that can block a fatal blow at a critical moment. When activated, I will be able to sense your location and rush to your aid immediately. He handed the shield to Jiang Heng. Return it to me upon your return. Thank you, Holy Lord. Jiang Heng, eschewing any pretense, accepted it. Watching Jiang Heng's retreating figure, Mu Yunbai glanced down at the shattered teacup and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. He bent down to gather the fragments, his eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. May this child grow and, in time, add another potential saint to our Qingshan Holy Land. Chapter 7. Assassination and Counterattack. Inside the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Peak, just as Jiang Heng stepped out of the Qingshan Holy Land, news reached Wang Feng. It was as though fortune had smiled upon him. He had long coveted the Tianqiong Peak and its spiritual veins. He licked his parched lips, his eyes brimming with greed and fervor, the shadow of the spiritual vein at Tianqiong Peak flickering vividly in his mind. The humiliation he suffered during the disciple recruitment event, being publicly humiliated by that young man, remained fresh in his memory, the anger still lodged in his chest. Initially, he had pondered how to find another opportunity to deal with Jiang Heng, but now the opportunity had presented itself directly before him. He immediately sent a message to his trusted confidant. Elder Feng, I have just received news that Jiang Heng has gone out. He embarrassed me during the last recruitment event, and now the Holy Lord is wary of me, making it difficult for me to act. Wang Feng's voice carried a hint of seduction. You know what to do. If successful, I might just grant you the position of Peak Master at Tianqiong Peak after I devour it. A moment of silence followed from the other end of the transmission, before a resolute yet aged voice responded. Rest assured, Peak Master, I will set out immediately. With the affirmative response, Wang Feng's anxieties dissipated, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Elder Feng, at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, just one step away from reaching the esteemed realm. He has served me for hundreds of years, the most seasoned elder of Heavenly Sword Peak, and my sharpest weapon. I trust him completely with this task concerning Jiang Heng. He could almost envision Jiang Heng's lifeless body and his own ascension to Tianqiong Peak, outside the gates of the Qingshan Holy Land. Just after stepping out, Jiang Heng found himself at a loss, uncertain of where to go next. Where to now? After a brief contemplation, an idea swiftly took shape. He had heard that the mysterious Holy Land in the northern wilderness would soon begin recruiting disciples, and the nearby cities would undoubtedly be bustling with activity, increasing the chances of finding related disciples. A visit might yield unexpected rewards. Yes, I shall go there. Even if he failed to find suitable disciples, he could treat it as a journey, exploring the northern wilderness, indulging in culinary delights, and enjoying the scenery. What could be more delightful? Resolute in his decision, Jiang Heng headed towards the largest city near Qingshan Holy Land, Qingshan City, where a teleportation array leading to the vicinity of the mysterious Holy Land awaited. However, barely 100 miles from his departure, a subtle chill crept up his spine from behind, making him feel as though he were being watched. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a blurred figure trailing him from afar. Although the murderous intent was deliberately concealed, it could not escape his perception. Jiang Heng's heart sank in realization. What a crafty dog, Wang Feng. He moved swiftly. Since arriving in this world, he had only offended this one individual. The only person capable of swiftly tracking his whereabouts and launching a pursuit within the Holy Land was undoubtedly him. Yet he wondered whether it was Wang Feng himself or one of his minions pursuing him. A cold smirk emerged within Jiang Heng as he quickened his pace, darting towards a more secluded forest. Simultaneously, a subtle glimmer flickered in his palm from within his sleeve, revealing a formation plate. Observing Jiang Heng's acceleration, the pursuer hastened as well, the distance between them closing rapidly. Now, Jiang Heng's spiritual energy surged within him like a torrent, flooding into the formation plate. The plate glimmered, swiftly draining nearly a third of his spiritual power, and several streams of light shot forth from the plate, silently merging into the surrounding stones and foliage. An invisible grand formation instantly took shape, a replica of the Four Symbols formation at the quasi-saint level. This was a reward he had received from signing in a few days prior. Though a replica, it was more than sufficient to deal with Wang Feng. Having completed these preparations, Jiang Heng halted abruptly, turning with ease to face the empty space behind him, laughing heartily. After following me for so long, aren't you tired? Come out, let's have a chat. The void trembled slightly. The individual before him evidently did not anticipate that he had already been exposed. After a brief moment of astonishment, he slowly stepped out from the distorted air. Heh, it appears I have underestimated you. It seems that Li Xuanqing has indeed left you quite a treasure. A figure clad in a black robe, obscured in shadow, stood not far from Jiang Heng, his voice rasping and grating. Although his face was shrouded in obscurity, the stature and tone of voice indicated that he was not Wang Feng. A pity that it is so. Wang Feng has sent you, has he? Jiang Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing at ease. To assassinate the leader of a peak is a heinous crime. What benefits has he promised you to risk your very life? A dead man has no need to know such things, the figure in black retorted with a cold snort. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him erupted violently, unleashing the full pressure of a perfected cave heaven realm, which bore down upon Jiang Heng, thickening the surrounding air. He swiftly formed hand seals, and ethereal blue lightning intertwined with a frosty white mist, instantly coalescing into 7 crescent-shaped electric blades that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, sealing off all of Jiang Heng's escape routes from 7 cunning angles. Yet, at the center of the formation, Jiang Heng's countenance betrayed no sign of turmoil. With a mere gesture, he traced his fingers like a sword before him. In an instant, runes danced in the void, fully activating the formation. A resounding cry echoed through the heavens, and a colossal phoenix illusion materialized behind him. With a powerful flap of its wings, torrents of divine fire surged forth, precisely meeting the 7 frost-laden electric blades. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of heavenly fire and electric blades erupted in the air, sending shockwaves that stripped the ground bare, ultimately resulting in their mutual annihilation. Is this all you are capable of? Jiang Heng's voice drifted through the air, a taunt that pierced the masked figure's ears like the sharpest of barbs. Arrogance. The figure in black bellowed in fury, preparing to strike again, only to witness a white tiger illusion slowly manifesting behind Jiang Heng. Halt! With a light admonition from Jiang Heng, a fierce aura surged skyward. The white tiger roared, merging with the phoenix illusion, the powers of thunder and fire astonishingly intertwining. A colossal hand of thunder and fire took shape, embodying a devastating might, pressing down toward the masked figure. The figure's complexion changed dramatically. He stomped his foot and transformed into a streak of light, clumsily dodging to the side. Boom! The giant hand struck empty space, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Its edges charred and crackling with electricity. Even though he had evaded swiftly, the edge of his robe was still grazed by the residual force of the giant hand, instantly reducing the black robe to ashes, revealing his true visage beneath. Jiang Heng focused his gaze, and a faint smile graced his lips. Was this not Elder Feng from Tianjin Peak, Feng Lei? Upon realizing his identity had been exposed, Feng Lei's expression darkened to a point where it could drip water. He chose to abandon pretense. You impudent boy, do not revel in your triumph. I admit I underestimated you. To have pushed me to this extent, you have every right to be proud. However, it all ends here. The murderous intent in Feng Lei's eyes became palpable. Once I slay you, your possessions, along with Tianqiong Peak, will all be ours. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light emanated from the spirit ring in his hand, revealing a long blade adorned with thunder patterns, his renowned artifact, the supreme spiritual weapon, Thunderstrike Blade. The blade crackled with lightning as Feng Lei transformed into a bolt of electricity, merging with the blade, hurtling toward Jiang Heng at an unfathomable speed. In his eyes, Jiang Heng's reliance was merely on that formation. Once he closed the distance, a single encounter would suffice to slay him. Yet, in the face of this thunderous attack, Jiang Heng remained unflinching. He simply flipped his hand, and a sword appeared in his palm. A sword, its blade riddled with rust, resembling a piece of scrap metal unearthed from some forgotten corner. Upon seeing this sword, Feng Lei nearly burst into laughter. Ha! Jiang Heng, have you exhausted your tricks? Do you think to confront me with a piece of junk? Die! He channeled all his spiritual power into the Thunderstrike blade and swung it down, intent on cleaving both Jiang Heng and his pitiful rusty sword in two. However, the ensuing scene rendered his sinister grin utterly frozen. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. The anticipated spectacle of the iron sword shattering and a head rolling did not materialize. Instead, Feng Lei's coveted Thunderstrike blade emitted a mournful cry upon colliding with the rusty sword, instantly becoming riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and with a resounding boom, it was violently repelled. Puff! The terrifying recoil surged through his arm and spread throughout his body, as if he had been struck by lightning, sending Feng Lei hurtling backward for several dozen meters. Blood gushing from his mouth. No, this is impossible. He steadied himself, his gaze fixated on Jiang Heng and that unremarkable rusty sword, his expression filled with horror and confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his pupils constricted and the color drained from his face. You are not a waste. You have been hiding your true capabilities. Feng Lei's voice trembled. The Peak Master was wrong, and so was I. We were both mistaken. Now that you know, it is too late. Jiang Heng slowly raised the sword in his hand, pouring forth his spiritual energy without reservation. Buzz! The rusted iron sword seemed to awaken like an ancient dragon from its slumber, emitting a soul-stirring cry. The rust on the blade shed away at a visible rate, revealing ancient and profound runes that absorbed Jiang Heng's spiritual power, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the heavens. Once all the rust had vanished, a sword of pure silver, akin to moonlight forged into form, revealed its true essence. An unparalleled sword intent, transcending this realm, surged upward, tearing through the clouds. Feng Lei gazed at the sword, feeling the terrifying aura that made his very soul tremble, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his expression one of madness. The Tianqiong sword. This is the Tianqiong sword. Did it not vanish during the last holy war? How could it be in your possession? No. Annoyed, Jiang Heng's response was a swift swing of the sword. For those who sought his life, he never showed mercy. No, I cannot die. I am about to become the Peak Master. I have a bright future ahead. Feng Lei screamed in despair, frantically burning his essence and retreating into the void, attempting to accelerate to the fastest speed of his life, hoping to escape. Unfortunately, all was in vain. This sword had already touched upon the quasi-saint realm, moving with such speed that it disregarded the very fabric of space. Sizzle! The void tore like thin parchment, easily pierced by the silver sword chi. In Feng Lei's eyes, filled with dread and despair, the sword chi arrived in an instant, penetrating his body without obstruction. Time seemed to still at that moment. Feng Lei's fleeing figure froze in midair, and then both his flesh and soul were utterly shredded by that unmatched sword chi, dissolving into the purest particles, vanishing into the vastness of the world. The void he had occupied was cleaved open, leaving behind a chasm thousands of feet long, which would never heal. With a single stroke, Jiang Heng's complexion turned pale, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his spiritual power nearly depleted, a wave of weakness washing over him. This was his first real battle for life and death, and his first time taking a life. Contrary to his expectations of disgust and discomfort, he felt a surge of uncontainable exhilaration. He gazed down at the Tianqiong sword in his hand, still feeling a sense of unreality. Merely at the quasi-saint level, yet possessing such formidable power. What grandeur, then, must the true saint level embody? This fleeting thought passed through Jiang Heng's mind before he shook his head. For others, a saint might be an unattainable pinnacle. However, for him, endowed with a system, it was merely a modest starting point on the path of cultivation. Chapter 8, Li Shuer. After tidying up the scene and ensuring no trace was left behind, Jiang Heng sought a secluded place to recuperate his dwindling spiritual energy, wary of any potential schemes from Wang Feng. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Tianjin Peak, Wang Feng reclined against the Peak Master's throne, his fingers drumming absently on the armrest, a smirk of assured victory playing at the corners of his mouth. He lifted a cup of warm spiritual tea and took a delicate sip. Calculating the time, he surmised that Feng Lei should have already dealt with Jiang Heng and be on his way back. Contemplating the impending merger of Tianjin Peak with Tianqiong Peak to become the foremost peak under the main sect, Wang Feng couldn't help but beam with delight. The tea in his hand tasting increasingly exquisite. Peak Master, something terrible has happened. Just as Wang Feng was lost in his reverie, an anxious voice jolted him back to reality. A disciple of Tianjin Peak, panic-stricken, rushed into the hall, stumbling to his knees. Wang Feng's good mood was abruptly interrupted, and his brow furrowed in displeasure. The disciple, undeterred by the Peak Master's imposing presence, stammered, "Peak Master, Elder Feng's soul lamp has shattered." "What? How can this be?" Wang Feng's composure shattered instantly. With a sharp crack, the spiritual jade cup he held slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor into countless shards. Elder Feng was dead, a consummate expert at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, just a step away from the revered realm. Dead? And Jiang Heng? A thought akin to thunderclaps exploded in Wang Feng's mind, leaving him chilled to the bone. Jiang Heng not only survived, but had also turned the tables on Feng Lei. That useless one, no, he was not useless. I have been deceived from the very beginning. If this were true, then my plans to annex Tianqiong Peak would be rendered nearly impossible. Furthermore, with Elder Feng's death, I would struggle to explain it to the Saint Master, putting me in a precarious position. Wang Feng paced back and forth in the hall, his expression shifting between shadows and light, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, I cannot remain passive. Jiang Heng is supposed to be away, right? Feng Lei is dead, no witnesses. Why not turn the tables and manipulate this situation to my advantage? I can claim that Jiang Heng harbors a grudge against Tianjin Peak, secretly following our elders, and ultimately assassinating one outside the sect. In that case, even if Jiang Heng possesses cultivation, with this crime pinned on him, his position as Peak Master would be jeopardized. I can unseat him, maneuver things to place my loyal subordinate as the master of Tianqiong Peak, and then the spiritual vein will be mine. The more Wang Feng contemplated, the brighter his eyes gleamed, convinced of his own genius. He slowly turned, fixing his gaze on the trembling disciple before him, forcing a smile that seemed deceptively warm. Who else knows of Elder Feng's soul lamp shattering? The disciple, unnerved by Wang Feng's stare, hastily replied, "Peak Master, only I witnessed it. I rushed here immediately to report to you." "Well done." Wang Feng approached the disciple, patting his shoulder in approval. The disciple's face momentarily brightened, believing he might receive a reward. However, before the anticipated reward could materialize, a terrifying force surged through his right shoulder. Crack! Wang Feng's smile remained unchanged as his fingers crushed the disciple's shoulder bone, expelling his spiritual energy. Bang! The disciple barely had time to scream before he exploded into a mist of blood, splattering Wang Feng. Expressionless, he used his spiritual energy to disperse the bloodstains on himself. His gaze icy. The fewer people who know about this incident, the better. As for this disciple, it is not unusual for a sect disciple to perish while out on a journey, is it? The following day, after a night of recuperation, Jiang Heng had nearly restored the spiritual energy he had expended during the battle with Feng Lei. Rising and brushing off the dust from his robes, he wasted no time. Setting off for Qingyun City. The city lay merely a few hundred kilometers away, and with his current cultivation at the Cave Heaven realm, he reached the city outskirts in no more than half a stick of incense. The gates of Qingyun City were grand, with a constant flow of cultivators entering and exiting, forming a long queue, while the presence of common folk had become a rarity. Jiang Heng had no interest in waiting in line. He approached the city gate and casually waved the token representing his status as the master of Tianqiong Peak. Initially, the gate guards intended to chastise this unruly individual, but upon seeing the two characters Tianqiong on the token, their impatience turned to terror, their legs weakening as they nearly fell to their knees. "Jiang, Peak Master, I was blind to your greatness. Let me open the way for you." The head guard scrambled to clear a path, bowing and scraping as he ushered Jiang Heng into the city, simultaneously signaling his colleagues to hasten to the city lord's manor with the news. Ignoring the guards, Jiang Heng strolled leisurely through the city, indulging in the vibrant atmosphere of the streets. One hand clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn and the other savoring grilled spirit bird meat, relishing the experience. This bustling and lively ambience evoked memories of his past life. Ever since being taken back to the mountain by Old Li after his transmigration, he had nearly forgotten this sensation. Now, experiencing it once more brought an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, a commotion unlike the lively streets erupted from a nearby alley. Jiang Heng instinctively turned towards the sound. Deep within the alley, several older children surrounded a small figure curled up in the corner, mercilessly punching and kicking. A disaster star dares to eat? Hand it over. Get out of Qingyun City. You are not welcome here. Don't let us see you again, or you'll regret it. The leading boy struck the bun from the small beggar's hands, while the others echoed his threats. The small beggar remained silent, bending down to retrieve the bun that had fallen to the ground. Just as her hand reached for it, the leader of the boys coldly laughed, crushing the half-eaten bun she had clutched to her chest underfoot, grinding it further into the dirt. Though the bun was now tainted, the girl merely watched quietly, extending her bony hand as if to collect the scattered crumbs. Yet, the boy's foot came down again, trampling the remnants into the mud. The girl's hunched form trembled violently, tears welling in her eyes, but she remained silent, biting her lip resolutely. The candied hawthorn in Jiang Heng's mouth lost its sweetness in an instant. In a flash, he appeared silently behind the boys. Is it such an achievement to bully a little girl? The boys froze, their movements halted, and whirled around to find a man clad in a simple white robe standing there, his expression unchanging, yet his eyes instilled a primal fear within them, as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Who are you? Mind your own business. The leader of the boys barked, his bravado faltering. Jiang Heng remained silent. Taking a step forward, the group of boys, immediately terrified, fled the alley in a frantic scramble. Once he had driven away the ruffians, Jiang Heng turned his attention to the small figure still huddled in the corner, softening his voice. It's all right now, you're safe. The girl did not immediately raise her head, seemingly still in shock from her fright. After a considerable pause, she timidly lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Heng's. Their eyes locked in an exchange. Despite the dim light of the alley, Jiang Heng discerned her features clearly. Her silver hair, dulled by dirt, yet still gleaming, framed a small face, no larger than a palm, that was smeared with dust but still bore the promise of beauty. A faint blood-red lotus mark adorned her forehead, adding an air of the uncanny. This child did not resemble an ordinary person. Little sister, where are your family? Jiang Heng crouched down, striving to make his voice sound gentle. They are dead. The girl's response was barely a whisper, laced with a hint of hoarseness. How did they die? They were cursed by me. The tranquility with which she uttered those 4 words was heart-wrenching. After a moment of silence, the girl raised her head again to look at Jiang Heng, forcing out a smile that was more painful than tears. Big brother, thank you. But they were right. I am a calamity. You should keep your distance, or you too will meet your end because of me. A stirring sensation welled within Jiang Heng. A calamity? A flicker of golden light, imperceptible to the untrained eye, flashed in his gaze. Li Shuer. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Treasures, none. Physique, innate calamity body. Recent experiences. 1 month ago, her innate calamity body began to awaken. Her family was afflicted by calamity, resulting in their untimely deaths over 3 days. 1 week ago, she was taken in by a couple in Qingyun City, but 2 days prior, they too fell victim to calamity and perished in their home. Recent opportunities. Complete awakening of the innate calamity body in 1 month. Achieving full cultivation in the body refinement realm. The information cascaded through Jiang Heng's mind. He gazed at the details on the panel, then looked back at the frail girl, so slight she seemed as if she might topple over with a gust of wind, and was profoundly shaken. Good heavens, she truly is a bona fide calamity. This physique is akin to a pro-max version of an ill-fated star. Anyone who crosses her path meets misfortune. Jiang Heng stared into Li Shuer's eyes, filled with despair and resignation, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 9, Special Bond, Calamity. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Detecting special bond target, Li Shuer. Unlocking special bond, calamity for the host. Calamity, 0, 1. The concentration of calamity power within the disciple increases tenfold, rewarding the host with immunity to all forms of negative effects. Immunity to all forms of negative effects, including but not limited to curses, toxins, celestial constraints, the intelligence-sapping aura of the fated ones, and misfortunes stemming from the innate calamity body. A jolt surged through Jiang Heng, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. A golden bond. He had merely intended to perform a good deed, but serendipity had led him to a bond target. one that was special at that. His gaze returned to the slight figure in the corner, his feelings becoming complex. This is no mere calamity. She is a walking treasure chest of golden opportunities. Though this treasure may be prickly, bringing misfortune to those who touch it, his system grants him the power of invincibility. Li Shuer, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Jiang Heng's mind, gazed forlornly at the bun that had been stomped into the mud and then rubbed her growling stomach. Her small face painted with sorrow and regret. That bun had been hard-earned, and she had not even had the chance to take a bite. Are you hungry? Jiang Heng's voice interrupted her despondency as he extended a skewer of roasted spirit bird meat, still steaming, toward her. This is much cleaner. Upon catching the scent of the meat, Li Shuer's eyes sparkled, and she instinctively leaned forward. However, as soon as she took a half step, she recoiled as if burned, her expression shifting to one of fear and hesitation. No, big brother, you must go. I will bring you misfortune. She shook her head vehemently, her voice barely above a whisper. Those who have helped me before, they all died. It's all right. Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged as he earnestly spoke nonsense. I have a strong fate and can withstand all manner of tribulations. They call me the child of destiny. A mere calamity is nothing to fear. Really? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Shuer's crimson eyes. Of course. I never lie. If I didn't possess this diamond-hard fate, I wouldn't dare take on such a porcelain task. In a sense, possessing a system indeed made Jiang Heng a child of destiny. Hearing that she might not have to face her plight alone, a glimmer of hope shone in Li Shuer's previously vacant gaze. She looked up at Jiang Heng's gentle face, hesitating. She yearned to approach that warmth, yet feared it would be extinguished by her own hand. Just as it had been before, after a tumultuous internal struggle, she seemed to resolve herself. Taking a deep breath, her eyes transformed from pure fear to a mix of determination and madness. I'll take a gamble, just this once. If even this child of destiny can perish because of me, then I shall find a solitary place and end it myself. The loneliness of her existence was unbearable. If it were to persist eternally, it would be better to seek release sooner. With this newfound resolve, her steps toward Jiang Heng quickened, growing bolder. Yet, when she finally stood before him, the courage she had summoned faltered, and she lowered her gaze, halting a step away, fearful that her filth would tarnish his immaculate white robes. At such a close distance, Jiang Heng perceived the extent of her plight. This child was not merely ragged. She lacked even shoes. Her tender little feet were bare against the cold, damp ground, turning red and purple from the chill. Jiang Heng's heart softened, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy quietly emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Li Shuer entirely. A wave of warmth abruptly surrounded her, instantly dispelling the biting cold. That long-forgotten warmth coaxed her stiff, frozen body into a state of comfort, and she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Confused, she lifted her head and met the gentle gaze of the elder brother who resembled a celestial being. Come, brother will take you to eat something delicious. You can have this spirit bird to fill your stomach. Jiang Heng extended his right hand, inviting her to take it, while offering the spirit bird with his left. Li Shuer accepted the roasted bird, then glanced at his clean, elongated hand before looking down at her own grimy, thin fingers, instinctively wanting to withdraw. Yet, trembling, she ultimately placed her small hand atop his. The moment their palms met, an unprecedented sense of security coursed through her, radiating from her palm to her entire being. In an inn within Qingyun City, the table was already adorned with a few exquisite appetizers. Jiang Heng poured a cup of warm water for Li Shuer and slid it toward her. The girl seated across the table cradled a cup of water in her hands, sipping delicately, as if seeking warmth and courage from the liquid within. Her head hung low, her voice barely above a whisper. My name is Li Shuer. You can call me Xiao Shui, big brother. Xiao Shui, Jiang Heng repeated, nodding slightly. Are you willing to take me as your master? The prospect of becoming his disciple meant she would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. He concealed the latter part of his thought as he gazed at the young girl before him. Li Shuer's hands trembled suddenly, splashing a few drops of hot water onto her skin, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. She looked up abruptly. Her crimson eyes filled not with joy but with confusion and doubt. Why me? It is fate that has brought us together today. I choose my disciples based solely on destiny, Jiang Heng replied with unwavering calm. Fate. Li Shuer mulled over the word, a bitter smile gracing her lips that was more tragic than tears. They all say I am a harbinger of disaster, that I will bring misfortune to those around me. Anyone who forms a bond with me will meet their end. Her words were soft, yet they cut deep, first wounding herself, then striking at others. If I feared death, I would not have acted in that alley, Jiang Heng said, his expression unchanged. Moreover, the troubles you bear are not insurmountable. If you become my disciple, I shall teach you to cultivate strength. When you are powerful enough, the so-called misfortune will no longer bind you. The notion of cultivation and strength illuminated the heavy gloom enveloping Li Shui's heart. She bit her lip, the despair in her eyes finally igniting into a flicker of yearning. Jiang Heng seized the moment, his voice soft yet resonant, each word striking a chord within her. In time, we shall be family. I will provide you with a home. A home, Li Shui whispered, feeling the foundations of her heart tremble. Of course, as long as I am here, you shall always have a place. Can I truly? The weight of the question pressed down upon her, shattering her final psychological barrier. She could no longer hold back. The tears that had been pooling in her eyes spilled forth, cascading down her grimy cheeks, leaving clear trails in their wake. Could she truly have a home? She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching Jiang Heng's face for any hint of pity or deceit, but found none. His eyes radiated calm, sincerity, and an unwavering certainty that she could not comprehend. This elder brother, clad in white as pure as snow, resembled a celestial being. While she felt like mere dust in a muddy pit, would a deity truly wish to bring a speck of dust home? See, can I really? She asked timidly, her voice quivering with nasality. Absolutely, Jiang Heng affirmed solemnly, each word deliberate. As long as you are willing, I shall protect you from this day forth. All right, then I am willing. Li Shui mustered all her courage, nearly shouting the words. She longed so desperately for a home, for a big brother who could shield her. No. From this moment on, she should refer to him as master. As soon as the words left her lips, the system's notification chimed in Jiang Heng's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting Li Shui as your disciple. The disaster bond has been activated. Disaster. 1. The concentration of calamity within the disciple has increased tenfold, rewarding the host with immunity from all forms of harm. Jiang Heng felt a surge of certainty. It was done. Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Upon seeing Li Shui's tattered attire, a fleeting look of disdain crossed the waiter's face. But his professional demeanor kept him from voicing his thoughts as he quickly arranged the dishes. Jiang Heng paid little heed to the system notification, instead focusing on Li Shui. Here, eat up, he said gently, pushing a plate of enticing roasted spirit chicken toward her. Once you finish, master will take you to buy new clothes. Okay, master. Li Shui replied shyly, picking up a piece of meat but hesitating to bring it to her lips. The way she addressed him filled Jiang Heng with warmth. He couldn't resist reaching out to smooth her somewhat disheveled yet lustrous silver hair. As he extended his hand, Li Shui recoiled like a startled fawn. Master, please don't. Xiao Shui is dirty. She flinched away. Jiang Heng's hand hovered in the air, yet he felt no anger. He withdrew his hand, gently tapping her nose with his knuckle in a natural and affectionate gesture. In my eyes, Xiao Shui is not dirty at all. Li Shui froze, the warmth of his touch igniting a tender feeling within her. As she gazed into Jiang Heng's softly smiling eyes, when his hand once again rested on her head, she did not pull away. The sensation of her hair being gently tousled was warm and reassuring. Was this what it felt like to have a home? Chapter 10. Is the Xie family in Tianqiong City impressive? Just as Li Shui finally felt at ease to indulge in the feast laid before her, a commotion erupted from outside the tavern. A young man clad in splendid robes, his hollow eyes and gaudy demeanor exuding superficiality, strode in with a group of equally opulent companions, causing the previously bustling tavern to fall silent for a brief moment, all eyes drawn to him. It's the third young master of the Xie family, Xie's son. What brings him here? Someone in the crowd gasped, igniting the gossiping spirit among the patrons. Whispers filling the air. I heard the Xie family has been getting close to the Shun family lately, hinting at a possible marriage alliance. If rumors are true, the bride would be Miss Xianxia. Miss Xianxia? What a pity. Did you hear? Just days ago, this third young master caused a ruckus at Qingfeng Tower and was thrown out by the owner herself. Is that true? Tell me more. How could it be false? I was at the next table. He took a liking to the courtesan there and tried to throw money at her for a night, but she only offered her skills. Xiesun got furious and attempted to force her, only to be beaten black and blue by the owner and tossed out like a dead dog. Oh dear. Poor Miss Xianxia, having to marry such a person. Indeed, the voices, though hushed, reached Jiang Heng's ears, revealing that the reputation of Xiesun in Tianqiong City was utterly tarnished. Xiesun, seemingly impervious to the whispers surrounding him, reveled in the attention, elevating his chin even higher. Jiang Heng had no intention of engaging with such a fool, viewing him merely as an amusing diversion after a meal. Yet, fate would have it that Xiesun led his entourage directly to the adjacent empty table. Coincidentally, he cast a glance in Jiang Heng's direction. Upon sitting down, Xiesun's gaze swept across the room, and when it landed on the tattered Li Shui, his brow furrowed, and his nose wrinkled in disgust, as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. He pinched his nose and spoke in a shrill, scornful tone. Innkeeper, what is the standard of your establishment? How can a filthy beggar like her sully my sight? The moment he uttered those words, All eyes in the room converged upon Jiang Heng and Li Shuer. Li Shuer, unaccustomed to such scrutiny, froze under the weight of a multitude of gazes. Her small hand, clutching a morsel of meat, trembled slightly in midair. The courage she had just mustered dissipating in an instant, rendering her immobile. The steaming dishes on the table seemed to lose their warmth all at once. Observing this, Jiang Heng felt a heaviness in his heart. He extended his hand, gently yet firmly resting it atop Li Shuer's head. His voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Fear not, my dear disciple, for your master is here. No one shall dare to harm you. Eat with ease and confidence." Noticing her distress, Jiang Heng tenderly caressed her head, soothing her shaken spirit. "Thank you, young Master Xia. In our line of business, all who enter are guests." The innkeeper, drenched in sweat, approached with a bow, his face a mask of distress. "Guests?" Tianzun sneered, delivering a forceful kick to the table leg before him, causing the dishes to rattle. "I care not for your previous customs. At this moment, I find them repulsive, disturbing my enjoyment." He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shuer, his tone laced with an uncompromising command. "Either you expel that little beggar and her pitiful companion, or next year, you shall not even dream of renting this land from the Xia family." As soon as the words left his lips, the innkeeper's face drained of color. Tianzun's entourage immediately joined in the ruckus. "Didn't you hear what young Master Xia said? Hurry up and do your job," one shouted. "Indeed, don't jeopardize your livelihood for the sake of two irrelevant individuals. Serve young Master Xia well, and there will be benefits for you in the future." Under immense pressure, the innkeeper had no choice but to yield. He shuffled heavily to Jiang Heng's table, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Dear guest, perhaps I could waive your meal, and you might consider leaving first?" Jiang Heng paid no heed to the perspiring innkeeper, continuing to gently stroke Li Shuer's head, calming her frightened emotions. This small act of warmth felt like the most formidable fortress in the world. Seeing Jiang Heng's blatant disregard, Tianzun's face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the two. "Are you deaf? The innkeeper told you to get out." He slammed his hand on the table, his voice piercing and sharp, causing the dishes to tremble. Li Shuer, already on edge, could no longer bear the pressure and began to tremble violently. Instinctively, she grasped Jiang Heng's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. "Master, let us just go." She was terrified, fearful that her presence might bring trouble to the esteemed master she had finally encountered. Jiang Heng merely shook his head, slowly rising. A flicker of impatience crossed his otherwise composed visage. He turned, his gaze coldly settling on the still ranting Tianzun. "You are insufferably loud. Since entering, you have been barking like a dog, incessantly." At this, the entire tavern fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to Jiang Heng with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Tianzun, momentarily taken aback, then erupted with manic laughter. "You dare to insult me? Do you know who I am? I am the third young master of the Xia family from Qingyun City." He puffed out his chest, emphasizing the name Xia as if it were a shield granting him immunity from all consequence. "The Xia family of Qingyun City, is that impressive?" Jiang Heng inquired, feigning interest. "Of course." Tianzun seethed, feeling a surge of superiority over what he presumed was an ignorant outsider. "You clearly hail from elsewhere, not even aware of who I am. In Qingyun City, my family speaks first, and no one dares to contest." "Oh, it seems you do possess some clout," Jiang Heng conceded with a nod, seemingly impressed. Seeing this, Tianzun's self-satisfaction grew palpable, his chin nearly reaching the sky. "What now? Are you afraid?" He pointed a finger at Jiang Heng, lording over him. "Here is your chance to save your life. Crawl over here on your knees, slap yourself 20 times. And I must admit, that young lady beside you is quite charming. Perhaps I'll let you keep her if I am in a good mood." Laughter erupted from his companions, their faces lit with malicious delight, eagerly anticipating Jiang Heng's submission. Li Shuer turned as pale as a ghost, biting her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Perhaps not," Jiang Heng replied lightly, though his smile did not reach his eyes. "I find it more customary for others to kneel before me." As the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight. Slap! A crisp sound reverberated through the hall. Before Tianzun could register what had transpired, he was spun around by an overwhelming force, his cheek visibly swelling, a few bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. Before he could react, an irresistible terror pressed down upon his shoulders. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed resoundingly. Tianzun's legs buckled, uncontrolled, as he collapsed to the floor, his knees crashing into the hard tiles, creating deep indentations and spiderweb-like cracks. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Heng had already appeared before him, a hand casually resting on his shoulder. "Ah!" After a brief moment of stunned silence, a blood-curdling scream pierced the tavern. My legs! My legs!" Tianzun whimpered, gazing down at his grotesquely contorted legs. oozing with a substance resembling ketchup. The arrogance drained from his face, replaced by sheer terror and agony. Jiang Heng had intentionally moderated his strength. Otherwise, that blow alone would have been sufficient to send young Master Xia to meet the King of Hell. Given that Li Shuer had already experienced enough emotional upheaval for one day, he wished to spare his newly accepted disciple any further distress. Of course, should this young Master Xia continue to be ungrateful, Jiang Heng would have no qualms about sending him to confront the ancestors of the Xia family. At that moment, the amusement had vanished from the faces of Xia Sun's companions, replaced by fear as they trembled before Jiang Heng. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tavern, followed by a commanding voice announcing, "The city lord has arrived." Before the echoes faded, a portly man adorned in opulent attire strode into the tavern, flanked by a cadre of imposing guards, exuding a palpable authority that seemed to chill the air. Xia Sun, kneeling on the ground, saw his salvation and, disregarding the agony in his legs, cried out in desperation, "Uncle Qian, save me. This man is a demon. He intends to kill in Qingyun City and disrupt the order." Chapter 11. So, you are the one who injured young Master Xia? Oh, I shall see who dares to cause trouble in my Qingyun City. A resounding voice filled the air, emanating an authority born of long-held power as Qian Hao, the city lord, stepped into the tavern. His gaze swept across the room, finally honing in on the wailing Xia Sun and the indifferent young man in white before him. His brow furrowed, showcasing his formidable presence. "It is you who has dared to strike and injure young Master Xia here?" Qian Hao's voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable weight of inquiry that resonated with every listener. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Gaze after gaze filled with schadenfreude, pity, and mockery converged upon Jiang Heng. With the city lord's arrival, it seemed even the deities themselves could not save him now. Li Shuer clutched Jiang Heng's garment tightly, her fingers turning pale from the strain. She lowered her head, unable to meet the gazes of those around her, her heart weighed down by a torrent of guilt and fear. It was all because of her. She had brought calamity upon others. Her master had only just provided her with a home, and now it seemed it would all come to ruin. In the midst of this suffocating atmosphere, Jiang Heng finally lifted his eyelids, calmly meeting the gaze of the city lord. "Because of her, it is I." "What of it?" There was not a trace of fear in his demeanor, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. "Arrogant, utterly arrogant." Qian Hao's face flushed with anger, a surge of rage rushing to his head. Having presided over Qingyun City for many years, he had never encountered such an audacious individual who dared to confront him so openly. Today, he would ensure this person received a lesson they would not soon forget. The surrounding diners erupted in whispers. It was over. This young man was utterly doomed for daring to speak to the city lord in such a manner. A mere apology to the young Master Xia might have granted him a sliver of hope, but now he was courting his own demise. What a pity. He appeared quite handsome, yet his intellect seemed lacking. Xia Sun, sprawled on the ground, felt the terror in his eyes transform into resentment and schadenfreude at Jiang Heng's words. He could almost envision Jiang Heng being mercilessly slain by the guards of the city lord's mansion, his body dragged away to be fed to dogs. Just as Qian Hao was about to unleash his fury, intending to teach this reckless fool an unforgettable lesson, a guard stumbled through the door, his expression frantic. Disregarding all decorum as he rushed to Qian Hao's side and whispered urgently in his ear. Qian Hao's anger froze on his face. He followed the guard's gaze, his eyes drifting from Jiang Heng's handsome visage down to a token casually hanging at his waist. It was a piece of warm white jade engraved with the archaic characters Tianqiong. Boom. Qian Hao's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, plunging into an abyss of emptiness. The sacred land of Qingyun, Tianqiong Peak. The order of the Peak Master. The anger that had once consumed him evaporated like a punctured balloon. His plump face drained of color, replaced by beads of cold sweat. His gaze towards Jiang Heng shifted from scrutiny to terror, ultimately morphing into an unctuous flattery that clung to the air. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, under the astonished gazes of all. Qian Hao abruptly turned and kicked the half-conscious Xia Sun on the ground. Damn it! A well-deserved blow. Not yet satiated, he advanced to unleash a flurry of slaps upon Xia Sun's face, the sharp sounds echoing throughout the hall. Smack! Smack! I have long suspected you, you wretched brat. Always causing trouble in Qingyun City, tarnishing our reputation. How dare you offend this esteemed individual? You must be tired of living. As Qian Hao berated and struck him, it was as though he bore a deep-seated grudge against Xia Sun. Xia Sun, already crippled and reeling from Jiang Heng's slap, now faced a brutal beating from his own Uncle Qian, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This dramatic scene left the diners utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the city lord had exuded authority, and now he had transformed into a different person altogether, mercilessly pummeling the victim while exclaiming how well-deserved the punishment was. Had the world gone mad? Once the beating was over, Xianxiao swiftly turned to Jiang Heng, jogging over and bowing deeply, forcing a grimace that was more painful than tears. My lord, please, has this resolved your displeasure? Jiang Heng picked up the now slightly cold tea from the table, taking a delicate sip, barely lifting his eyelids. Did I ask you to intervene? Those simple words sent a shiver through Xianxiao, causing a cascade of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Yes, it was my rashness. I deserve to be punished. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxiao raised his hand, preparing to strike his own face. It appeared as though Xianxiao feared Jiang Heng, yet he sought to protect Xianxia. After all, he had not truly intended to kill him. With his disciple present, he was reluctant to act, and even if he were to eliminate the young man now, the elders would surely seek retribution. Thus, it was perhaps more prudent to eliminate them all at once. With this thought, Jiang Heng began to formulate another plan. Enough. His voice rang out just in time to halt Xianxiao's actions. This lesson was sufficient. In the future, keep a close watch on the rabble in your city. Do not let them bite indiscriminately. Yes, your excellency is right. I shall enforce strict discipline. Xianxiao bowed even lower, his eyes darting as he tentatively suggested. My lord, having traveled such a distance, it would be unbecoming to let you be disturbed by such trifles. Allow me to prepare a modest feast at my residence to welcome you and express my apologies. There's no need. I have no interest in such matters. Jiang Heng shook his head, his tone indifferent. Very well, since your excellency is uninterested, I shall not press further, Xianxiao replied awkwardly, shifting his tone to a more humble demeanor. Then, if I may be so bold, allow me to arrange a secluded guest house at the city lord's mansion for your respite. I assure you it will be quiet, with no disturbances. Unnecessary. Jiang Heng continued to shake his head in refusal, while he spoke of arranging accommodations. He knew that such a place would inevitably be under surveillance, and he despised the feeling of being watched. He turned to the innkeeper, who was already trembling in fear. Innkeeper, do you have any available rooms? The innkeeper quickly regained his composure and eagerly replied, Yes, of course we do. Good, then prepare 2 rooms for me. No need for anything more. As Jiang Heng's words fell, a faint glow flickered from his spatial ring, and a small piece of spirit stone gently landed on the innkeeper's table, producing a crisp sound. The innkeeper instinctively caught it, feeling its weight shift in his hand, and upon glancing at it, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The stone was crystalline and translucent, emanating a breathtaking aura of spiritual energy. Hey, a top-grade spirit stone. He knew that a single top-grade spirit stone equated to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, while a middle-grade stone was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. Typically, a night in therein would only cost a few low-grade spirit stones. This one top-grade spirit stone was worth several months' worth of theirin's revenue. In truth, Jiang Heng was not being extravagant. He possessed only top-grade spirit stones, earned from a previous signing-in reward. 1 million of them, far more than he could ever spend. My lord, this is too much. The innkeeper's voice trembled as he gripped the spirit stone with shaking hands. 2 days' stay, the rest is your reward. Jiang Heng casually remarked, by the way, ensure hot water is prepared. Yes, I will get it ready immediately. I promise to have it piping hot. The innkeeper felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, clutching the spirit stone as if it were a beloved child, darting toward the kitchen, fearful that Jiang Heng might change his mind. Meanwhile, Xianxiao's eyes twitched, his heart churning with tumultuous waves of disbelief. To casually reward one with a top-grade spirit stone? This was no longer mere wealth. It was as if he treated spirit stones as if they were worthless. At that moment, Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon him once more. Xianxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily bowed. My lord, do you have any further instructions? There is indeed a matter. Jiang Heng's eyes shifted to the still anxiously Shuer, pointing at her. Go and procure all the beautiful garments suitable for her age and figure in Qingyun City. Buy as many as you can, and have them delivered to me. As he spoke, he tossed another item. This time, a storage bag landed in Xianxiao's hands. Xianxiao's consciousness swept across the scene, and he involuntarily drew a sharp breath, his entire being freezing in shock. 100. A full 100 high-grade spiritual stones. This sum of money was more than sufficient to not only purchase garments in Qingyun City, but could easily acquire all the tailoring shops in 10 surrounding cities. At this moment, Xianxiao's mind was devoid of any distractions. A singular thought consumed him, to cling tightly to this golden thigh. He resolved to hold on with unwavering determination. Rest assured, my lord. Xianxiao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with fervor. Not only will I empty Qingyun City, but I shall also sweep through all the nearby cities. If there are exquisite materials and splendid designs, not a single piece shall escape my grasp. I assure you, this esteemed fairy will be thoroughly satisfied. Having spoken, he turned to the guards behind him and bellowed, What are you all standing there for? Hurry and get to work. Secure every tailor shop and fabric store in the city. Do it with utmost speed. The guards responded with a resounding acknowledgement and quickly set off. The entire tavern fell into a profound silence. All the patrons gazed at Jiang Heng with the awe reserved for deities, scarcely daring to breathe. Returning to Li Shui, who stood in stunned silence, Jiang Heng gently inquired, "Little Shui, have you had enough to eat?" Li Shui, her thoughts pulled back to reality, glanced from Jiang Heng to the bustling guards outside, her mind a blank canvas, and could only instinctively nod her head. At that moment, the innkeeper returned, breathless but respectful, handing a key to Jiang Heng. Receiving the key, Jiang Heng took hold of Li Shui's still-cold hand and, amid the reverent gazes of the crowd, led her slowly up the staircase. The warmth emanating from his palm gradually dispelled the fear and unease within her. Unable to resist, she cast a glance back at the scene below, where the scoundrel Tianzun lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, while the lofty city lord bowed and scraped before her master. All of this felt like an unreal dream. Yet, the warmth of her master's hand assured her that it was all undeniably real. Chapter 12. The Imperial Grade Technique, Heavenly Calamity Refinement Method. Upon reaching the guest floor, Jiang Heng lightly tapped his fingers, and several streams of light penetrated the walls and windows of Li Shui's room, setting up protective barriers before he returned to his own quarters. Pushing the door open, a rich fragrance of rare golden silk would envelop him, refreshing and invigorating. The white jade bathtub at the center of the room was already filled with water, steam rising gently, with a few soothing herbs floating on the surface. As a powerful being at the cave heaven realm, Jiang Heng was already accustomed to remaining untarnished by dust. However, after a long day, who could refuse the indulgence of a hot bath in the depths of winter? He shed his robes and stepped into the tub. The pleasantly warm water enveloped him entirely, and he leaned back against the edge of the tub. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, the cool luminescence mingling with the rising steam, creating a uniquely enchanting atmosphere. Such blissful moments should not go unmarked, he mused. With a thought, he initiated the sign-in process. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward, Imperial Grade Technique, Heavenly Calamity Refinement Method. Heavenly Calamity Refinement Method, Imperial Grade Low Tier. This technique allows the practitioner to refine calamity power into pure cultivation, gradually enabling mastery over the calamity body, transforming disasters into personal advantage, ultimately reversing fate. Upon reading the description of the Heavenly Calamity Refinement Method, Jiang Heng couldn't help but question whether the system was acting with intent. Just after receiving a disciple with an innate calamity body, the system promptly provided a perfectly complementary technique. He inwardly grumbled, suspecting that the system might have installed surveillance on him. As if sensing his thoughts, the system's notification chimed again. Host, this is the system's compensation mechanism. For every new disciple the host receives, there is a 99% probability of obtaining a reward related to that disciple upon the next sign-in, assisting the host in fulfilling their role as a master. Indeed, Jiang Heng thought to himself, as one or two instances might be attributed to luck, but the third occurrence could hardly be mere coincidence. It must be said, the system was quite remarkable. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the lack of an appropriate technique for Li Shui, and now it had been delivered to him. However, this was not the end. The system's notification echoed once more. The cultivation of Feng Yuan has been elevated to the 6th layer of body refinement, with a 1,000-fold return to the host, elevating the host's cultivation to the 9th layer of cave heaven. Xiao Xian's cultivation has been elevated to the 9th layer of body refinement, with a 1,000-fold return to the host, elevating the host's cultivation to the peak of cave heaven. Boom! A surge of power, far more immense than before, poured forth from the void, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. The ocean of spiritual power within Jiang Heng swelled into a towering wave, rapidly expanding, transforming both the quality and quantity of his spiritual energy beyond recognition. He could vividly perceive every inch of his physical form becoming increasingly translucent under this force, his spirit likewise becoming clear and luminous. Peak of cave heaven. Only a single step remained to reach the realm of the venerable. Jiang Heng slowly clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power swirling around his fingertips, a sense of unprecedented strength and control blossoming within him. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a voice saying, "My lord, I am from the city lord's mansion. The garments you requested have been prepared and placed into the storage ring. Leave it at the door," Jiang Heng replied coolly, extending his right hand casually toward the door. In the next instant, his hand appeared outside, retrieving the storage ring. This spectacle caused a tremor of astonishment in the hearts of those outside. By the time they registered what had happened, the storage ring was already in Jiang Heng's possession, leaving them in awe of his formidable abilities. Inside the room, Jiang Heng examined the contents of the storage ring and discovered hundreds of garments, the least of which reached the standard of profound-grade artifacts, indicating that Xianhao had indeed invested a considerable number of spiritual stones. After confirming that there were no dangerous items among the clothes, he promptly sent the storage ring to Li Shui's room through the void and communicated with her telepathically. Little Shui, the clothes have arrived. They are in this storage ring. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Startled by the sudden appearance of the storage ring and Jiang Heng's unexpected voice while soaking in the bathtub, Li Shui instinctively shrank back, revealing only her pair of crimson eyes, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, her hands clasped protectively over her chest. However, once she surveyed the room and found no trace of Jiang Heng, she softly inquired, "Master, where are you?" "I am next door." Jiang Heng's gentle voice resonated in her mind. "The garments in the storage ring are for you. Choose a set to wear, and the rest can be donned at your leisure." With Jiang Heng's reassurance that he was nearby, Li Shui finally relaxed her taut nerves and began to select her attire. Sensing the shift in the young girl's emotions, Jiang Heng's heart softened. This child had endured too much suffering over the past month. It would take time for her to fully let down her guard. Meanwhile, in the Xie family lord's residence within Qingyun City, Sun had awoken from his previous state of unconsciousness, his body wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed. Opposite him sat two middle-aged men, one of whom was none other than City Lord Qianhao, while the other was Xie Yifan, the head of the Xie family. In that moment of realization, he understood that the person he had offended was none other than Jiang Heng, the so-called waste peak master of Qingyun sacred land. Yet, he still could not comprehend why the city lord would stand up for that so-called waste. Clearly, he and the entire Xie family were still unaware that Jiang Heng had already attained remarkable cultivation. "City Lord, my son is gravely injured. It is said that the useless peak master took action, and I have also heard that you were involved." Xie Yifan's voice trembled with suppressed rage, his gaze slicing through the city lord like a blade. Qianhao let out a cold snort, lifted his teacup, and leisurely took a sip before responding. "Useless peak master? Master Xie, your information seems woefully outdated. The individual from Tianqiong Peak displayed prowess during the disciples' initiation ceremony, clearly at least a strong presence in the cave heaven realm. Who in the Holy Land is unaware of this? Your precious son, blind to reality, has kicked against an iron wall. Should I not intervene to awaken him? Would you prefer to wait until he drags the entire Xie family down with him? That is simply unacceptable." Xie Yifan abruptly slammed his palm on the table, incredulous. How could he be a cave heaven realm expert at such a young age? I initially shared your skepticism, but after our encounter today, my perspective has shifted. From my brief interaction with the master of Tianqiong Peak, I sensed an undercurrent of threat. More importantly, I could not perceive any fluctuations of spiritual energy. His cultivation level may very well surpass mine. Qianhao coldly chuckled again, then articulated his thoughts. "Impossible. Such absurdity. If he surpassed you, wouldn't he that make him a venerable expert?" Xie Yifan was adamant in his disbelief. Where in this world would one find such a young venerable? Besides, he was recently a mere waste incapable of cultivation. I suspect he possesses some concealed artifact or has mastered a high-level concealment technique. Qianhao regarded him with a smirk, yet sighed audibly. This possibility cannot be dismissed, but regardless, this Master Jiang at least possesses the cultivation of the cave heaven realm, so abandon any thoughts of revenge. Thus, I advise you to act with caution. Do not forget that individual wields a command plate from the Holy Land's peak master. Qianhao perceived Xie Yifan's inner musings and, recalling the past camaraderie between the Xie family and the city lord's manor, offered a warning. Whether Xie Yifan heeded it was of no concern to him. Alas, it must be so. Xie Yifan sighed deeply, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He paid little heed to Qianhao's words. Qianhao, a seasoned politician, had long seen through Xie Yifan's intentions. It could only be said that good advice often fails to sway the stubborn, yet he found pleasure in this predicament, as he was in need of a pretext to ingratiate himself with Jiang Heng. Chapter 13, The Assault on the Xie Family. After a refreshing bath, Jiang Heng donned his clothing, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and closed his eyes to meditate. The night was deep and tranquil, enveloped in silence. Knock, knock. A barely perceptible sound emanated from outside the door, as soft as snowflakes landing on a windowsill, followed by a timid voice. "Master, are you asleep?" It was Li Shui. Jiang Heng opened his eyes, his tone calm. "Not yet." "What is it, little Shui?" After a moment of silence, the soft and somewhat pleading voice returned. I feel a bit scared. May I stay with you tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng understood. The little one was likely fearful of being abandoned. Lacking a sense of security, with a thought, the door opened soundlessly. Upon receiving permission, the shyness in Li Shui's crimson eyes dissipated, replaced by evident joy. She hurried into the room but did not climb into bed directly. Instead, she obediently sat at the foot of the bed, hugging her knees. As long as she could be near him, the dread that lingered in her heart seemed to diminish significantly. Master, she lifted her small face. Her enchanting eyes fixed on Jiang Heng, revealing an unmistakable blend of confusion and anxiety. You truly won't abandon me, will you? Everything that happened today feels like a dream. She feared awakening to find herself once more the despised little beggar in a filthy alley. Sensing the deep-seated fear within her, Jiang Heng gently placed his hand on her small head and ruffled her hair. Silly girl, his voice was tender yet resolute. Since I have taken you as my disciple, you are now one of Tianqiong peaks. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully you. The warmth of his palm brought a comforting strength. Li Shui's tense little face finally relaxed completely, the last vestiges of worry melting away. She closed her eyes, her lips curling into a slight smile, unaware of her own contentment. Before long, a steady rhythm of breathing filled the air. The little one had fallen asleep, leaning against the edge of the bed. Jiang Heng chuckled softly, carefully lifting her and gently laying her within the expansive confines of the bed, tucking her in securely. Observing her serene and peaceful visage, his heart also found tranquility. He suddenly understood why people often say that daughters are their father's little treasures. At that moment, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from outside the window. Jiang Heng's gaze shifted sharply towards the source, his expression calm. A rotund figure hovered outside. Drenched in sweat, it was Qian Hao, the city lord. He dared not knock or utter a sound, merely signaling frantically with his eyes. Jiang Heng flicked his finger, casting a soundproof barrier around the bed before transmitting his voice. Speak. Qian Hao, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. My lord, I have just received news that Xianxiafan, the head of the Xie family, appears to be feigning submission, yet he has secretly reached out to several allied families. It seems likely that tonight, they will conspire against you. Jiang Heng showed no sign of surprise. He understood all too well the adage that one must eradicate the roots of trouble, or it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. He had never intended to let the Xie family off the hook. The reason he had refrained from immediate action at the tavern was due to uncertainty regarding the Xie family's background and concerns about potential interference from the city lord's manor. It now appeared he had overestimated the situation. Qian Hao, the old fox, was evidently leaning towards his side. What is the cultivation level of their strongest expert? Jiang Heng inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, Xianxiafan is at the 8th level of the cave heaven realm. Additionally, they have an ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years, rumored to have achieved perfection in the cave heaven realm. Qian Hao dared not conceal any details. Perfection in the cave heaven realm? A cold smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. Perfect, for I am as well. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Li Shui and issued a command to Qian Hao outside the window, his voice low yet laced with a chilling intensity. Keep a close watch on my disciple. If she loses even a single hair before I return, I shall dismantle your city lord's manor. Qian Hao trembled in fear, nearly losing his balance in midair, thumping his chest in assurance. My lord, rest assured. With me here, Miss Li shall not suffer even the slightest harm. I will fetch a chair to guard the door. Should you require assistance, I have several cave heaven realm guardians at my disposal, eager to serve you. Qian Hao's eyes twinkled as he quickly suggested, seeing this as the perfect opportunity to curry favor. No need. Jiang Heng's tone was calm and confident. I alone am sufficient. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and a palm-sized array inscribed with intricate runes silently flew out, merging into Li Shui's body, forming an imperceptible mark. This was the 4 symbols array he had previously used to defeat Feng Lei. Though Qian Hao appeared loyal, vigilance must never be forsaken. Having completed all that, Jiang Heng cast one last glance at the little girl on the bed. The tenderness in his eyes evaporated in an instant, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. In the blink of an eye, his figure gradually faded from sight until he vanished completely, as if he had never existed. The night remained dense and oppressive, and the aura of impending doom had already descended. In Qingyun City, at the residence of the Xie family, the crimson gates and bronze lions loomed ominously under the moonlight. Behind the gates, 2 sentinels were on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, one of them jolted awake, feeling a chill crawl up his neck. Instinctively, he shrank his shoulders and rubbed his eyes, mumbling, "What the hell? Why is the wind picking up?" His companion offered no reply. Confused, he nudged him. "Hey, wake up." The response was a gruesome sight as his companion's head rolled away, rolling several feet before coming to a stop, eyes wide open, still holding on to remnants of sleep. A horrified scream barely escaped his throat before a sharp chill pierced his brow, and the world around him plunged into eternal darkness. Jiang Heng strolled leisurely into the Xie family courtyard, as if entering a realm devoid of life. His pace was unhurried, each step deliberate. While the night breeze caressed his robe, failing to disperse the faint scent of blood enveloping him. Deep within the courtyard, a squad of patrolling guards sensed the disturbance and shouted, "Who goes there?" Their only response was the barely audible sound of air slicing. Several guards stiffened, clutching their throats as they fell, warm blood seeping through their fingers, their weapons clattering to the ground, echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. This sound ignited the fuse of chaos. Enemies. Enemy attack. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Xia residents, only to abruptly cease. The entire courtyard erupted into pandemonium as countless figures rushed out from various quarters, lights flickering to life one after another. However, what they beheld was not a horde of enemies, but a solitary figure dressed in white. He ambled down the bluestone path, and wherever he passed, figures fell like dumplings. There were no earth-shattering clashes of spiritual energy, no heart-wrenching wails, only a silent, suffocating harvest. "Stop!" A commanding shout rang out as an elder of the Xia family, clad in a brocade robe, pushed through the crowd, rushing forward. Upon seeing the corpses strewn across the courtyard and the indifferent figure treading through the pools of blood, his aged eyes instantly filled with crimson veins. "Who are you? My Xia family has no enmity with you. Why do you unleash such slaughter upon us?" He struggled to suppress the rage and fear swelling within him, his voice trembling. Jiang Heng finally halted, casting a cursory glance at him, his tone flat. "No enmity? Indeed. You have no grievance with me, but your third son bears a grudge against me. Blame him, not me." He chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his expression. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, the elder of the Xia family quickly deduced his identity, his brows knitting together as 100 thoughts of killing Xiasun surged within him. This Xiasun was nothing but a source of trouble for the family, and now he had provoked this harbinger of death, truly a blundering fool. His mind raced, yet he maintained a facade of righteousness. Grievances have their origin. If you have a vendetta with Xiasun, why implicate the innocent of my Xia family? Are you stalling for time? Jiang Heng interrupted him directly, a glint of feline amusement in his eyes. Waiting for reinforcements? Those words plunged the elder into icy despair. A chill running through him. How could he know? Your acting is woefully inadequate. Perhaps practice in your next life, Jiang Heng remarked, as the last syllable left his lips. He pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, casually slicing the air. An invisible blade of sharp energy surged forth. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Xia residence, shaking the very rafters of the building. "You wretch! How dare you!" The elder sensed the threat to his life and turned to flee. Alas, the invisible sword ray was swifter. With a soft sound, the elder's body froze midair, his upper half smoothly separating from the waist, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 14. Ancestor of the Xia family, Xianxiaaudiobooks. In his final moments, fear etched across the elder's face. Meanwhile, Xia Yifan, the head of the Xia family, rushed in, and upon witnessing the horrifying scene, the veins in his temples throbbed violently as the stench of blood assaulted his senses. The elders following him were equally shaken, their scalps tingling in shock at the hellish tableau before them. Who would dare act so recklessly on the territory of the Xia family? "Ah, my son." One elder's eyes turned red as he spotted a familiar young corpse amidst the blood, letting out a roar as he attempted to charge forward, only to be yanked back by those beside him. Head of the family, this person, Xia Yifan raised his hand to silence the elder, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within him. His gaze fixed on the figure in white, his voice hoarse as if dragged from his throat. "Is the leader Jiang so heedless of the consequences that he believes my Xia family to be without defenders?" Jiang Heng regarded Xia Yifan with an amused expression, leisurely responding, "And if so, what can you do to me?" This unabashed contempt ignited the last vestiges of Xia Yifan's reason. The conflict between them had long since escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Any further words were redundant. "Good. Well said, Jiang Heng." Xia Yifan laughed furiously, his face contorted with rage. "Then let us fight." The final word, fight, was bitten off with such intensity that it seemed to spring from between clenched teeth. With his command, the numerous elders behind him could no longer contain themselves. They moved in unison from various angles, surrounding Jiang Heng in an instant. Xia Yifan himself was at the forefront, unleashing the full might of his 8th-level Dantian realm cultivation without reservation. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of frigid air from his hands, coalescing into a grotesque ice dragon. As the icy breath swept through the air, even the atmosphere crystallized into fine shards of ice, covering the courtyard's bluestone with a layer of frost. The ice dragon roared, shedding countless sharp spikes that transformed into a deadly hail of ice, descending upon Jiang Heng. The other elders of the Xia family joined in simultaneously, unwilling to hold back. In an instant, the skies above the Xia residence sparkled with spiritual light, an atmosphere thick with killing intent. Some elders formed seals with their hands, summoning a blazing sun that illuminated half the night sky, sending scorching waves crashing down upon Jiang Heng. Others wielded enormous swords, the sword energy so chilling it cleaved the void itself. Even more formidable, some invoked secret techniques, conjuring a churning sea of blood that reeked of death, intent on devouring and refining Jiang Heng. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Jiang Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyelids unperturbed. Witnessing this, Xianxiafan felt a cruel smile flicker across his mind. So young, ultimately, far too young. Did he think that a mere twist of fate could elevate him beyond all others? Today, he would understand that the foundation of seasoned Dantian realm experts was beyond the imagination of such youth. In his eyes, with the myriad attacks of the elders backing him, Jiang Heng was already a dead man. Finally, just as the ice dragon's claws were about to reach his face, Jiang Heng moved. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, revealing the pinnacle of his Dantian realm mastery in that very moment. The mere diffusion of breath resembled an invisible hand, crushing the blazing sun, sword energies, and seas of blood into oblivion. All assaults, in the presence of this force, were as fragile as mere paper, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. The ferocious Xianbing angry dragon, which surged forth with great momentum, was caught effortlessly in his grasp, and with a firm squeeze of his palm, crack, with a sharp sound, the dragon's menacing head shattered, transforming into a flurry of ice shards that drifted down like snowflakes. Xianxiafan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. His once proud killing move had been so easily crushed. One moment he was in heaven, and the next he plummeted into the abyss. The tremendous disparity left his mind in a blank haze. Before him, Jiang Heng's figure loomed larger than life, transforming into an insurmountable mountain. Run! A shrill scream, distorted with terror, erupted from an elder of the clan, awakening all the stunned members of the Xia family. They no longer cared for family honor or revenge. Their faces turned ashen as they summoned every ounce of strength to flee in all directions. Xianxiafan, astute as he was, recognized the shift in circumstances and took flight the moment the elder's warning rang out. As for the disciples within the clan, their fate was no longer his concern. After all, survival was paramount if he hoped for vengeance. To foolishly defend would be the mark of a fool. However, since Jiang Heng had arrived, how could he allow them to escape? In a flash, he left behind an afterimage, reappearing directly in front of an elder who was desperately fleeing. The elder's pupils constricted, sensing a blur before him, as a figure clad in white seemed to materialize like a specter, blocking his path. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended his essence, unleashing all his spiritual energy into a powerful punch. Yet, Jiang Heng merely extended 2 fingers, forming a sword-like gesture, and lightly tapped. With a soft sound, the seemingly unstoppable force of the punch dissipated into nothingness, and a tiny hole appeared in the elder's forehead. Vitality swiftly drained from his eyes, and his body fell rigidly backward. Instant kill. This blood-soaked and decisive scene sent the remaining fleeing elders into a frenzy, propelling them to run even faster. Yet, in Jiang Heng's eyes, their speed was akin to that of a crawling tortoise. With several flickers, Jiang Heng moved about the courtyard. With each pause, an elder collapsed without a cry or resistance. What unfolded was a one-sided, silent massacre. Soon, the courtyard was littered with lifeless bodies, and at the center of the blood-soaked scene stood Jiang Heng, his white attire untouched by the chaos. Turning his gaze in a certain direction, a playful smile crept across his lips. The small fish had been harvested. It was time to pursue the larger catch. He vanished, heading towards Xianxiafan. Meanwhile, Xianxiafan, having already fled over 100 miles from the Xia family estate, sensed the prolonged silence behind him and finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He glanced back towards the direction of Qingyun City, feeling both trepidation and the blessing of having survived. Damn Jiang Heng, just you wait, he vowed. As long as I live, I shall repay today's grievances 100-fold. His heart seethed with fury as he began to plan for a secret hiding place to lie low until the storm passed, intending to contact the remaining members of the Xia family for a resurgence. Regarding the ancestor still in closed-door cultivation, a complex flicker crossed his eyes, ultimately transforming into a cold snort. In such dire times, his silence likely meant he had perished within. There was no hope to rely on him. Just as myriad thoughts raced through his mind, an inexplicable chill surged from behind. Every hair on Xianxiafan's body stood on end as he spun around. The space behind him was empty, only the night wind howled. Yet, the sensation of being hunted grew ever stronger. He dared not pause for a moment longer, igniting his blood essence to transform into a streak of light as he fled frantically. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, that haunting sense of impending doom clung to him relentlessly. Suddenly, the space ahead warped. Jiang Heng's figure emerged from thin air, his expression filled with amusement, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Hello again, Xia family head. Xia Yifan's soul seemed to leave his body, his mind went blank, and his first instinct was to turn and flee in another direction. However, the instant he turned, a hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly like a chick. The sensation of suffocation rushed over him. Blood vessels filled his eyes with crimson as his feet flailed helplessly in the air. Desperately, he clawed at Jiang Heng's grip, but it was as unyielding as iron. The fear of death shattered him completely. Please, don't kill me. With every ounce of strength, he managed to choke out a few words, his eyes brimming with desperation. Jiang Heng, I, the Xia family, will serve you as our master. I'll give you all the treasures of the Xia family, including everything I possess. Seeing his pitiful state, Jiang Heng chuckled softly. He loosened his grip just enough for Xia Yifan to gasp for air. Instantly, Xia Yifan opened his mouth wide, greedily inhaling the air, his eyes igniting with a fierce will to survive. However, Jiang Heng's next words sent him plummeting into a frozen abyss. What you propose sounds quite appealing indeed. Jiang Heng tilted his head, his tone casual. But the issue is, if I kill you and raise the Xia family, wouldn't all those treasures simply become mine anyway? The flicker of hope in Xia Yifan's eyes extinguished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming despair. A devil. This man before him was a true embodiment of malevolence. Jiang Heng ceased his idle chatter, his left hand forming a sword with his fingers, a sharp thread of spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips, aimed directly at Xia Yifan's brow. At that critical moment, a vast and formidable presence suddenly descended from the depths of the void, manifesting as an invisible hand that struck towards Jiang Heng with great force. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, promptly releasing Xia Yifan and retreating 100 paces, narrowly evading the unexpected assault. He steadied himself, directing his gaze towards the source of the aura. Before him, the void slowly split open, revealing an ancient figure draped in a gray robe, his white hair flowing. With each step he took, a rhythm emanated from beneath his feet, his overwhelming presence causing even Jiang Heng to feel a twinge of apprehension. Ancestor, Xia Yifan, abandoned on the ground, spotted this figure and lunged forward like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, save me. Please save me. The newcomer was none other than the Xia family's long-secluded elder, Xia Chenhua. Jiang Heng also turned his attention to the white-haired elder not far away, reflecting. So this is the Xia family ancestor, Xia Chenhua. I didn't expect he was still alive. It seems he succeeded in his seclusion. This could pose a bit of trouble. Chapter 15. Crossing borders to slay the enemy, decapitate Chenhua. Xia Chenhua's murky, aged eyes scrutinized Jiang Heng, and when his gaze fell upon the token of the peak master at Jiang Heng's waist, the murderous intent that had been on the verge of bursting forth was forcefully suppressed. Qingyun's sacred land. These 4 words weighed heavily like a mountain, leaving him slightly breathless. He could not fathom how his foolish descendant had managed to provoke such a colossal entity. Xia Chenhua turned his gaze towards the trembling Xia Yifan beside him, transmitting his thoughts with an icy tone. Speak. What transpired? Xia Yifan, trembling with fear, dared not conceal anything, and hurriedly relayed the entire sequence of events along with all the intelligence he had gathered regarding Jiang Heng. After hearing this, Xia Chenhua's aged visage darkened instantly, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. After all this commotion, it turned out to be his own descendant who had instigated the trouble. Yet even so, Jiang Heng's ruthlessness was beyond measure, ruthlessly decimating the Xia family to such an extent. Had it not been for his timely emergence from seclusion, the Grand Xia family might well have been erased from Qingyun City today. Xia Chenhua forcefully suppressed the anger boiling within him. After living for centuries, he was no longer a reckless individual, and the weighing of pros and cons was but a fleeting thought. He glanced once more at Jiang Heng, his tone softening considerably. Master Jiang, I understand the youthful fervor. You see, with so many lives taken from my Xia family today, it is time to let this grudge go. Why not cease hostilities and sit down to discuss? It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Upon hearing Xia Chenhua's words, Jiang Heng gazed at this seemingly righteous old man and let out a cold laugh. Old ancestor Xia, have you been in seclusion for so long that your wits have dulled? The smile on Xia Chenhua's face instantly froze. Master Jiang, what do you mean by that? Do you truly wish for an unrelenting feud with my Xia family? His tone turned frosty, a dangerous aura beginning to permeate the air. What if I do? Jiang Heng replied defiantly. Good. What an arrogant young scion you are. Xia Chenhua's anger transformed into a mocking smile. Since you are so bloodthirsty, it would be a calamity to leave you alive. Today, I shall cleanse the holy land of Qingyun. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura, far surpassing the boundary of the cave heaven realm, erupted violently, centered around Xia Chenhua. The surrounding space twisted into a crimson world. The air became thick and scalding. Flames erupting spontaneously, turning the night sky into a fiery purgatory. Is this the domain of a venerable? Jiang Heng stood at the center of the inferno, his robes billowing, the intense pressure bearing down upon him like a mountain from all directions. Yet, he remained unperturbed, keenly aware that though this domain appeared formidable, the flow of power within it bore an obscure quality. Clearly, this old man had just ascended to the venerable realm and had not yet mastered his newfound strength. Seeing Jiang Heng remain composed within his domain, Xianxia's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly morphing into a fierce murderous intent. With a swift motion of his arm, the entire sea of flames responded, coalescing into a colossal fire phoenix with a wingspan of 100 feet. Chirp! The fire phoenix let out a piercing cry, trailing a long tail of flames as it charged at Jiang Heng like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Rather than retreating, Jiang Heng advanced, drawing the Tianqiong sword and transforming into a streak of radiant sword light, meeting the fire phoenix head-on with a single slash. The sword light was piercing, cleaving the phoenix in two as he navigated through the exploding flames, aiming directly for Xianxia. However, the sword halted abruptly just an inch from Xianxia, for a barrier of fiery runes enveloped him, rendering him impervious. Youngster, in my domain, you cannot harm me. Xianxia sneered, thrusting his right hand forward. A massive fiery hand materialized from nowhere, blocking out the sun, radiating the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, as it descended upon Jiang Heng. Meanwhile, regaining his senses, Xianxiafans seized the opportunity, thrusting both palms forward, summoning a ferocious ice dragon that roared from another direction, flanking Jiang Heng. Fire and ice converged, sealing all avenues of escape for him. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened, and with a nimble step, he retreated. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, unleashing two razor-sharp sword energies, striking precisely at the fiery hand and the ice dragon. Boom! The violent energies collided mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar as chaotic energies surged, mixing with thick smoke, momentarily dissolving both assaults. Jiang Heng landed gracefully, observing the fissures on the fire barrier he had just breached, now slowly mending. His expression darkened slightly. The venerable realm is indeed formidable. Sensing that he had already consumed a fifth of his spiritual energy, a sense of crisis surged within Jiang Heng. The opponent's domain not only suppressed him but also drew upon the spiritual energy of the heavens, creating a balance that would only worsen for him over time. Moreover, Xianxiafan, an eighth-layer cave heaven realm cultivator, was watchfully lurking nearby, continuously harassing him. A swift resolution was imperative. Glancing at Xianxia, Jiang Heng noted the old man's gaze persistently veering towards the Tianqiong sword in his grasp, revealing an unmistakable greed within his eyes. Greed is the finest bait. A plan swiftly formulated in Jiang Heng's mind. He hesitated no longer. Flicking his wrist, the Tianqiong sword unleashed a series of blinding sword energies, targeting the vital points surrounding Xianxia. Then, Jiang Heng stepped into the void, transforming into a streak of flowing light. The unity of man and sword exuding an unstoppable momentum, slicing directly towards Xianxia's protective domain. Overestimating yourself. Xianxia observed Jiang Heng's bold assault with a hint of disdain. Clenching his right fist, the flames within his domain surged violently, coalescing into a fist the size of a house, launching it towards Jiang Heng with ferocity. On the other side, Xianxiafan was not idle either. Gathering his spiritual energy, he raised both hands above his head, conjuring a massive icy energy sphere that hovered above. Seizing the moment, Xianxiafan combined all his spiritual power above his head. A gigantic icy energy sphere spinning ominously, releasing a chill that rippled through the air. He thrust his hands forward, sending the icy sphere hurtling through the night sky, effectively blocking Jiang Heng's escape route. Boom! The clash of sword energy and fiery fist erupted in a thunderous roar, a tempest of chaotic energy swirling amidst thick smoke, consuming everything in its vicinity. At that moment, a figure emerged like a specter from the smoke. It was Jiang Heng. In an instant, the Tianqiong sword trembled rapidly in his grasp as he struck at Xianxia's fire barrier with 13 successive slashes. Each sword strike landed precisely on the same spot. Crack! The seemingly impregnable fire barrier shattered in response, the tremendous recoil force knocking the Tianqiong sword from Jiang Heng's hand, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc. Xianxia's eyes lit up with delight. Without hesitation, he executed a sweeping kick to push Jiang Heng back, his figure blurring as he dashed towards the flying Tianqiong sword, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Meanwhile, the propelled Jiang Heng collided precisely with the incoming icy energy sphere. A sinister smile crept onto Xianxiafan's face. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. The energy sphere, capable of encasing mountains in ice, did not stir a ripple upon striking Jiang Heng. It passed through as if he were an illusion. This is bad. A chilling sensation coursed through Xianxiafan's scalp as an acute sense of danger surged from behind him. Just as he turned, a frigid voice echoed in his ear. "Where are you looking, Master Xia?" The blood in Xianxiafan's veins seemed to freeze instantaneously. He felt a chill at his throat as a hand, like an iron clamp, seized his windpipe. This time, Jiang Heng offered him no opportunity to escape. With a finger poised like a sword, he concentrated his spiritual energy at its tip, swiftly piercing through Xianxiafan's brow, causing the light of life in his eyes to fade rapidly. Yifan, the returning Xia Chenhua, happened upon this scene, but his face merely flickered with momentary shock, soon replaced by insatiable greed. He understood all too well that he had fallen prey to Jiang Heng's clever stratagem. How remarkable was the composure of the old ancestor Xia. Witnessing the horrific demise of his descendant without a trace of sorrow, Jiang Heng withdrew his hand, his tone flat. "Humph, being outmatched, death is his just reward." Xia Chenhua snorted, caressing the Tianqiong sword with an affection that surpassed even that for his own son. "As long as I am here, the Xia family can cultivate another master in a century. But you, Master Jiang, without this divine sword, shall surely perish here today." In his view, Xia Yifan's death, resulting in the acquisition of this extraordinary weapon, was a tremendous bargain. Without the sword, Jiang Heng was merely a slightly stronger ant. "Is that so?" Jiang Heng regarded his determined demeanor and suddenly chuckled, a glimmer of amusement and pity dancing in his smile. "Then perhaps you should take another look at the sword in your hand." At these words, Xia Chenhua's heart inexplicably jolted. He instinctively lowered his gaze, only to discover a minuscule rune on the Tianqiong sword's blade beginning to glow quietly. Before he could process this revelation, an overwhelming sword intent erupted violently from within the blade. "No!" Xia Chenhua let out a shrill, inhuman scream, as the terrifying sword intent obliterated his organs and soul with ruthless efficiency. An initial stage venerable warrior was reduced to naught, his body crumbling to dust, scattering into the wind without even the chance to utter a final word. Jiang Heng gestured, and the Tianqiong sword emitted a melodious chime, returning to his hand of its own accord. Chapter 16. The fragment of the divine scroll of creation. Crossing boundaries to slay a venerable is no trivial matter. Jiang Heng's complexion paled slightly, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, fatigue washing over him like a tide. He hesitated not, retrieving a crystalline top-grade spirit stone from his storage ring, cradling it in his palm. The pure spiritual energy surged through his meridians, rapidly replenishing his depleted reservoir, the sensation of fullness after emptiness invigorating his spirit. A quarter of an hour later, his spiritual energy had recovered to 50%, and a hint of color returned to his face. He approached the spot where Xia Chenhua and Xia Yifan had vanished, collecting their storage rings before leisurely making his way toward the Xia family estate. At this moment, the Xia family's grand residence was steeped in an eerie silence. The scent of blood mingled with that of damp earth, wafting in the night breeze. Most had fled, leaving only a handful of self-proclaimed loyal Xia disciples, weapons in hand, guarding the inner courtyard, their eyes reflecting despair tinged with madness. Jiang Heng's silhouette gracefully descended, dispensing with any unnecessary words. He admired their loyalty, yet respect did not equate to leniency. To eradicate weeds, one must uproot them entirely. In a flash, sword light danced, severing heads that soared skyward, warm blood splattering against the cold stone slabs, their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. Having dealt with these deluded fools, Jiang Heng strode directly toward the innermost Master's residence. The gates stood wide open, revealing an interior devoid of life, not even a dog left behind. If all went as expected, the Xia family's treasury lay within this very abode. With this thought in mind, Jiang Heng proceeded into the residence. Inside, he searched thoroughly, yet found nothing. Xia Yifan's other wives and children had long since fled the Xia family. Just as he was rummaging through the last location, the main hall of the Master's residence, he suddenly sensed a series of suppressed yet distinctly audible breaths emanating from beneath the bed, accompanied by a slight tremor. Jiang Heng, noticing this, bent down to peer beneath the bed. In the shadows, a figure, swathed like a mummy, huddled in the corner, fixated on him with wide, terror-filled eyes peering through the gaps in the bandages. "Ah, if it isn't my old friend, young Master Xia-san." Jiang Heng displayed a warm smile. "What a coincidence. We've met again." Xia-sun, cowering beneath the bed, stiffened, nearly soiling himself in fright. To him, Jiang Heng's face appeared more terrifying than that of a demon from hell. His bones rattled as he mustered a smile more grotesque than a cry, his voice quaking uncontrollably. "Jiang, Master Jiang, it's been a long time. Since we are old friends, why hide? Come now, let us talk." As Jiang Heng finished speaking, he extended his arm, reaching under the bed and yanking Xianxiasun out as one would a chick, tossing him onto the floor. With a thud, Xianxiasun let out a muffled groan, and in a moment of resignation, he shut his eyes, adopting a posture of defiance against death. Master Jiang, do as you wish. If I, Xianxiasun, flinch even slightly, I shall no longer be a member of the Xia family. Xianxiasun, now exposed, had his eyes tightly shut, embodying a sense of acceptance towards death, devoid of hope for survival. Don't be hasty in meeting your end, young Master Xiaosan. Jiang Heng squatted beside him, patting his face. I am a reasonable person and simply wish to ask for a small favor. If you assist me well, I might just grant you a chance at survival. At these words, Xiaosun's eyelids fluttered, slowly parting to reveal a glimmer of desperate hope in his eyes. Is this true? Indeed, provided you obey. What does Master Jiang wish of me? Quite simple, Jiang Heng replied casually. As if discussing a trivial matter, I merely seek to conduct a soul search. Xiaosun's expression faltered instantly. A soul search was a profound humiliation within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, should the practitioner mishandle the process, the subject could suffer severe damage to their soul, or worse, be reduced to a drooling imbecile. Yet did he have a choice? With death inevitable, why not take a gamble? Taking a deep breath, Xiaosun summoned all his strength and solemnly declared, Very well, I shall allow you to conduct a soul search. But you must swear by the heavenly law that you shall not harm my life afterward. That is only natural. Upon hearing Xiaosun's invocation of the heavenly oath, a knowing smile graced Jiang Heng's face, and he readily acquiesced. He then swore by the heavenly law, binding himself to the vow. Seeing Jiang Heng truly commit to the heavenly oath, the tension in Xiaosun's heart eased somewhat. Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes and gradually released his soul. Following this, Jiang Heng extended his hand, his icy fingertips gently resting upon Xiaosun's crown. The memories unearthed through the soul search were chaotic and disjointed, akin to being forced to watch a series of poorly crafted erotic dramas, with the perpetually awkward Xiaosun as the protagonist. Unfazed, Jiang Heng swiftly bypassed these sordid scenes, accurately pinpointing the information he sought. As anticipated, the Xia family treasury was indeed located within this residence, specifically in the basement beneath it. With the soul search concluded, Jiang Heng retracted his hand. Xiaosun appeared as though all his bones had been extracted, languidly collapsing onto the ground, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. Even the bandages wrapped around him soaked through. He gasped for air, his gaze unfocused. Jiang Heng raised his hand with a beckoning gesture, drawing forth a cluster of verdant leaves from the outside, which fluttered gracefully into the hall. Infusing them with spiritual energy, the leaves expanded against the wind, transforming in an instant to the size of door panels, suspended in midair. With a casual wave, an invisible force lifted Xiaosun's body gently, placing him upon the leaf vessel. The leaf boat, bearing Xiaosun, swayed and soared towards the gates of the Xia family estate. Lying on the leaf vessel, feeling the gentle breeze caressing his cheek, he broke into a smile of gratitude, a survivor's joy. He momentarily forgot his injuries, forgot the blood-soaked vendetta of the Xia family, and turned back to the figure in white within the hall, grinning foolishly as he exclaimed, Master Jiang, thank you. You are truly a kind soul. Jiang Heng, upon hearing this, offered a slight, enigmatic smile. You are most welcome. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the family estate, guided by his memory until he arrived at an inconspicuous relief on the wall where he discovered a mechanism. With a gentle press, a rumbling sound echoed as the entire wall gradually ascended, revealing a staircase leading underground. Jiang Heng descended the stairs, arriving before a formidable stone door. This was the treasure vault of the Xia family. However, upon pushing open the stone door and beholding the interior, he felt a twinge of disappointment despite his prior preparations. After a thorough search, he ultimately unearthed only a modestly sized jade box containing a somewhat intact 5,000-year-old 7-star grass. Barely worthy of notice, a family with a lineage spanning centuries appeared so woefully impoverished. Jiang Heng had anticipated discovering some unparalleled treasure or remnants of extraordinary artifacts here. After all, in tales of yore, the fated ones often acquired such relics upon vanquishing early-stage bosses. Yet, it seemed that he, Jiang Heng, was not destined to be such a chosen one. Nevertheless, he had been forewarned, rendering any disappointment negligible. At that moment, a ray of morning light streamed through the passageway, illuminating a corner of the dusty basement. Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed, and the system's sign-in cooldown had reset. Jiang Heng felt a strong premonition that signing in now would yield something valuable. Thus, with a focused thought, he initiated the sign-in. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Reward: fragment of the divine scroll of creation. An ancient fragment of beast hide materialized quietly within his system space. Jiang Heng's heart stirred as he retrieved it. The fragment, crafted from an unknown beast's hide, felt warm to the touch, adorned with intricate glyphs depicting a magnificent temple suspended amidst the sea of clouds. Beneath the temple, countless strange races, many he had never encountered, gathered in a pilgrim-like manner, converging towards the temple. The scene abruptly halted at this point, leaving many questions lingering in Jiang Heng's mind. Where was this temple? Were these myriad races denizens of the Tianhuan continent, or did they hail from beyond the heavens? As Jiang Heng traced the edges of the fragment, he realized that the vision depicted exceeded his current understanding. It was not something comprehensible to his present realm. Rather, it required a higher enlightenment, which he would naturally grasp upon reaching that state. Yet, he remained undaunted, for he firmly believed that with the system at his disposal, achieving such a realm was merely a matter of time. Chapter 17. The first manifestation of invulnerability, ascending to the venerable realm. After thoroughly inspecting the modest valuables within the Xia family vault, Jiang Heng exited the basement. In his perception, the leaf vessel carrying Tianzun was nearing the exit of the Xia family estate, and it was time to reunite the young master with his father. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished from his spot. On the leaf vessel, Tianzun lay, savoring the breeze brushing against his face, the exhilaration of having survived nearly inducing him to laugh aloud. The Xia family was no more, his father was dead, and the ancestors had perished, yet he remained alive. What did this signify? It meant he was destined by fate, that heaven was favoring him. Just as he reveled in this thought, the morning wind suddenly stilled, a chill creeping up his spine. He abruptly opened his eyes to see a figure in white silently hovering before the leaf vessel, blocking his path. That face, illuminated by the dawn's light, appeared remarkably serene. Master Jiang, have you come to see me for a reason? Yet, with the heavenly oath in place, he did not consider that Jiang Heng might betray it. Nothing of great importance. Jiang Heng's tone was as casual as if engaging in idle conversation. It was just that your father visited me in a dream. He mentioned feeling rather lonely down there and wished to see you. Jiang Heng paused, a sincere smile gracing his face, as if he were the epitome of a benevolent soul. You know me. I have always been one who cannot bear the tragedy of father-son separation. Thus, I made a special trip to escort you, allowing your family to reunite sooner. These words fell upon Tianzun like a bucket of ice water, freezing his very blood. The color drained from his face, his pupils dilating with terror, his mind buzzing with a deafening silence. Jiang Heng nonchalantly raised his right hand, his fingertip poised like a sword, and gently pointed. With a soft thud, a piercing sword aura silently pierced through Tianzun's heart. You madman, do you not fear the backlash of heaven? Blood seeped from the corners of Tianzun's mouth as he struggled with his last ounce of strength, fixating on Jiang Heng's calm visage. Jiang Heng offered no reply, merely lifting his gaze to the heavens, a faint, cryptic smile playing at his lips. The backlash of heaven? It seemed he was, indeed, untroubled by it. In the next instant, the wind ceased and the clouds dispersed. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, the skies above Jiang Heng swirling with ominous clouds. Violet arcs of lightning weaving through the layers, a horrific punishment imbued with the principles of destruction rapidly brewing, locking onto him. Yet, just as the divine punishment was about to rend the sky and descend upon him, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Detected that the heavenly punishment seeks to obliterate the host. Effect of invulnerability triggered. Heavenly punishment successfully nullified. In an instant, the cataclysmic storm that would terrify any soul was as if erased by an invisible hand, vanishing into thin air. The sky returned to tranquility, as if the apocalyptic scene had never occurred. Jiang Heng exhaled a breath of relief, his heart finally settling back within his chest. He turned and stepped into the void, his figure flickering before disappearing into the dawn, heading towards the tavern. At the tavern, within Jiang Heng's room, Li Shui'er slowly awakened, this slumber having been the deepest and most restful she had experienced in a month. Habitually, she turned over in bed, stretching her petite frame lazily, her soft voice tinged with sleepiness murmuring, "Master, is it dawn yet?" As her palm descended, it met with a chilling emptiness beside her. Startled, she shot upright, her silver hair tousled. Surveying her surroundings, the room lay eerily silent, devoid of even a trace of Jiang Heng. A wave of abandoned panic suddenly surged within her heart, that familiar chill spreading from her very bones. "Master?" The little one, barefooted, leaped off the bed, stumbling around the room in search. "Where have you gone? Don't frighten little Shui." No matter how fervently she searched or called out, Jiang Heng's figure remained elusive. The only response was the increasingly frantic sound of her own breath. The little one's eyes quickly reddened, tears welling up and spilling onto the floor. She lowered her head, softly sobbing. "Master, do you also disdain little Shui and wish to abandon me?" Just then, Jiang Heng returned, catching sight of this scene in the room. He suddenly appeared behind Li Shui'er. "Silly girl, How could your master ever forsake you? His gentle and familiar voice rang out. Li Shuai froze, then spun around and dashed into Jiang Heng's embrace, her tiny hands clutching his clothing as if trying to meld herself into him. Wu, master, where have you been? Little Shuai thought you no longer wanted me. Jiang Heng reached out, gently smoothing her disheveled silver hair, his touch tender. There, don't cry. I have returned. Haven Ti? He paused, casually explaining, I merely went to resolve some troubles. Li Shuai lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes red as she looked at him. Master, being so formidable, could there really be those who dare to trouble you? Of course. Jiang Heng gazed at her, his expression taking on a more serious tone. Don't be deceived by my seeming splendor, for there are indeed many who wish for my demise. Little Shuai, are you afraid? Not at all. As long as master is by my side, little Shuai is unafraid. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shuai shook her head. He suddenly shifted his tone, fixing his gaze upon her eyes as he asked, So, you're not afraid that your master is a cold-blooded demon who slays without a second thought? Slaying, precisely, those so-called righteous cultivators. Li Shuai paused for a moment, then continued to shake her head. Little Shuai does not understand what is righteous or what is demonic. She tilted her little face upward, her crimson pupils reflecting Jiang Heng's figure, unwavering. All little Shuai knows is that on that cold and hungry night, it was master who saved me, not any righteous cultivator. Without master, little Shuai would have frozen to death on the streets. Anyone who wishes to harm master is my enemy, Li Shuai declared resolutely, without a hint of fear. Jiang Heng felt a tremor in his heart, warmth flooding through his being. He looked at this pure-hearted little one before him and suddenly smiled. Very well. Since you possess such awareness, from today onward, I shall impart to you the cultivation techniques, hoping that you will diligently practice in the future. Yes, master. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, his thoughts shifting as he retrieved the imperial-level technique, the heavenly calamity refinement method, from the system space and handed it to her. Li Shuai took it gingerly, eagerly beginning to peruse its contents. After merely a glance, she became deeply captivated, sitting cross-legged and instinctively practicing the mental techniques depicted within. Soon, wisps of black energy began to emanate from her body. A unique spiritual aura formed from the refined calamity power. Jiang Heng's eye sharpened. This girl's talent was even more astonishing than he had anticipated. He immediately set up a spiritual barrier within the room, isolating the interior from the outside to prevent any disturbances. For at that moment, Li Shuai was immersed in a state of enlightenment, a rare opportunity coveted by any cultivator, which must not be interrupted. However, Jiang Heng had not expected that his precious disciple would enter this state on her very first attempt at cultivation. As she turned the pages, the black spiritual energy surrounding her thickened, swirling around her and exuding a chilling aura. The moment Jiang Heng sensed this black energy, he deduced that it was indeed the spiritual energy refined from Li Shuai's calamity power. Yet, when Li Shuai reached the middle page of the technique, she halted her movements, her brows knitted in confusion, clearly encountering an insurmountable obstacle. Seeing this, Jiang Heng silently intoned, System, activate the calamity bond. Yes, the calamity bond effect has been activated. Almost instantly, the frown on the meditating Li Shuai relaxed. A glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes as the conundrum that had troubled her became clear. Without hesitation, she turned the page and continued to immerse herself in the technique. Time passed, and night fell outside the window. When Li Shuai finally completed the last page and awakened from her state of enlightenment, her aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her cultivation level surged from that of a mere mortal to the 9th layer of body refinement. Simultaneously, within Jiang Heng's mind, the system's notification tone rang out as expected. Li Shuai's cultivation has risen to the 9th layer of body refinement, returning the host a 1,000-fold cultivation. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the 1st layer of the supreme realm. A surge of formidable energy erupted within Jiang Heng, transforming his very essence. And merely standing there, he emanated an aura of authority, as if he were the monarch of this realm. Within 1,000 meters, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth danced to his command, all within his grasp. This was the power of a supreme. Jiang Heng clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, yet his mind remained clear. However, without comprehending the laws or establishing a domain, he could only be considered a pseudo-supreme. Upon awakening from her enlightenment, Li Shuai's first glance fell upon Jiang Heng, confirming that her master was still present, which steadied her heart. She sensed that something about master seemed different, but could not articulate it, attributing it to an illusion brought about by her own cultivation advancement. Glancing around, Li Shuai noticed that the sky outside had darkened, and in a state of mild confusion, she asked, Master, why has it suddenly grown dark? Is it going to rain? Jiang Heng chuckled softly at her words. Silly girl, it's not that it's about to rain. it is already night. Ah, Li Shuer's mouth fell agape. How could it be so fast? She felt as though she had only read for a short while, yet an entire day had passed. Chapter 18. The Fragment of the Creation Jade Dish, setting off for Yuxia City. At that moment, a series of gentle knocks echoed from outside the door. Neither hurried nor slow, yet imbued with a sense of caution. Jiang Heng's consciousness swept over, revealing that it was none other than the city lord, Qianhao, standing outside. In fact, Qianhao had been waiting outside for quite some time, but upon noticing Jiang Heng had erected a spiritual barrier. He had only now felt the barrier dissipate before daring to knock. Come in. Yes, my lord. Qianhao entered, his demeanor exceedingly humble. As he stepped into the room, he felt as if the very air around him had solidified, an invisible yet heavy pressure descending upon him, suffocating his spiritual power. This pressure was distinctly different from the previous night. It was no longer merely a robust spiritual force, but rather a weighty influence of a higher cultivator over a lower one. Qianhao's heart trembled, instantly realizing that the esteemed Jiang Feng before him had broken through. A supreme. He quickly bowed and clasped his hands, his tone far more respectful than before, even tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Congratulations, my lord, on your advancement to the realm of the supreme. Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon him. What brings you here? Qianhao felt a tightening in his chest under Jiang Heng's scrutiny and hastily replied, my lord, regarding the matter of the Xie family from last night. It was my doing. Before Qianhao could finish his sentence, Jiang Heng simply uttered 3 words, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. The 3 words, light as a feather, fell upon Qianhao's ears like a thunderclap, causing a cold sweat to break out across his back. Although Qianhao had surmised that the annihilation of the Xie family was likely linked to Jiang Heng, after all, he had witnessed Jiang Heng visiting the Xie residence just the day before. He could not help but gasp in shock upon hearing the admission directly from Jiang Heng's lips. To obliterate a deeply entrenched cultivation family from Qingyun City overnight, what a display of ruthless dominance. The individual before him was scarcely in his 20s. A venerable at merely 20 years of age, he was destined for at least the status of a quasi-saint, and perhaps, with a sliver of fortune, could even touch the fabled realm of a saint. At that moment, Qianhao's desire to ingratiate himself with Jiang Heng reached its zenith. Gritting his teeth, he solemnly retrieved a palm-sized fragment of a jade disc from his storage ring and presented it with both hands. Esteemed sir, this is a treasured heirloom of the Qian family, said to have existed since the establishment of the city lord's manor. However, none of my ancestors have been able to decipher its mysteries, and it has remained a mere gem gathering dust within the manor. I dare to offer this item to you, for perhaps only a figure of your caliber can restore its former brilliance. Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon the jade fragment, intrigued. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Fragment of the creation jade disc. Quality. Function. Item background. A series of question marks stirred something within Jiang Heng's heart. If even the system could not fully analyze it, and only provided a name, the origins of this item were likely more significant than he had imagined. The name creation jade disc was no ordinary one. Without hesitation, he reached out to accept the jade fragment, feeling its warm, smooth surface in his palm. I shall accept this item, Jiang Heng stated, his expression calm as he regarded Qianhao. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should the Qian family encounter difficulties in the future, I shall intervene once, within the limits of my ability. Upon hearing this, Qianhao's facial muscles twitched with excitement, and he silently mused. My decision to bring this jade fragment despite the elder's opposition was indeed wise. It was worth it, immensely so. To exchange an object of unknown utility for a favor from a future titan was the most lucrative transaction of his life. Your words are too kind, esteemed sir. That this object has caught your discerning eye is its fortune, and it is also my honor. Qianhao bowed repeatedly, then cautiously inquired, by the way, how do you wish to handle the land of the Xie family? It is merely a piece of land. You may decide, Jiang Heng replied casually. Esteemed sir. Esteemed sir. Qianhao was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly knelt before Jiang Heng. Not only had he secured a favor, but he had also acquired a substantial piece of prime land. Upon his return, he would see if those elder relatives would dare to challenge him again. Then, I shall not disturb your meditative practices any longer, Qianhao said, thoroughly satisfied. He offered another respectful bow before carefully exiting the room. Throughout the encounter, Li Shuer, who had remained by Jiang Heng's side, listened quietly. When the name Xie family was mentioned, her small hand instinctively clenched. She felt no ripple of emotion regarding Jiang Heng's execution of the Xie family. Not even a hint of pity stirred within her. In her pure world, the Xie family sought to harm her master, thus they deserved their fate. Even if her master chose to spare them today, she would ensure that no threat to him would escape her retribution in the future. At that moment, within the depths of her innocent crimson eyes. A faint wisp of dark energy seemed to swirl quietly, transforming her from the timid girl who hid behind Jiang Heng into something far more formidable. The following day, Jiang Heng and Li Shui'er departed the inn, embarking on their journey to the mysterious sacred land. The nearest city to this sacred place was Yuxia City. After some inquiries, Jiang Heng made his way to the teleportation array leading to Yuxia City. As they approached the array within the city, Jiang Heng's demeanor had grown increasingly transcendent since ascending to the venerable realm. His facial features appeared as if reshaped by the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, rendering him strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly. As he strolled casually through the streets, he resembled a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of attention. Whispers filled the air, quickly escalating to unabashedly fervent gazes. Heavens, look at that man. I have never seen such an elegant figure. Is he a scion from one of the sacred lands? Such bearing, such beauty, it's simply breathtaking. I can hardly contain my heart. Someone go ask him his name. I want to bear his children. Who, you? Take a good look at yourself, you wooden monkey. If anyone is worthy of such an immortal, it's me. How dare you say that? You look like a toad, yet dare to dream of swan meat. I assure you, the dove will certainly choose me. The bickering escalated, and among them, one bold female cultivator swayed her hips and approached, deliberately letting her shoulder brush against him, revealing her fair, delicate skin. Her alluring eyes sparkled with mischief, as if they could draw him in. Jiang Heng's expression remained unperturbed, his steps unwavering, though internally, he reveled in the attention. In his past life, he had been an ordinary man, and after traversing to this realm, he had spent 20 years as a mere wastrel. Never had he experienced such treatment. He thought to himself, how delightful it was to receive such admiration as a transmigrator. However, Li Shui'er beside him was a different story. Her small hand tightened around the hem of his garment. Raising her head, her pure crimson eyes now blazed with vigilant flames. She glared at the women who seemed eager to draw near Jiang Heng, her lips pressed tightly together. A surge of inexplicable irritation and possessiveness rising within her. Her master belonged to her. He was the only person in this world who had shown her kindness, and she would not allow anyone to take him away. In a sudden burst of inspiration, the little girl wrapped her arms around Jiang Heng's arm and, with a voice innocent yet clear enough for all within a 10-meter radius to hear, exclaimed, "Daddy, why are these aunties looking at us with such strange eyes?" Li Shui'er's declaration froze the flirtatious smiles on the faces of the nearby female cultivators, their fervent gazes swiftly cooling into expressions of regret and disappointment. Oh, so he has a daughter. The child is already this grown. Alas, what a pity, all that excitement for naught. Those women who had previously vied for attention dispersed in an instant, while those who had approached him maintained a respectful distance, as if fearing they might be mistaken for homewreckers. Jiang Heng's lips twitched slightly as he glanced down at Li Shui'er, who was gazing up at him with a pure smile. What a clever girl she was, adept at thwarting romantic advances. It seemed he would have to consider whether to take this little guardian with him on future outings. After this brief interlude, the two made their way unimpeded to the teleportation array. The line was short, primarily consisting of merchants traveling between the two cities, their carts laden with goods. A guard overseeing the teleportation array shouted, "Listen up. To Yuxia City, each person requires 2 middle-grade spirit stones. Those with carts must pay 3. Place the spirit stones in the stone trough beside you. Excess will not be refunded, and shortages will have consequences." The merchants, accustomed to the routine, stepped forward to pay their spirit stones. Soon it was Jiang Heng and Li Shui'er's turn. He casually flicked 4 middle-grade spirit stones into the trough with precision. He currently possessed 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, having recently exchanged 100 high-grade spirit stones for them with Qianhao. Initially, Qianhao had intended to gift them to him, but Jiang Heng had declined, for he truly had no shortage of spirit stones. However, after a moment of contemplation, he realized that merely possessing high-quality spirit stones would be inconvenient and overly conspicuous, potentially attracting unwanted attention and trouble. Thus, he proposed to exchange 100 high-quality spirit stones with Qianhao. Unable to resist Jiang Heng's insistence, Qianhao reluctantly acquiesced. Once everyone was positioned on the teleportation array, the guarding sentinel confirmed that no one else was approaching, and then gestured towards a tall tower not far away. In the next instant, the runes inscribed on the array's foundation blazed brightly, and beams of light surged into the sky, intertwining to form a colossal light dome that enveloped all within the array. The blinding radiance obliterated all visibility. Suddenly, the group found themselves traversing a spatial tunnel, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they felt solid ground beneath their feet once more, the feeling of weightlessness dissipating. As the white light faded, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment. A resonant voice echoed in their ears, Welcome to Wuxia City. Chapter 19. Ethereal Sacred Land. Within Wuxia City, the streets bustled with activity, vibrant with the sounds of life. The thoroughfares were adorned with banners of the ethereal sacred land, fluttering in the wind, heralding the grand event soon to unfold. The air was infused with the spiritual glow of various magical artifacts and the fragrant aroma of medicinal pills. As countless young cultivators gathered from all directions, filled with dreams and aspirations, Li Shuer, swept up in the lively atmosphere, felt a twinge of unease. Her small hand instinctively tightened around Jiang Heng's sleeve as she looked up and asked, "Master, why have we come here?" "To recruit disciples," Jiang Heng replied succinctly. "To recruit disciples?" Li Shuer blinked in confusion. "But why here? Aren't there many people near Qingyun City who wish to cultivate?" Jiang Heng's steps did not falter as he surveyed the faces of the excited and anxious youth around him, his voice steady, imbued with an undeniable conviction. "I once observed the celestial phenomena at night, deducing destiny, and calculated that in this place, there exists a disciple with a significant connection to our Tianqiong peak." He paused, then turned his gaze down to his little disciple's clear crimson eyes, earnestly fabricating. "Just as I knew at first sight in Qingyun City that you were destined to be my disciple." Destined? Li Shuer's mouth fell slightly agape, a warm current washing over her heart. So, she was not merely taken in out of pity by her master, but was indeed fated. "Wow, Master, you're amazing." The admiration in her eyes was almost overwhelming. "When will I also be able to discern others' fates with just a glance like you?" Seeing her captivated expression, Jiang Heng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he maintained an air of inscrutability. He reached out, gently ruffling Li Shuer's hair, and spoke softly, "There's no rush. Your journey is still long. If you cultivate diligently, there will come a day when you can. Little Shuer will definitely work hard." Li Shuer nodded vigorously, her tiny fists clenched, igniting a fierce determination within her. The master and disciple inquired at several inns, only to receive the same response, fully booked. Finally, at a rather unremarkable inn at the end of the street, the drowsy innkeeper raised his eyelids, lazily extending a finger. "Only one top-tier room left. 10 low-grade spirit stones for a night. Take it or leave it." This price was thrice the normal rate, and several financially strapped cultivators nearby muttered curses under their breath, begrudgingly departing. To Jiang Heng, however, this was not a concern. Yet, when he heard there was but a single room, he instinctively glanced down at Li Shuer, seeking her opinion. After all, sharing a room was a significant matter. For him, it was inconsequential. He could always sleep on the floor. However, it was different for Li Shuer. As a girl, it was natural for her to have reservations. Although they had shared a room previously due to her poor mental state, her current disposition was stable, making the situation quite different. Ultimately, Jiang Heng respected Li Shuer's wishes. If she was uncomfortable, they could always find alternative accommodations. To his surprise, the little girl's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she tightened her grip on his sleeve, her head slightly bowed as she responded with a faint, almost imperceptible This was no hesitation, it was clearly delight. Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile in amusement, casually producing 10 crystalline spirit stones that landed precisely on the counter. The innkeeper accepted the stones, tossed a wooden plaque, and promptly returned to his slumber. Upon receiving the plaque, Li Shuer gleefully seized Jiang Heng's arm and rushed upstairs, urging, "Master, let us go see our room." Jiang Heng was pulled along, shaking his head in exasperation. The room was modest, not comparable to their previous accommodation in Qingyun City, yet it was clean and tidy. Li Shuer dashed to the bed, flinging herself onto it and rolling about. "Master, this bed is so soft. We'll sleep here tonight," she exclaimed, her laughter brightening her features as her silvery hair spread out across the bedding. Jiang Heng chuckled at the sight of Li Shuer frolicking on the bed. He approached the window and opened it, allowing the cacophony of the bustling street below to fill his ears. Many young cultivators, unable to afford the rent, were seated in corners or beneath eaves, meditating. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a dim alley nearby where 2 furtive figures were lurking. Jiang Heng subtly directed his consciousness over. Inside the alley, a young boy, his clothes faded and tattered, and his face youthful, was trembling as he handed a few spirit stones, accumulated over an unknown period, to a shifty-eyed man. The man weighed the stones in his hand, a greedy satisfaction dawning on his face as he casually produced a token from his pocket, tossing it to the boy. The token bore the characters Piao Miao, unmistakably resembling the ethereal sacred land's token. The boy received the token, eyes shining with joy, as elation overtook his features. Jiang Heng felt a stirring within. If he recalled correctly, the design of the token closely resembled that of the Piao Miao token. Clearly, it was a counterfeit, imitating the original. It appeared that this boy, lacking the requisite talent, was attempting to take a shortcut to join the ethereal sacred land. Jiang Heng needed no further contemplation. The boy's fate would undoubtedly be grim, lacking talent, yet aspiring to ascend through such dubious means. Oblivious to the fact that the most exorbitant price was that of a shortcut. He shook his head, retracting his consciousness. What is Master looking at? Li Shuer had approached unbeknownst to him, her petite nose nearly touching his sleeve. Following his gaze, she saw only an empty alley. He purchased a ticket to the abyss. Believing he had found the key to the heavenly palace, Jiang Heng stated, his tone flat yet imbued with an air of detached insight. Little Shui, remember, the most perilous path in this world is the one that seeks to circumvent one's true heart. Li Shuer blinked, half comprehending. Yet her little hand instinctively tightened around Jiang Heng's sleeve. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled patterns across the room. In his dreams, Jiang Heng sensed a warm, moist sensation at the tip of his nose. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Li Shuer's enlarged sleeping visage before him. The little girl had draped herself over him like an octopus, a glistening droplet of drool dangling from the corner of her mouth, perfectly poised to fall onto his prominent nose. Jiang Heng's lips twitched involuntarily as he summoned a flicker of light to wipe away the drool on his nose. In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing in the center of the room. Immediately thereafter, feeling the emptiness in her embrace, Li Shuer slowly opened her eyes. Groggy, she sat up. Her silvery hair tousled like a nest of birds. After stretching luxuriously, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and gazed at Jiang Heng in the center of the room. Her voice as soft and sweet as honey. Master, good morning. Good morning, xiaoxia. We must be on our way, Jiang Heng replied gently, looking at the girl seated on the bed. After a brief tidying up, the master and disciple departed from their dwelling. At this moment, the atmosphere in Yuxia City had transformed. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, all filled with excitement and trepidation, converging towards a singular destination, the mountain gate of the ethereal sanctuary beyond the city. Soon, the pair arrived at the foot of the mountain. There, beneath the towering celestial peak that pierced the clouds, a sea of humanity had gathered, with tens of thousands of young men and women from various locales, all gazing up at the mountain gate suspended in midair, hewn from massive stone. The four characters of Piao Xingdi danced elegantly across the gate, emanating a palpable aura of authority that quickened the heart. On the high platform stood several formidable presences. At the forefront was a woman of graceful stature, clad in a flowing purple robe adorned with cloud patterns, her face partially veiled with a translucent purple fabric. She was Gu Yunxi, the master of the ethereal sanctuary. Beside her stood the 6 major leaders of the sanctuary. A flicker of golden light passed through Jiang Heng's eyes as he assessed the individuals on the platform. All were at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, and Gu Yunxi herself had reached the peak of the venerable realm, just a step away from ascension to the semi-saint realm. The square beneath the mountain gate was already teeming with people, as the youths participating in the entrance examination lined up to press their hands upon the talent assessment stone. Master, is it truly possible that the little junior brother we are searching for is here? Li Shuer clutched the hem of Jiang Heng's garment, her voice barely above a whisper. But what if he passes the test and is accepted into the ethereal sanctuary? Will we be met with hostility if we attempt to claim him? The thought of her master confronting another sanctuary in front of so many spectators made her instinctively recoil. Rest assured, Jiang Heng replied calmly. Your little junior brother cannot possibly pass the test. Li Shuer gasped, her mouth forming an A shape. She found herself increasingly perplexed by her master's confidence. As time trickled by, the talent assessments neared their conclusion. Thousands of young hopefuls departed, their spirits dampened. Yet, within Jiang Heng's mind, the system remained silent, offering no indication of activity. A faint furrow appeared on his brow. Could it be that today would yield no results? Nevertheless, he resolved to witness the remainder of the recruitment ceremony before considering a journey to other locales in the northern wilderness. Before long, only 2 individuals remained untested, both of whom appeared to hail from the same origin. One of them, Jiang Heng recognized as the boy who had purchased a counterfeit token in the alley the previous day. The boy approached the assessment stone with hope in his heart, pressing his hand down, but the stone remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence. He lacked even the most basic white qualification. The joy on his face extinguished in an instant. He descended from the platform, lost and despondent. The other boy, observing his friend's plight, stepped forward to offer a comforting pat on the shoulder, clearly indicating a close bond between them. Subsequently, he too approached the testing platform. His hand fell upon the stone, yet it too failed to illuminate. Unlike the first boy, however, he displayed no visible disappointment upon learning he had also failed to attain even a white qualification, suggesting he had been mentally prepared for such an outcome. At that moment, a notification chimed within Jiang Heng's mind. Detected a target related to the legendary waste material bond, target being Han Lin. In an instant, A golden light erupted around the last boy tested, visible only to Jiang Heng. Clad in a blue robe, he bore an unremarkable appearance, yet exuded an air of extraordinary steadiness. Undoubtedly, this boy was Han Lin. Lacking even a white qualification indeed confirmed him as the system's recognized supreme waste. Perhaps this is fortuitous, Jiang Heng mused, as it spares me the trouble of contesting with the ethereal sanctuary for a disciple. He activated the eye of the great Dao to scrutinize Han Lin, and a system panel materialized before his eyes. Han Lin. Realm, none. Cultivation method, none. Treasure, Zhang Tian bottle. Physique, none. Recent encounter. On the eve of the ethereal sanctuary's recruitment ceremony, he was swapped with a counterfeit token by his childhood friend Huang Shan, which was passed down from his parents. Recent opportunity, half a month prior. While en route to the ethereal sanctuary, he fortuitously discovered the Zhang Tian bottle. After perusing Han Lin's information panel, Jiang Heng found himself reconsidering his earlier assessment. Well, it seems he is not an absolute waste. Even a journey can yield treasures. Such fortune is not to be dismissed. He pondered the implications. In the system's eyes, a child of fortune was equated with a supreme waste. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. Typically, those blessed with fortune exhibited an extraordinary pace of cultivation, often entering secret realms and emerging with vastly enhanced abilities. The more rapidly his disciple progressed, the greater the benefits for him as a master. Jiang Heng was already contemplating how to orchestrate a dramatic intervention to bring Han Lin under his wing. On the high platform, Gu Yunqi observed that the talent assessments were drawing to a close. She spoke with calm authority, her voice resonating clearly for all to hear. Those with red qualifications and above step forward to the high platform, where the leaders will personally select you as direct disciples of the ethereal sanctuary. Those with purple qualifications will follow the master of the pure heart sect into the inner sanctum. Those with green qualifications will be taken by the law enforcement elder into the outer sanctum. As for those with white qualifications, if you wish to remain, you may start as miscellaneous disciples under the elder of miscellaneous duties, and with outstanding performance, you may still advance. Her words ignited a wave of suppressed cheers and commotion across the square. Some beamed with joy and strode confidently towards their designated areas, while others, pale-faced and silent, retreated into the crowd, their dreams shattered. Among those eliminated, a young man in a green robe, after a brief moment of despondency, inhaled deeply and resolutely navigated through the throngs, making his way to the foot of the high platform. This young man was Han Lin. Do you have something to say? Gu Yunqi observed Han Lin's approach, her tone devoid of inflection. Han Lin looked up, gazing at the ethereal figure before him. He first bowed respectfully, and then cautiously retrieved a token from his pocket, offering it with both hands. Master, my qualifications are humble, but my father was fortunate to receive a Piao token from your esteemed sect. Might I, with this token, seek to enter the sanctuary? His voice, though soft, was imbued with a resolute determination. The Piao token? Gu Yunqi's gaze flickered with surprise for the first time. It had been a century since anyone had used such a token to enter the ethereal sanctuary. This artifact had not graced the world in 100 years. The last instance it had surfaced was due to an incident involving the previous leader of the Yuqing sect, who had encountered peril and been saved. Unfortunately, that leader had succumbed to old injuries and passed on. Yet, though the individual was gone, the ethereal sanctuary's promise remained intact. Gu Yunqi's gaze shifted to the cool and composed woman in purple beside her. Wenqing, this is the consequence of your Yuqing sect. You shall resolve it. Proceed to verify the authenticity of the token. Yes, master. The master of Yuling, Lu Wanqing, rose gracefully, her form akin to a drifting leaf, as her toes lightly touched the air before she silently descended before Han Lin. Her icy gaze swept over the talisman in Han Lin's hand, and she was about to extend her hand to take it when, suddenly, a figure surged from the crowd, stumbling toward the stage, urgently shouting, "Holy Master, please wait. I too possess a misty talisman." The newcomer was none other than Huang Shan, Han Lin's childhood friend, the very one who had swapped Han Lin's talisman. On the high platform, Gu Yunqi's brow furrowed slightly, hardly perceptible. There could not possibly be a second misty talisman in existence, which meant that one of the talismans held by the two was undoubtedly counterfeit. Han Lin abruptly turned his head, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. His voice trembling, "Huang Shan, how could you?" Yet, it seemed Huang Shan did not hear him. He hurriedly presented the misty talisman to Lu Wanqing instead. Lu Wanqing's expression had turned as frigid as ice. Without uttering a word, she accepted Huang Shan's talisman and then took the other from the stunned Han Lin. She placed both talismans side by side in her palm, her spiritual energy subtly probing into them. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed through the silent square, the sound jarring against the stillness. Under the astonished gazes of all, Han Lin's talisman crumbled to dust in Lu Wanqing's hand, scattering like whispers in the wind. Lu Wanqing lifted her eyes, her cold, piercing gaze fixed firmly on Han Lin, her voice devoid of warmth, yet each word cut like a knife. You possess audacity indeed. To forge a token of my misty sacred land. Boom. This reprimand struck Han Lin's mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. He felt paralyzed, his blood seemingly congealing, his limbs turning icy. Fake. His talisman was a counterfeit? Then the real one. His gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Huangshan. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon him. His talisman had been swapped by Huangshan. He could not fathom why Huangshan would betray him. They had been inseparable since childhood, sharing their lives as if they were brothers, and Han Lin had always regarded Huangshan as one of the few individuals he could unconditionally trust. Yet, this very person he had placed his complete trust in had cast him into the abyss. He wanted to question, to roar, but his throat felt as though it were choked by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. He merely stared at Huangshan, whose once familiar face now seemed utterly alien. Throughout it all, Huangshan had not spared him a single glance. At the moment Lu Wanqing announced the verdict, a barely contained smirk of triumph crept upon his lips. Chapter 21. A Promise, the Chaotic Sword Intent. A sense of despair enveloped Han Lin. He realized that no words could alter his fate. Counterfeiting a sacred token was a capital offense. Slowly, he closed his eyes, relinquishing all struggle, his mind consumed by a singular thought. If there were a next life, he would never again place his trust in others. Seeing him resigned, Lu Wanqing's expression remained unyielding. With a cold snort, her delicate hand turned, and she ruthlessly pressed down toward Han Lin from afar. An invisible and terrifying pressure descended instantly, making Han Lin feel as if his very bones were lamenting, as though he were about to be crushed into mere pulp. At that moment of dire peril, a resounding voice rang out. Do not fear, young friend. I am here to assist you. Before the words faded, a figure clad in white appeared before Han Lin, shielding him securely behind. The newcomer simply waved his sleeve casually, and the overwhelming pressure that could have pulverized Han Lin dissipated like spring snow under the warm sun. With his life miraculously spared, Han Lin opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the tall figure before him. In the depths of despair, it felt as if a ray of light had penetrated through. This unexpected turn of events rendered the crowd silent, all eyes fixated upon the figure in white. What is your intention, friend? Lu Wanqing's gaze bore into the man, her tone frigid. To have so effortlessly neutralized her strike, this person's cultivation must be at least on par with hers, warranting the title of friend. I am Jiang Heng, the peak master of Tianqiong Peak from the Qingyun sacred land, he replied, his gaze crossing over Lu Wanqing to the misty sacred lord above. A faint smile gracing his lips. I perceive a connection between this young friend and Tianqiong Peak, and wish to take him as my disciple. Might I request that the esteemed members of the misty sacred land overlook this matter? At his declaration, the crowd erupted in a stir. He is the peak master? He seems far too young. In a corner, Huangshan's earlier delight froze upon his face. Above, Gu Yunxi, the misty sacred lord, her concealed phoenix eyes flickering with intrigue, lightly touched her jade foot to the ground, gracefully landing before Jiang Heng. I have heard whispers of the wasteful peak master of Tianqiong Peak recently attaining some cultivation. It appears these rumors hold some truth. Her voice was ethereal, yet carried an air of condescension. However, she continued, her tone suddenly sharp, on what basis do you presume that you, a mere peak master of a fallen mountain from the Qingyun sacred land, possess such influence? An intangible aura radiated from her, not a suppression of cultivation, but rather a commanding presence stemming from the very essence of a sacred land's master. Jiang Heng felt an invisible force press upon him, not from a difference in realms, but from a disparity in disposition. Nevertheless, he remained composed, unaffected by this pressure. Though he desired to rescue Han Lin on the spot, he was acutely aware of their precarious situation, surrounded by enemies in someone else's territory. Such an act would be tantamount to seeking death. Contemplating this, Jiang Heng adopted a serious demeanor and declared, with my current age and cultivation, I can offer the misty sacred land a promise. Should I achieve greater mastery in my cultivation in the future, if the misty sacred land requires my assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. As the last words left his lips, Jiang Heng ceased to conceal his cultivation. A vast and overwhelming aura erupted from his being, the pressure of the revered realm sweeping across the venue like a tempest. Nearby cultivators were taken aback by the force and retreated in fear, their expressions contorted with terror. The expressions of the several masters on the high platform shifted dramatically as they regarded Jiang Heng, their gazes entirely transformed. Gu Yunxi, the misty sacred lord, felt her pupils constrict. She was acutely aware of Jiang Heng's background. Immortal deemed a waste 15 years prior, now in his early 20s. A revered realm practitioner in their early 20s. What terrifying talent this was. If he were to avoid falling mid-journey, his ascension to the quasi-saint realm was all but guaranteed. And he might even aspire toward higher realms. The weight of a promise from a potential future quasi-saint could indeed sway any sacred land. While Jiang Heng's current promise held little value for the misty sacred land, should he ascend to quasi-saint status in the future, it would assume a different significance. Regardless, the misty sacred land would not suffer a loss. If Jiang Heng were to achieve quasi-saint status, the misty sacred land would undoubtedly benefit immensely. If he failed to ascend, the misty sacred land had invested nothing substantial. The tumultuous emotions within Gu Yunxi subsided in an instant. Her composure as the sacred lord allowing her to conceal her feelings beneath her veil. Given Master Zhang's exceptional talent, your promise undoubtedly holds weight. But how am I to ascertain that your cultivation has not been acquired through elixirs or other means? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's expression remained largely unchanged. He had anticipated this situation long ago. After all, given his notorious reputation as a wastrel, anyone would suspect that his sudden surge in cultivation stemmed from some sort of illicit method. The Saint Lord's concerns were well understood by Jiang. With a calm smile, he suggested that a simple verification could be arranged. A duel with a peer from the same realm would suffice. At that time, it would be evident whether he was a counterfeit or a true dragon. Very well, you demonstrate courage, the ethereal Saint Lord Gu Yunxi remarked, her scrutiny softening into a hint of appreciation. Let it be as Jiang Fengzhu has proposed. As her words fell, the 6 esteemed leaders at her side subtly shifted, appearing behind her in unison, their presence exuding the unmistakable aura of venerable beings. Jiang Fengzhu, please proceed. Not in haste. Before that, I must confirm one matter. Jiang Heng interjected, raising a hand. Turning to the young Han Lin beside him, his tone softened considerably. Young friend, as I mentioned earlier, I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Despite having known of Jiang Heng's intent, Han Lin was still taken aback to hear it reiterated directly. His youthful visage was awash with disbelief. His greatest aspiration had merely been to become an ordinary outer disciple of the ethereal Holy Land, to find a place to belong and learn some rudimentary cultivation methods. Yet now, a peak master of a holy land sought to accept him as a disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Lin knelt, his knees buckling as he bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. Disciple Han Lin respectfully greets my master. Congratulations. Host has successfully accepted Han Lin as a disciple. The bond of the unparalleled wastrel has been activated. Unparalleled wastrel, 3-4. The cultivation speed of all disciples bonded to the host is increased by a factor of 1,000, and the disciples' cultivation achievements are returned to the host at a 10,000-fold rate. In light of the host's first successful gathering of multiple golden bonds, the host is rewarded with the Chaos Sword Intent. Chaos Sword Intent. This was one of the legendary Supreme Sword Intents. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Jiang Heng, and with a smile, he assisted Han Lin to his feet. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of my Tianqiong peak. With me as your master, none shall dare to bully you. Jiang Heng suppressed the urge to immediately grasp the newfound understanding, knowing that such an act would undermine the facade he sought to maintain. If he demonstrated his comprehension now, others might assume he had always possessed it. However, if he were to experience a sudden epiphany during the upcoming duel, the impact would be entirely different. A prodigious talent. Breaking through in battle. This would not only dispel the Saint Lord's doubts, but also elevate his prestige to unparalleled heights. Truly a twofold benefit, perfect in execution. Since Jiang Fengzhu has made his intentions clear, let us proceed swiftly. Gu Yunxi's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Very well. Jiang Heng turned, his gaze sweeping over the 6 esteemed leaders. His eyes briefly passed over a muscular bald man, shaking his head dismissively. Too formidable. He then glanced at a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor, ruling him out as well. He looked rather intimidating. Ultimately, his gaze settled at the end of the line. There stood a young girl, with striking red hair tied in twin ponytails, a round face, exquisite features, and a petite frame. She appeared no older than 14 or 15. Was this not a legal lowly from his past life? A smile crept across Jiang Heng's face. Given her appearance, she was likely a master of alchemy or talisman crafting. Not particularly strong in combat. With similar realms, it was prudent to select a softer target. He raised his hand and pointed decisively. You. At his proclamation, an eerie silence blanketed the crowd. The red-haired girl blinked in astonishment, raising her delicate finger to point at herself, incredulity written all over her face. Me? Are you certain? Yes, indeed. You, Jiang Heng affirmed with a smile. The red-haired girl could not help but chuckle, stepping forward from the line. Meanwhile, the expressions of her fellow leaders turned oddly peculiar. Some stifled their laughter, shoulders shaking, while others turned away, unable to bear the sight. A few gazed at Jiang Heng with profound sympathy. Saint Lord Gu Yunxi, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and raised her hand to cast a barrier, enveloping the central plaza for several miles, while discreetly communicating, "Yu Yao, temper your strikes, don't actually kill him." It would be difficult to explain to the Qingyun Holy Land. One must admit that Jiang Heng had an uncanny ability to choose, for he had unwittingly selected the most formidable of the 6 leaders, the Sword Master. "Rest assured, Saint Lord," Yu Yao replied with a cheerful tone, her voice sweet, "I guarantee that he will lose spectacularly." This statement only deepened Gu Yunxi's concerns. She knew all too well that once this individual engaged, notions of restraint would be entirely forgotten. Chapter 22. The lowly transforms into a doughty woman, a twist upon twist. The Sword Master gestured for Jiang Heng to commence, his smile serene. "Jiang Fengzhu, please. Forgive my intrusion," Jiang Heng replied, and before his words had fully left his lips, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before Yu Yao like a specter, unleashing a straightforward yet forceful punch. Imbued with the might of a venerable being, aimed squarely at her face. This punch was swift, precise, and brutal. Yet, Yu Yao did not even lift her eyelids. Casually raising her right hand, her seemingly soft and feeble palm merely flicked, redirecting his overwhelming force as though it were nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Jiang Heng's earth-shattering punch was effortlessly dissipated, and a counterforce sent him hurtling backward uncontrollably. As he was flung through the air, Jiang Heng traced an arc, spinning 2.5 times before finally stabilizing himself with great effort. This was merely a test, but the nonchalance with which Yu Yao had handled it spoke volumes. No longer holding back, a flash of inspiration struck him, and the Tianqiong sword materialized in his grasp. The blade hummed, and a torrent of spiritual energy radiated from him, thickening the surrounding air as if he had conjured a realm of his own, the nascent form of a domain, where the spiritual energy surged. The air seemed to tear apart, producing a series of piercing howls until it collided with the spiritual barrier, finally coming to a halt. Holding the Tianqiong sword, Jiang Heng stood within the domain, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the Sword Master not far away. "Will you not reveal your domain?" "No need." Yu Yao yawned, appearing as though she had just awakened. "To deal with you, it's unnecessary." Jiang Heng's lips twitched. Good heavens, he had intended to showcase his prowess, only to find himself outshone by this little girl. She was even more audacious than he. No longer willing to engage in idle banter, he swung the Tianqiong sword, unleashing an exquisitely condensed sword energy that cleaved the air, producing a deafening sonic boom as it hurtled towards Yu Yao's head. As the sword energy sliced through the air, it emitted a hissing sound. However, Yu Yao merely took a languid step to the left. The fierce blade of energy grazed her hair before crashing violently into the spiritual barrier behind her, sending ripples cascading outward. Not a single thread of her garment was touched. Jiang Heng's heart sank. He understood that there was a significant gap between entering the realm of venerables and a high-tier venerable. Yet he had not anticipated the disparity to be so egregious. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not even compel his opponent to reveal her domain. What he failed to realize was that he had fortuitously chosen the strongest of the 6 leaders. Had he selected any other, even if they did not prevail, they would have been forced to unleash their domain. This simply would not do. In front of his newly accepted disciple, he could not afford to lose face. Since the issue lay in numerical disparities, he would simply elevate his own numbers. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, relinquishing any vestige of hope, and propelled the spiritual energy within him to its utmost limit. The Tianqiong sword radiated a brilliant light, and a dazzling sword shadow detached from the blade, soaring forth like a startled swan, once more aimed at Yu Yao. The sword master remained composed, raising her delicate hands, her slender fingers dancing gracefully in the air, as a colossal net woven from spiritual power materialized instantaneously, meeting the sword shadow head-on. Just as the sword shadow seemed poised to be engulfed by that vast net of spiritual energy, Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened, and he felt not a trace of hesitation. System, merge with the chaos sword intent. In an instant, an ancient essence, seemingly originating from the dawn of creation, surged into his limbs and bones. A faint layer of chaotic energy enveloped him, transforming his aura from one of sharpness to an enigmatic void. The sword shadow on the Tianqiong sword dimmed, losing its brilliance, taking on a gray hue that exuded a terrifying presence capable of annihilating all things. The seemingly indomitable net of spiritual energy, upon contact with this gray sword shadow, disintegrated silently, as though it had never existed. The gray sword shadow continued unabated, gliding past Yu Yao's cheek with an unfathomable trajectory. With a soft sound, a strand of red hair fluttered to the ground, and a faint scarlet mark slowly emerged upon her fair visage. This sudden turn of events left the spectators outside the barrier in a state of shock, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Enlightenment in the midst of battle? A voice from the dais cracked with astonishment and confusion. Had he truly comprehended the sword intent in the heat of combat? The utterance was like a boulder crashing into a still lake, stirring up waves of disbelief. This was beyond mere genius. This was monstrous. Gu Yunxi, hidden behind her veil, could not suppress a smile, her doubts evaporating. This investment was bound to yield returns. Now, she was even more eager to witness just how much of Yu Yao's true prowess this unexpected surprise could force out. Within the arena, with a mere thought, Jiang Heng ignited the spiritual energy within his domain, unleashing a flurry of purple-gold spirit swords that materialized from thin air. Each sword was shrouded in a hint of chaotic energy, emanating a disquieting aura of destruction. Go! Jiang Heng waved a hand, sending the spirit swords hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Yu Yao. In swift response, Yu Yao formed seals with her hands, conjuring a luminous shield of spiritual energy before her. Yet this time, as the shield made contact with the purple-gold spirit swords, it shattered like fragile ice, emitting a series of shattering sounds, before exploding into fragments. At that very moment of the shield's destruction, Jiang Heng had stealthily appeared before the sword master, the Tianqiong sword imbued with an unyielding chaos sword intent, thrusting toward her vital points. The speed of this strike was unparalleled, its sharpness unmatched. Yu Yao's pupils constricted, leaving her no time to react. However, just as the sword tip was about to reach her body, an unexpected change occurred. With a clear ringing sound, the sword at Yu Yao's waist leapt from its sheath, intercepting Jiang Heng's lethal strike at an astonishing angle. The clash of sword against sword sent forth a visible ripple of energy, sparks flying in all directions. Jiang Heng retreated gracefully, creating distance between himself and Yu Yao, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. How intriguing! Yu Yao extended her tongue, delicately licking the blood that had trickled from the wound on her cheek, her previously languid gaze now ignited with fervor. It had been many years. You were the first to draw blood from me despite being of a lower realm. She fixed her eyes on Jiang Heng as if admiring a rare treasure. I concede. I underestimated you before. In response to your surprise, I shall now give my all. As her words fell, Yu Yao grasped the gourd at her waist, unhesitatingly raising it overhead and drinking deeply. As the fiery liquor coursed down her throat, a violent surge of energy erupted from her petite frame. A blinding white light shot skyward, enveloping her entirely. When the brilliance faded, the girl with twin ponytails was nowhere to be found. In her place stood a mesmerizing woman, her red hair ablaze, exuding an aura of fierce combativeness. Her features were stunning, yet her demeanor radiated wild determination. Her curves were breathtaking, and her long, snow-white legs were statuesque, her face bearing a hint of feverish madness. Outside the arena, Gu Yunxi pressed her forehead in exasperation, transmitting silently, "This crazy girl is serious." Meanwhile, Jiang Heng within the arena was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the commanding red-haired beauty before him, his mind a blank slate. Blinking in disbelief as he recalled the seemingly harmless girl from moments ago, the lowly had transformed into a seductress. Aside from the hair color, were they even the same person? What kind of joke was this? No. Who are you, beautiful? What happened to that little red-haired potato? Chapter 23, Narrow Victory. The softness at his fingertips. The swordmaster's domain erupted like a blooming, blood-red flower. The edges of the domain expanded outward, warping the very fabric of space as though the world itself was yielding to her presence. Jiang Heng felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. The domain he had just established was relentlessly compressed, shrinking to less than half its original size. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, invading his nostrils, as if invisible claws were tearing at his consciousness, overwhelming him with a savage, bloodthirsty impulse. Jiang Heng's heart quaked, just as he felt his resolve wavering. The chaos sword intent within him trembled gently, a faint chaos energy coursing through his body, swiftly dispelling the turbulent negative influence, restoring clarity to his mind. Simultaneously, his compressed domain stabilized, even emanating a dim grayish light, subtly indicating signs of suppressing the swordmaster's domain in return. Ultimately, he had been outmatched due to his cultivation level. Jiang Heng mused inwardly. Had they been of equal realms, he would have confidently crushed her domain with ease. Outside the barrier, Gu Yunxi had prepared to intervene, but upon witnessing this scene, her actions froze mid-air. A newly ascended master could contend against the combat-hungry Yu Yao with his domain? A glimmer of expectation flickered in her phoenix eyes. She was eager to see what further surprises Jiang Heng could unveil. The other masters were left speechless, staring at the tall figure in the arena as if they had seen a ghost. This kid was a monster, wasn't he? Within the arena, the lethargy in Yu Yao's eyes vanished, replaced by unbridled excitement. A strange crimson hue appeared at the corners of her eyes as she stomped her foot in the air, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, her crimson skirt billowing as she transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward Jiang Heng. Her sword lunged forward, devoid of any embellishment. Jiang Heng's pupils constricted, with the chaos sword intent at his command. How could he fear? Instead of retreating, he advanced, the Tianqiong sword carving a silver arc in his palm, defiantly meeting the crimson figure. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of their swords clashing resonated, sparks erupting between them. Within mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of moves within a span of 10 feet, the spectacle reduced to a blur of intertwined crimson and purple light, eluding the eyes of the onlookers. In the beginning, Jiang Heng appeared somewhat passive. However, as his comprehension of the chaotic sword intent deepened, he gradually turned the tide, ultimately establishing a subtle dominance. Delightful. Yu Yao let out a delicate cry, her spirits undiminished, and the battle intent in her eyes blazed even brighter. Suddenly, she lifted her long, graceful leg, expertly striking the spine of the Tianqiong sword with her knee. Utilizing the force of the recoil, she swiftly retreated, creating a distance of several dozen zhang between herself and Jiang Heng. With her right hand, she traced an arc in the air with her blood-red sword, conjuring a tangible, crimson sword chi that tore through the void, distorting the space around it. Simultaneously, her left hand rose, causing the spiritual energy within her domain to surge, coalescing into hundreds, if not thousands, of crimson sword shadows, their tips glimmering with a chilling radiance, resembling a torrential downpour of blood, enveloping Jiang Heng entirely. In that moment, he found himself trapped, with no escape in sight. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, raising the Tianqiong sword high above his head with one hand. The spiritual power within his dantian surged forth unreservedly into the sword, causing the ancient runes on its blade to illuminate suddenly, radiating a brilliant light from the hilt to the tip. With a resonant hum, a vast sword chi shot skyward, the surrounding air being violently torn apart, emitting a deafening roar. Crack! Gu Yunqi's spiritual energy barrier shattered under the impact of this sword chi, crumbling like fragile glass, sending countless shards scattering like glittering stars. Jiang Heng's wrist twisted swiftly, and the Tianqiong sword unleashed a devastating white sword chi that swept across the battlefield. As it passed, the void was rent asunder, a piercing sound of spatial friction causing the distant onlookers to cover their ears in agony. At the moment when the blood-red sword chi collided with the sweeping white sword light, a tremendous explosion erupted, dazzling like crimson fireworks. Within this spectacle, the sword master of the sword control platform intertwined her fingers, and the golden patterns in her palm flared to life. The blood-red longsword hovering before her emitted a resonating hum, its surface patterns wriggling as if alive, rapidly elongating to over 10 feet. The scarlet sword chi nearly igniting the surrounding air. Her spiritual energy surged violently, converging behind her like a torrent returning to the sea. Amidst the black mist, a spectral dragon, its bones and claws distinct, began to take shape, streams of blood coursing between its ivory ribs, its horned head glinting coldly. The sound of its bones grinding echoing as its colossal body unfurled. The sword master ascended gracefully into the air, alighting upon the dragon's head. Go! She uttered a chilling command. The bone dragon let out a silent roar that manifested as a tangible shockwave, sending a gust that whipped the clothing of the distant disciples. It opened its massive maw, clenching the blood-red giant sword between its teeth, and with a flick of its mighty tail, it charged towards Jiang Heng with the force to shatter mountains and split seas. Jiang Heng's pupils constricted, and he inhaled deeply as the chaotic sword intent within him surged powerfully. Golden-purple light coursed through his meridians, forming a halo of light around him. Gripping the Tianqiong sword tightly, the chaotic energy swirling around the blade swelled dramatically, coalescing into a massive chaotic sword shield before him. Boom! The collision between the blood-red giant sword and the chaotic sword shield erupted with a cataclysmic roar. A visible shockwave swept across the arena, tossing the distant spectators into disarray, many turning pale and clutching their chests in distress. Observing this, Gu Yunqi merely raised her hand casually, and the violent aftershocks were instantly quelled. In the midst of it all, Jiang Heng was forced backward by the overwhelming force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic sword shield dimmed, its surface cracking, and he could distinctly feel his spiritual power being drained at a terrifying rate. Just as his energy was on the verge of depletion and the shield was about to shatter, an unexpected surge of the chaotic sword intent emanated from deep within his dantian. Under this strange impetus, the chaotic sword shield's radiance reversed, not only avoiding destruction but instead erupting with even greater force. A terrifying backlash burst forth from the shield. The once mighty blood-red bone dragon disintegrated piece by piece before this force, dissolving into a mist of crimson vapor. The blood-red giant sword emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying far away. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng's chaotic sword shield gradually dissipated as the last vestiges of his spiritual power were exhausted. Darkness clouded his vision, and he stumbled, using the Tianqiong sword for support, gasping for breath. Before he could regain his composure, a sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of a red figure, hurtling down with the force of a tempest, striking squarely against his chest. Ugh! The intense impact plunged Jiang Heng into darkness, his body driven forcefully into the ground, stirring up a billowing cloud of dust. In the 2-meter-deep crater created by his fall, Jiang Heng felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes, his internal organs thrown into disarray. When he finally gathered his senses, he realized two immense, overwhelming forces were pressing against his face, accompanied by a faint, cool fragrance that obscured his vision entirely. Jiang Heng felt a surge of confusion and instinctively raised a hand to touch. A wave of astonishing softness and elasticity coursed through his fingertips. Oh, the sensation was rather pleasant. Just as he instinctively prepared to squeeze again, a sudden brightness caught his attention, and the two forces that had been suffocating him vanished in an instant. Blinking his sore eyes, as the dust settled, he beheld the ethereal saintess Gu Yunxi. Her expression darkened, her left hand gripping the now-reverted and unconscious Yu Yao as one would hold a chick. Her phoenix eyes were fixed on him with an expression of utmost disdain. "Jiang Fengzhu, have you had your fill of groping?" she remarked icily. "Yu Yao has yet to find a partner. I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum." At this, Jiang Heng froze momentarily, and then a thunderous realization struck him. As he comprehended precisely what he had just touched, his face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he hastily withdrew his still hovering hand. Wishing fervently for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole, Gu Yunxi let out a cold snort, uninterested in his mortification, and a gentle green light began to emanate from her palm. A soothing energy coursed through Jiang Heng's meridians, gradually restoring his depleted spiritual power and alleviating the intense pain in his chest. Jiang Heng quickly regained his footing, straightening his appearance, and bowed respectfully to the ethereal saintess. "Thank you, saintess, for your assistance. I acknowledge your talent." Gu Yunxi responded coolly, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. "From this day forth, you owe the misty saint land a promise." However, she shifted her gaze to Han Lin behind Jiang Heng, continuing, "Your disciple's judgment appears lacking." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng did not feel anger. Instead, he smiled. As for discerning good from bad, why not send someone to investigate? He met Gu Yunxi's scrutinizing gaze with composure. The family that saved the former Yuqing platform master, was it the Han family or the Huang family? The truth will reveal itself upon inquiry. As these words left his mouth, Huang Shan's heart jolted violently, a wave of guilt washing over him. His complexion drained of color, eyes darting anxiously, a mingling of jealousy and apprehension tightening his fists. Why should this be? He could not fathom why Han Lin, whose talents were comparable to his own, always seemed to stumble upon fortune. The misty token belonged to him. And now even the peak master of the sacred land was eager to take him as a disciple, even willing to oppose the misty saint land. And what of himself? Struggling with great exertion, one might ultimately find oneself with nothing to show for it. Jealousy coiled around his heart like a venomous vine, causing his features to twitch. Jiang Heng did not even spare him a glance. He leapt gracefully from the deep pit, landing lightly without stirring a speck of dust. He brushed off his sleeves and offered a gentle smile to Han Lin, who stood not far away. "All is well now, let us depart." "Yes, master." Han Lin nodded solemnly and took a step forward. As he passed by Huang Shan, he did not pause, merely allowing his lips to move slightly. A barely audible whisper carried away by the wind. "From this day forth, our bond is severed." Whether this statement was directed at himself, Huang Shan, or perhaps both, remained ambiguous. The words, though faint as a feather, stirred tumultuous waves in Huang Shan's heart. He suddenly lifted his gaze, catching only a glimpse of Han Lin's resolute back. The memories he had painstakingly buried surged forth, unbidden. At the age of 6, Han Lin had given him the only ripened peach he had pilfered, while he himself nibbled on a bitter, unripe one. On a winter night at 8, when he was racked with fever, it was Han Lin who braved the snowstorm to scour half the village for herbs, returning with his nose frostbitten. He could not help but question himself. Was it worth it? To sever all ties for an elusive path to immortality? This thought flickered briefly before being forcefully extinguished. The road of cultivation was, after all, a narrow bridge built upon the sacrifices of others, lacking a background and possessing mediocre talent. If he did not adopt a ruthless demeanor, he would inevitably be trampled into the mud, irretrievably lost. He was not in the wrong. Huangshan clenched his teeth, the confusion in his eyes replaced by a fierce determination. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng placed a hand on Han Lin's shoulder, causing the space around them to ripple slightly. In the next moment, they appeared before Li Shuer. Master! A bright, melodious call rang out as the girl dashed into Jiang Heng's embrace. Enveloped by a waft of fragrant air. Master is so formidable. Even that red-haired woman is no match for you. Li Shuer tilted her face upward, her crimson eyes sparkling with admiration. When will I be as powerful as Master? There will come a day, Jiang Heng chuckled, ruffling her small head. When you have cultivated to perfection, perhaps you will have to protect me in the future. Yes, I will work hard to protect Master. Li Shuer nodded vigorously. Her tiny fists clenched tightly. Her eyes brimmed with a thirst for strength. Jiang Heng felt warmth in his heart, turning to bring Han Lin forward. Xiao Shui. This is your junior brother, Han Lin. Only then did Li Shuer notice the young man trailing behind her master. Curiously, she leaned forward and greeted him with a smile. Hello, junior brother. I am Li Shuer. You may call me Sisterly. Sisterly, hello? I am Han Lin. Han Lin's face flushed crimson, his limbs unsure where to rest, nervously twisting the hem of his garment, stumbling over his words. This was his first conversation with such a beautiful girl. Uft. Li Shuer giggled at his awkwardness. Junior brother Han, you speak so strangely. And no, I don't. Han Lin stammered, his tongue tying itself in knots, which only made Li Shuer laugh more heartily. Observing this scene, Jiang Heng's eyes softened unconsciously, feeling a sense of relief. He recalled when he first met her. Her gaze as vacant as a desolate well in midwinter. Now, her eyes sparkled with light, laughter, and mischief. Even her brows were touched by warmth. She truly embodied the essence of her name. Snow, not the cold snow of winter, but the melting snow of early spring upon the plum branches, brimming with vitality. Very well. Suddenly, Jiang Heng interjected. Would you like to return to bid farewell to your parents? Once we embark on the path of Qingyun, it may prove difficult to return to the mortal realm. Han Lin's fingers trembled, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. He recalled Huangshan's betrayal and the brutal reality of the path to immortality. Since he had chosen this road, he could no longer afford the weaknesses of a mortal. No, master. He shook his head, though reluctance lingered in his gaze, his tone carrying a determination not befitting his age. The paths of immortals and mortals diverged. Having set foot on the path of the immortal, there was no turning back. He feared that should he return, he might no longer wish to leave. Very well. Since you have made your decision. Jiang Heng nodded. Let us set off now while the hour is still favorable. Yes, master. Li Shuer and Han Lin responded in unison. Before long, the three returned to Yuxia City. It was then that Jiang Heng remembered the matter of signing in, and he silently invoked, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in, rewarding the host with the Imperial level technique, 5 Elements Transformation Sutra. With a thought, an ancient, unadorned jade slip appeared in Jiang Heng's hand. He presented the jade slip to Han Lin. This is the Imperial level technique, 5 Elements Transformation Sutra. I have observed that you are attuned to the 5 elements, making this method particularly suitable for you. Take it and cultivate. Han Lin's breath hitched abruptly. Imperial level technique. Though he hailed from humble origins, he had heard tales from storytellers about the cultivation world, knowing that techniques were divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. As for the imperial level, that was the treasured legacy of the sacred lands. Master has given this to him so casually? Trembling, Han Lin accepted the jade slip, the weight of it nearly bringing him to his knees. Master, this is too precious. It is a gift from your master. Take it without hesitation. Jiang Heng's tone brooked no argument. Han Lin clutched the jade slip tightly, bowing deeply in gratitude, not uttering another word, but engraving this immense kindness firmly in his heart. As they made their way to the teleportation array, he could hardly contain himself, immersing his thoughts in the jade slip, the profound technique instantly capturing all his attention. Following the same procedure as in Qingyun City, they boarded the teleportation array destined for Qingyun City. The array shimmered with light, and in an instant, the three crossed thousands of miles to arrive at Qingyun City. Upon their return, Jiang Heng did not linger, leading his 2 disciples directly to the Qingyun sacred land. With his current cultivation at the level of a revered master, his speed had improved tremendously. In less than half an hour, the towering mountain gate came into view. At the gate, 2 guarding disciples were dozing. Upon hearing the noise, they abruptly opened their eyes. When they recognized the face of the leading figure, the spear in their hands clattered to the ground. Jiang, Peakmaster. The disciple on the left turned pale. You have returned? As he spoke, his teeth chattered, cold sweat trickling down his temples, lacking any semblance of the warmth he had shown when Jiang Heng had last departed. Jiang Heng immediately sensed something amiss with the behavior of the guarding disciple. It felt deeply wrong, almost entirely out of place. This reaction was not typical for welcoming the peak master. His brow furrowed slightly as he casually swept his gaze over them. What has happened? His calm words carried an invisible pressure. The disciple's legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate his words. And nothing. It's just that there have been some rumors in the sacred land lately, saying you were outside. What are they saying? Jiang Heng's voice turned icy. They say you killed Elder Feng of the Heavenly Sword Peak. The disciple shouted, nearly at the top of his lungs. They also claim that you have harbored resentment against Heavenly Sword Peak for a long time, deliberately trailing Elder Feng to harm him. His voice diminished, his head almost buried in his chest. Elder Feng Lei. Jiang Heng's gaze darkened. The old wretch, under Wang Feng's orders, attempted to kill himself and was rightfully met with retribution. Yet, how did this incident return to the sacred land twisted into a narrative of him being the aggressor? Jiang Heng instantly comprehended. This was yet another scheme orchestrated by Wang Feng. That old rascal truly had a knack for inverting black and white. Very well. Jiang Heng's voice betrayed no hint of anger or joy, yet it only served to make the disciple tremble even more. Indeed, Wang Feng had grown quite adept. He could hardly be bothered to further engage with the terrified disciple, instead turning to the two young ones behind him. Let us return to Tianqiong Peak. Tianqiong Peak, situated at the easternmost side of the 7 peaks of Qingyun, was perpetually shrouded in mist. As the trio ascended the jade-white staircase, the disciples they encountered hurriedly lowered their heads, their eyes averted, whispering furtively like buzzing mosquitoes. Look, it's him. The one who killed Elder Feng, the disgrace, Jiang Fengzhu. My heavens, he dares to return. I heard Tianjin Peak has declared blood for blood. Shoo, keep your voice down. Have you not seen his profound cultivation? If he hears us, our lives are forfeit. Li Shui's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, her anger palpable as she stamped her foot. Master. They are spouting nonsense. You are not that kind of person. In her heart, her master was the finest individual in the world, never capable of senselessly harming his fellow disciples. Han Lin clenched his fists, lips pressed tightly together in silence. Yet he subtly shifted behind Jiang Heng, as if wishing to shield him from the unjust slander with his meager stature. Feeling the children's support warmed Jiang Heng's heart. He reached out, gently patting their shoulders. His voice calm and devoid of any turbulence. The mouths belong to others. Let them speak as they please. He raised his gaze, peering beyond the sea of clouds towards the most towering peak, its sword-like aura piercing the heavens. His eyes gradually cooled. Wang Feng, if you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish. He withdrew his gaze, suppressing the surging intent to kill within him, his voice softening once more. The remaining matters shall be handled by me. Chapter 25. The Kuan-style breathing technique, a 1000-fold amplification. Upon returning to Tianqiong Peak, Jiang Heng's first task was to summon Xiao and Feng Yuan to the main hall. Before long, the two entered one after the other. However, the scene inside caused them to momentarily hesitate. At the head of the hall, Master Jiang Heng sat serenely, his aura significantly deeper than before he departed. Beside him stood a young man and woman, both seeming rather youthful, their features still bearing a hint of innocence. Master. The two bowed in unison. Jiang Heng raised a hand, his tone nonchalantly introducing, these are my newly accepted disciples, Li Shui and Han Lin. From this day forth, they shall be your junior sister and junior brother. No sooner had he spoken than the girl stepped forward with alacrity, performing the traditional greeting of a cultivator. Her voice clear and melodious. I am Li Shui, pleased to meet you, senior brothers. I look forward to your guidance. The boy appeared considerably more awkward. Following suit with a bow, his head nearly buried in his chest, his voice somewhat strained. I am Han Lin, honored to meet you, senior brothers. Xiao Xian wore a warm smile as he returned the greeting, his jade pendant swaying gently at his waist. Junior sister and junior brother need not stand on ceremony. I am Xiao Xian. Feng Yuan merely nodded slightly, opting for brevity. Feng Yuan. Li Shui's crimson eyes sparkled with curiosity as she flitted between Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan, finally unable to contain herself. So, who should we call the senior brother? This query momentarily stumped both Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan. They exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Junior sister may not be aware, Xiao Xian said, slightly awkward as he explained. Master accepted us on the same day, without any distinction of seniority. Ah, I see. Li Shui understood. Jiang Heng, observing this exchange, subtly raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was his oversight, having been too preoccupied with forging bonds to consider this detail. Disorder within the sect was hardly a good thing. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze swept over Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan, and he spoke with an air of indifference. Since it has been brought up today, let us settle this matter. Who among you wishes to assume the title of senior brother? As his words echoed, silence enveloped the hall. Suddenly, the previously reticent Feng Yuan stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. Master, the position of senior brother bears significant responsibility. I feel myself lacking in capability to fulfill it. Senior brother Xiao possesses superior cultivation and a steady demeanor. In my humble opinion, it is most fitting for him to take on this role. His words were impeccably chosen, both elevating Xiao Xian and portraying himself as modest and courteous. Yet, Feng Yuan held his own calculations in mind. The title of senior brother? It sounded glorious. Always in the forefront, ever under scrutiny, but it would render his covert actions considerably inconvenient. Allowing this Xiao Xian to bear the brunt was quite favorable. Xiao Xian's eyes glimmered, though he maintained an outward appearance of humility, clasping his hands before Feng Yuan. You flatter me, junior brother. Since you trust me so, I shall accept this honor without reservation. Indeed, he coveted the position of senior brother, being the first disciple of a peak conferred prestige, with resources far surpassing those available to others. Very well, Jiang Heng nodded, decisively affirming. Xiao Xian shall be the senior brother, Feng Yuan the second brother, Li Shui the third sister, and Han Lin the fourth brother. With the titles established, the atmosphere within the hall lightened somewhat. Jiang Heng shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. However, the purpose of convening you today extends beyond merely introducing your junior siblings. There are two additional matters. His gaze swept over the four, his voice low yet clear enough to reach each ear. The first. It should now be known throughout the sacred land that I am accused of deliberately murdering Elder Feng of Tianjin Peak. Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. Jiang Heng observed their reactions, his tone unperturbed. Indeed, I did kill him. At these words, both Han Lin and Li Shui momentarily halted their breaths. Yet Jiang Heng continued. However, they sought my life first. I acted purely in self-defense. The details of this matter are not for you to question, nor must you heed the slanders circulating outside. He needed to stabilize the bonds he had painstakingly forged. He could not allow them to scatter at the slightest whisper of gossip. Rest assured, master, I have never doubted you. Xiao Xian immediately stepped forward, his gaze earnest, his tone resolute. This must surely be the machination of treacherous individuals from Tianjin Peak, seeking to frame you. What is a mere rumor to fear? Xiao Xian turned to Jiang Heng, his eyes unwavering. Indeed, master, Feng Yuan chimed in, his expression equally sincere. I trust in your character. Such trivial rumors are beneath our concern. While he spoke thus, his mind raced with calculations. Whether Jiang Heng was indeed framed mattered little to him. What he truly cared about was whether he could weather this storm. If not, he would have to seek alternative paths. Good. Excellent. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction, taking note of their reactions. Xiao Xian's loyalty was genuine, while Feng Yuan appeared to be observing. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. He would soon demonstrate to Feng Yuan that remaining was indeed the wisest choice. He suddenly lowered his voice, a hint of mystery lacing his words. As for the final matter, are you not curious how I made the leap from a mere mortal to my current state in such a short span of time? As these words fell, the air in the hall felt as though it had solidified, for pairs of eyes fixed intently on Jiang Heng, their gazes ablaze with a blend of inquiry, yearning, and a touch of disbelief. Xiao Xian's breath faltered momentarily. This question had long been on his mind. Master you? Jiang Heng raised a hand to halt his words, casting a deliberately mysterious glance around. By chance, I have come into possession of an ancient secret technique that can greatly enhance your cultivation efficiency. Today, I shall impart this technique to you. He shifted his tone, his demeanor becoming gravely serious. However, before we proceed, you must each swear an oath to the way of heaven. This technique must not be divulged to a fifth person without my express permission. The words ancient secret technique reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the four. Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan felt a tremendous shock, while Li Shui and Han Lin were left with their heads buzzing. Although they found it somewhat beyond belief, their desire for power eclipsed all doubts. The four did not dare to delay. They immediately summoned their souls and solemnly swore an oath to the way of heaven. Once the oaths were made, Jiang Heng stood from his seat with evident satisfaction. This technique is called the Kuan-style breathing method. The traditional breathing techniques you have been employing are long outdated. Pay close attention. As his words faded, he suddenly turned, presenting his back to them. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before the four disciples. Jiang Heng slightly bent his knees, adopting a loose horse stance, then abruptly leaned forward, his rear elevated high, only to arch backward sharply, forming an odd arc with his body. Subsequently, his shoulders began to sway side to side, and his head bobbed erratically. Han Lin stared, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. Li Shui bit her lip tightly, her pretty face flushed with suppressed laughter, her shoulders trembling as she fought to contain her mirth. Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a profound sense of confusion and stupor. Is this truly the ancient secret technique? Surely, it cannot be some long-lost exorcism ritual? Especially Feng Yuan, who, having once been a demon lord and witnessed countless mystical arts, had never encountered such a peculiar posture. He began to suspect that Jiang Heng was deliberately toying with them, testing their resolve. After completing the series of movements fluidly, Jiang Heng stood upright and turned to face the four, now petrified in place. How did it go? Did you remember everything? Yes, we remember. Xiao Xian's lips twitched involuntarily, yet he hesitated. Master, does this truly work? Am I not the best example of its efficacy? Jiang Heng replied coolly. Whether you believe it or not, you shall find out for yourselves. The four exchanged glances, their minds brimming with doubts. Yet they could only grit their teeth and mimic the movements. In an instant, a comically absurd scene unfolded within the main hall. Li Shuer was the most earnest, striving to imitate her master's motions. However, as her body twisted and her supple waist swayed, she resembled a newly hatched duckling flapping its wings, adorable yet clumsy. Han Lin's limbs were stiff and rigid, utterly failing to find any rhythm. In an unfortunate turn, he spun around, his elbow inadvertently colliding with Feng Yuan's waist. Ugh! Feng Yuan grunted, his brows knitting into a deep furrow. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, quickly suppressed. How could he, a dignified demon lord, be bested by a mere youth? He took a deep breath, adjusting his stance while scanning his body with his consciousness, attempting to grasp the principles behind the movements, yet only feeling a tumultuous chaos within him. What on earth is this nonsense? Only Xiao Xian, though slow in his movements, approached it with a sense of inquiry. In his mind, the voice of Dan Lao reflected a hint of confusion. I too cannot fathom this. The method defies logic, yet seems to resonate with some profound truth of the universe. Xiao Xian, focus and feel it. Do not let your mind wander. Observing the four figures before him, each contorted in their own awkward stances, Jiang Heng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he concentrated. System, activate the Thousandfold amplification. Received host command, Thousandfold amplification activated. Once the four had completed a round of the bizarre movements, they followed Jiang Heng's instructions and settled into a meditative posture. Initially, the hall was enveloped in silence. Yet, within mere moments, a tempest brewed. Buzz, centered around the main hall of Tianqiong Peak. The spiritual energy of the surrounding area seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, rushing in wildly. The four diminutive figures became the epicenter of a storm of spiritual energy, nearly submerged by the dense, almost tangible mist. Ugh! Li Shuer let out a suppressed moan, her delicate face paling. A bone-chilling aura was forcibly drawn from the depths of her being, a frigidness that penetrated to her marrow, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. But soon, a torrent of warmth surged forth, akin to the melting of winter's snow, dispelling the chilling energy entirely. An unprecedented lightness spread throughout her body. Crack! It was as if an invisible shackle within her shattered in response. Body refinement stage, 9th level, broken. Qi cultivation stage, 1st level. Qi cultivation stage, 2nd level. As the spiritual energy poured into her, her cultivation soared unstoppably to the 4th level of Qi cultivation before gradually stabilizing. Li Shuer suddenly opened her eyes, her crimson irises reflecting the vibrant colors of the world for the very first time. The myriad of light spots floating in the air, the flourishing life of the trees outside the hall, all became strikingly clear and vividly alive. For Han Lin, who was experiencing cultivation for the first time, it was utterly overwhelming. As a mere mortal, he now felt as if a long-dried riverbed had suddenly been flooded by a celestial torrent. The violent spiritual energy surged through his meridians, refining his physical form. The searing pain was followed by a rebirth. Body refinement stage, 1st level, 3rd level, 6th level. He was scarcely aware of any bottleneck, his cultivation advancing smoothly until it reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement, where it finally steadied. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented strength within him, and his eyes reddened with emotion. Is this the power of an immortal? Master. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Heng's figure had become akin to that of a deity. This is impossible. In Xiao Xian's mind, Dan Lao's voice faltered for the first time, tinged with sharp astonishment. This is not the breathing method at all. It is a plundering of the very essence of this world. This method, it defies all reason. Who exactly is Jiang Heng? Xiao Xian's mind was in turmoil, yet he had no time to respond. That overwhelming force had already shattered the barriers that had long held him captive, forcibly propelling his cultivation to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. He sensed that this was far from the end. Among the four, the one most unsettled was undoubtedly Feng Yuan. As a reborn demon lord with vast experience, What transpired before him completely overturned his understanding cultivated over 2 lifetimes. What ancient secret technique? Nonsense. This was an entirely unheard of path. A terrifying principle that transcended all logic. He forcibly suppressed his shock, frantically operating his techniques, greedily absorbing this power. The sensation of his cultivation skyrocketing felt like a rocket launch, causing him to waver in his previous calculations. Perhaps, following this enigmatic master would allow him to return to his peak faster than his clandestine schemes. Just then, a blinding beam of light sliced through the dense mist of spiritual energy in the hall, precisely hovering before Jiang Heng. The solemn voice of the holy master of Qingyun, Mu Yunbai, resonated from within, carrying an undeniable authority. Master Jiang, hasten to the hall of the sovereign. Jiang Heng waved his hand, dispersing the ethereal light, his gaze sweeping over the 4 disciples still enraptured by their sudden surge in cultivation. A subtle smile, laden with significance, graced his lips. Continue your training. I shall return shortly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from the hall. In the hall of the sovereign, an oppressive silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The leaders of the 9 peaks were gathered, all present save for the master of Tianqiong Peak. Seated in solemnity on either side, their expressions grave, eyes fixated on their own noses, as if lost in deep meditation like venerable monks. At the forefront of the left side sat Wang Feng, the master of Tianjin Peak, his weathered visage dark as a storm cloud. High above, in the central seat, the sovereign Mu Yunbai furrowed his brow, the prominent joints of his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest. Each sound resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. When Jiang Heng's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the hall, the gentle tapping ceased abruptly. All eyes converged upon him, sharp and piercing, akin to arrows. Appraisal, suspicion, and schadenfreude mingled in their gazes. As Jiang Heng stepped into the hall, all conversations halted. Various stares fixated on him, brimming with scrutiny, doubt, and a hint of malicious delight. Wang Feng sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Heng, his face a mask of fury and anguish. You have committed the heinous crime of murdering a fellow elder, and yet you dare to set foot in this hall of the sovereign. Jiang Heng did not even lift his eyelids, striding directly across the hall's center, ignoring Wang Feng's furious outburst, and offered a slight bow towards Mu Yunbai. I have come to pay my respects, sovereign. Mu Yunbai's expression was complex, and he nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Jiang Heng, Wang Feng, feeling utterly disregarded, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Infuriated to the point of slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. I demand an explanation for Elder Feng's death. At last, Jiang Heng turned leisurely, his eyes devoid of emotion, gazing calmly at Wang Feng's contorted visage filled with rage. His lips parted slightly. I killed him. The hall erupted into chaos at his declaration. Even the several peak masters who had been meditating with their eyes closed snapped them open in astonishment. No one anticipated such a candid, audacious admission from him. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, only for a fleeting joy to flicker across his face. This was the admission he had been waiting for. Excellent. Excellent. The sovereign and all present have heard it. He has confessed. Wang Feng's voice sharpened with excitement. According to the regulations of our Xiangyun Holy Land, a murderer of fellow disciples shall have their cultivation stripped and be cast into the heavenly prison, never to rise again. Yet, Jiang Heng appeared oblivious to his tirade, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, I killed Elder Feng. However, he was acting on your orders, Master Wang, ambushing me outside the Holy Land. Outmatched, I was nearly slain, and, in a moment of desperation, I retaliated and killed him. He paused, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. In fact, I owe a debt of gratitude to Master Wang. Had you not sent someone to kill me, I might not have found the resolve to slay a fellow disciple. You slanderous fiend. Wang Feng trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Jiang Heng. Elder Feng had no enmity with you. Why would he seek to ambush you? You have long harbored grievances against Tianjin Peak and sought vengeance at the first opportunity. Is that so? Jiang Heng chuckled lightly. What evidence do you possess? Surely, Master Wang does not believe that mere words can secure a conviction? At this pronouncement, several neutral peak masters nodded instinctively. Indeed, words alone held little weight. From the central seat, Mu Yunbai finally spoke, his voice steady. Wang Feng, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that Jiang Heng acted with malicious intent? Wang Feng's breath hitched. Evidence? He had none. This was merely a baseless accusation he had crafted to his advantage. Watching Mu Yunbai's overt favoritism, Wang Feng's anger flared, yet he dared not unleash it. With a cunning glint in his eyes, a more insidious thought emerged. Honorable sovereign, esteemed elders, let us set aside Elder Feng's death for now. However, there is another matter that Jiang Heng cannot possibly wriggle out of. Wang Feng exclaimed, pointing dramatically at Jiang Heng, his tone rising like a mournful cuckoo. Jiang Heng, pray tell, how is it that a being deemed a defective vessel, incapable of cultivating due to leaking innate spiritual energy, could, in just over a month, elevate from a mere mortal to a realm that even I cannot fathom? This question seized the attention of all present. Yes, this was the crux, the most illogical aspect. The hall fell into a profound silence once more, all eyes awaiting Jiang Heng's response. Sensing the moment was ripe, Wang Feng pressed forward, reveling in his triumph. His voice echoing throughout the hall, each word laced with malice. Coincidentally, our Holy Land has recently experienced a spate of inexplicable disappearances among both inner and outer disciples, vanishing without a trace. Yet you, Jiang Heng, have made astonishing strides in your cultivation during this very period. He paused deliberately, scanning the room, relishing the suspicion and fear that crept across the faces of the gathered audience. Then, with venomous intent, he unveiled the true bombshell, his tone cold as a viper's hiss. I harbor grave suspicions that you have practiced demonic arts, colluding with fiends of the demonic path. Using those missing disciples as your cultivation fodder, you have traded their flesh and souls for your current nefarious powers. Boom. The proclamation reverberated like thunder within the hall, colluding with demonic forces, sacrificing fellow disciples for power. Each accusation bore the weight of a death sentence that could shake the very foundations of the Qiangyun Holy Land and the entire Tianqiong realm. The expressions of the peak masters shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Jiang Heng now laden with suspicion, their demeanor turning wary. Even Mu Yunbai, who had steadfastly defended Jiang Heng, turned pale, his hand gripping the armrest tightly, his posture instinctively straightening. Should Jiang Heng be found guilty of such crimes, not even he could shield him from the repercussions within the Holy Land. In an instant, Jiang Heng became the target of collective ire. Wang Feng watched him with barely suppressed glee, envisioning the moment Jiang Heng would be stripped of his powers, dragged away like a defeated dog. Yet, amidst the tempest, Jiang Heng suddenly laughed. The sound was soft, yet in the profound silence of the hall, it resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with a sense of unspeakable mockery. He raised his head, each word deliberate, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it sent a jolt through every heart present. Master Wang, at your advanced age, how is it that your mind remains as stagnant as a mere ornament? Are you jesting with me? Chapter 27. The Reversal of the Celestial Polarities. Completion of the Venerable Realm. You dare to be defiant even in the face of death. Wang Feng's roar echoed throughout the hall, tinged with desperation. Jiang Heng, seemingly unaffected, maintained his indifferent expression, merely flicking his wrist. A gray-white recording stone settled quietly in his palm. I have a habit, he began leisurely, his voice softly overpowering Wang Feng's fading tones, of collecting mementos. As the last syllable fell from his lips, he flicked his finger, infusing a sliver of spiritual energy into the stone. The recording stone hummed to life, levitating into the air and projecting a vivid scene. The image revealed the moment Elder Feng attempted to ambush Jiang Heng. Wang Feng, you orchestrated this, did you not? Assassinating a peak master is an egregious crime tantamount to the extermination of an entire family. What benefits did he promise you that you would forsake your very life? A dead man has no need for such knowledge. The image captured the despair and regret etched upon Feng Lei's face in his final moments, his contorted features and anguished cries striking the nerves of all present. The peak master was wrong. I was wrong. We were all mistaken. No, I cannot die. I am on the cusp of becoming peak master. I have a bright future ahead. As Feng Lei's last piercing scream echoed, the light curtain abruptly ceased. Within the grand hall, an oppressive silence reigned. All the peak master's gazes, sharp as blades, converged upon Wang Feng. His usually composed demeanor was now clouded with an ashen pallor, his lips twitching unnaturally. Utter nonsense. Wang Feng slammed his palm upon the table, pointing at the vanished light curtain with a roar, though his voice faltered slightly. This is a forgery. It must be a forgery. Holy Master, this is a blatant frame-up. He had berated Feng Lei 1,000 times in his mind, deeming him a complete failure who could not accomplish anything without causing trouble. Jiang Heng retrieved the recording stone with deliberate care, tucking it into his robe. Wang Feng, at this juncture, do you still wish to argue? Jiang Heng's gaze bore into Wang Feng's distorted face. He silently intoned, Eye of the Great Dao, open. In an instant, a faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Goodness, one glance revealed a grand revelation. This old scoundrel, Wang Feng, truly sought to pin his own misdeeds upon himself unaltered. Wang Feng, Cultivation, 8th stage of the Venerable Realm. Recent activities, in pursuit of a breakthrough. Colluded with the demonic faction Bloodslaughter Sect to obtain the blood sacrifice method, secretly murdering numerous outer disciples for ritualistic enhancement of his cultivation. while enticing several loyal elders to practice this wicked art alongside him. Several peak masters, originally neutral, exchanged furtive glances, their expressions undeniably peculiar. The master of Danding Peak even stroked his beard, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Feng. Indeed, based on their understanding of Wang Feng, the odds were high that he was the perpetrator. At the head seat, Mu Yunbai finally spoke, his voice heavy enough to draw water. Wang Feng, do you have anything to say? Holy Master, this is slander. Naked slander. Wang Feng, agitated, felt the veins in his forehead throb. He understood the lethal potential of the recording stone and could only stubbornly deny it, for he had no other evidence. How could the ramblings of a dying man serve as grounds for my conviction? Mu Yunbai furrowed his brow. Although Wang Feng was attempting to refute, his words were not entirely without merit. The recording stone could be forged, and with Feng lay deceased, there was no one to counter the claims. Based solely on this, it was indeed difficult to directly condemn a peak master. Observing Mu Yunbai's hesitation, Wang Feng felt a flicker of relief, though his resentment deepened. Holy Master, let us not dwell on Elder Feng's matter for now. However, an explanation is warranted regarding his sudden surge in strength. And what of the missing disciples? This cannot simply be overlooked. He endeavored to douse Jiang Heng with this dirty water once more. Yet, Jiang Heng regarded him as one might a jester, then turned to bow slightly towards Mu Yunbai. Holy Master, since Peak Master Wang deems the evidence insufficient, we may temporarily set aside the assassination matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Jiang Heng to yield voluntarily. However, Jiang Heng's tone shifted to one of chill, regarding the matter of the missing disciples. Since Peak Master Wang is so concerned and insists on casting aspersions upon me, I, Jiang Heng, shall make a promise here. He extended 3 fingers. His voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. 3 days. I require merely 3 days. I will thoroughly investigate this matter, unearthing the specters lurking in the shadows and providing an account to the Holy Land. Jiang Heng's gaze pierced through the crowd like twin swords aimed at Wang Feng. When the time comes, who colludes with the demonic path and who harms their fellow disciples will undoubtedly be revealed. A heavy dread settled in Wang Feng's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. Mu Yunbai fixed his gaze upon the upright figure of the young man in the hall, and after a moment, nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. He slammed his hand upon the armrest, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the hall. Until this matter is clarified, both Jiang Heng and Wang Feng shall remain suspects and are prohibited from leaving the Holy Land. Dismissed. Jiang Heng refrained from uttering further words. Nor did he cast another glance at Wang Feng, turning instead to exit the hall. With the eye of the great Dao at his disposal, he was acutely aware of the names of Wang Feng's loyalists. Finding evidence to pin him down was merely a matter of time. At Tianqiong Peak, within the main hall, as soon as Jiang Heng stepped inside, for distinct waves of spiritual energy surged upward. Master, Li Shuer was the first to open her eyes, her voice ringing with delight. She leaped up, bouncing in place, feeling an unprecedented lightness and strength within her, her small face radiating excitement. Following her, Han Lin, Xiaoxian, and Fang Yuan also opened their eyes in succession. Their auras had deepened significantly since Jiang Heng's departure. At that moment, the system's notification sound flooded Jiang Heng's mind. Xiaoxian's cultivation has risen to the 6th stage of qi refinement, and the cultivation is returned to the host 10,000-fold, elevating the host's cultivation to the 4th stage of the venerable realm. Jiang Heng's internal spiritual energy surged, his aura abruptly spiking. Fang Yuan's cultivation has risen to the 2nd stage of qi refinement, and the cultivation is returned to the host 10,000-fold, elevating the host's cultivation to the 6th stage of the venerable realm. Master, I feel as if I could fell an ox. Han Lin clenched his fists, exhilarated by the surging power within, his cheeks flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he could possess such strength. Another wave of pure energy flowed in, causing the chaotic sword intent within his meridians to hum joyfully. Li Shuer rushed over, wrapping her arms around Jiang Heng's. Her face tilted up in pride. Master, Master, I am now at the 8th stage of qi refinement. Isn't that impressive? Just as her words fell, the system notification chimed again. Li Shuer's cultivation has risen to the 8th stage of qi refinement, and the cultivation is returned to the host 10,000-fold, elevating the host's cultivation to the 9th stage of the venerable realm. Han Lin's cultivation has reached the peak of body refinement, and the cultivation is returned to the host, elevating the host's cultivation to the peak of the venerable realm. Boom. The final 2 immense forces surged into Jiang Heng's dantian like a torrent, colliding with a resounding crash. This time, it was not a mere ascent. Every inch of Jiang Heng's meridians and every acupoint expanded and solidified wildly under the onslaught of this power. The chaotic sword intent within the dantian spun to its utmost, emitting a clear sword cry, as if striving to break free. The barrier of the venerable realm offered no resistance, quietly dissolving. Fourth stage, sixth stage, ninth stage, peak. As the vast energy gradually subsided and settled within the Qi Sea, Jiang Heng's cultivation had firmly stabilized at the peak of the venerable realm. A mere step away from the quasi-saint realm, he slowly raised his hand, gently grasping at the air. Crack! A faint crisp sound reverberated, as a visible ripple formed in the space of his palm, resembling fragile glass, ready to shatter at a touch. Jiang Heng withdrew his hand, the warmth in his eyes replaced by a profound chill. Power is the most direct means to resolve troubles. With a flick of his right hand, a blank sheet of paper and a pen materialized out of thin air. With a poised wrist and a deft stroke of the pen, names sprang to life upon the parchment, precisely as seen in the eye of the Great Path, the list of Wang Feng's trusted elders who had practiced the blood sacrifice technique. Upon completion, his fingers, akin to a sword, traced a delicate line across the letter. Miraculously, the paper folded itself, transforming instantaneously into a lifelike paper crane. A strand of golden spiritual energy coiled around Jiang Heng's fingertip as he flicked it, striking the crane at its brow. Go! The crane emitted a clear, resonant cry, its wings fluttering, truly coming to life as it became a streak of light, swiftly penetrating the hall and speeding towards the sacred master hall on the main peak. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Heng turned to gaze at the four bewildered youngsters, the chill in his eyes dissipating into a gentler demeanor. Wang Feng, your time of reckoning has arrived. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable edict. Chapter 28. Wang Feng's flight. Meanwhile, in the sacred master hall, Mu Yunbai was grappling with a headache over the day's council matters when, suddenly, a streak of light burst through the window, hovering precisely before him. Taken aback, he recognized the paper crane and furrowed his brow. Which old fool is behind this trickery? With a flicker of thought, the crane gently descended into his palm, warm to the touch, before morphing into a letter. The names inscribed upon it resembled death warrants, each stroke sharp and laden with murderous intent. Elder Lei, Elder Chu, Elder Lin, Elder Zhao. Each name represented a powerful elder from the Heavenly Sword Peak, all of whom were Wang Feng's right-hand men. Mu Yunbai's breath hitched abruptly. He sprang to his feet, an invisible, terrifying aura sweeping through the grand hall, causing the furnishings to groan under the weight of pressure. Intruders. His voice was not loud, yet it bore the weight of an impending storm. Two guards clad in dark golden armor materialized out of nowhere, kneeling with heads bowed low. Seal off the Heavenly Sword Peak. Capture everyone listed in this letter. Mu Yunbai's voice was as frigid as eternal ice, his countenance radiating lethal intent. If there is any resistance, show no mercy. Should a whisper of this matter escape, bring their heads to me. As you command. The golden-armored guards shuddered, not daring to hesitate, vanishing in a flash. The hall fell silent once more, save for Mu Yunbai's heavy breaths echoing through the vast space, each breath striking against his nearly uncontrollable fury. As the hour of the rat approached, the night enveloped the entire Qingyun's sacred land in darkness. Outside a secluded cave on the main artery of Heavenly Sword Peak, two shadows silently landed, Mu Yunbai and Jiang Heng, now clad in plain attire. Jiang Heng extended a finger, gently pointing at the void ahead. An almost imperceptible golden ripple spread outwards. The protective barrier, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a revered master, melted away like parchment scorched by a branding iron, silently creating a passage for one to pass through. The two slipped inside. A nauseatingly sweet and foul odor, mingled with sinister energy fluctuations, assailed them. The secret chamber deep within the cave had been forcibly breached. At its center lay a formation, a grotesque array of twisted runes, soaked in dried, blackened blood, and amidst it, several segments of partially decayed white bones radiated an aura of vengeful wrath. The blood sacrifice array of the blood fiend sect. Mu Yunbai clenched his fists tightly, knuckles cracking with each squeeze as he ground out through clenched teeth. What a formidable Wang Feng. What a disgraceful Heavenly Sword Peak. Each word dripped with unbridled rage. Jiang Heng, brow furrowed, observed before turning away. Master, do not let your health be compromised by anger. This is merely the first of many. Mu Yunbai was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Heng's indifferent remark, yet his fury only intensified, manifesting as a cold snort as he waved his sleeve and followed. Under the cover of night, the two figures moved like vengeful phantoms through the Heavenly Sword Peak. Elder Chu's cave, Elder Lin's cave, Elder Zhao's cave. Each one without exception housed an identical blood sacrifice formation. The whereabouts of the outer disciples, who had mysteriously disappeared within the sacred grounds, were now all too evident. As they exited the fourth cave, Mu Yunbai stood at the cliff's edge, silently gazing down at the myriad lights below. The night breeze stirring his robes, but failing to disperse the palpable chill of murderous intent surrounding him. As the sacred master, to be utterly oblivious to such heinous acts occurring beneath his very nose was an unfathomable humiliation. In the Qingyun Sacred Lands prison, the dim and damp cell housed Elder Lei, Elder Chu, and 2 others, bound by specially crafted chains that pierced their bones, sealing away all their spiritual power, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. With a creak, the heavy cell door swung open, and 2 figures stepped in against the light. Upon seeing the newcomers, Elder Lei's ashen face ignited with desperation as he struggled, the chains rattling. Sacred Master, I am wronged," he bellowed, his voice hoarse. "I have served the heavenly sword peak for 300 years, shed blood for the sacred land. How could I consort with the demonic path? It was Jiang Heng. He must have framed me. His origins are dubious. He must have employed some wicked sorcery. Yes, Sacred Master, please see the truth." Elder Chu chimed in. "We are utterly loyal to the sacred land, never harboring a second thought." Mu Yunbai remained deaf to their pleas, his stern visage revealing no emotion. He simply stepped to the center of the cell, silent. Loyalty? He had no time for their words. With a flick of his wrist, 4 recording stones materialized, floating precisely before the 4 men. There was no interrogation, no rebuke. The light curtain illuminated the blood-soaked, sinister formation within their respective caves, presenting a vivid tableau of horror. The runes soaked in black blood, the scattered bones at the formation's heart, silently narrated the entirety of their treachery. The evidence was irrefutable. The cries of the 4 ceased abruptly, their faces draining of color. Jiang Heng stepped forward, squatting before Elder Lei, his gaze calm as he scrutinized him. "Do you still believe you have been framed?" Elder Lei's lips trembled violently, a rasp escaping his throat, yet he could not utter a single word. "Where is Wang Feng?" Jiang Heng inquired directly. I do not know." "Is that so?" Jiang Heng rose, turning towards Mu Yunbai. "Master, it seems they will not shed tears until they see their coffins. According to the sect's regulations, colluding with the demonic path and harming fellow disciples warrants 7 days of soul fire torment, resulting in their souls scattering, and their entire clans shall be reduced to servitude, never to cultivate again." Jiang Heng's voice, though soft, struck like a hammer upon their hearts. "No, please, don't." The one whose mental defenses crumbled first was Elder Zhao. "I will speak. I will tell everything." Tears streaming down his face, he desperately bowed towards Mu Yunbai. "It was Master Wang Feng. He forced us to do this. It was Master Wang Feng. He made us do this." He claimed this blood sacrifice technique would allow us to break through our bottlenecks swiftly. He said those outer disciples were of mediocre talent, their deaths were merely a waste, and it would contribute to the sacred land. It was he who contacted the Bloodfiend sect. The formation blueprints were provided by him. Once someone broke the ice, the psychological defenses of the remaining 3 crumbled instantaneously. "Have mercy, O Holy Lord. We too were deceived by him. Our sins do not warrant death." The cries for mercy, the voices of repentance, and even the mutual accusations and insults intertwined within the small prison cell, creating a cacophony of disgrace. Jiang Heng observed all of this with an unflinching gaze, his eyes betraying no emotion. Mu Yunbai closed his eyes, absorbing the unbearable truths he least wanted to hear, his chest heaving violently. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reopened his eyes. "Where's Wang Feng now?" Elder Zhao, trembling with trepidation, dared not conceal anything as he replied. "After today as council, the Peak Master sent us a message, stating that circumstances have changed and we should prepare ourselves. He said, should the Holy Master's palace make any moves against the Heavenly Sword Peak, it would mean our plan has been exposed. He will take the initiative to meet us at the Bloodfiend sect's headquarters." Before he could finish, a golden armored guard rushed into the dungeon, kneeling on one knee, his expression a portrait of panic. "Reporting to the Holy Master, Wang Feng has escaped." His chambers were empty, save for a short-range teleportation array that had already been activated. The entire dungeon was plunged into a profound silence. Mu Yunbai clenched his fists tightly, an aura of terror erupting uncontrollably, causing the dungeon to reverberate. Jiang Heng merely brushed off his sleeves. "He has fled. So be it. Dying in the Holy Land would be too lenient for him." Chapter 29, 1 against 2. Decapitating Wang Feng. The news of Wang Feng's escape struck like a boulder into still waters, sending silent waves through the dungeon. Mu Yunbai slowly turned, his face devoid of any trace of anger. Now only coldness remained. He stepped out of the prison door, never glancing back. "Convey my holy decree." His tone was terrifyingly calm, causing the kneeling golden armored guard to shudder involuntarily. "Any person from the sacred land of Qingyun within the Holy Land's territory who encounters Wang Feng shall be executed without mercy." Meanwhile, Jiang Heng was racing through the night sky, a streak of light that seemed to tear through the darkness, leaving behind a lingering golden trail. Mountains retreated, and the sea of clouds surged. Jiang Heng rode the wind, as if the very heavens had become his ally. He sensed a hidden spiritual energy attached to Wang Feng. The latter was currently fleeing for his life, his trajectory erratic, evidently utilizing the short-range teleportation array to continuously shift locations. The destination of this erratic path led to a forbidden area shrouded in dense demonic energy, the Blood Fiend Abyss. The headquarters of the Blood Fiend Sect in the South Sky Wilderness. In a desolate valley of jagged stones, space twisted as Wang Feng tumbled out of the teleportation array. His complexion as pale as a sheet. He leaned against a massive rock, gasping for breath. The incessant teleportation having nearly drained the last vestiges of spiritual energy from his dantian. Peak Master, you are half an hour late. A chilling male voice emerged from the shadows. A man clad in a blood-red robe, his face obscured by a half-masked visage of a demon, slowly stepped forward. His eyes glinting with mockery, as if appraising a stray dog. An unforeseen circumstance. Wang Feng suppressed the humiliation boiling within him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and urgently inquired, "Did you bring the item?" Naturally. The blood-robe envoy tossed a jade vial nonchalantly. The sect master has stated that once you hand over the protective formation diagram of the Qingyun sacred land, you shall become the vice master of our South Sky Wilderness branch, and this blood god pill shall serve as your welcoming gift. Wang Feng caught the jade vial, greed and fervor gleaming in his eyes. Vice master. Once I become the vice master of the Blood Fiend sect, what is a mere Qingyun sacred land to me? Yet, just as he was about to speak, a voice, cold and indifferent as the winds of the 9 underworlds, drifted from the valley entrance. Vice master? I fear you may not have that opportunity. That familiar voice. Wang Feng stiffened, turning abruptly. In the moonlight, Jiang Heng's figure approached slowly, his pace unhurried. Jiang Heng, Wang Feng screamed, his tone laced with intense malice. How did you track me down to this place? You don't actually think you could escape? Jiang Heng halted. Meeting his gaze, the sight of an enemy ignited a fierce intensity. Kill him. Wang Feng roared at the blood-robe envoy beside him. He is Jiang Heng. Slay him, and the Qingyun sacred land will surely descend into chaos. Yet, the blood-robe envoy remained unmoved, merely regarding Jiang Heng with keen interest. Perfection in the realm of the respected? How intriguing. When did the Qingyun sacred land produce such a figure? Wang Feng grew increasingly anxious at the lack of action, a wave of humiliation igniting his fury to a boiling point. He let out a primal scream, unleashing his full force as an 8th stage respected. Jiang Heng, accept your death. He transformed into a beam of sword light, charging directly at Jiang Heng's brow. Jiang Heng, however, didn't even draw his sword. He merely extended 2 fingers. Clang. A sharp sound rang out. Wang Feng's decisive strike was effortlessly pinched between those seemingly delicate fingers. The tip of his sword was mere inches from Jiang Heng's brow, yet it could advance no further. Wang Feng's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Is this all you can do? Jiang Heng applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. Wang Feng's spiritual sword shattered in an instant. A surge of overwhelming force rebounded through the broken sword. Uffed. Wang Feng was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body hurtling backward to crash heavily against the mountainside. Impossible. He struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face. This cannot be. How could you? Jiang Heng, uninterested in further conversation, formed a sword with his right hand, a sharp sword chi coalescing at his fingertips, preparing to deliver the final blow. You have overstepped. My friend. The blood-robe envoy finally moved. In a flicker, he appeared before Wang Feng, blocking Jiang Heng's path. Boom. An equally terrifying aura of perfection in the realm of the respected erupted from him. A viscous crimson energy rapidly spread from his center. The stench of blood filled the air, accompanied by the unending wails of the damned. Wang Feng, you are now one of my Blood Fiend Sect's people. The long knife at the blood-robe envoy's waist slowly unsheathed, its blade glowing with a sanguine hue. If you wish to kill him, you must first ask my blade. Before he finished speaking, the long knife transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, slashing through the air to sever all of Jiang Heng's escape routes. Seeking death, Jiang Heng did not retreat but advanced. Meanwhile, witnessing himself being effortlessly crushed by the once despised waste, Wang Feng's sanity was completely consumed by rage. He pulled the jade vial from his bosom. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the blood-red pill inside. Roar. Wang Feng unleashed a roar that resembled no human sound. His skin cracked inch by inch. Streams of crimson spiritual energy erupted from within him, dyeing his entire body blood red. His cultivation surged, breaking through its bottleneck, skyrocketing to the pinnacle of the realm of the respected. Jiang Heng, I want you dead. Wang Feng's domain exploded forth. The once pure sword intent now tainted by a layer of eerie blood energy, becoming frenzied and sinister. In an instant, the two realms of perfection in the realm of the respected pressed down towards Jiang Heng from opposite directions. Come forth. Jiang Heng did not evade or retreat, activating the chaotic sword intent and releasing his own domain. In this realm, there exists neither resounding grandeur nor dazzling brilliance. It is a pure expanse of gray, an abyss that seems capable of consuming all that it encounters. Thunderous. The three great domains collide ferociously. Rivers of blood surge, and crimson sword energy crisscrosses the air. Yet, no matter how they roar, they cannot penetrate even a fraction of that gray domain. Instead, upon contact, they are relentlessly obliterated and assimilated by the chaotic essence within. Jiang Heng stands alone, battling two formidable adversaries of equal rank without yielding an inch. With his left hand forming seals and his right hand shaping into a sword, he engages them at the heart of their clash, locked in an intense struggle. It must come to an end. With a flick of his right hand, the Tianqiong sword emits a clear, resonant cry, suddenly manifesting in his palm. The moment his hand grasps the hilt, an immense, unparalleled surge of spiritual power floods into the blade. Buzz. A resplendent violet gold radiance ignites along the sword's body. A towering intent of violet gold pierces the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of the nine skies. In that instant, Jiang Heng's aura escalates infinitely, subtly brushing against the threshold of quasi-saintship. This is not good. A sense of alarm blares within the blood-robed envoy, a shroud of impending doom enveloping him. Retreat. Wang Feng, too, is rendered paralyzed by the terrifying pressure. His recently inflated confidence shattered to dust. The two of them turn to flee into the void. Too late. Jiang Heng raises the Tianqiong sword in hand, and, with a gentle sweep towards their direction of escape, unleashes a violet gold sword energy that cleaves through the heavens like a torrential river. Wherever the violet gold sword energy passes, space is effortlessly torn asunder like thin paper. Just as Wang Feng and the blood-robed envoy are about to slip into the fissure of the void, their bodies suddenly stiffen. Their faces are frozen in terror. In an instant, their forms, along with that segment of the void, are utterly devoured and obliterated by the violet gold sword energy, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Chapter 30. The Bloodslaughter Sect's subordinate leader, Blood Shadow. The violet gold sword energy cleaves through the expanse, its residual might gradually dissipating. The entire Shattered Stone Valley has undergone a complete transformation. The ground is carved into a terrifying chasm of unfathomable depth, reaching the valley's end, while the surrounding cliffs have wholly collapsed, a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Jiang Heng stands with his sword, the surging power within him gradually subsiding. He turns to leave. At that moment, an indescribable chill surges along his spine. It is not the aura of death, but a far more advanced and pure form of life suppression. He suddenly whirls around. In the void that the sword energy has entirely annihilated, a discordant crimson light flickers into being. This point of light swiftly expands, transforming into a blood-red vortex that spins wildly. A nauseating stench of blood pours forth from the vortex, as if it connects to an infinite sea of blood. Jiang Heng halts, subconsciously tightening his grip on the Tianqiong sword. Have I slain the lesser, only for the greater to arrive? He muses internally, his expression betraying no trace of ease. Since he attained his cultivation, this is the first time he has felt such heart-pounding trepidation. Within the blood-red vortex, a hazy figure gradually solidifies. It is a tall man, similarly clad in blood-red robes, yet his face is distinctly visible, composed entirely of blood light, appearing ethereal and unreal. He exudes no fluctuations of spiritual power, but merely standing there distorts the very laws of the valley. The air thickens, and the winds cease to flow. Jiang Heng's chaotic sword intent domain instinctively protects him under this invisible pressure, and for the first time, that gray expanse exhibits unstable ripples. A quasi-saint. Only a true quasi-saint can possess such might. Though merely a projection of a doppelganger, its essence has already transcended the realm of the revered. You, who have slain my blood servant. The blood-red apparition speaks, its voice soft yet imbued with a detached indifference, as if a deity gazes down upon mere insects. Jiang Heng does not respond. The chaotic sword intent within him surges violently, every ounce of power directed into the Tianqiong sword. In the face of such an enemy, any words would be superfluous. How intriguing. The blood-red apparition, known as Blood Shadow, the leader of the southern heavenly wild branch of the Bloodslaughter Sect, curls his lips into a cruel smile. A mere perfected revered can actually slay my blood servant and compel my projection to descend. He raises a hand, entirely composed of blood light, and gently clenches it towards Jiang Heng's direction. Boom. The space within 100 feet around Jiang Heng suddenly collapses inward. The force of compression is sufficient to pulverize a mountain into dust. Jiang Heng grunts, his chaotic sword intent domain trembling violently. The gray light flashing erratically as it barely withstands this terrifying pressure. However, the ground beneath him cannot endure, cracking inch by inch, forming a vast, web-like depression. Oh, it can actually withstand it? Blood Shadow seems somewhat surprised, a flicker of emotion breaking through his previously indifferent gaze. He slowly raises another hand, and a blood-red spear coalesces within his palm, its tip radiating a soul-crushing aura of destruction. The shadow of death looms over Jiang Heng like never before. Jiang Heng understands that ordinary means are futile against this projection. In that moment, his entire reservoir of spiritual power erupts without reservation, flooding into the Tianqiong sword. The sword, once enveloped in violet gold light, is now shrouded in a profound gray hue. Within that grayness lies the primal forces of creation itself. Heavy, archaic, yet sharp enough to sever all rules. He grips the sword with both hands, and, directing all his strength towards the blood-red apparition, he strikes downward with a single blow. There is no sword energy, no radiance. Only a gray fissure flashes through the air. This fissure disregards space, disregards the domain suppression laid by Blood Shadow, and directly appears before him. For the first time, astonishment crosses Blood Shadow's indifferent visage. The eternally impassive countenance of Blood Shadow finally cracks. He attempts to retreat, only to realize that he is not merely locked in place, but utterly negated. The gray fissure acts like an eraser, obliterating the rules of his existence within this realm. The quasi-saint laws he takes pride in seem as fragile as paper before that fissure. The blood-red spear he was about to hurl is hastily raised in defense. Sizzle. There is no cataclysmic roar. The blood-red spear, upon contact with the gray fissure, is consumed silently, as if melting away like ice and snow. Following that, the fissure slices through Blood Shadow's body. All of his motions come to an abrupt halt. From the center of his forehead, a delicate gray line emerges, swiftly spreading downward. Blood Shadow gazes down at his form, watching as it begins to dissolve into motes of light from that gray line, gradually returning to the void. A peculiar smile crosses his face, a flicker of excitement at discovering a novel prey. Qingyun's sacred land, Tianqiong Peak, Jiang Heng, is it? He raises his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Jiang Heng, as if to imprint his image upon his very soul. Interesting, I shall remember you. As the last syllable faded away, the shadow clone of Blood Shadow dissipated into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. The suffocating pressure that weighed down upon the air also vanished like smoke. The valley returned to its previous state of desolation. PFF. Jiang Heng could no longer hold on. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth as he knelt on one knee. The Tianqiong sword plunged into the ground, preventing him from collapsing. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his spiritual energy. At this moment, his internal energy had long since been exhausted, and waves of excruciating pain tore through his meridians. He lifted his gaze towards the direction where Blood Shadow had disappeared, his face devoid of any joy of survival, replaced entirely by an unshakable gravity. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose, his eyes falling upon the unfathomable chasm carved by his sword. Blood Fiend Sect, Quasi-Saint. Jiang Heng's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Just wait. The next time we meet, it shall be your true self that shatters. Chapter 31, The Enlightenment Tea. Inside the Holy Master's hall, the atmosphere remained stifling. Mu Yunbai stood with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed. The reports from the golden armored guards outside indicated that they had failed to locate Wang Feng. Just then, a figure staggered into the great hall, breath ragged, his complexion as pale as parchment. It was none other than Jiang Heng. His white robe was stained with blood, and several tears marred its fabric, as if he had endured a brutal battle. You. Mu Yunbai's pupils constricted as he stepped forward in an instant. Supporting Jiang Heng. Did you catch up to Wang Feng? Jiang Heng nodded, breathing unevenly, and without further words, handed over a storage ring. Mu Yunbai accepted the storage ring, his consciousness sweeping through it, and the familiar imprint of spiritual energy caused him to freeze in place. It truly belonged to Wang Feng. He is dead? Mu Yunbai lifted his head, his gaze complex as he studied the youth before him. How long had it been since the news of Wang Feng's escape reached him? Now, Jiang Heng had returned with the spoils. This was simply, Holy Master, that Wang Feng was exceedingly cunning, repeatedly using short-distance teleportation arrays to flee. Fortunately, I have recently gained some insight into formations and learned a bit about them, ultimately managing to strike him down. Jiang Heng's tone revealed a hint of frailty from having survived a calamity. Of course, he said nothing about the Blood Robe Envoy or that terrifying quasi-saint clone. An innocent man suffers for having a precious gem. Without absolute strength, revealing too many trump cards would only invite unnecessary trouble, or worse, calamity. Mu Yunbai gazed deeply at him, his heart tumultuous like raging waves that could not settle. He recalled not long ago, this child was merely in the cave heaven realm. Now he could single-handedly pursue a peak 8th layer honored one across thousands of miles outside the Holy Land. Such a rate of growth was nothing short of monstrous. After a moment of silence, Mu Yunbai exhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, a genuine expression of relief gracing his features. He returned the storage ring to Jiang Heng. What you have slain, the spoils naturally belong to you. Moreover, in eradicating the traitor for the Holy Land, you have rendered great service. The Holy Land never neglects those who have contributed. As Mu Yunbai's words fell, a flash of brilliance emanated from his palm, revealing 3 crystalline tea leaves, seemingly sculpted from the purest jade, gently floating into the air. Upon their appearance, the entire hall was suffused with a refreshing fragrance that seemed to cleanse the soul, leading one to unwittingly immerse themselves in the profound rhythm of the Tao. This is the enlightenment tea? Jiang Heng's breath caught momentarily, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This was the legendary treasure. Sourced from the ancient enlightenment tree in the Yaoqi Holy Land, it bore flowers for a millennium, bore fruit for another millennium, and after yet another millennium, it would yield but 5 precious leaves. Each leaf contained a trace of the primordial Tao principles, capable of plunging cultivators into profound states of enlightenment, yielding unimaginable effects for breaking through bottlenecks and comprehending the laws. For an ordinary person, possessing a single leaf would be enough to serve as a treasured heirloom. Yet the Holy Master had bestowed upon him 3 at once. Take them. Your progress has been rapid. It is only natural to feel a bit unsteady. These will help you solidify your Tao heart and navigate the path ahead. Mu Yunbai's expression conveyed a sense of deservedness, his tone laced with the concern of a mentor. Thank you, Holy Master. Jiang Heng did not hesitate this time, solemnly accepting the 3 pieces of enlightenment tea and carefully storing them within his storage ring. Mu Yunbai nodded in satisfaction, refraining from inquiring how Jiang Heng had found Wang Feng, or the secret behind his sudden surge in strength. From the moment Wang Feng had fled, all suspicion he held towards this child had dissipated. He only needed to know that this child was the future of the Qingyun Holy Land. That was sufficient. By the way, Mu Yunbai seemed to recall something, his tone shifting. With Wang Feng now deceased, the Tianjin Peak cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Would you be interested in concurrently taking on the role of Peak Master of Tianjin Peak? Naturally. The position of Peak Master of Tianqiong Peak will still be reserved for you. No. Jiang Heng shook his head upon hearing this. Holy Master, you know I am not suited for such a role. Managing those few little rascals at Tianqiong Peak is already enough of a headache. Taking on Tianjin Peak as well would leave me with no time to cultivate. What a jest. Taking in disciples requires forging bonds. And that group from Tianjin Peak is quite the motley crew. Taking them in would be futile and merely a source of frustration for myself. You rascal. Mu Yunbai was amused by his aversion to the idea, chuckling helplessly. His original intention was to take this opportunity to direct the resources of Tianjin Peak towards Tianqiong Peak, to support this dwindling lineage. Since Jiang Heng was unwilling, he did not press further. Very well, then you should return and rest well. Disciple takes his leave. Jiang Heng cupped his hands in respect, and with a flash of his figure, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of Tianqiong Peak. Watching his vanishing silhouette, Mu Yunbai stroked his beard, his gaze growing increasingly profound. So be it. A hidden dragon in the abyss, when it finally soars into the sky, the entire Tianhuang shall tremble. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, soaring through the air, had already shed the weariness from his face, replaced instead by an unwavering gravity. He could sense that the quasi-saint known as Blood Shadow had cast a final gaze that seemed to penetrate the void. That feeling of being targeted was truly disquieting. He opened his palm, feeling the pure Tao rhythm emanating from the 3 pieces of enlightenment tea, his expression resolute. He must elevate his strength swiftly. Naturally, this enlightenment tea was not meant for his own consumption. To sit cross-legged and ponder the ethereal Tao principles, the efficiency would be too low. In contrast, handing them over to his disciples for cultivation, while he awaited the system's 10,000-fold returns, was the swiftest path to becoming stronger. Moments later, within the main hall of Tianqiong Peak, Jiang Heng's figure quietly appeared. He retrieved a set of purple clay tea utensils from his storage ring and began to boil water and warm the cups at a leisurely pace. He sent a message to his 4 disciples. Before long, 4 figures arrived in succession. Li Shui-er, Han Lin, Xiao Xian, and Fang Yuan entered the great hall. Momentarily taken aback, they beheld their usually somewhat disheveled master seated in the main position, attentively manipulating the tea utensils with fluid motions. You all are here. Sit. Jiang Heng did not even lift his eyelids, gesturing towards the cushions below. The 4 individuals, perplexed yet obedient, took their seats. their curious gazes fixated upon the exquisite tea set. "Master, what is this?" Han Lin could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brewing tea," Jiang Heng replied in a calm tone, as he delicately placed a crystal-clear tea leaf, resembling a carving of jade, into the teapot. As boiling water cascaded in, an overwhelming fragrance, rich in the essence of Dao, instantly enveloped the grand hall. The four felt their minds buzz, as if their very souls had been cleansed, illuminating the myriad of obstacles they encountered during their cultivation. Merely inhaling the aroma of this tea had such miraculous effects. Their breaths quickened in unison. "What is this?" A spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Xianxia's eyes. Riveted upon the tea leaf, "The Enlightenment Tea," Jiang Heng stated nonchalantly. Boom. Those three words detonated in the minds of the four disciples like a thunderclap. The Enlightenment Tea. The legendary supreme treasure from the sacred realm of Yaoqi. It takes 3,000 years to grow just 5 leaves, each harboring the principles of the world. Priceless and beyond compare. It is a coveted divine object sought after by countless powerful beings. Chapter 32. The second transition to semi-saint. "All right, the tea is ready. Come and drink," Jiang Heng said with an easy smile as he regarded the four. However, Li Shue'er quickly shook her head. "Master, this is far too precious. Please, you drink it." "Indeed, Master, I implore you to reconsider," Han Lin echoed, shaking his head. "The Enlightenment Tea is a supreme treasure capable of aiding you in comprehending the Tao. As disciples of lowly cultivation, consuming it would be a terrible waste. Please, Master, take it back." Though Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan remained silent, the turmoil within their eyes was no less than that of their companions. Especially Feng Yuan, who, despite his outward calm, was internally tumultuous. This was the Enlightenment Tea. He had heard whispers of its rarity in this world. Who would have imagined that their seemingly humble master would so casually present it for their consumption? "Take your seats," Jiang Heng's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. He raised his gaze, surveying the four. "What belongs to me, I offer to you. Accept it with peace of mind. What are you all hesitating for?" "But, there are no buts," Jiang Heng interjected, his tone softening slightly. "Each of you is exceptionally gifted, with limitless futures ahead. What I can teach you is finite. The rest you must comprehend on your own. This Enlightenment Tea is the path I lay before you." Seeing his disciples still wavering, Jiang Heng smirked slightly, his expression warming. "Moreover, my family's fortune is vast. A mere few leaves of Enlightenment Tea are insignificant." With that, he lifted the teapot, pouring 4 cups of amber tea with precision before each disciple. The flow of Tao essence swirled, enveloping them in ethereal light. Gazing at the tea before them, myriad emotions surged within the four. Ultimately, they bowed deeply to Jiang Heng. "Thank you, Master, for the tea." With that, they ceased their hesitation, lifting their cups and drinking in one swift motion. As the tea slid down their throats, an enigmatic sensation instantly enveloped their souls. In the next moment, all four closed their eyes simultaneously, plunging into profound enlightenment. Observing this, Jiang Heng nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. With only 3 leaves of Enlightenment Tea and 4 disciples, he planned to brew it in 3 stages for them. Moments later, within the grand hall, the essence of Tao circulated, wrapping around the 4 disciples. They sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, each one's aura ascending at an astonishing rate. The first to undergo a transformation was Han Lin. The long-stalled bottleneck of his body refinement stage shattered under the onslaught of Tao essence, as if paper tearing apart. The spiritual energy of the world seemed to find an outlet, fervently gushing into him, forging the first complete channel of spiritual power within his meridians. He had entered the Qi refinement stage. But that was not the end. Han Lin's cultivation soared, ultimately stabilizing at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Next was Feng Yuan. His expression was as calm as water, yet his heart was far from tranquil. The effects of the Enlightenment Tea exceeded his expectations, not only aiding him in breaking through, but also refining his foundation. The witchcraft within him surged wildly, propelling his cultivation from the 2nd to the 6th level of Qi refinement, before gradually coming to a halt. Meanwhile, within Xiao Xian's ring, the old alchemist was rendered utterly speechless. Insanity, utter madness. Using Enlightenment Tea to establish the foundation of Qi refinement disciples? What a reckless extravagance. What kind of master did you take on? Yet, Xiao Xian was oblivious to the old alchemist's astonishment. He was immersed in the comprehension of the burning technique, mastering the application of the 9-yang glass fire, and his cultivation firmly transitioned to the 8th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, Jiang Heng's mind was bombarded with the system's notifications. Han Lin's cultivation has risen to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Cultivation power returned to the host at 10,000 times. Host cultivation. Feng Yuan's cultivation has risen to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Cultivation power returned to the host at 10,000 times. Host cultivation. Xiao Xian's cultivation has risen to the 8th level of qi refinement. Cultivation power returned to the host at 10,000 times. Host cultivation. A harmonious, flawless aura surged from Li Shuer's petite frame, effortlessly crossing the final threshold of the qi refinement stage. She achieved completion in qi refinement. Li Shuer's cultivation has risen to completion in qi refinement. Cultivation power returned to the host at 10,000 times. Host cultivation elevated to the 2nd level of semi-saint. The last, most magnificent and purest force, imbued with the supreme comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, surged into Jiang Heng's body like the Milky Way pouring forth. Boom. The barrier of his perfected status as a venerable shattered without so much as a ripple. Crack, crack. It was as if invisible shackles within him were breaking apart in succession. 1st level of semi-saint. 2nd level of semi-saint. Jiang Heng slowly opened his eyes, and the light in the grand hall seemed to dim. He released no pressure, yet Han Lin, Xiao Xian, and the others felt their master had transformed in some way. Fang Yuan's previously calm eyes now brimmed with astonishment. To him, it seemed as though a river flowed within Jiang Heng. What coursed through it was not water, but space. He appeared to be seated there, yet also seemed to be far away, merging with the entire cosmos. They could hardly bear to gaze into his eyes, which seemed to contain stars flickering and worlds revolving. This was the semi-saint. In a mere thought, one could manifest a realm of their own, with words wielding law and commanding space. Jiang Heng raised his hand and gently grasped the cup before him. The cup did not shatter, yet the space around it seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, rippling in layers. He released his hand, and the space returned to its original state. Having ascended to the realm of semi-saint and feeling the earth-shattering power within him, Jiang Heng could finally reflect more clearly on the previous battle. He now understood that the blood shadow from the Blood Fiend sect was no ordinary semi-saint. A mere avatar possessed the strength of a first transition semi-saint, a level of power that ordinary semi-saints could not reach. His true form must be at least a 5th transition semi-saint, if not higher. The realm of quasi-saint differs greatly from other stages. The disparity between the 1st and 2nd transformations creates an insurmountable chasm, unless one possesses an extraordinary constitution that defies the heavens. Presently, he is merely at the 2nd transformation of quasi-saint. Should he confront the true form of Blood Shadow, he would likely find himself without the slightest chance to retaliate. Yet what of it? He possesses a system, and time is on his side. Furthermore, he still has 2 pieces of enlightenment tea, although he is not in haste to utilize them. He intends to wait until he gathers 4 unparalleled waste materials to activate the colorful bond before consumption. 100,000-fold return is not beyond the realm of possibility, and he could easily ascend to saint status at that juncture. By then, not only would the Blood Slaughter sect be mere branches, but even the headquarters under Jiang Heng would feel his might. Blood Slaughter sect. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. Wait for me. I shall soon come to share a cup of tea with you. Chapter 33. The pinnacle of the 3rd transformation, the quasi-saint's secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had elapsed. Following the recent betrayal of Wang Feng to the demon sect, during this fortnight, Mu Yunbai has been resolute and decisive, turning the Qingyun Holy Land upside down. He has unearthed numerous spies embedded deep within the sect, thereby cleansing the sect's atmosphere. At this moment, Jiang Heng is seated at the head of the main hall, keenly admiring the records of his disciples displayed in the system's catalog. Xiao Xian, cultivation, 2nd level of innate realm. Recent opportunity, discovered the ethereal lotus fire in a hidden cave outside the Qingyun Holy Land, resulting in a significant enhancement in cultivation and aptitude. Fan Yuan, cultivation, 1st level of innate realm. Recent opportunity, found materials for refining the human emperor banner, namely Blood Soul Stone, in a secluded cave on the back mountain of Tianqiong Peak. It appears that his intervention has not altered the destinies of the two. Their fortunes ultimately remain in their own hands. Next is Li Shuer. Li Shuer, cultivation, 3rd level of innate realm. Constitution, innate calamity body. Recent opportunity, 2 days ago, her innate calamity body fully awakened, leading to an explosive increase in cultivation and aptitude. Evidently, due to his interference, Li Shuer's constitution has awakened sooner than expected. Lastly, there is Han Lin. Han Lin, cultivation, full circle of qi training. Recent opportunity, none. Among the 4, only Han Lin, who entered the sect last, has yet to advance to the innate realm. However, even with the promise of a 100-fold return, the rapid progression of the other 3 in just half a month is nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Heng's cultivation has only risen from the 2nd transformation of quasi-saint to the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation, underscoring the formidable challenge of advancing in the quasi-saint realm. In this realm, each step is a weighty ascent, The gap between levels resembles an abyss, compared to their previous speed of advancement. Their current pace is akin to that of a tortoise. Too slow, Jiang Heng murmured, rubbing his temples, troubled by the situation. Just then, a brilliant golden light streaked across the hall without warning, and a bamboo tube radiating a gentle glow unfurled before him. The resounding voice of the Holy Master Mu Yunbai followed, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Jiang, my boy, swiftly summon your disciples from Tianqiong Peak to the inner hall. There is an urgent matter to discuss. Though Jiang Heng was unaware of the nature of this urgent matter, the tone suggested it was not unfavorable. With a mere thought, he sent out a telepathic summons. Moments later, 4 figures appeared simultaneously within the hall. Master, the 4 bowed, their eyes brimming with respect. Even more profound than half a month prior. The Holy Master has summoned. All stand firm. Jiang Heng replied indifferently, casually waving his hand, and the laws of space enveloped them instantaneously. The 4 disciples felt the scenery before them warp, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Time and space flipping in an instant. In the next moment, they felt the solid ground beneath their feet. They had arrived in the magnificent inner hall. The abrupt spatial transition nearly caused Han Lin, the one with the lowest cultivation, to stumble and falter. The hall was now filled with people, each a disciple from various peaks, standing in their respective factions, led by the most distinguished senior brothers or sisters from their peaks. Jiang Heng, accompanied by his 4 disciples, materialized silently before them. With no fluctuations of spirit energy, nor the sounds of flight through the air, it was as if they had always been present. This sudden yet tranquil arrival stilled the clamor within the hall. All gazes turned in unison towards the forefront, ultimately resting upon Jiang Heng. In the current Qingyun Holy Land, who does not know that Jiang Heng of Tianqiong Peak has undergone a remarkable transformation? Just recently, he had personally slain the traitor Wang Feng from the demon sect. At such a young age, possessing such prowess, coupled with his flawless and ethereal visage, the female disciples present were utterly enamored. He is the master of Jiang Peak. More striking than in the paintings, one female disciple stammered, her cheeks flushed, unable to complete her thought. Not only is he handsome, did you not sense it? Just his presence makes it difficult for me to breathe, whispered another sister, her eyes reflecting admiration intertwined with reverence. The male disciples, however, bore varying expressions. Some were envious, others indignant, yet more were overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Li Shui'er, keenly perceptive, caught sight of the female disciple's gazes. She promptly stepped half a pace forward, positioning herself protectively beside Jiang Heng. Her blood-red eyes glared back coldly, her cheeks puffed up like a small beast guarding its food. On the main seat, Mu Yunbai observed all this with keen interest, the corners of his mouth curling upward subtly. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, ahem. His voice, though not loud, instantly quelled all commotion. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss serious matters. Mu Yunbai surveyed the room gravely. I trust some of you have heard the rumors. Indeed, a quasi-saint secret realm has recently been discovered within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty in our southern heaven wasteland. The words quasi-saint secret realm detonated within the hall like thunder, causing the breath of all disciples to quicken. Mu Yunbai raised his hand to silence them, continuing. This secret realm is extraordinary. Through joint exploration by our Qingyun Holy Land and several other major sanctuaries, it has been determined that this realm is fortified with formidable restrictions, permitting entry solely to cultivators below the transcendence realm. This presents both an opportunity and a peril. Thus, participation is entirely voluntary. Those willing, step forward. As soon as Mu Yunbai's words fell, no one retreated. Every disciple uniformly stepped forward, their eyes alight with eagerness. Excellent. Wonderful, Mu Yunbai said, pleased, stroking his black and white beard. Disciples of Qingyun Holy Land should possess such zeal. He then shifted his gaze to Jiang Heng. In light of Jiang Peak Master's remarkable contributions in eradicating traitors, he shall lead our expedition to the Great Zhou dynasty, ensuring the safety of all. Is there any dissent? His voice was resolute, his gaze sharp, deliberately sweeping towards the direction of Tianjin Peak. The disciples of Tianjin Peak stiffened, the leading senior brother paling, ultimately bowing his head in submission. It was absurd to question the command of one capable of slaying an 8th-level sovereign. Who would dare voice dissent? Who even had the right? The female disciples present were starry-eyed, wishing to shout their praises for the Holy Master's wisdom. Very well, since there are no objections, Mu Yunbai nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Fengzhu, you may set forth with these disciples from this day forth. Yes, Holy Master. Jiang Heng performed a distant salute to Mu Yunbai, his expression calm. Yet his heart surged with uncontainable joy. The semi-holy secret realm. Perfect. He had been lamenting the slow pace of his advancement. And now an opportunity had presented itself. Indeed, fortune smiled upon him. as if someone had delivered a pillow just when he needed to rest his head. Once his cadre of protagonists underwent their trials within, he would emerge not as a saint, but surely close to it. Chapter 34. The Great Zhou Dynasty. As Jiang Heng's conversation with Mu Yunbai concluded, the sky darkened momentarily, a colossal shadow eclipsing the entire square before them. Gasps of astonishment rose among the crowd as they beheld a massive flying vessel, crafted entirely from jade and dark iron, silently hovering in midair. The hull was intricately adorned with swirling cloud patterns, the banners of the Qingyun sacred land fluttering at its bow. All aboard. We set sail? Jiang Heng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In an instant, he appeared at the bow of the vessel, clad in white robes with flowing black hair. Reminiscent of an immortal descended to the mortal realm. The disciples of the innate realm reacted with alacrity, transforming into streaks of light as they soared into the air and landed gracefully on the deck. Meanwhile, those below the innate realm rode on flying swords, gourds, jade rui, and even some glided atop gigantic leaves, heading towards the vessel in a spectacular display. Once all the disciples were aboard, Jiang Heng commanded the vessel to navigate towards the Great Zhou Dynasty. Li Shuer had already dashed to his side, her crimson eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the swiftly retreating clouds, her face brimming with uncontainable excitement. This was her first genuine descent from the Sect to experience the world beyond, a stark contrast to her usual sparring sessions with her seniors and juniors. Xiao Xian leaned against the railing, the voice of Dan Lao echoing in his mind. Xiao Xian, this adventure is a rare opportunity. You must seize it well. Although the semi-holy secret realm may lack some allure, it is rich in treasures, and who knows, you might even find herbs to heal my soul. Rest assured, Dan Lao. Xiao Xian suppressed his excitement, his gaze growing ever brighter. He was acutely aware that this was an opportunity not just for Dan Lao, but for himself as well. In another corner of the deck, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, gently stroking the dormant cicada on the back of his hand. A faint smile graced his lips, yet the depths of his eyes radiated a chilling coldness as he mused. The semi-holy secret realm? According to the Holy Master, it seems others from the sacred lands will also attend. Just as well, my Emperor's banner requires high-quality prime souls as bait. And these prodigies from the sacred lands must possess well-nurtured souls. Moreover, should a few disciples go missing within the realm, no one would suspect this humble Tianqiong peak disciple. Han Lin stood amidst the crowd, observing everything around him with unbridled excitement. This was the world of cultivation he had always envisioned. Flying on swords, embarking on expeditions for the Sect, competing with the world's elites for fleeting opportunities, all in pursuit of the ethereal path to immortality. Since the Great Zhou Dynasty lay within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sacred land, it was not far off. In just a few moments, the undulating mountains below transformed into plains and city-states. A towering grand city emerged in their sights, and the vessel showed no signs of slowing, heading straight for the most magnificent palace complex within. As the massive vessel sailed overhead, the common folk below paused in awe. What a colossal flying ship! I wonder which celestial being passes through our humble abode. Unaware, are you? It is said that the Qingyun sacred land is visiting us, judging by the ship's course. It must be those from Qingyun. Before long, the vessel entered the palace grounds and landed smoothly. At that moment, the members of the imperial family, led by the Emperor of Zhou, had long been awaiting their arrival. The Emperor, Zhou Yong, donned a golden robe adorned with dragons. Yet he bore no semblance of imperial majesty. He hastened forward, executing a deep bow towards Jiang Heng, who was the first to disembark. Young King Zhou Yong, I humbly welcome the esteemed Jiang Fengzhu. Behind him, the princes, princesses, and nobles dared not lift their heads, all bowing in unison. Jiang Heng responded with a polite smile. There is no need for such formalities, Your Majesty. His calm words instantly eased Zhou Yong's tense demeanor, allowing him to carefully straighten up, his face alight with respectful smiles as he gestured for them to follow. Jiang Fengzhu, esteemed immortals, after your long journey, I have prepared a palace and a modest feast for you to rest. With that, he signaled to one of the princes behind him. The prince promptly stepped forward, bowing once more to the guests. Esteemed immortals, please follow me. The royal family stepped forward, guiding the disciples of the Qingyun sacred land to their designated accommodations. A young prince, clad in resplendent attire, caught sight of Han Lin and noted his lack of even the innate realm's cultivation. A hint of disdain involuntarily flickered across his features. However, before he could fully display his feelings, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling aura lock onto him. Terrified, he raised his gaze, meeting Li Shuer's blood-red eyes. Her gaze was frigid and ferocious, as though she were staring at a corpse. The prince's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. Zhou Yong sensed the commotion and a frown crossed his face. Howard, why the lack of decorum? The prince referred to as Howard was indeed Zhou Hao, the the second prince of the great Zhou. He shivered, hastily suppressing his trembling limbs. Your Majesty, I am merely awestruck by the presence of Jiang Fengzhu and the esteemed immortals for the first time. My emotions overwhelmed me. And I hope both Your Majesty and Fengzhu can forgive my indiscretion. His words were sufficiently tactful, softening Zhou Yang's expression somewhat. He turned to Jiang Heng, offering an apologetic smile. My son has acted inappropriately. I beg your pardon, Jiang Fengzhu. Not at all, Jiang Heng replied in a tone that remained unperturbed, as if the previous incident had never transpired. Zhou Yong internally sighed with relief and then instructed Zhou Hao, you shall personally escort Jiang Fengzhu and his esteemed disciples to the Cloud Summit Palace for rest. Do not neglect our honored guests. Yes, father. Zhou Hao complied respectfully. However, as he observed the very disciple he had previously looked down upon, along with the silver-haired girl whose icy gaze had nearly caused him to collapse, he froze. Were they truly the direct disciples of Jiang Fengzhu? A chill coursed from the base of Zhou Hao's spine to the crown of his head, as if his blood had turned to ice. Cold sweat drenched his back. What had he just done? How dared he show disdain towards a direct disciple of a peak master? The very thought of Li Shuer's cold, merciless crimson eyes sent his heart racing, as if it were being tightly gripped, nearly ceasing to beat. He had no doubt that had it not been for the presence of his father and Jiang Fengzhu, that girl would have undoubtedly slain him without hesitation. Prince, please lead the way, came the chilling voice of the silver-haired maiden. Ah, why yes, of course. Esteemed immortal, please. Jiang Fengzhu after you. Zhou Hao, shaken from his reverie, trembled as he bent low, adopting an exceedingly humble posture to guide them forward. Throughout the journey, he dared not entertain even the slightest distraction, his back held straight, though his steps felt somewhat unsteady. Suddenly, he perceived how utterly insignificant his princely status was in the presence of these colossal entities of the sacred land. A thought, wild and fervent, took root within him. If, perchance, he could also become a direct disciple of the sacred land, might he not attain such an exalted position? To seize control of his own destiny, rather than being unable to bear even the slightest expression from others, as he was now. Once this idea emerged, it became unstoppable, spreading wildly within him and transforming into a burning desire. Chapter 35, Zhou Yi. After settling Jiang Heng and the others, Zhou Hao hastened to Zhou Yang's study without pause. Suppressing his excitement and yearning, he bowed deeply before Zhou Yong, who sat upon the dragon throne. Father, I wish to take Master Jiang as my teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yong lifted his head, not immediately granting consent, but instead observing his son with keen interest. Oh, Master Jiang? His fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a dull sound. Tianqiong Peak currently commands great prestige within the Qiyun sacred land. Master Jiang, at merely 20 years of age, has already slain a venerable one, with an immeasurable future ahead of him. Your desire to become his disciple is commendable. However, why do you think he would accept you? Zhou Hao straightened his chest, unable to conceal his pride. Father, I now possess the aura of the sacred dragon. My talents have vastly improved. Even within the entirety of the Qiyun sacred land, my qualifications are among the finest. I truly cannot fathom why he would refuse me. Haha, splendid. With such confidence, you are indeed my son, Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong clapped his hands and laughed heartily, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. At the banquet, I shall personally recommend you. As for whether you succeed or not, that will depend on your own fortune. If Zhou Hao could join the Qiyun sacred land and become Jiang Heng's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the great Zhou. Thank you, Father, for your support. Zhou Hao rejoiced, envisioning his future as a disciple at Tianqiong Peak, soaring to greatness. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Zhou Yong called him back. Oh, do summon your elder brother. Zhou Yong's tone became flat, even tinged with impatience. A distinguished guest arrives, and as the crown prince, he dares to remain hidden away? What a disgrace. Yes, father. Zhou Hao's expression of joy instantly vanished, replaced by a profound disdain. The elder brother mentioned by Zhou Yong was none other than Crown Prince Zhou Yi, the person he despised most. Merely uttering that name made him feel a wave of revulsion. That lowly offspring of a palace maid had usurped the position of Crown Prince, which rightfully belonged to him, stealing the sacred dragon aura destined for him. However, everything changed 2 months ago, under the arrangement of his mother, when the scene of that blood-robed elder casting a spell unfolded. Zhou Yi's piercing screams and the agony of the sacred dragon aura being forcibly torn from his body remained his most cherished memory. When that warm power fused within him, he felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Zhou Hao harbored no guilt regarding this, for in his eyes, he merely reclaimed what was rightfully his. What fault lay therein? And with Zhou Yi's loss of talent, he naturally fell from Zhou Yong's favor. Soon, Zhou Hao traversed the opulent palace, arriving at a secluded corner. A dilapidated, Damp straw hut stood in stark contrast to the palace's grandeur. It was hard to believe this was the residence of the crown prince of Great Zhou. Bang! Zhou Hao kicked open the rickety wooden door, which collapsed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Pinching his nose, he surveyed the interior with a face full of disdain. A young man lay on a pile of moldy straw, staring vacantly at the leaky roof, as if he were a soulless shell. Useless, still pretending to be dead? Zhou Hao kicked over the only somewhat intact water bowl, the sound of shattering ceramic echoing painfully in the silent hut. Father has issued an edict. You are to come to the palace tonight to greet our esteemed guest. Remember to clean yourself up and not disgrace the royal family. He approached Zhou Yi, looking down at him from a height, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My dear elder brother, today's guest is none other than Master Jiang of the Qiyun sacred land, a true paragon of heaven. He crouched down, lowering his voice to a volume audible only to the two of them. I forgot to mention, I will soon become that esteemed master's direct disciple, and you shall remain forever in this mire, gazing up at me. With that, he burst into hearty laughter and turned to leave, leaving chaos in his wake. Moments later, Zhou Hao's footsteps faded completely. On the straw pile, the young man named Zhou Yi slowly began to regain clarity in his hollow gaze. He sat up, looking down at his hands, pale from disuse, and then clenched them tightly, his knuckles standing out from the strain. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze on the direction Zhou Hao had departed, a flicker of unquenchable hatred surfacing in his eyes. Zhou Hao, Zhouya, Feng Xia, and that blood-robed old fiend. His voice was hoarse, each word seeming to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. For usurping my fortune and destroying my foundation, I, Zhou Yi, vow to the heavens. If I do not repay this debt 100-fold, I shall never be human. That night, within the palace, lights blazed brightly, fine spirits flowed, and celestial music wafted through the air. The civil and military officials of the great Zhou dynasty, along with the royal relatives, sat upright, not daring to even breathe too deeply. The hall was filled with disciples from the Qiyun sacred land. Jiang Heng sat beside the head of the banquet, while Xiao Xian, Fang Yuan, Li Shuer, and Han Lin took their places behind him. Jiang Heng maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the lavish spread before him, occasionally lifting a wine cup to take a sip. Before long, as the banquet progressed, Zhou Hao could no longer contain himself and rose to toast. I, Prince Zhou Hao, raise a glass to Master Jiang. His voice rang out clear and resonant, his posture respectful, yet subtly infused with the regal air befitting a prince. I have heard that Master Jiang, in his youth, was capable of slaying the venerable ones of the demonic sect, truly a model for our cultivators. His words were flawlessly crafted, both extolling Jiang Heng and showcasing his own eloquence and insight. The great Zhou Emperor Zhou Yong, seated at the head of the table, stroked his beard with satisfaction, unable to hide his pride. Haha, Master Jiang, you honor us with your laughter. He set down his wine cup, turning his gaze toward Jiang Heng, his words laden with implication. My son possesses extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he has already drawn the sacred dragon aura to protect him. In the past century of Great Zhou, he is truly unparalleled. However, as my dynasty is but a mortal realm, I fear it may hinder his future. Zhou Yong sighed heavily, his face clouded with concern. Zhou Hao dutifully lowered his head, displaying an expression of yearning tempered by restraint. The father-son duo played off each other, elevating the atmosphere within the hall to its zenith. At that moment, Zhou Hao's heart raced, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He could almost envision the scene where Jiang Heng would nod in agreement, propelling him to greatness. Zhou Yong cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Master Jiang, I, my son, dare to creak. Before he could finish, the sound of the side door of the hall being pushed open interrupted him. A slender figure, silhouetted against the light, stepped into the room. A figure entered, clad in a faded old robe that, while clean, stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the richly adorned hall. His slender frame and pallid complexion suggested that a mere gust of wind could topple him, yet his spine remained unyieldingly straight. The melodious strains of music within the hall abruptly ceased, and all eyes converged upon this solitary silhouette. Jiang Heng, who had been disinterested in the festivities, found his hand, which held a wine cup, momentarily hesitating upon witnessing this figure. He slowly lifted his gaze, momentarily brushing past the eager faces of Zhou Yong and his son Zhou Hao, before fixing his eyes directly upon the youth who entered the grand hall, disheveled yet resolute. That youth was none other than Prince Zhou Yi. Chapter 36, The Central Continent? The divine maiden Fu Yao of the divine clan. As the young man stepped into the palace, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Dual bond-related target detected, target identified as Zhou Yi. Target's bonds. Unparalleled waste, true dragon's fortune. Unlocking special bond, true dragon's fortune. True dragon's fortune, 0, 1, increases disciples' internal fortune power tenfold, returning 100-fold to the host. Before Jiang Heng's eyes, the newly arrived youth radiated a golden light visible only to him. His hand, which held the wine cup, froze momentarily in midair. A flicker of fervor ignited deep within his gaze. How fortuitous, he mused. He had merely been tasked with a mission, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon the final piece of the unparalleled waist bond and the individual bore dual bonds. It was nothing short of serendipity. With a slight shift in thought, Jiang Heng quietly activated the eye of the great Dao and directed his gaze toward Zhou Yi. In an instant, Zhou Yi's information panel materialized before him. Zhou Yi, cultivation, originally at the 5th level of the innate realm, now rendered useless. Treasure, none. Physique, innate sacred dragon qi. Recent experiences, 2 months prior. Deceived by his brother Zhou Hao and the Empress Feng Xia, he was lured to the palace, where an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect extracted his sacred dragon qi using a fortune-severing technique, distributing it to Zhou Hao and the Princess Zhouya. Recent opportunities, entered the quasi-saint secret realm due to royal status, encountered Fu Yao, the divine maiden fleeing from the central continent, and a fragment of the divine clan's elder Fu Han, who entrusted him to protect and escort Fu Yao out of the secret realm, ultimately receiving her legacy and treasures. Being accepted as a named disciple. The mention of the central continent caused Jiang Heng's fingers to momentarily falter around the cup, stirring waves of intrigue within him. This world was far grander than he had envisioned, extending beyond merely the desolate lands of Tianqiong. As for the drama surrounding the theft of the sacred dragon qi, it certainly piqued his interest. Oblivious to the attention of the assembled crowd, Zhou Yi strode directly toward an empty corner, seating himself as if to isolate himself from the surrounding opulence and clamor. Jiang Heng gradually withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, noticing that Jiang Heng's attention had briefly shifted to his brother, was immediately engulfed by jealousy, though he maintained a facade of amiable composure. Zhou Yong, displeased by Zhou Yi's sudden entrance disrupting his conversation, felt restrained from expressing his frustration in Jiang Heng's presence and continued to wear a forced smile. Clearing his throat, he resumed his earlier topic. Jiang Fengzhu, I, Xiao Wang, dare to request a celestial opportunity for my inept offspring. Might there be one among them who catches your esteemed eye? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng raised his gaze toward Zhou Yong. He was acutely aware of the ulterior motives held by this father and son duo. Initially uninterested in their schemes, the circumstances had now shifted. He needed to secure Zhou Yi, this precious gem. Jiang Heng's gaze leisurely swept over Zhou Yong's eager progeny before settling into a knowing smile. To be candid, Your Majesty Zhou, among your children, there is indeed one with whom I share a fateful connection. Zhou Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement at this revelation, his breath quickening as he instinctively straightened his posture. He cast a glance at Zhou Yi in the corner, his expression tinged with a hint of triumph. In his mind, the only person Jiang Heng could possibly refer to as the fated one was himself, the one who bore the sacred dragon qi. Even Zhou Yi, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous undercurrent. Should Zhou Hao become a direct disciple of the Qingyun sacred land, his path to vengeance would undoubtedly become far more arduous. Master, you wouldn't truly consider taking that fellow Zhou Hao as a disciple, would you? Li Shuai whispered behind Jiang Heng, her tone laced with disdain. Rest assured. Jiang Heng's voice resonated in her mind. The one I intend to accept as a disciple is someone else. Just observe the unfolding events. Though still harboring uncertainty, Li Shuai, having always placed her trust in her master's words, refrained from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Zhou Yong, seated at the head of the table, could hardly conceal his delight and eagerly pressed on. Might I inquire which of my children has the immense fortune of gaining your favor, Jiang Fengzhu? A deeper smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. That would indeed be. He deliberately prolonged the suspense. Zhou Hao, unable to contain his excitement, was about to rise to pay his respects as a disciple when Jiang Heng declared, the crown prince, Zhou Yi. As the words left his lips, Zhou Hao's half-risen form froze in place. The previously harmonious melodies reverberating through the hall abruptly ceased, and even the palace maid's pouring wine halted mid-action. All eyes swiftly shifted from the spirited Zhou Hao to the gaunt figure nearly merging with the shadows in the far corner, Zhou Yi. Taken aback, Zhou Yi instinctively lifted his gaze, piercing through the opulence and clamor to meet the eyes of the young man clad in white, seated at the head of the table. Were you speaking of me? Zhou Yong's lips twitched in disbelief, as if he had not fully grasped the proclamation, and he repeated, Jiang Fengzhu, you just said Zhou Yi. Indeed, Jiang Heng replied, placing his wine cup down with an air of indifference. Is there a problem? Zhou Yong quickly rose, bowing deeply as he hastily explained. Jiang Fengzhu, you may not be aware, but my son Zhou Yi, due to injuries sustained in his youth, has suffered a blockage in his meridians, rendering him incapable of cultivation. He is, essentially, a waste. It would be inappropriate for him to join your esteemed ranks. Perhaps you should consider my son Zhou Hao instead. He possesses exceptional talent and bears the sacred dragon chi, making him far more suitable as your disciple. However, Jiang Heng merely cast a cold glance in Zhou Yang's direction, his eyes suddenly icy. What? Do I require your Zhou Hao to select my disciples for me? Zhou Yang's legs weakened under pressure, and he hastily bent at the waist, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I dare not. I would never presume. Jiang Heng, however, had lost interest in him entirely, his gaze sharpening as it landed on Zhou Hao, whose complexion had drained of color. He snorted softly, his voice low yet resonant. Carrying across the grand hall, a petty thief who steals the fortunes of others dares to aspire to become my disciple? At this proclamation, the hall fell into stunned silence. Zhou Hao staggered back, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror. How could he have known about the theft of fortunes? Jiang Heng lifted his wine cup, swirling its contents with a growing chill in his tone. Do you think I cannot discern where your sacred dragon chi originates? As for the issue concerning Zhou Yi's inability to cultivate, I, of course, possess a solution. Upon hearing that Jiang Heng could resolve his predicament, a flicker of hope surged in Zhou Yi's eyes. This marked the first glimmer of hope he had seen since his descent into despair. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling ever so slightly with excitement. Jiang Heng's gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, do you wish to take me as your master? Chapter 37. Activating the colorful bonds, rewarding the chaotic physique. Disciple Zhou Yi pays respects to master. Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse but imbued with an unwavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent slightly and performed the formal bow of apprenticeship to Jiang Heng. At that moment, the air within the grand hall seemed to solidify. Zhou Yang's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering, yet he could utter not a single word. Zhou Hao was rendered incredulous, collapsing to the ground. His eyes vacant as he muttered, "Impossible, this cannot be." "Haha, good, very good." Jiang Heng's disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Xian and Fang Yuan locked eyes, each reflecting astonishment. Indeed, their master's actions were becoming increasingly unfathomable. Li Shui'er tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her crimson eyes. Han Lin offered Zhou Yi a warm smile. "Haha, good, very good." Jiang Heng chuckled lightly, effortlessly raising his hand, a gentle force lifting Zhou Yi's slightly bent form. In that instant, the long-anticipated system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting Zhou Yi, the unparalleled waste, as a disciple. The bond of true dragon fortune has been activated successfully. Unparalleled waste. 4. The cultivation speed of all bonded disciples is amplified 10,000 times, and the disciple's cultivation level returns to the host at 100,000-fold. True dragon fortune. 1. Increases the disciple's fortune power 10-fold, returning 100-fold fortune power to the host. In light of the host's first assembly of multiple colorful bonds, the host is rewarded with the supreme physique. The chaotic body. The collection of illustrations will no longer be limited to disciples, but will extend to partners and close friends. The sign-in function has been upgraded. The cumulative sign-in count can now be accumulated, with better rewards for higher counts. Unlocking the same realm instant kill function. Same realm instant kill can instantly kill any opponent at the same realm or below, when the opponent's realm exceeds that of the host. The host's damage dealt is increased by 50%, while damage received is reduced by 50%. The chaotic body. Jiang Heng's heart raced. This was the legendary supreme physique, said to transcend all others, impervious to all methods, with all paths originating from the same source. He never anticipated that the reward for gathering the colorful bonds would be the chaotic body. The same realm instant kill function was incredibly domineering, especially the second effect, reducing damage while increasing it by half. This was a divine skill tailored for crossing realms to slay foes. Furthermore, the newly unlocked slots for partners and close friends. Jiang Heng's lips twitched slightly. He was already inundated with the task of accepting disciples, and now the system was expanding his responsibilities. As Jiang Heng pondered, an indescribable, colossal force erupted within him. In an instant, the purple-golden chaotic energy surged through his limbs and bones like a river bursting its banks. Every inch of his meridians, every bone, every drop of blood underwent a dramatic transformation under this force. His meridians were suffused with an eternal, indestructible purple-golden luster, while the ocean of spiritual energy within his dantian instantly boiled, compressed, and transcended, its total quantity and quality skyrocketing by over 10-fold. Boom! An invisible shackle shattered within him. The barrier of the peak of the third transition to quasi-saint was pierced effortlessly by this force, as if it were mere paper. His cultivation soared, propelling him directly to the fourth transition of quasi-saint, and he continued to ascend until he faintly brushed against the threshold of the fifth transition, before gradually calming. Jiang Heng slowly clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him, a glimmer of fearsome brilliance flashing in his eyes. He now felt that even if he encountered the blood shadow entity, he could easily vanquish it, and even against a 9-transition quasi-saint, he could hold his own. Since he had acquired a disciple, he certainly could not miss out on a sign-in opportunity. The sign-in system had been upgraded, and he had not signed in for quite some time. The sign-in count displayed the number 15. Thus, with a thought, he silently intoned, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Would you like to consume cumulative counts to enhance reward quality?" "Yes. Cumulative count consumption successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining True Dragon Fortune 1 and an Imperial Grade Supreme Technique, the 10,000 Path True Dragon Technique. True Dragon Fortune can reshape the source of fortune for those without foundation, recreating the life of a true dragon. The 10,000 Path True Dragon Technique integrates myriad paths, using True Dragon Fortune as a guide to cultivate the supreme Imperial Dragon body." In the next moment, Jiang Heng flipped his palm. A small golden dragon, roughly the size of his hand and composed entirely of pure fortune, began to gracefully swim in his palm, emitting a soul-stirring dragon roar. The pure and radiant power of fortune caused everyone present to shudder from the depths of their souls. Zhou Hao, seated on the ground, felt a wave of confusion wash over him upon seeing the golden dragon, swiftly transforming into raw greed and envy. The holy dragon aura surrounding him paled in comparison to the true dragon, akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, and it began to stir uncontrollably, howling as if encountering a sovereign, yearning to submit. Why should this waste, Zhou Yi, be granted such a treasure? Zhou Yang's breaths quickened, his eyes fixed on the golden light, his throat bobbing as he struggled to restrain the urge to pounce. However, Jiang Heng merely cast a calm glance at them. The father and son instantly felt as if plunged into an icy cavern, their fleeting desires extinguished by overwhelming fear. With a flick of Jiang Heng's finger, the golden dragon transformed into a streak of light and shot directly toward Zhou Yi. In Zhou Yi's astonished gaze, the golden dragon entered his brow. Jiang Heng observed this, silently thinking, "System, activate the True Dragon Fortune Bond. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the True Dragon Fortune Bond. Zhou Yi's internal fortune power has increased tenfold, triggering 100-fold return of fortune power, granting the host ancestor dragon fortune." A surge of ancient and formidable fortune surged into Jiang Heng's body, far surpassing the true dragon fortune. The recently transformed chaotic body, under the nourishment of this ancestor dragon fortune, became even more flawless, as if resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi felt a warm current enveloping his entire being. His meridians, once desiccated and fragmented after being stripped of the holy dragon aura, began to revive and reshape at an astonishing speed, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain. He could even clearly see a brand new root of fortune emerging deep within his dantian, one that was 100 times more powerful than before, slowly taking shape. His realm surged past the tempering body stage, advancing through the first and second levels of qi refinement, until he reached the completion of qi refinement, at which point the momentum gradually subsided. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power he had regained. This long-lost sense of stability nearly brought him to tears. Moreover, after absorbing the true dragon fortune, he finally comprehended just how formidable his new master truly was. Because he sensed an immense fortune within his own master that far surpassed his own, the true dragon's luck paled in comparison, akin to a grandson standing before his grandfather. Unable to muster a shred of resistance, he abruptly turned around, knelt before Jiang Heng, and struck his forehead heavily against the cold floor tiles. "Thank you, master, for your gift of rebirth. Such a profound favor. I am at a loss for how to repay it, and can only dedicate my remaining life to honoring you." "Very well, rise," Jiang Heng replied, a satisfied nod accompanying his words, as he raised his hand to lift the kneeling Zhou Yi back to his feet. Chapter 38. The Initiation of a Thousandfold Amplification. Soon, this farcical banquet came to an abrupt conclusion. Jiang Heng was the first to rise, leading his 4 disciples along with the newly accepted Zhou Yi to depart. As their figures vanished beyond the palace doors, the invisible pressure that had weighed upon the hearts of the assembly quietly dissipated. The entire court of civil and military officials exchanged glances, ultimately directing a gaze filled with a mix of pity and complexity toward Zhou Hao. In front of the Cloud Summit Palace, the space shimmered slightly, and the figures of Jiang Heng and his 5 companions materialized seemingly from thin air. "Master, your discerning eye is indeed sharp." Amidst the hall filled with princes and princesses, You chose the most unconventional one, Li Shui'er said, sidling up to Jiang Heng, her crimson eyes curiously scrutinizing Zhou Yi, her tone laced with teasing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi stiffened, lowering his head even further. Junior sister, do not be disrespectful, Xiao Xian gently reminded from the side, though his eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Fang Yuan remained silent, merely adjusting his non-existent glasses, lost in thought. Only the earnest Han Lin stepped forward, clapping Zhou Yi on the shoulder with a broad smile. Do not heed Sister Li's nonsense. From now on, we are family. You may call me fourth brother. This unexpected warmth left Zhou Yi both surprised and bewildered. A mere wastrel, having just clawed his way out of the mire, he had never imagined he would one day stand shoulder to shoulder with these prodigies. Subsequently, Jiang Heng arranged a guest room for Zhou Yi. Gazing at the exquisite furnishings within, Zhou Yi felt a tumult of emotions. How absurd it was that the crown prince of Great Zhou was to reside in a guest room within his own palace. Reflecting on this, he could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Just as he settled in, Jiang Heng's voice resonated within his mind. Zhou Yi, come to my chamber. Perplexed yet obedient, Zhou Yi made his way to Jiang Heng's quarters. Upon arriving, he gently pushed the door open, revealing Jiang Heng reclining languidly in a chaise by the window. Disciple Zhou Yi, respectfully greeting master, he said, bowing deeply. Jiang Heng acknowledged, not permitting him to rise. Instead, he leisurely inquired, Zhou Yi, do you harbor hatred? Zhou Yi's head snapped up, his eyes instantly flooded with crimson veins, the suppressed rage threatening to erupt. Yes, he spat out through gritted teeth. The agony of having his fortune stripped away and the betrayal of kin would forever linger in his memory. Do you wish to avenge yourself? Jiang Heng pressed. Indeed, I dream of it. Zhou Yi replied fervently. Jiang Heng smiled, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Excellent. Hatred breeds motivation. I do not favor nurturing waste, nor do I wish to raise one who merely begs for pity. With a shift of his hand, an ancient tome of martial arts materialized from thin air. Take this. With a flick of his wrist, the book floated towards Zhou Yi. Instinctively, Zhou Yi reached out, his gaze sweeping over the cover. Upon reading the words Imperial Grade Supreme Technique, the 10,000 Path True Dragon Art, he felt as though struck by lightning, his hand trembling. Nearly dropping the book. An Imperial Grade Technique. Such a legendary item could drive the foremost powers of the entire Tianhuan continent into a frenzy. And yet, Master casually tosses it to me. Regaining his composure, he clutched the tome, his hands shaking, but then he took a step back, shaking his head. Master, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept such a gift. Your act of reshaping my fortune is already an immense kindness. What I bestow upon you, you shall accept. Jiang Heng's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. No matter how remarkable the technique, its worth is contingent upon the hands that wield it. In my possession, it is merely a book. In yours, it becomes your instrument of vengeance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi ceased his refusal, his eyes growing warm. He solemnly tucked the 10,000 Path True Dragon Art into his bosom and bowed deeply once more to Jiang Heng. Watching Zhou Yi's departing figure, Jiang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile. A stirring within him prompted, System, activate the 1000-fold amplification. 1000-fold amplification has been activated. Meanwhile, within Zhou Hao's chambers. Crash. The sound of precious porcelain and jade ornaments shattering against the floor echoed as he violently hurled them down, transforming the space into a scene of chaotic ruin. Yet, amidst the disarray, his rage only intensified, his eyes burning red as if possessed. Why can a useless wretch obtain all this? Jiang Heng, have you lost your sight? I am the genius endowed with the sacred dragon's aura. What is Zhou Yi, after all? After the furious outburst, a profound dread settled in. Zhou Yi had returned, no longer the frail victim he once was. With Jiang Heng as his backing and a more formidable fortune, it would not be long before he surpassed Zhou Hao by leaps and bounds. At that point, how could he possibly let Zhou Hao off the hook? The mere thought of Zhou Yi's vengeful gaze upon having his fortune stripped away sent a shiver down Zhou Hao's spine. No, he could not remain idle. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and a frenzied glimmer ignited in his eyes. Yes, my elder sister, Zhou Ye, the direct disciple of the Wuji's sacred land. Mother mentioned that she would return to the imperial capital tomorrow. A sinister smile crept across his face. If he could not join the Qingyun sacred land, then having his sister recommend him to the Wuji's sacred land would be an excellent alternative. Once he allied himself with the Wuji's sacred land, even if Zhou Yi wished to act against him, he would have to think twice. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hao hurried to the residence of Empress Fengxia. Simultaneously, within the imperial study, illuminated by bright lights, Emperor Zhou Yong paced nervously back and forth within the hall, his once imposing visage now marred by calculations and deliberations. Zhou Hao is already a waste. Not only has he failed to secure a position in the Qingyun sacred land, but he has also offended the inscrutable Jiang Heng, becoming a potential source of calamity at any moment. And Zhou Yi, as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of heat surged through Zhou Yong's chest. He is the direct disciple of Jiang Heng. With such a connection, should Zhou Yi be willing to assist? Would not the status of our great Zhou dynasty in the southern wilderness soar? No, I must take action to mend this father-son bond. As for the matter of stripping away fortunes, I can easily shift the blame onto that foolish pair, Fengxia and Zhou Hao. After all, I too was deceived. The following morning, as dawn broke, a grand procession emerged from deep within the palace, carrying a variety of treasures and gifts. Making a resounding clamor as it came to a halt outside the Cloud Summit Palace, designated for receiving esteemed guests. Zhou Yong personally descended from the dragon carriage, his face adorned with a warm and amiable smile. Addressing the guards at the entrance, he said, "Please be so kind as to announce my presence. I, have come to pay a visit to the Crown Prince." He deliberately altered his self-reference, aiming to appear more approachable. Soon, Zhou Yi emerged from within the palace. Overnight, his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Although he still wore the same faded old robe, the cloud of gloom that once shadowed his brow had dissipated, replaced by a subtle brilliance. His gaze was tranquil, reminiscent of a serene, deep pool. "I was unaware of your arrival, father. Is there something of importance?" Zhou Yi's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Observing his son's demeanor, Zhou Yong's heart sank, yet his smile remained, even growing more enthusiastic as he stepped forward, attempting to grasp Zhou Yi's hand. "Here, you have suffered. It is all the fault of your father. It was I who was deceived by treacherous individuals, leading you to endure such unwarranted calamity." His voice was filled with emotion, his eyes even glistening with unshed tears. "Rest assured, that unfilial son Zhou Hao has already been placed under house arrest. Your crown princess residence has been tidied up, and you may return at any moment. Ultimately, the great Zhou dynasty will be yours." However, Zhou Yi merely sidestepped, evading his outstretched hand. He lifted his gaze, peering beyond Zhou Yong's face, which was etched with paternal affection, and turned to look at the Yunding Palace behind him, a faint smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth. It was not a smile, but rather a semblance of derision. He turned back to Zhou Yong and spoke slowly. "Father's words are heavy. Compared to that crown prince's residence, this Yunding Palace offers me a greater sense of home." In the past 2 months, Zhou Yi had come to see through his father completely. After realizing the futility of his persuasion, Zhou Yong acknowledged his shortcomings towards Zhou Yi and chose to say no more, departing with a long sigh. Chapter 39. Visitors from the Wuji's Sanctum, Zhouya. That noon, a resounding avian cry pierced the skies above the imperial capital, casting a colossal shadow. A magnificent azure-feathered phoenix, its wings spanning dozens of yards, gracefully folded its wings and landed precisely in the courtyard of Empress Fengxia's palace. The gust of wind stirred by the bird's landing caused the golden bells at the palace eaves to chime melodiously. From the back of the phoenix, several figures elegantly descended. The foremost lady donned the moon-white robes of a direct disciple of the Wuji's sanctum, her tall stature and icy demeanor exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. "Mother, I have returned." As soon as the words left her lips, the palace doors swung wide open, and the resplendent Fengxia swiftly emerged, followed closely by Zhou Hao. "Xia, at long last you have returned. My dear daughter, during your absence, both Hao and I have missed you dearly." Fengxia's face was beaming with joy as she seized her daughter's hand, inquiring with concern. "You must have endured hardships on your journey?" The lady was none other than the crown princess of the great Zhou, a direct disciple of the Wuji's sanctum, Zhouya. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhouya briefly cast a glance at Fengxia. Then her gaze flitted to Zhou Hao for less than a heartbeat before it indifferently shifted away. Her eyes bore no contempt, only a sheer disregard that cut deeper than any disdain could. Regarding this blood-related brother, she harbored a genuine disdain. After all, without Zhou Yi's auspicious dragon fate, her brother's talent would barely qualify him as an outer disciple of the sanctum. Zhou Hao's face twitched, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. "This must be Daoist he, I presume?" Fengxia paid no heed to her daughter's coldness, turning enthusiastically towards the ethereal elder behind Zhouya. "I am deeply grateful for your care of my daughter in the sanctum." Daoist, he stroked his long beard, giving a slight nod. "Your Highness is too kind. Zhouya possesses exceptional talent and is a treasured disciple of mine. Looking after her is merely my duty." Upon witnessing this, Fengxia eagerly pulled Zhou Hao forward, a hint of a flattering smile on her face as she shifted the conversation. "Daoist he, I must confess, I have another request. Please, do not hesitate to speak." What do you think of my son Howard? Feng Xiao looked at him with hopeful eyes. Daoist He's gaze fell upon Zhou Hao, his originally casual expression suddenly turning profound. He scrutinized Zhou Hao from head to toe. Zhou Hao felt a tightening in his chest and promptly straightened his posture, striving to channel the recently acquired dragon energy within him. After a moment, Daoist he withdrew his gaze and blandly remarked, his aptitude is acceptable. He possesses the dragon energy, which makes him a decent prospect. The words acceptable and decent, when uttered from an elder of the sanctum, hardly constituted praise. Feng Xia immediately pressed on. Then, might Daoist he allow Howard to become your disciple and follow you in cultivation? Zhou Hao's breath hitched, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Meanwhile, Zhou Ya's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smirk upon hearing this. Daoist he, upon hearing her words, did not respond immediately but instead cast a meaningful glance at his disciple, Zhou Ya, before turning to the eagerly anticipating mother and son. Possessing dragon energy is indeed a stroke of fortune. Daoist he stroked his beard and spoke in a flat tone. Feng Xiao's face brightened, and she hurriedly inquired, so does that mean? Unfortunately, Daoist he interjected, I have no intentions of taking in disciples at this time. The moment those words fell, the smiles on Feng Xia and Zhou Hao's faces froze, as if struck by lightning. Daoist he no longer regarded them, his gaze shifting back to his disciple Zhou Ya, as he stated coolly, for Zhou Ya's sake, I can write a letter of recommendation for Zhou Hao. If he is determined, he may use this letter to participate in the entrance examination for my Wuji sanctum. Whether he catches the eye of any elder depends entirely on his own fortune. He casually produced a letter from his spiritual ring, and with a flick of his energy, it floated before Feng Xia. This was hardly a recommendation, it was clearly a dismissal. Seeing this, Feng Xia could only accept the letter in resignation, subsequently instructing her attendants to arrange accommodations for the members of the Wuji sanctum. Once the attendants escorted the visitors to the guest hall, Zhou Hao could no longer contain himself. Blood dripped from his tightly clenched fists, pooling on the ground. A frenzied thought surged through his mind. Not long after, in another courtyard, a female disciple who had accompanied Zhou Ya could not restrain herself as she gazed at Zhou Ya's cold profile. Sister Zhou, he is your blood brother. Do you truly intend to extend him no compassion at all? The speaker was Lu Li, a senior sister with a decent rapport with Zhou Ya within the sect. Zhou Ya was leisurely polishing her sword, not lifting her head as she replied, her voice lacking any tremor. Sister Lu, what compassion do you think I should extend? Should I plead with my master to accept a talent who can barely reach inner disciple status due to stealing others' fortunes, and thereby disgrace myself? A hint of scorn flickered at the corner of Zhou Ya's mouth. My brother harbors lofty ambitions, yet his fate is as fragile as paper, lacking the requisite talent. He dares to aspire to ascend the heavens. It is utterly laughable. Blood ties? In this world, strength is the most steadfast bond. If he is a waste, then even if he is my brother, he is no different from a stranger to me. Lu Li, upon hearing such cold words, clicked her tongue in recognition and tactfully changed the subject. All right, let us not speak of him. It is rather disheartening. She leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. I have something intriguing to share. Have you heard? The master of the Qingyun sanctum, Jiang Heng, is currently residing in the palace. It is rumored that he possesses an astonishingly handsome visage, surpassing that of an ethereal being. Zhou Ya momentarily paused in her meticulous polishing of her sword, lifting her gaze to regard her companion. Appearance? That is not the crux of the matter, Lu Li exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she slapped her thigh. The real point is, it is said that he is merely 20 years of age this year, and not long ago, he personally beheaded Wang Feng, a revered figure of the 8th stage from the Qingyun Holy Land, who had defected. To slay a revered figure at such a tender age, what an extraordinary feat, junior sister. At this, genuine intrigue sparked in Zhou Ya's eyes. A handsome man is but a transient embellishment. Yet a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing a revered figure at the age of 20 is an entirely different matter. She sheathed her sword, rising to her feet with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Very well. I shall see for myself the elegance of one who can achieve such a remarkable feat at such a young age. Chapter 40. The arrival of diverse forces as the secret realm awakens. 2 days later, the capital of the Great Zhou was a spectacle of tempestuous events. The day of the secret realm's opening had finally arrived. The streets of the capital were bustling with a myriad of carriages and a cacophony of voices. Occasionally, a streak of light would traverse the sky, heralded by elders of sects riding rare mystical beasts or prodigious disciples soaring on swords, their formidable auras unabashedly intertwining and clashing above the capital. Look, that is the lotus throne of the western heavenly Huang Yaopool. Hiss, over there. The banners of the ancient domain and the primordial holy land. They have come as well. And more. The mysterious holy land of the northern wilderness. The infinite holy land of the eastern wilderness. This time, A mere southern wilderness quasi-saint secret realm has drawn powerful figures from 5 other holy lands, a truly unprecedented event. The ordinary cultivators engaged in animated discussions, their words steeped in reverence and excitement. In stark contrast to the external clamor, within the cloud-topping palace, tranquility reigned supreme. Jiang Heng reclined languidly in a chaise, gently wielding a smooth jade comb as he meticulously groomed the silvery tresses of his cherished Li Shuer. The comb's teeth glided through her hair, eliciting a gentle tickle. Li Shuer squinted in delight, akin to a cat being stroked, emitting a soft, satisfied hum. In these 2 days, empowered by a tenfold enhancement, Jiang Heng's disciples experienced significant advancements. Li Shuer reached the 5th stage of the innate realm, while Xiao Xian and Feng Yuan ascended to the 4th and 3rd stages, respectively. Meanwhile, Han Lin and Zhou Yi broke through the shackles of the Qi refining stage, entering the 1st stage of the innate realm. As for Jiang Heng himself, he ascended from the pinnacle of the 4th transformation of the quasi-saint realm to the threshold of the 7th transformation, joining the ranks of high-tier quasi-saints. This strength, within the vast expanse of Tianqiong, was sufficient to command respect as long as no saints intervened. Very well. Jiang Heng placed the jade comb aside and gently patted Li Shuer on the head. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice imbued with warmth. It is nearly time. Go summon your senior brothers and inform the other disciples of the Qingyun Holy Land to gather before the palace, preparing for departure. Understood, master. Li Shuer reluctantly nuzzled against Jiang Heng before darting off toward the rooms of her companions. Jiang Heng then rose, strolling leisurely toward the palace's exterior. Moments later, the disciples of the Qingyun Holy Land, here for training, began to arrive in succession before the cloud-topping palace. Each disciple was brimming with excitement, their spirits palpable in the air. Jiang Heng's gaze swept across the assembly, and he cleared his throat, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching every ear. I trust you all are well aware of the purpose behind today's gathering. However, before we embark, I have but one piece of advice. His tone turned serious. No matter how abundant the opportunities within the secret realm, one must possess the means to seize them. Outside, I can protect you. Once inside, all will depend on your own abilities. Remember, preserving your life is paramount. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Do you understand? As he spoke, his gaze subtly traversed the faces of Xiao Xian, Li Shuer, Feng Yuan, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi. Although these words were directed at the entire gathering, they primarily resonated with his treasured disciples. After all, they were the fruits of his labor, and the thought of losing any of them was unbearable. We understand, master. The disciples responded in unison. Jiang Heng nodded slightly. Very well, then let us set forth. No sooner had he spoken than he flipped his right hand, summoning a palm-sized flying vessel that materialized in his grasp. With a casual toss, the vessel ascended gracefully, expanding to a size sufficient to accommodate dozens of individuals. Subsequently, with a mere thought, an invisible spatial law enveloped the entire area. In the next moment, everyone felt a disorienting whirl, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves standing on the broad deck of the flying vessel. This is spatial displacement, a disciple exclaimed, realization dawning upon them. Their gaze brimming with fervent admiration directed at the figure clad in white at the bow of the vessel. Jiang Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his consciousness stirring, prompting the vessel to emit a gentle hum as it transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the clouds toward the direction of the secret realm. Simultaneously, deep within the palace, a resounding avian cry echoed, reverberating through the heavens. A magnificent azure-feathered phoenix soared into the sky, bursting forth from the palace. In a brief moment, the two entities caught sight of each other from afar. Upon the back of the azure phoenix, the crane Taoist spotted the colossal flying vessel not far off, alongside the youthful figure clad in white at its helm. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he stroked his long beard. Go, he commanded lightly, and the azure phoenix, understanding his intent, surged forward with a powerful flap of its wings, its speed dramatically increasing as it transformed into a streak of azure light, whizzing past Jiang Heng's vessel. In that fleeting moment of overtaking, the crane Taoist glanced back, casting a look filled with pride toward Jiang Heng, as if to say, youngster, you still have much to learn. On the deck of the flying vessel, the disciples of the Qingyun Holy Land stirred restlessly. Han Lin, ever the straightforward one, could not contain himself, muttering under his breath, Master, that old man is exceedingly arrogant. Jiang Heng chuckled softly at the old Taoist's childish antics. This old fellow. He remained nonchalantly leaning at the bow, his eyelids not lifting even slightly, merely parting his lips to utter a single word. Still, with his words, the laws of the realm obeyed him instantly. In that moment, the space where the azure phoenix resided came to a sudden halt. The rapidly flying phoenix and its passengers seemed to have collided with an invisible wall, freezing midair. The winds ceased, the clouds stilled, and even the feathers of the phoenix, which had been flapping vigorously, became immobile. On the back of the phoenix, the crane Taoist's expression shifted as he unleashed the whirlwind of quasi-saint energy within him, striving to break free from the encroaching spatial law. Yet, no matter how he urged his energy, Jiang Heng's spatial law remained unwavering, as if it were a stone cast into the sea. In but a brief moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The pride that once adorned his face now replaced by profound astonishment. He was utterly unable to escape. It seemed that Jiang Heng was far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Beside him, Zhouya's usually composed countenance underwent a transformation for the first time. Her pupils constricted slightly as she fixated on the leisurely approaching vessel and the white-clad figure at its bow. Lu Li, beside her, excitedly grasped her arm. Her voice barely contained, yet brimming with exhilaration. "Junior sister, did you see that? Did you see? That is Master Jiang, even more impressive than the tails." Standing at the rear, Zhou Hao clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood seeping through and staining the fabric. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. The more formidable Jiang Heng became, the more intense Zhou Yi's jealousy grew. After all, in Zhou Hao's eyes, all of this should rightfully belong to him. It was Zhou Yi who had usurped his life. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Heng's flying vessel glided leisurely past the immobilized Qingyu Luan, while Li Shuer aboard the vessel playfully made a face at the stunned onlookers. In the fleeting moment when the two flying artifacts crossed paths, the spatial law that had bound the Qingyu Luan dissipated quietly. Although the Qingyu Luan regained its freedom, it stumbled due to inertia, nearly plummeting from the sky, causing a gasp among the crowd. The crane Taoist struggled to stabilize himself, his aged visage turning a deep shade of purple, a mix of astonishment and fury, as he pointed at the already distant flying vessel and bellowed in exasperation, "Young man, you lack martial virtue." The voice echoed back, eliciting a roar of laughter from those on the deck of the flying vessel belonging to the Qingyun Holy Land. "Ha ha, the master of the Jiang family is truly formidable. Did you see? That old man's face has turned green." The disciples looked at Jiang Heng with eyes filled not just with admiration, but bordering on fervor. Master Jiang is simply astounding. Chapter 41. The Six Great Holy Lands Gather. Entering the secret realm. Before long, the flying vessel arrived above the entrance of the secret realm. Gazing down, one could see a dense throng below, with various factions blocking the way completely. Among them, the 5 factions closest to the entrance were particularly notable, their banners distinct, representing the other 5 great holy lands. The flying vessel descended slowly, landing precisely in the designated space reserved by the 5 holy lands, creating a gust of wind. Jiang Heng's figure flickered, and he was already on the ground, with the disciples of the Qingyun Holy Land following closely behind. With a flick of his wrist, the massive flying vessel swiftly shrank and vanished into his spiritual ring. Numerous gazes turned towards the Qingyun Holy Land, ultimately converging on the figure clad in white at the forefront. "Humph, the Qingyun Holy Land has finally arrived. They certainly have a grand demeanor," grumbled Zhu Yan, the muscular leader of the ancient Holy Land faction, crossing his arms and exhaling a huff of hot air. His muscles were bulging, and the scars on his face added an air of ferocity. "Elder Zhu, there is no need to be vexed. Young people naturally love to make a spectacle. That must be Master Jiang, indeed quite handsome, though I wonder if his strength is as formidable as rumored," remarked Elder Jinyu, eyeing Jiang Heng with an appreciative gaze. In front of the Yaoqi Holy Land, a voluptuous beauty chuckled lightly, her emerald eyes unabashedly scrutinizing Jiang Heng, her gaze akin to that of a hunter assessing its prey. "Elder Jinyu, your words suggest you may have taken a liking to him. However, Master Jiang truly possesses an extraordinary charm," Zhu Yan teased. Meanwhile, leading the faction from the misty Holy Land was an old acquaintance, Song Wanqing, the master of the Yuqing platform. She merely offered a gentle smile in Jiang Heng's direction as a greeting, to which Jiang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. "Where's that old ghost he? We are missing him." A cold voice cut through the air from the front of the Taichu Holy Land faction. The man, bearing a massive sword and exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn blade, was none other than Li Yicheng, the leading elder of the Taichu Holy Land. However, just as his words fell, a piercing avian cry resonated from the horizon. "Li Jianxi, see how impatient you are," came an elder voice, tinged with pride, growing nearer. The crowd looked up to see a Qingyu Luan slicing through the clouds, heading directly for the Wuji Holy Land's contingent. Landing steadily before several figures leaped down from its back. Li Yicheng's gaze swept over the crane Taoist at the forefront, his calm sword-like eyes narrowing abruptly. "Crane old ghost, you have ascended to quasi-saint?" At this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. The expressions of the other leading elders from various holy lands turned grave. Ha ha. Merely a stroke of luck, the crane Taoist replied, stroking his long beard with suppressed pride. Yet, when his gaze inadvertently met Jiang Heng's, the look of satisfaction on his face froze instantaneously. Jiang Heng was regarding him with a faint smile, his eyes calm, yet sending a chill down the crane Taoist's spine. The pride that had just blossomed was doused as if drenched in icy water, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. This subtle change in expression did not escape the eyes of the other seasoned foxes present. Zhu Yin and Elder Jin Yu exchanged glances, silently elevating their assessment of Jiang Heng another notch. Very well, since everyone has arrived, let us commence, Song Wanqing spoke slowly, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. The gathered crowd nodded in unison, their gazes shifting toward the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the barrier of spatial laws guarding the entrance had dimmed considerably, evidently reaching its most fragile state. Apart from Jiang Heng, 5 figures simultaneously soared from their respective factions, hovering before the distorted light curtain of the secret realm's entrance. In the next moment, 5 distinct and formidable auras erupted explosively. Zhu Yan's blood surged like a dragon. Jin Yu's purple energy coiled. Li Yicheng's sword intent soared to the heavens. Song Wanqing embodied both softness and strength, while the crane Taoist exuded an ethereal grace. Noticing that Jiang Heng remained still, Zhu Yan's brow furrowed slightly, ready to admonish him. However, at that moment, the previously motionless Jiang Heng casually raised his hand and lightly touched the barrier. There was no earth-shattering spectacle or dazzling brilliance. With a crack, the barrier shattered like a soap bubble, instantly covered in fissures before collapsing completely. The entrance to the secret realm was now wide open. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The expressions of the 5 at the entrance were nothing short of spectacular. Who would have thought that before they could make a move, he had already kicked the door open? Disciples of the ancient Holy Land, enter. Zhu Yin was the first to react, his face dark as he bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than the disciples of the ancient Holy Land surged into the entrance of the secret realm. The remaining 4 quickly snapped out of their shock, urging their own disciples to enter. Master, Li Shuer tugged at Jiang Heng's sleeve, her large eyes filled with excitement. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over his 5 direct disciples. Lingering a moment longer on Zhou, "Go," he said in his usual flat tone. "Remember, the lives of each one of you are far more valuable than all the opportunities within this secret realm combined." With that, he waved his hand to them. Xiao Xian, Fang Yuan, Han Lin, Li Shuer, and Zhou Yi bowed deeply before transforming into streaks of light, rushing into the secret realm. However, just as Zhou Yi was about to enter, he caught a glimpse of a twisted face from the Wuji Holy Land faction, filled with jealousy. Zhou Hao was glaring at him, his eyes brimming with venomous rage, as if he wished to devour him whole. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment. Then a cold smirk graced his lips. "Zhou Hao, my dear brother, I hope you don't perish too quickly inside. I will be coming to find you soon." With that, he turned resolutely and plunged into the secret realm. Once the disciples of the 6 great holy lands had entered, only then did the cultivators from other factions dare to proceed one after another. Chapter 42. The Dragon Enters the Banner, the Silver Demon. Within the secret realm, Fang Yuan felt a sudden disorientation as if the world had spun around him. Once his feet found solid ground, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a damp and unfamiliar thicket, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of his companions, Xiao Xian and Li Shuer, who had entered the realm alongside him. A random teleportation, it seems. This saves some trouble. Fang Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. He was hardly surprised. In his previous life, he had ventured alone into countless perilous domains, and such a scene was merely a prelude. The distant murmur of a brook reached his ears, prompting Fang Yuan to follow the water's course. Not far along, he was suddenly met with a tumult of chaotic spiritual energy, interspersed with the sharp clang of clashing weapons. Observing the commotion, he treaded cautiously towards the source, soon discerning 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle not far from his position. He paused, blending seamlessly into the dense shadows of the nearby underbrush, meticulously suppressing his own presence. Before him, on a shimmering lake, the 2 figures were locked in a relentless struggle, their blades creating arcs of light that stirred the waters into a frenzy. Judging by their emblems, they were disciples from the Taichu Sacred Land and the Wuji Sacred Land, respectively. At the center of the lake, a snow lotus, resplendent and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, floated serenely. "The colorful jade lotus was discovered by me first. If you continue to meddle, do not blame me for being merciless." One of them shouted. "What nonsense! Since time immemorial, treasures of heaven and earth have belonged to the capable. Just because you claim it, does that make it yours? If you possess the skill, take it from beneath my sword." They exchanged fierce retorts, their attacks growing increasingly ruthless, even as they inched closer to the coveted lotus. From his concealed vantage point, Feng Yuan observed with a smirk, bemused by their folly. Two imbeciles. Spiritual treasures are born of their surroundings. Such exquisite items surely have guardians. Indeed, just as the two were within mere feet of the colorful lotus, the surface of the lake began to ripple ominously. With a thunderous roar, a jet-black dragon surged forth from the depths, its cavernous maw snapping shut before the stunned disciples could utter a sound. The dull crack of shattered bones echoed, and they perished in an instant, swallowed whole. Feng Yuan shook his head in disappointment. He had intended to watch the two expend the guardian beast's strength before stepping in to claim the spoils. Alas, these fools had displayed no caution, and thus, they met their deserved end. The black dragon let out a triumphant roar, creating waves upon the lake's surface. It scanned the area with its cold, slit-like eyes, ensuring no threats remained, before preparing to submerge once more. Feng Yuan's gaze sharpened. The creature's aura was at the pinnacle of the third tier. But even more telling was the glimmer of cunning in its eyes. This beast had evidently attained a significant level of intelligence. Compared to the earlier buffoons, this dragon would serve far better as nourishment for his blood soul banner. An idea crystallized in Feng Yuan's mind. Silently, he summoned the blood soul banner. The palm-sized banner unfurled silently, blending seamlessly with the canopy above, merging with the shadows. Having completed this, he emerged from the underbrush and made his way toward the colorful lotus. As he approached, the lake stirred once more. With a splash, the black dragon erupted from the water, its gaping maw aimed directly at Feng Yuan. Anticipating the attack, he deftly maneuvered aside, narrowly avoiding the dragon's fangs. Enraged by its failure to land a blow, the dragon sensed that this human was far more elusive than the previous two. It roared in fury, its tail lashing as it lunged forward with renewed speed. Feng Yuan employed the same evasive tactics, narrowly escaping the dragon's wrath once more. Without looking back, he fled toward the thicket where he had previously concealed himself. The dragon, infuriated by its repeated failures, pursued him relentlessly, heedless of the possibility of a trap. In a swift chase, they returned to the earlier location among the bushes. At that moment, a small cicada perched upon Feng Yuan's shoulder. Indeed, it was the spring and autumn cicada. The dragon, hot on his heels, opened its maw wide, ready to devour Feng Yuan. As the dragon crossed into the realm of the blood soul banner, a subtle smile graced Feng Yuan's lips. Suddenly, the spring and autumn cicada emitted a radiant glow, a pressure akin to that of a high-tier demonic beast bearing down upon the dragon. The creature froze, its instincts sensing a soul-chilling dread that momentarily stilled its movements. Now, with a flick of his mind, the blood soul banner plummeted from the treetops. The soul stone upon the banner ignited with an eerie crimson light, unleashing a torrent of blood mist that coiled around the dragon in countless tendrils. With a howl that echoed the torment of 1,000 stings, the dragon writhed and thrashed in midair, desperately attempting to escape. However, its struggles proved futile. In mere moments, the thrashing grew feeble, its massive form rapidly withering under the onslaught of the blood mist until it transformed into a pure essence of blood, merging seamlessly with the blood soul banner. Feng Yuan beckoned, and the banner returned to his grasp. Upon its surface, the spirit of a vivid crimson dragon roared silently. Success. In truth, Feng Yuan could have subdued the dragon through sheer strength, but that would have entailed considerable effort and risk. A sudden interruption during the battle could have spelled disaster. With the dragon dispatched, Feng Yuan seized the colorful jade lotus from the lake center. He had encountered this item in the library of the Qingyun sacred land. Its petals could enhance a cultivator's aptitude, and if refined into a pill, the effects would be even more remarkable. Regrettably, alchemy was not his forte. As he weighed the lotus in his hand, he mused that he had heard Xiao Xian had recently made significant strides in alchemy. Perhaps he could entrust this task to him. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the secret realm, on the snowy altar of the frost-laden plateau, blood stained the pristine snow. At the altar's center stood a petite figure, sword in hand, drops of crimson cascading onto the white ground. It was a silver-haired girl with blood-red eyes, Li Shuer. In her other hand, she cradled a crystalline ginseng emanating an ethereal blue chill. With this, her cultivation would advance swiftly. She gazed at the precious herb in her grasp, a naive smile illuminating her face. I will be able to protect Master even better. Yet, the numerous corpses of disciples from various factions sprawled about her, a stark contrast to her innocent demeanor. In a corner of the altar, a surviving disciple lay slumped on the ground, drenched in blood. His gaze fixed on the silver figure at the center, filled with unending terror. His lips trembled as he mustered the strength to utter, You demon? Li Shuer slowly turned her head, her blood-red eyes reflecting the image of the disciple, her smile remaining benevolent. In the blink of an eye, a flash of silver light flickered. The disciple did not even have the chance to utter a cry of despair before his body was severed from his head. Chapter 43, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Han Lao Lu. Meanwhile, on the other side of the snowy expanse, Xiaoxian was channeling the 9 Yongli fire, braving the biting winds and snow as he trudged deeper into the frigid realm. Dan Lao, is there truly a strange fire in this cursed place? We've been walking for ages, and all I see is snow upon snow, Xiaoxian remarked, a layer of frost clinging to his brow, unable to suppress his doubts. What's your hurry? Came the irritable reply from the ring. Is my perception ever mistaken? In my quest for the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, I nearly lost my life. With my guidance, how can you dare complain about the pace? Xiaoxian offered a sheepish smile, choosing to remain silent. After the passage of a brief incense stick's worth of time, his steps suddenly halted, his gaze fixated ahead. In the midst of the pristine white snow, a ghostly white flame flickered quietly. It radiated no warmth, instead emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls. Surrounding the white flame lay massive snow wolves, their bodies encased in crystalline armor, exhaling visible frost with each breath. Leading them was a wolf king, its size akin to a small mountain. Letting out a low howl of reverence towards the white flame, its eyes filled with an almost sacred admiration. Did you see that, Xiaoxian? When have I ever deceived you? Dan Lao's voice resounded once more. I see it, but what do we do about this pack of wolves? Xiaoxian felt a prickling unease. The aura emanating from the Wolf King likely brushed the threshold of a 4th-tier beast, and many of the others were no less than 3rd tier. Should they charge in, he feared they would be torn to shreds in an instant. A mere pack of unrefined beasts, leave it to me. Xiaoxian, surrender your body to me. Once the task is complete, you may share a strand of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire's essence with me. However, I fear that after harnessing the power of this remnant soul, I shall need a good long sleep. All right. Xiaoxian did not hesitate in the slightest. As his words fell, a profound aura erupted from within him. His black hair transformed into a brilliant white at a visible pace, his eyes deep as ancient wells, and his previously 4th-tier innate aura surged, climbing to the pinnacle of innate levels. Almost instantaneously, the Ice Wolf King seemed to sense the impending threat, sharply turning its head, golden beastly eyes locking onto Xiaoxian, letting out a threatening growl from its throat. A woo. It then let out a howl directed at Xiaoxian, and the dozens of Ice Wolf's eyes turned crimson, transforming into streaks of white lightning, charging through the swirling snow towards him. The Wolf King, too, surged forth, leaping into the air, its sharp claws tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing sonic boom aimed directly at Xiaoxian. Come at me. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiaoxian's mouth, his expression tranquil. In his left palm, the golden 9 Yongli fire surged upward, fierce and domineering. In his right hand, a blue lotus-shaped flame quietly blossomed, eerie and cold. With a mere gesture, he brought his hands together. The gold and azure flames, 2 distinctly different strange fires, seamlessly merged in his grasp, forming an exquisitely radiant dual-colored fire lotus. Go! There was no explosion, no deafening roar. The moment the golden azure fire lotus made contact with the Wolf King's body, it spread like ink in water, rapidly engulfing it. He flicked his fingers, releasing the fire lotus, which appeared slow yet instantly imprinted itself upon the Wolf King's chest. The ferocious expression on the Wolf King's face froze in an instant, its colossal form dissolving midair. The entire pack behind it was reduced to ash, scattering into the wind and snow. One strike, and it was annihilated. Having accomplished this, the overwhelming aura surrounding Xiaoxian ebbed away like the tide, and his snowy hair returned to its original black. He staggered slightly, almost collapsing to the ground, feeling a wave of weakness as he regained control of his body. Dan Lao? He called out in his mind. Silence enveloped him. Calling out once more yielded no response. It seemed Dan Lao had truly fallen into slumber. Drawing a deep breath, Xiaoxian, with a resolute gaze, stepped toward the white flame that flickered quietly amidst the snow. In the valley, Han Lin concealed his presence, blending into the underbrush, quietly observing the unfolding battle within. Inside the valley, 7 or 8 cultivators, led by Zhouya of the Wuji Holy Land, faced off against a massive griffin. The griffin was adorned with purple crystalline feathers, its wings spanning several meters, and each flap stirred up fierce winds. Observing its aura, it was undoubtedly a genuine 4th-tier beast. Behind it, in the center of a spiritual pond, a giant purple egg absorbed the essence of the world, emanating vibrant life force. Zhouya and her companions gazed intently at the egg, clearly having come for it. However, the purple crystalline griffin would not easily relinquish its offspring. Roar! The purple crystalline griffin let out a deafening roar, unleashing the full weight of a 4th-tier beast's pressure without reservation. The elite disciples, spurred by Zhouya, turned pale, their hands trembling as they clutched their magical treasures. Sensing their fear, Zhouya quickly raised her voice. Do not be afraid. This creature is at its most vulnerable right after laying its egg. If we can seize this beast egg, I guarantee in the name of the Wuji Holy Land that there will be great rewards once we emerge. The disciples, who had been wavering, found their resolve renewed by Zhou Yu's exhortation, their eyes once again gleaming with greed. They awaited her command to launch their assault on the purple crystalline griffin. Han Lin, concealed in the underbrush, observed the scene with an impassive demeanor. Indeed, human hearts are filled with greed, mortals are so, and cultivators are no different. This scene was all too familiar. Had not Huang Shan, for the sake of so-called opportunity, once pushed him, his brother, into the abyss? Yet, in this current situation, Han Lin found a perverse delight. It would be best if they both suffered heavy losses, allowing him to step in and claim the remnants. However, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Lin noticed a few concealed presences in the shadows on the opposite side of the valley. There were others, too, clever enough to lay in wait, like the proverbial yellow sparrow. Han Lin let out a cold chuckle in his heart, burying himself deeper. It was now a matter of who could maintain their composure longer. Chapter 44. Tianqiong Peak, Old Six in Pairs. Within the valley, Zhouya waved her delicate hand. Charge! At her command, the elite disciples in the front row summoned their respective magical treasures, their spiritual light flickering, manifesting as a barrage of lethal strikes directed at the purple crystalline griffin. The griffin let out a mournful cry, its enormous body trembling slightly from postnatal weakness. Yet its instinct to protect its offspring prevented it from retreating even an inch. It propelled its wings forward, the purple crystalline brilliance swirling, forming an impenetrable crystal barrier before it. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual power erupted, various colors of light exploding against the crystal barrier, creating ripples, yet failing to harm the griffin in the slightest. Observing this, Zhouya's internal spiritual energy surged wildly, and dozens of azure wind blades coalesced behind her. Go! The wind blades whistled forth, deftly circumventing the crystal barrier, aiming for the griffin's comparatively vulnerable abdomen and the junction of its wings. At her side, Zhou Hao feigned the casting of several fireballs, which merely thudded against the crystalline wall, sparking a few embers. The amethyst griffin, weary from the onslaught, found itself divided in focus, tasked with guarding the colossal egg behind it. For the moment, it could only curl its body in a defensive posture, bracing against the onslaught of the cunning wind blades. With a sudden thud, several blades breached its defenses, carving deep gashes beneath its wings, exposing bone and causing crimson blood to surge forth. Now was the moment. Zhouya felt the wind beneath her feet, her form transforming into a streak of azure light as she maneuvered at an astonishing angle, bypassing the griffin's front and making a beeline for the gigantic egg nestled in the heart of the spirit pool. As she witnessed her progeny on the verge of falling into enemy hands, the amethyst griffin emitted a despairing roar. Casting aside any concern for its own injuries, it ignited its lifeblood. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming power erupted, the true strength of a fourth-tier beast momentarily returning. A violent gust swept across the valley. The elite disciples at the forefront, caught off guard, were sent reeling, spitting blood as they were hurled backward. Zhou Hao was also flung several meters away, landing awkwardly and rolling multiple times before coming to a halt. The other three disciples of the Wuji sacred land barely managed to steady themselves, their faces etched with shock. The amethyst griffin, fueled by its burning lifeblood, reached an unparalleled velocity, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning that appeared before Zhouya in an instant. Its claws, glinting ominously, tore through the air, descending with a shadow of death. Zhouya reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy before her. However, all was in vain. With a crack, the barrier shattered upon contact with the griffin's claws. The claws, undeterred, struck Zhouya squarely in the chest, sending her crashing into the icy spirit pool. Erupting in a cascade of water, the three disciples of the Wuji sacred land, witnessing Zhouya's failure, dared not linger. They exchanged glances, turning without hesitation and darting away like three streaks of light toward the valley's exit. The few surviving elite disciples scrambled to their feet, hastily joining the fray to escape. Yet, it was evident that the amethyst griffin had no intention of letting them go. It let out an enraged roar, flapping its wings to whip up a tempest as it pursued the fleeing figures, each swipe of its sharp claws claiming a vibrant life. Splash! The surface of the spirit pool erupted as Zhouya shot upward, her face pale, a trickle of blood sliding from the corner of her lips. Glancing at the griffin, which was now hunting others, she seized the moment, transforming into a streak of light once more and clasping the giant egg to her chest, fleeing toward the valley's exit without looking back. "Sister, wait for me," Zhou Hao called out, scrambling to his feet to follow. However, just as they were about to escape the valley, shadowy figures materialized at the entrance, blocking their path resolutely. From the shadows on either side of the valley, several lurking presences emerged. The yellow sparrows had made their entrance. "Hand over the amethyst griffin egg, and I can grant you a swift death," spoke a man with a long knife at his waist and an eye patch, his aura emanating a chilling malice. "Get lost," Zhouya shouted fiercely, casting several wind blades in an attempt to drive back the obstructing figures. The one-eyed man scoffed, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. With a resounding clang, the blade was drawn. Several razor-sharp blue arcs sliced through the air, effortlessly dispersing Zhouya's wind blades. A sense of dread washed over Zhouya. It was clear that none of these individuals were to be trifled with. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from behind. The amethyst griffin, having dispatched the lesser foes, was charging toward her, its grievously injured body propelled by a tempest of fury. With a formidable foe ahead and a deathly beast behind, Zhouya found herself trapped in a dire predicament. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she made a bold decision, hurling the colossal egg skyward with all her might. "Want it? Come and get it." In an instant, every gaze was drawn to the egg suspended in midair. The one-eyed man, his three companions, and several figures emerging from the shadows all surged forward simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light racing toward the egg. The scene descended into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Zhouya and Zhou Hao slipped from the edge of the fray, darting toward the valley's exit without a backward glance. Amidst the tumultuous scramble, a figure cloaked in black, exuding an indistinct aura, brushed past an ordinary-looking youth. This figure was Fang Yuan, who, upon seeing the youth, momentarily froze. "Hanlin, what is he doing here?" Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he too seemed intent on seizing the egg. "Intriguing. It seems he does not fit the mold of the obedient student." A playful smile curved beneath Fang Yuan's hood. Since fate had brought them together today, he resolved to lend a hand. It would serve to bolster the legacy of the sixth disciple of Tianqiong Peak. As the giant egg was struck and sent hurtling toward Hanlin, Fang Yuan surged forward, adopting a posture of fierce competition. Just as he was about to touch the egg, he pretended to be struck by a surge of spiritual energy unleashed by Hanlin. Stumbling and descending. "Ah, missed," he muttered in frustration. During his fall, he subtly flicked his fingers, releasing two nearly transparent tiny insects that flew silently toward the two closest competitors of the egg. In their fervent rush, the competitors felt their knees buckle, their internal energies momentarily stalling, causing them to slow down just enough. This was the opening Hanlin needed. He swiftly snatched the giant egg into his embrace and, without pausing, turned to flee in the opposite direction of Zhouya. Fang Yuan, stabilizing himself, refrained from glancing back at Hanlin or the valuable griffin egg. Instead, he melded back into the shadows, silently pursuing the fleeing Zhouya and Zhou Hao. Compared to an unhatched fourth-tier beast, the souls of Zhouya and Zhou Hao held far greater value for the nourishment of his blood-soul banner. Chapter 45. Are you insane? I am your sister. A moment later, Zhouya and Zhou Hao found refuge in a relatively secluded cave. Zhouya pressed her palm against her chest. Stumbling into the cave and leaning heavily against the frigid stone wall, waves of agonizing pain tearing through her. She gasped for breath, the blood trickling from her lips stark against her pallid complexion. "Sister, you're gravely injured," Zhou Hao's voice came from behind, revealing an aromatic healing pill resting in his outstretched palm. "This is a top-quality recuperative pill. Please take it." "Here, sister, this is a healing medicine." Zhouya cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression devoid of gratitude, snatching the pill and swallowing it without hesitation. In her eyes, her useless brother was only capable of performing these trivial tasks. The medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and a warm current swiftly surged through her limbs and bones. However, as time passed, Zhouya began to sense something amiss. This warmth did not heal her injuries. Instead, it transformed into a bizarre and unsettling heat that rose from the depths of her dantian, rendering her body weak and devoid of strength. She cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Hao, only to find him approaching with a peculiar smile she had never witnessed before. "Zhou Hao, what on earth have you made me consume?" Zhouya exclaimed sharply, attempting to push him away, but her wrist was firmly grasped by him. As she struggled to free herself from Zhou Hao's grasp, he tightened his hold, rebuking her. "Stop resisting, dear sister." Zhou Hao's smile grew increasingly twisted. "You have fallen victim to my Hihuan-san, and with your severe injuries, you stand no chance of resisting me." Upon hearing the name Hihuan-san, Zhouya's pupils dilated, and the color drained from her eyes, leaving nothing but an abyss of cold dread. "You've lost your mind? I am your sister." "Sister?" Zhou Hao leaned in closer, his expression a tumultuous blend of satisfaction and resentment. "When did you ever consider me your brother?" He growled, his voice hoarse. "Ever since we were young, Your eyes have always looked down upon me. Because I lack the talent of you and Zhou Yi, I have never existed in Father's eyes. To you, I am no more than a mere dog. Since you all value talent above all, I shall use that which you cherish most to fulfill my own ambitions. The madness in Zhou Hao's eyes threatened to overflow. Sister, you should understand the significance of the holy dragon qi better than I do. When two parties possessing this essence unite, the stronger can gradually absorb the dragon energy from the weaker. He leaned closer to Zhou Ye's ear, speaking in a tone only the two could hear, enunciating each word deliberately. Now, tell me, who is stronger between us? Zhou Ye trembled, the heat within her escalating, her consciousness beginning to blur. In that moment, genuine fear flickered in her eyes, and her voice softened. Zhou Hao, please, don't do this. There's a misunderstanding between us. Just calm down, ha. Now you're afraid? Zhou Hao's laughter echoed through the cave, mocking her. Where has that pride of yours gone? Dear sister? Before she could utter another word, he forcefully pushed Zhou Ye to the ground, looming over her. No. A flicker of resolve crossed Zhou Ye's eyes as she summoned her final ounce of will, attempting to self-destruct alongside Zhou Hao. However, she despaired as she realized that the spiritual energy within her was shackled by countless restraints, rendering her powerless. Don't waste your energy, Zhou Hao sneered down at her. His face twisted in derision. This potent Tihuan San was costly. Just obediently become my furnace. He grasped Zhou Ye's chin, his gaze sickly and fervent. Rest assured, I won't let you die quickly. I will imprison you and draw upon your holy dragon qi daily until you are utterly depleted. I want you to witness how I ascend to the pinnacle using your talents. At his words, Zhou Ye's expression turned to ash, her eyes dulled by the drug's effects. Suddenly, Zhou Hao, consumed by madness, tore apart her outer garments, exposing her pristine skin, just as his hand was about to make contact. A tall shadow discreetly obscured the entrance of the cave. A slow and deliberate applause echoed from the entrance. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Hao jerked around to see a figure clad in black robes leaning against the cave wall, as if having observed the scene for quite some time. It was Fang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. Marvelous, truly marvelous, Fang Yuan remarked, his voice laced with amusement. Young Master Zhou, you are quite the character. Zhou Hao's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with wariness. Who are you? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly, straightening up as he entered the cave. The dead need not know too much. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hao felt a blur before his eyes as the figure in black had suddenly closed the distance. Seeking death, Zhou Hao's shock and fury surged, instinctively channeling his entire spiritual energy to unleash a punch. Yet, Fang Yuan merely raised his hand. The palm-sized blood soul banner billowed in the wind, enveloping Zhou Hao in an instant like a dark shroud. There were no screams, no struggles. A dense mist of blood erupted, transforming into countless blood threads that swiftly cocooned Zhou Hao in a sanguine chrysalis. The crimson light flickered and vanished. In its place, only a rapidly desiccating corpse remained, crumbling to ashes, with Zhou Hao's face frozen in a mixture of resentment and disbelief. No, I was so close where Zhou Hao had dissipated. A thumb-sized, faintly golden dragon-shaped energy swirled aimlessly, seemingly confused. Is this the holy dragon qi? Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a mere thought, the golden dragon emitted a faint, sorrowful cry, uncontrollably flying towards him and merging into his brow. In an instant, a gentle warmth spread throughout his body. Fang Yuan could distinctly feel his meridians, bones, and even soul being significantly enhanced by this essence. As he savored the profundity of the holy dragon qi, a soft and heated body embraced him from behind. I feel so hot. Please help me, a faint yet alluring female voice whispered in his ear, exuding a fragrant breath. Fang Yuan snapped back to reality and turned to see Zhou Ye. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze dazed. Disheveled, she instinctively gravitated towards the only antidote in the cave. Having heard from Zhou Hao that the holy dragon qi could be absorbed through the union of yin and yang, Fang Yuan looked down at the enchanting figure behind him. Feeling the pure essence of holy dragon qi coursing through her, thoughts raced in his mind. Though he was not a lecher and held little interest in matters of men and women, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. An exquisite furnace delivered right to his doorstep, capable of significantly enhancing his talents. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Without further hesitation, Fang Yuan scooped up the now delirious Zhou Ye and laid her down. At the moment of their union, a vast, ethereal, and sacred aura surged forth from Zhou Ye, violently flooding into Fang Yuan. This overwhelming and divine essence fervently cleansed his entire being. An unprecedented sense of euphoria coursed through him. Under the impact of this energy, Fang Yuan's consciousness began to blur, and his cultivation soared at an astonishing rate. A night passed in silence. Chapter 46. 9 Transformations to Semi-Saint, the Linglong Body. The faint morning light struggled to penetrate the cave. Fang Yuan opened his eyes to a scene of utter disarray. Remnants of clothing lay scattered, and beside him was Zhou Ya's bare form. He casually draped his black robe over her, executing the motion devoid of any surplus emotion. Then, he extended his palm, and a nearly invisible worm silently emerged, entering Zhou Ya's body. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within. At this moment, his cultivation had leapt from the 3rd level of the innate realm to the 9th level, breaking through 6 realms in a single night. The sacred dragon aura within him had become considerably purer compared to the initial absorption, and his innate qualities had notably improved. However, what captured Fang Yuan's attention more was the ethereal and divine aura that had surged from Zhou Ya's being the previous night. The overwhelming intensity of that aura far exceeded that of the sacred dragon energy. Fang Yuan's rapid advancement in cultivation was primarily attributed to that very aura. How intriguing, he mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. As the esteemed alchemist demon lord, it was indeed surprising that he had overlooked this. Zhou Ya likely possessed a rare and exceptional furnace body constitution. At that moment, Zhou Ya's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly awakened. Attempting to sit up, she discovered her body was weak and unresponsive. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the black robe draped over her and the myriad of bruises beneath it. Memories of the previous night surged like a tidal wave. Humiliation, pain, madness. No, this cannot be true. Yet the tearing sensation from deep within her and the dark red bloodstains on the ground incessantly reminded her that everything that transpired was, indeed, real. Zhou Ya curled up, her nails digging painfully into her palms, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Awake? A detached male voice echoed within the cave. Zhou Ya snapped her head up, and upon recognizing Fang Yuan's face obscured by the shadow of his hood, an overwhelming hatred engulfed her reason. I will kill you, she screamed, summoning all her strength to lunge at Fang Yuan. However, as she attempted to rise, a searing pain pierced through her. Ah! Zhou Ya cried out in agony, her legs buckling, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably. What is happening? She pressed her hand against her heart in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking her forehead. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, gazing down at her from above. Do not waste your energy. I have planted a slave heart bug within you. From now on, should you harbor even the slightest ill thought towards me, you will experience the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Upon hearing this, the resentment and hatred in Zhou Ya's eyes crystallized, then shattered into a void of desolation. Despair enveloped her like frigid waters, drowning her entirely. In that moment, all her pride and dignity were utterly crushed. Kill me. At that moment, she felt no desire for life, her gaze hollow, her voice hoarse. Kill you? Fang Yuan replied with a mocking smile. Where else could I find such a splendid furnace body? Zhou Ya, upon hearing this, found her already shattered composure crumbling completely, and she broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. Observing her, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Enough of your pitiful display. Following me is far better than trailing behind that worthless brother of yours. Outside the secret realm, Jiang Heng was meditating with closed eyes when a torrent of terrifying energy, vast as the starry sea, surged into his body from the void without warning. The bottleneck within him was instantly shattered, and his cultivation began to soar uncontrollably. Ultimately, the impact of this energy halted just shy of the 9th layer of semi-saint. Jiang Heng abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within them, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly due to the unintentional release of his aura. What the hell? He couldn't help but exclaim. What just happened? The elders from several major sacred lands turned their gazes toward him upon hearing the exclamation. Notably, Taoist he, upon sensing the significant increase in Jiang Heng's aura, felt a tremor of astonishment within, silently deeming him a monster. Soon after, a system notification echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Host-bound disciple Fang Yuan has elevated his cultivation to the 9th layer of innate realm, triggering 100,000-fold cultivation return. Elevating the host's cultivation to the 9th layer of semi-saint. Jiang Heng's eyes twitched. Has that lad been taking drugs? How could he jump from the 3rd layer to the 9th layer in such a short time? He immediately opened the system interface, focusing on Fang Yuan's information panel. Fang Yuan, cultivation, 9th layer of innate realm. Recent fortuitous encounter. In the secret realm cave, he thwarted Zhou Hao's plot against Zhou Ya, killed Zhou Hao, and refined his sacred dragon energy. Subsequently, he engaged in dual cultivation with Zhou Ya, not only absorbing her sacred dragon energy, but also inadvertently awakening the exquisite energy hidden within her. Under the cleansing of both the sacred dragon energy and the exquisite energy, his cultivation and innate qualities surged. Exquisite energy, one of the purest energies in the world, Only a supreme furnace body constitution can give rise to it. After reading this, Jiang Heng's expression became quite intriguing. Goodness, he truly has stumbled upon fortune. However, it seems he has taken a human drug. This lad has indeed struck luck, encountering such a legendary furnace body constitution. One cannot deny he is indeed a child of destiny. Wait, Zhouya? Jiang Heng's gaze fixated on that name. If memory serves, she is the crown princess of the great Zhou dynasty and one of the culprits responsible for stripping Zhou Yi's sacred dragon energy. A smirk slowly curled at the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth. Fang Yuan, you are indeed a splendid disciple of mine. This is no mere coincidence. It is a manifestation of karmic retribution. Whoever sows evil shall reap evil. With that, Jiang Heng shifted his focus away from Fang Yuan's information panel and gradually opened his own. Jiang Heng, Cultivation, 9th layer of Semi-Saint. Treasures, Tianqiong sword, fragments of the creation jade plate, fragments of the creation divine scroll. Physique, chaos body. Concept, chaos sword intent. Having arrived at the 9th turn of Semi-Saint, he was but a step away from glimpsing the realm of the saint. A domain that countless cultivators exhaust their lives striving to reach. However, at this juncture, Jiang Heng truly comprehended the chasm that lay between the semi-saint and the saint. It was akin to a vast abyss. It was not merely an accumulation of spiritual power, but rather an understanding and mastery of the laws of the universe. A transcendence of life itself. Moreover, his sword, the Tianqiong sword, was beginning to lag behind. With his current cultivation, if he were to fully unleash the chaos sword intent, the Tianqiong sword would likely shatter under the strain. It was time to acquire a more suitable weapon. His gaze shifted to a corner of the system interface, where a number quietly displayed. Current sign-in attempts, 5. With 5 sign-in attempts, he might be fortunate enough to obtain a nascent sacred tier treasure. Yet, it would merely be a nascent form. Jiang Heng's fingers gently tapped in the air. The more sign-in attempts accumulated, the greater the probability of obtaining valuable items, and the quality of rewards would undergo a qualitative transformation. Should he use them now to exchange for a weapon of little worth, or endure a little longer? Gather 30 attempts, and aim for something grand? A gamble for something substantial. Jiang Heng swiftly made his decision. Chapter 47, Fuyao. Meanwhile, deep within the core of the secret realm, the sound of flowing water gently roused Zhou Yi from his stupor. He abruptly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. The girl's features were exquisitely refined, unlike those of any ordinary person. Her long, dark hair cascading down to her waist. Most striking were her unusually elongated ears and her pair of tranquil blue eyes, which caused Zhou Yi to momentarily lose his thoughts. At that moment, those eyes scrutinized him coldly, evaluating him with an unfathomable gaze. How did you arrive here? The girl's cold voice pierced the silence, devoid of any emotion. This abrupt inquiry jolted Zhou Yi from his stupor. I am Zhou Yi, hailing from the great Zhou dynasty, currently residing on the heavenly Qiong peak of the Qingyun sacred land. Stop, stop, stop. The girl interjected decisively, a faint frown gracing her brow. I merely wish to know how you entered. Zhou Yi sensed that if he continued, he might divulge every detail of his life to the girl before him. I entered through the entrance of the secret realm, after which I lost consciousness and awoke here, he replied succinctly. Upon hearing the words entrance of the secret realm, a subtle shift flickered across the girl's expression. She turned her face slightly, whispering to herself in a barely audible tone. It seems the restrictions set by the old man He are on the verge of collapse. At that moment, an ancient yet robust voice resonated from the void, echoing through the valley. Yao Yao, since he is a guest, bring him over for a discussion. Yes, old He. The girl nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Zhou Yi, gesturing with her chin, her words remaining terse. Follow me. Though somewhat bewildered, Zhou Yi complied. As they walked, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering a valley that resembled a paradisiacal retreat, rich in spiritual energy almost palpable in the air. Before long, the pair traversed a lush bamboo grove and arrived at an elegant bamboo pavilion. Inside, an elderly man with flowing white hair was leisurely sipping tea. His frail form exuded a dignified presence. The girl hastened to his side, her lips moving as she finally uttered a gentle call. Old He, you, my dear. I know what you wish to say, old He replied, setting down his teacup and shaking his head with a hint of joviality. This old body of mine cannot endure much longer. A glimmer of moisture appeared in Fu Yao's calm blue eyes, her nose slightly tinged with sorrow. Observing this, old He's gaze softened, his voice tender. There is no need for sadness. All gatherings in this world must come to an end. Today's farewell is but a prelude to a better reunion in the future. Having said that, his attention shifted to Zhou Yi. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, leaving Zhou Yi feeling thoroughly scrutinized. A chill crept down his spine, instinctively alert. The true dragon of the great Zhou, having had its horns severed by others, yet capable of rebirth. How intriguing. Old He lifted his teacup, taking a measured sip. His tone was unassuming, yet the implication struck Zhou Yi like a thunderbolt. Who, exactly, is this venerable elder? Do not be alarmed, young man, Old He remarked, seemingly reading Zhou Yi's thoughts. A faint smile graced his lips. If I intended you harm, you would not be able to move a single finger. At that instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from the old man's being. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted. This aura, this overwhelming force that sent shivers through his very soul, he had only encountered in his master, Jiang Heng. Thus, it dawned on him that this elder was a powerful being akin to his master. Zhou Yi's tense form gradually relaxed, his wariness transforming into profound astonishment, though the caution in his heart remained unyielding. Suddenly, Old He retracted his imposing presence, leaving the bamboo pavilion devoid of any oppressive energy. He casually picked up his teacup, blowing away the steam, and introduced himself formally. I am He Yuan. You may call me Old He. The girl beside him had been gazing at the stream outside the pavilion the entire time. Only then did she coolly utter two words. Fu Yao. Indeed, Zhou, my young friend. He Yuan set his teacup down and spoke straightforwardly. You must have noticed that my current doppelganger is nearly depleted of energy and will soon dissipate. Fu Yao's shoulders subtly trembled, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. I have a request. He Yuan's gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yi, his eyes profound and seemingly capable of seeing into one's heart. I would like to ask you, after my dissolution, to take Yao Yao with you and leave this secret realm. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. To entrust a living person to someone met by chance. This must surely come with great complications. Noticing Zhou Yi's silence, He Yuan continued, naturally, I would not ask for your assistance without compensation. If you agree, I can present you with the most precious treasures of this secret realm, and even accept you as my disciple, passing on my legacy. Old He, I can manage on my own, Fu Yao interjected, her voice tinged with stubbornness. Before she could finish her thought, He Yuan interrupted her. That is not feasible. It is too dangerous for you alone. He then cast his gaze back to Zhou Yi, awaiting his response. He Yuan's insistence stemmed from recognizing the immense fortune surrounding Zhou Yi. With that luck to disrupt heavenly predictions, it would become increasingly difficult for those elder beings to deduce Fu Yao's whereabouts, thereby buying precious time for his true self. Zhou Yi's mind raced. To take on a disciple? The image of Jiang Heng flashed in his mind. It was his master who had pulled him from the mire, reshaping his meridians and bestowing upon him unparalleled cultivation techniques. That grace was weightier than the heavens. In this life, his only master was Jiang Heng. As for the so-called treasures of the secret realm, Zhou Yi remained keenly aware. The more precious the item, the more perilous it became to possess. He raised his head, meeting He Yuan's gaze, bowing respectfully without subservience. Old He, your kindness is greatly appreciated. However, I already have a master, and I dare not become your disciple in this lifetime. His voice was low yet resonant, each word clear and firm. Fu Yao's eyes held a new glimmer of intrigue as she regarded him. Zhou Yi paused before continuing. As for taking care of Miss Fu Yao, my cultivation is meager, and the path ahead is uncertain. I can hardly guarantee my own safety, let alone hers, and I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, He Yuan not only refrained from anger, but instead clapped his hands and laughed, his mirth filled with approval. Ha ha, good. Very good. Loyal to your master, steady in character, unmoved by external matters. It seems my judgment was indeed sound. He gazed at the perplexed Zhou Yi and gradually unveiled the truth. Zhou, my young friend, I chose you not for your current strength, but for the fortune that even I cannot fathom. With you, Yao Yao may find a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yi remained silent. The concept of fortune felt too ethereal to him. He trusted only in the sword in his hand. He Yuan, perceiving his concerns, remarked, You worry that your abilities may fall short, endangering her and bringing trouble upon yourself, do you not? Before Zhou Yi could respond, he shifted the topic. In that case, let me present you with a parting gift to grant you some measure of self-defense. Chapter 48, Coercion, the Bloodslaughter Sect. Come, child. He Yuan's voice bore a hint of weariness as he retrieved a brush from his sleeve. The brush was antiquated in design, its handle fashioned from an unknown wood, dense as iron, while the bristles were as dark as ink. This is the Tianyuan brush, once my life as sacred artifact, though now it is diminished. Possessing only a fraction of its former power, the essence of the sacred artifact remains. He Yuan extended the Tianyuan brush towards Zhou Yi. The realm you inhabit is merely a desolate land. True sages are bound by the laws of heaven and earth and cannot manifest their true forms. With this treasure in hand, as long as one does not encounter an ancient being of the caliber of a quasi-saint, you possess sufficient power for self-preservation. In the future, should a grand opportunity arise, restoring it may not be entirely impossible. The desolate wasteland? Zhou Yi's heart trembled. The Tianhuan continent, where he resided, was merely dismissed as an insignificant barren land by the old man. The weight of this revelation left him momentarily dazed. He did not immediately reach out to accept the brush. This brush was too hot to handle. Moreover, from the old man's words, it was evident that the girl named Fu Yao was entangled in a fate that likely transcended the boundaries of the Tianhuan continent. He was no longer alone. Behind him stood a master, the Tianqiong Peak, and the Qingyun sacred land. This entanglement of fate was beyond his capacity to bear, and he dared not accept it. Noticing Zhou Yi's hesitation, He Yuan seemed unsurprised, but just as he was about to speak further, his brow suddenly furrowed. He gazed into the void as if perceiving something. "Humph, those old fellows are quite swift," He Yuan murmured to himself, a chill evident in his tone. "Boy, catch well. I have urgent matters to attend to. I entrust Yao Yao to you." Before his words fell, with a flick of his wrist, the Tianyuan brush transformed into a beam of dark light, shooting straight towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no time to refuse and could only instinctively reach out to catch it. As the brush entered his grasp, an indescribable heaviness enveloped him, not a weight in the physical sense, but a profound gravity emanating from the great Tao. It felt as though the brush harbored a fragment of a shattered world, threads of holy pressure causing his spirit to tremble. Before he could regain his composure, He Yuan's figure had already dissipated into specks of light within the bamboo pavilion, leaving only an echo of his voice. "Remember, take her away from here." Zhou Yi, holding the Tianyuan brush, stood frozen in place. "What is this? A forced transaction? If you are unwilling, return the Tianyuan brush to me." A clear, cold voice emerged beside him. Fu Yao had turned around at some point, her translucent blue eyes gazing at him quietly. "I can manage on my own." Her tone was calm, yet conveyed an undeniable stubbornness. Zhou Yi found himself in a dilemma. Reason told him to cast away this hot potato at once to extricate himself, which would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, a voice deep within urged him that if he refused today, he would inevitably regret it in the future. Opportunities and crises have always coexisted. He took a deep breath, the image of Jiang Heng flashing through his mind. If his master could pull him, a mere waste from the mire, how could he, Zhou Yi, be someone who cowers in fear? At worst, should calamity truly descend in the future, he could abandon his sect and shoulder all the consequences alone. With this thought, Zhou Yi's gaze hardened, and with determination, he directly stored the Tianyuan brush into his storage ring. He turned to Fu Yao, forcing a smile he believed to be reliable. "Fairy Fu Yao, you jest. Since it is a task entrusted by the venerable He, how could I abandon a lady and flee alone?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's exquisite face displayed a rare hint of astonishment. She scrutinized Zhou Yi from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool unaware of the world's vastness. "You are quite fearless," she said flatly, her tone ambiguous in its judgment. "You need not act the hero. With your current cultivation, should danger arise, you would be unable to protect me." Fu Yao paused, her pure blue eyes locking onto his with sincerity, adding, "Perhaps it will be I who must protect you." Zhou Yi's expression, previously forced into a smile, froze instantaneously. Meanwhile, in a hidden location deep within the secret realm, the space was suddenly torn open by a brutal force. A thick stench of blood mixed with a chilling aura surging forth, corroding the spiritual energy of the area. Several figures clad in black robes emerged leisurely from the rift. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair and blood-red eyes. His aura was subdued yet possessed a disquieting pressure. The remaining four also exuded unfathomable energies. If Jiang Heng were present, he would certainly recognize one among them as Blood Shadow. "Blood Shadow, I hear you've recently encountered some trouble here in the southern wasteland?" rasped a black-robed figure, his tone laced with unmasked mockery. "Did you botch the task assigned by that lord from Zhongzhou?" Blood Shadow cast a sidelong glance at him, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. "Blood Sea, you are meddling too much. He is merely a little brat who isn't even a quasi-saint. He can't stir up any storms." Pausing for a moment, his gaze shifted to the elderly man with blood-red eyes, his tone becoming more respectful. "The most pressing matter now is to assist the sect leader in forging an unparalleled foundation and breaking through the Saint Realm. As for that Qingyun sacred land, we can deal with it conveniently once the major undertaking is accomplished." However, as his words fell, the sect leader of the Blood Slaughter sect suddenly furrowed his brow. He abruptly looked up, his blood-red eyes seemingly piercing through the void. "It appears we have been discovered by the Divine Clan." Upon the mention of the Divine Clan, the previously mocking Blood Sea and the composed Blood Shadow both changed countenance, fear emanating from their very souls. "Split up," the Blood Slaughter sect leader commanded decisively, transforming into a streak of blood light and vanishing into the horizon. The other four reacted swiftly, not daring to delay even for a moment. and immediately transformed into 4 beams of light, fleeing in entirely different directions. Just moments after they had departed, the space in the area rippled slightly, and He Yuan's figure quietly emerged. He gazed at the direction in which they vanished, pursing his lips, his brow tightly knitted. Once again, I arrived a step too late, allowing those rats to escape. Chapter 49. The Pinnacle of the Nine turns quasi-saint. Outside the core area of the secret realm, disciples from various factions, whether in search of treasure, engaged in combat, or cultivating, all momentarily halted their actions, converging toward the same direction. Just a moment ago, a massive blood-red beam of light shot up from the core of the secret realm, piercing the heavens and staining the entire sky with a layer of crimson. The intense energy fluctuations spread like ripples, heralding the emergence of a remarkable treasure. At this moment, on a frozen snowfield, Xiaoxian abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of white flame glimmering deep within his pupils. He slowly blinked, releasing a long breath of turbid air, feeling the overwhelming power within him. Meanwhile, Dan Lao had also awakened from his slumber after absorbing a wisp of bone spirit, cold fire's essence. Indeed, little Xian, it seems you have initially grasped this bone spirit cold fire. From within the ring, Dan Lao's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Having absorbed a wisp of the fire's essence, his spirit rejuvenated. This blood light is peculiar. It does not resemble an ordinary celestial material or earthly treasure, but rather seems to be the emergence of some malevolent entity. Dan Lao's tone grew more solemn. Xiaoxian raised his head, staring at the blood-red beam that pierced the heavens, his gaze sharp. My junior brothers and sisters should also be rushing toward that direction. Regardless, I must go and take a look. With his power greatly enhanced, he needed an opportunity to test his results. No sooner had he spoken than he moved like a streak of light, rushing toward the source of the blood light. By the stream, the campfire crackled. Feng Yuan presented a skewer of golden, oily fish to Zhouya, his tone flat, devoid of any emotion. Eat. Zhouya trembled slightly, silently gazing at the skewer of fish, the fat dripping onto the fire, producing a sizzling sound. On this particular day of their interactions, she discerned that aside from compelling her to cultivate together, Feng Yuan exhibited an unexpected level of care in various other aspects. This peculiar dynamic shrouded her resentment in an enigmatic haze that was difficult to articulate. Ultimately, she extended her trembling hand, accepting what was offered, and began to nibble delicately. Feng Yuan, however, remained oblivious, engrossed in consuming another cluster of delicacies. At that moment, a blood-red beam of light surged into the sky. Feng Yuan paused mid-chew, slowly raising his head, his obsidian eyes reflecting the eerie crimson glow, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. This aura was too deliberate, as if it sought to proclaim the presence of treasures to anyone nearby, eager to attract all within the secret realm. As a formidable figure, the demon lord of heavenly refinement had witnessed countless manipulations of the human heart in his previous life. Such a clumsy ruse was easily seen through, revealing an inevitable deception. It seemed that a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Feng Yuan murmured to himself, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhouya, upon hearing his voice, looked up only to meet the haunting depth of his gaze, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, Han Lin was sprinting for his life, pursued relentlessly by several figures akin to parasites. Faintly, one could hear their shouts of exasperation. Damn it, is this kid part rabbit? How can he run so fast? Enough chatter. Capture him. That violet crystal griffin egg is an extraordinarily rare treasure, worth a fortune. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. Hand over the egg, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, when we catch you, we will flay you alive. Han Lin turned a deaf ear, merely focusing on his escape, his speed increasing. At that moment, he too caught sight of the soaring blood-red beam. Without hesitation, he altered his course toward the light. Boss, look, a rare treasure has emerged in the core area. Someone behind him exclaimed excitedly. Pursue. That kid is definitely heading there too. Perfect. We can seize his egg and then snatch the treasure, a double delight. The group, invigorated, quickened their pace. On the other hand, Li Shuer had already arrived at the core area. After absorbing a precious ginseng, her cultivation had skyrocketed from the 5th to the 9th level of the innate realm. She stood atop a branch of an ancient tree, her petite figure appearing especially frail under the immense red beam of light. With a curious tilt of her head, her blood-red eyes fixated intently on the piercing column of light. Not far away, several teams that had arrived earlier instinctively maintained a safe distance from her, none daring to approach. In recent days, the name of the silver-haired demon had spread like wildfire throughout this secret realm. This seemingly harmless little girl was known for her mercilessness in battle, capable of killing without a flicker of her eyelid. She simply stood there, doing nothing, yet exuding an invisible pressure that left all the prodigies present feeling unnerved. Elsewhere, Zhou Yi and Fu Yao stood before a spatial rift. Have you made up your mind? It's not too late to back out now. Fu Yao turned her face, her translucent blue eyes gazing calmly at Zhou Yi, her tone devoid of any emotion. Of course. Zhou Yi responded without hesitation. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Fu Yao regarded him deeply for a moment, saying nothing more, and then stepped into the spatial rift. Zhou Yi followed closely behind her, and soon their figures vanished into the tear in space. The next instant, they appeared in a mountainous forest not far from the core area, outside the secret realm. Jiang Heng was meditating with his eyes closed when a series of system alerts erupted in his mind. Host-disciple Xiao Xian's cultivation has risen to the 9th level of the innate realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return, enhancing the host's cultivation. Host-disciple Li Shuer's cultivation has risen to the 9th level of the innate realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return, elevating the host's cultivation to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming force surged from the void, inundating Jiang Heng's limbs with fervor. The ground beneath him cracked, and the surrounding space twisted violently, as if unable to withstand the aura he was exuding. The Taoist crane beside him felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. His gaze toward Jiang Heng transformed from astonishment to something akin to dread, as though he were staring at an ancient beast cloaked in human skin. Gradually, the torrent of power subsided. Jiang Heng slowly opened his eyes, the brilliance within them now tempered. He sensed that his spiritual energy had reached an unprecedented zenith, as if it could spill forth at any moment. Just a step away from the realm of saints, he focused his thoughts, attempting to mobilize his entire strength to break through the barrier. However, the vast ocean of spiritual energy, upon touching that barrier, vanished without a trace, leaving no ripple behind. Jiang Heng's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Something felt amiss. It was not a lack of accumulation. On the contrary, with the disciple's 10,000-fold return, his foundation was astonishingly robust, far exceeding that of an ordinary quasi-saint. It was the laws. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations of the quasi-saint realm, with only a thin line separating them from becoming a saint, he had faintly brushed against the true threshold. It was an absolute barrier spanning the heavens and earth, not something that could be shattered by force, but requiring a profound comprehension of the heavenly principles. It was a transcendence of life levels, a qualitative metamorphosis. It seemed that to attain sainthood, he would need to traverse a few more steps on his own. Chapter 50, Blood Sacrifice Array, the Decline of the Divine Clan. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the void above the blood-red beam was abruptly torn apart by a brutish force. The figure of Blood Slaughter Sect Master, Shueisha, had just emerged from the rift, scarcely able to catch his breath when a dispassionate voice resonated behind him. Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc on my territory? Shueisha froze, abruptly turning around to find He Yuan standing behind him, his expression icy, as if regarding a trivial insect. Shueisha's pupils constricted in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of blood energy, preparing to tear through space and escape. Too late. Instantly, the space around Shueisha solidified, and 9 chains forged from pure annihilation laws silently shot forth, piercing directly toward him. These chains emitted no energy fluctuations, but radiated an ultimate silence that promised to return all to nothingness. In the face of imminent death, Shueisha dared not hold back any longer. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red barrier, constructed from countless wailing souls and thick blood, rapidly formed before him. However, the moment the black chains made contact with the barrier, there was no deafening crash, no impact. The anguished souls within the blood-red barrier emitted no cries, vanishing along with the section of the barrier they inhabited, reduced to absolute void. With a whoosh, the 9 chains surged forth, effortlessly tearing through the blood-red barrier, leaving it riddled with holes, one chain even piercing through the right arm of the Blood Slaughter Sect Master. No blood flowed from the wound. Only a void of darkness consumed his vitality. In excruciating pain, the Blood Slaughter Sect Master's eyes flashed with a fierce resolve as the wound erupted violently. Countless skulls, ablaze with blood-red flames, surged forth in a frenzied manner, their eye sockets erupting with a dense spray of sanguine light, overwhelming and shooting toward the abyss. A mere parlor trick. The abyss did not even flinch. Instead, he extended his right hand with fingers splayed. In the 3 zhang space before his palm, all laws and matter were swiftly extracted and collapsed inward, transforming into a slowly rotating vortex of annihilation. Every beam of blood light, as it approached the vortex, was devoured silently, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, not even stirring a ripple. However, at that moment, the abyss's movements faltered slightly, his brow furrowing. He could distinctly sense that force sources of energy, emanating from the corners of the secret realm, aligned with the core's blood-colored pillar, subtly forming a vast devouring formation. A cold glint flickered in the abyss's eyes as an ominous realization dawned upon him. These fiends intended to sacrifice all beings within the secret realm, including the young ones who had ventured inside. Damn it, if it were not for the fact that my avatar's energy was nearly depleted, I would not allow these wretched insects to run rampant. With this thought, the abyss spared no effort. The vortex of annihilation surged with tremendous power as he thrust it forward. The vortex shot forth, instantly transforming into a black hole that devoured light, drawing everything in with an irresistible gravitational pull toward the bloodthirsty foe. The shadow of death enveloped the bloodthirsty figure in an instant. Boundless sea of blood. He let out a roar that seemed inhuman, his black robe bursting apart as his entire form disintegrated into a tumultuous river of crimson. Within the blood river, the reflections of countless souls writhing in agony emerged, voiceless wails converging into a tidal wave of resentment, defiantly surging toward the vortex of annihilation. Hiss! The harsh sound of dissolution echoed across the starry domain. The vortex of annihilation collided with the blood river, devoid of cataclysmic explosions, only silent erosion and obliteration. The reflections of the countless souls within the blood river, upon contact with the vortex, along with their overwhelming resentment, were transformed into nothingness, as if their existence had been completely erased from this world. The blood river visibly evaporated, diminishing at an alarming rate. Splutter! At the river's end, the figure of the bloodthirsty entity reformed, violently spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, his aura waning to the utmost limit. Clearly, he had paid a grievous price to barely salvage his life beneath that vortex of annihilation. Meanwhile, the figure of the abyss, due to the excessive use of his power, became increasingly transparent, almost revealing the distant stars behind him. Just then, within the secret realm, in the 4 cardinal directions, for beams of bloodlight, identical to the central pillar, surged skyward. Boom! The entire secret realm trembled violently. 5 blood-colored pillars in the heavens resonated with each other, their bloodlines intertwining, weaving into a colossal blood-red canopy that covered the core region of the secret realm in an instant. The sky was entirely stained with an ominous crimson hue, enveloped by a wave of malevolent and tainted energy. The originally rich spiritual energy hissed under this aura, rapidly assimilated and corrupted. Observing this, the bloodthirsty figure's previously pale visage flushed with a sickly hue, and he threw back his head in a mad cackle, his laughter hoarse and frenzied, echoing incessantly beneath the blood-red canopy. Ha! The blood sacrifice formation has finally been completed. Gradually, he restrained his mirth, his blood-red eyes mockingly glancing toward the increasingly elusive figure opposite him. Esteemed member of the divine clan, you can no longer stop us. The abyss's form flickered erratically, as if it could disperse at any moment in the wind. He paid no heed to the provocation, merely casting a cold gaze upon the enormous formation below, which consumed all vitality, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. To use the lives of an entire secret realm as sacrifices, such behavior is truly revolting. Revolting? The bloodthirsty master seemed to have heard the greatest joke, scrutinizing the abyss with undisguised derision. Has the divine clan, perched high above for too long, forgotten how to discern reality? He stepped forward, his blood-red pupils reflecting the nearly transparent outline of the abyss, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. A race that can barely defend its ancestral land, reduced to cowering and struggling for survival, has no right to point fingers at my path. My lord, rather than waste breath here with a mere mouse like me, you should contemplate how to ensure a proper send-off for your soon-to-fall deity. You. The abyss's eyes, previously devoid of emotion, finally surged with a colossal wave of fury. His illusory hand, composed of laws, clenched tightly, distorting the surrounding space in an instant, shattering it, but in the next moment, it faltered, unable to maintain its form due to insufficient power. A profound sense of helplessness, mixed with overwhelming rage, surged within him. Indeed, this mouse speaks the truth. The divine clan today is no longer the one capable of suppressing all major powers of the central continent with a single word. The power of my avatar is also insufficient to halt the impending blood sacrifice. The abyss's thoughts raced. Since he could not prevent it, he would have to settle for a secondary option. He quietly gathered the scant remaining power of annihilation within him, preparing to forcibly tear apart the space sealed by the blood formation. No matter what, he must ensure that before his avatar dissipates, he can send Yao Yao and that fated youth out of the secret realm. Chapter 51. The Gathering at Tianqiong Peak. Within the secret realm, at its core, the sky was enveloped by a thick, blood-red canopy. A viscous stench of blood permeated the air, invading the nostrils and inducing nausea. All the disciples of various factions who had arrived felt their spiritual energy being drained by an invisible force, thread by thread, unceasingly. My spiritual energy is leaking away. What on earth is happening in this cursed place? Why has the sky changed color? It's the formation. Someone has set up a grand array, intending to capture us all. Panic spread like a plague, with cries and curses erupting in a cacophony. Feng Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the ominous blood-red canopy, his brow furrowed. This aura, this method of devouring the essence of living beings, was all too familiar to him. It was practically an enhanced version of his blood-soul banner. What a grand design. Is the intention to refine all the prodigies within the secret realm into nourishment? A glint of cold light flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes as he rapidly devised a countermeasure. Just then, not far away, Zhou Yi and Fu Yao emerged from the crowd. Zhou Yi scanned the scene and immediately spotted his second brother, Feng Yuan, standing among the throng. However, when his gaze fell upon the slender figure beside Feng Yuan, he felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils constricting abruptly. Zhouya? How could she be with second brother? Simultaneously, Li Shui'er, who had been perched upon a branch of a giant tree for quite some time, also noticed them. She gracefully leaped down and landed softly, then strode toward the group. As she passed, the surrounding disciples changed their expressions, instinctively stepping back 2 paces to clear a path. Brother Feng, junior brother Zhou, greetings. Li Shui'er's voice rang clear, her face adorned with a hint of innocence. Feng Yuan nodded slightly, responding in a subdued tone. Zhou Yi forced a smile in return, saying, Sisterly, it's been a while. Li Shui'er's gaze flitted between Fu Yao and Zhou Yi beside the two, and she curiously tilted her head. Who are these two? On the road, a chance meeting with friends ensued. 2 distinctly contrasting voices resonated almost simultaneously. As the words fell, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhou Yi forced a laugh, sheepishly touching his nose, and solemnly introduced, Sisterly, this is Miss Fu Yao. Fu Yao merely cast a cold glance at Li Shui'er, acknowledging her presence with minimal warmth. Feng Yuan, out of the corner of his eye, discreetly surveyed Zhou Yi beside him. Zhou Yi, caught off guard by his gaze, trembled slightly like a startled rabbit and murmured, Zhouya. Zhouya? Li Shui'er echoed the name, her eyes suddenly sparkling with recognition. Isn't she the long princess of the great Zhou dynasty, also named Zhouya? Her clear crimson eyes darted back and forth between Zhou Yi and Zhouya, as if pondering. You both share the surname Zhou and bear a resemblance. Could it be? In the midst of this peculiar atmosphere, a disheveled figure darted from the depths of the forest, racing towards them. Kid, hand over the violet crystal griffin egg, and we shall spare your life. Run. Let us see how far you can escape. The shouts grew closer, laced with a murderous intent. Han Lin swiftly spotted the gathered seniors and juniors, a wave of ecstasy washing over his face, prompting him to quicken his pace. The pursuers, hot on his heels, smirked menacingly as they witnessed his approach to the crowd. Upon landing, Han Lin hurriedly made his way towards them. Noticing his distress, Li Shui'er inquired, Junior Han, what troubles you so? Sisterly, it's a long story. Please help me out of this predicament first, Han Lin gasped, leaning on his knees. Before he could finish, several of his pursuers arrived, panting heavily. Kid, why have you stopped running? Damn it, I'm exhausted. You better watch out, you'll regret this. At these words, Li Shui'er's crimson eyes turned icy as she regarded the assailants. Oh, and whom do you intend to target? Her voice was soft yet sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. Meeting her gaze, they hesitated, wavering in their resolve. However, the thought of abandoning their pursuit after so long left them unwilling. The leader, a scarred-faced man, mustered his courage, his voice trembling. Don't think just because you're a woman we won't dare to act. If you're wise, step aside. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Despite his bravado, his gaze betrayed uncertainty. Just then, a mocking male voice echoed from behind them. What audacity! To threaten my junior disciples in my presence. Do you truly hold me, the senior brother of Tianqiong Peak, in such low regard? The crowd turned sharply to find Xiao Xian, who had appeared unannounced. A languid smile gracing his face. 3-colored flame flickered to life in his palm, warping the very air around him. The eyes of the scarred man and his companions widened in alarm, sweat pouring down their brows as they felt the oppressive heat of his aura, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The scarred man's throat bobbed as he forced out a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. It's all a misunderstanding. We were merely playing around with this little brother, right? Around them, disciples from various factions crossed their arms, watching the unfolding spectacle with amusement. However, this farce was not destined to continue. In the heavens above, four blood-red lights tore through the sky, descending at a terrifying speed towards the central crimson pillar of light. All eyes were drawn to these 4 figures, clad in black robes, exuding a palpable atmosphere of bloodlust that almost felt tangible, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. Suddenly, a black and a red light spiraled downwards from the sky, intertwining before abruptly separating when just 100 feet from the ground. As they descended to the same height as the four black-robed figures, they swiftly veered apart. One of them, an elderly man with a pale complexion, clutched his chest and staggered back, landing amidst the quartet of black-robed figures. It was none other than Shuaisha. The other figure was naturally Heiyuan, whose body had grown increasingly translucent, clearly nearing his limit. Black Elder. Fu Yao, witnessing this scene, felt the usually calm blue depths of her eyes stir with emotion, her hand clenched tightly within her sleeve. In midair, Heiyuan's ethereal gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Zhou Yi and Fu Yao. His time was running short. He needed to expedite the escape of these two youngsters. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Jiang Heng heard the system's alert chime in his mind. Warning! Warning! Host disciple detected in peril. Please proceed to the secret realm immediately to rescue your disciple. Chapter 52. Forceful entry into the secret realm. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Heng's gaze pierced through the void, landing squarely on the distorted portal of the secret realm. His disciple was in mortal danger? What a jest! After such effort to forge these bonds, losing even one was unacceptable. No, absolutely not. With a stoic expression, Jiang Heng raised his right hand and casually waved towards the portal. A powerful surge of chaotic law erupted from his fingertips, striking the entrance of the secret realm. The spatial barrier, constructed from the laws of the secret realm and formidable enough to challenge even a quasi-saint, shattered silently at his touch, disintegrating into a myriad of glimmering particles. In an instant, Jiang Heng vanished from his spot, transforming into a streak of light as he melded into the portal. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Yin, Li Chen, Jin Yu, Song Wanqing, and he Daoist exchanged bewildered glances. Is the sect leader really just going in like that? Zhu Yin stammered, his voice trembling. That was the barrier of a quasi-saint's realm, broken with a mere wave? Only a quasi-saint could accomplish such a feat. Quasi-saint? How old is sect leader Jiang? A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Song Wanqing, her face etched with disbelief, recalled how Jiang Heng had only recently attained the status of a venerable being. How much time had passed since then for him to ascend to quasi-saint? Such an astonishing rate of cultivation. The Miao Holy Land had indeed struck gold. This matter required immediate communication with the Holy Master. The sect's strategy regarding Jiang Heng must be reassessed. No, they needed to invest all resources to form a connection. Among the crowd, he Daoists stood rigid, as if struck by lightning, while others only perceived the surface. He, as a quasi-saint, sensed something in that effortless strike that sent waves of terror through his very soul. This was no ordinary law of power. This was chaos, the source of all laws. The legendary supreme principle. A high-ranking quasi-saint so young, and already comprehending the law of chaos? He Daoist felt a chill coursing through him, his mind buzzing. A prodigy. A true prodigy. His lips trembled as his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Such a figure could unsettle even the ancient monsters of the immortal paths in the central plains. The Qingyun Holy Land was indeed on the verge of defying the heavens. Within the secret realm, at its core, the blood-red whirlpools emerged from the palms of the blood fiend's hands, causing the blood sacrifice array to radiate with brilliant light. The multitude of disciples from various factions present felt the spiritual energy within them dissipating, their bodies visibly withering at an alarming rate. My cultivation is regressing. Help! I do not wish to die. In the midst of frantic and desperate cries, one after another, cultivators collapsed, transforming into sustenance for the grand array. As the vital essence of the creatures below surged continuously, his injuries rapidly healed, the pallor of his complexion restored to a flush, and his feeble aura steadily ascended. Even more formidable than before, he greedily inhaled the air thick with death and despair, a look of utter ecstasy gracing his features. He felt his foundation rising at an extraordinary pace. Beside him, the other four branch leaders of the Blood Fiend sect glared ferociously at the distant Black Abyss. The phantom of the Black Abyss, under the influence of the Blood Fiend array, had become nearly transparent. His brow furrowed in worry. Trouble. The power of this avatar was about to be exhausted. He needed to quickly send those two little ones away. He immediately projected a faint thought into the minds of Zhou Yi and Fu Yao. Yao, young friend Zhou, prepare yourselves. Soon, I shall expend the last vestige of this avatar's essence to tear open a rift and send you out. Black Elder. Fu Yao gazed reluctantly at the increasingly transparent Black Abyss. Zhou Yi's heart sank as his gaze flitted over to his senior brothers and sisters not far away. He was from Tianqiong Peak. He could not flee alone. Black Elder. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and urgently responded with his thoughts. I have an ungracious request. May I bring my senior brothers and sisters along? After a moment of silence on the Black Abyss's side, he glanced at the individuals beside Zhou Yi, Li Shui'er, and the others, and at last emitted a resigned sigh. At present, this avatar possesses but a fraction of its strength. I can only do my utmost. Zhou Yi's heart tightened upon hearing this. It was better than nothing. There remained a slim chance for survival. Meanwhile, as Jiang Heng stepped into the secret realm, he immediately beheld the blood-red canopy that enveloped the heavens and earth. The foul and malevolent aura struck a familiar chord within him. Wasn't this the very essence of the Blood Fiend Sect's formation he sensed back on Tianjin Peak? However, this was merely an ultimate amplified version. It seemed the disturbances within this secret realm were the doing of the Blood Fiend Sect. He wondered how many people had come this time. It would be best if he could eliminate them all in one fell swoop. With this thought, Jiang Heng's gaze turned indifferent as he casually raised his hand and waved gently at the impervious blood-red canopy. A force of chaotic law silently shot forth. The blood sacrifice array, upon contact with the chaotic law, appeared as if a formless eraser had obliterated part of a painting, vanishing to reveal a vast gap leading to the core area. Jiang Heng stepped forward, his form vanishing into the void as he made his way toward the core. At this moment, in the core area, Blood Fiend, who was wholeheartedly activating the array and reveling in the exhilaration of his rising power, suddenly changed countenance. He distinctly sensed a rift being forcibly torn at the edge of the array. Someone had intruded. He murmured softly, his brows knitting in a frown. The remaining 4 branch leaders also detected the fluctuations in the formation and turned their attention. Blood Fiend turned his gaze to Blood Shadow, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Blood Shadow, go and investigate. Regardless of who it is, kill them. Do not allow them to disrupt my grand undertaking. Yes, Sect Leader. Blood Shadow bowed in acknowledgement, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Without further ado, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of blood light as he sped towards Jiang Heng's location. Chapter 53. Do you intend to use my disciples as nourishment? In mere moments, the two figures converged in the void. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Blood Shadow momentarily froze. Then a twisted, sinister smile crept across his features. So it's you, the reckless brat. He recalled this face. It was the same youth who had thwarted his plans last time. You refused to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare to barge into hell. Last time he had let him escape by chance. This time, he would ensure the obliteration of his soul, along with all his disciples, transforming them into the nourishment for the sect leader. Blood Shadow's voice was laced with venomous hatred as he raised his hand, with blood energy wildly converging around him, forming a colossal blood-red hand that obscured the sky, crashing down towards Jiang Heng with the force to crush everything. He exerted all his strength in this strike, confident that he could crush the young man before him in an instant. However, Jiang Heng merely cast a languid glance at him, his eyes akin to those observing an obstructive stone by the roadside. He couldn't be bothered to raise a hand, simply uttering a single word. Get lost. The next moment, as his words took effect, the once mighty blood-red hand began to silently disintegrate 3 feet above Jiang Heng's head, vanishing as if erased from existence by an unseen hand, leaving not even a ripple of energy behind. The sinister smile on Blood Shadow's face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. He was horrified to discover that his body, his soul, even the very concept of his existence, was rapidly disintegrating with the utterance of that word. He wished to scream, but could not produce a sound. He wished to struggle, but found himself unable to muster the slightest bit of strength. In the next moment, Blood Shadow, along with all traces of his existence, was utterly consigned to oblivion. After dealing with Blood Shadow, Jiang Heng continued his swift approach toward the core. Simultaneously, in the core area, Blood Fiend, who had been savoring the rapid ascent of his power with closed eyes, suddenly trembled. The aura that had been connected to him, belonging to Blood Shadow, had been severed. It was not death, but rather, it had vanished without a trace. Blood Fiend's eyes flew open, filled with suspicion. It appeared the newcomer was not benign, and the ability to slay Blood Shadow in such a brief interval indicated that the opponent was at least as formidable as he himself, a 9th-turn quasi-saint. This was troublesome. He had to complete the final refinement before that person arrived. With this thought in mind, a glint of madness flashed in Blood Fiend's eyes as he forcefully pressed his hands downward, pushing the power of the blood sacrifice array to its utmost limit. Although this would destabilize his foundation for ascending to the saint realm, he could not afford to be concerned with that now. Help! My spiritual energy! My body! In the arena, shrill cries of agony echoed as those from various factions, still desperately holding on, visibly withered. Ultimately, they exploded into pure blood mist with a resounding bang, all being absorbed by Blood Fiend above. In the blink of an eye, only the disciples of Tianqiong Peak remained. Zhou Yi had already transmitted a message to the others, urging them to prepare for tearing open the rift and making their escape. Li Shuer was desperately maintaining the four symbols formation, the ethereal images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise flickering around her, their light dimming to a perilous degree. Little junior sister, hold on. Xiao Xian's voice rang out sternly. Three-colored Yaoa shielding him, yet he still felt the vitality within him being frantically siphoned away. Uffed. Li Shuer spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her face as pale as paper. Blood Fiend's gaze swept over the Tianqiong Peak group. Then he signaled to the three branch leaders beside him. The three instantly understood Blood Fiend's intent. The three branch leaders of the Blood Fiend sect struck simultaneously, unleashing three formidable blood-red hands of power that struck with precision upon the crumbling four symbols array. With a sharp crack, the array shattered under the assault. At that critical moment, the shadow of the black abyss stirred. An almost transparent specter appeared before the crowd without warning. He ignited the last vestige of his essence, and the ethereal hand formed from the laws of annihilation made a desperate slash through the fabric of space before him. With a tearing sound, a dark rift was forcibly opened. Go! A faint yet urgent thought resonated in everyone's minds. Following this command, the black abyss's shadow began to dissipate, hastily channeling his remaining strength to lift the people of Tianqiong Peak, propelling them towards the rift. However, just as they were about to plunge into the fissure, a blood-red barrier materialized out of nowhere, sealing off the exit. Bang! They collided with the crimson wall and fell from the air. The rift slowly closed, severing their last glimmer of hope. As the shadow of the black abyss faded, it beheld this scene with a heavy sigh of regret. So close, so very close. Before the words could fully escape, the specter vanished like smoke in the blood-tinged world. Hope was extinguished. A chilling despair surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the people of Tianqiong Peak. The gravitational pull of the blood sacrifice formation intensified abruptly, and each individual could distinctly feel their spiritual energy, blood essence, and even soul being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible force. Now, you cannot escape. The triumphant laughter of the Blood Fiend echoed through the air, relishing the vitality being extracted from them, tinged with a sickly delight. Transform into the nourishment for my supreme foundation. The other three leaders of the Blood Fiend sect wore mocking smiles as they regarded the crowd. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan slowly raised his hand, revealing a peculiar cicada, exuding an aura of ancient times, resting on his palm, its wings fluttering imperceptibly. It was the spring and autumn cicada. The cost of living again was steep, yet it was preferable to complete annihilation. Clearly, he had prepared himself for another chance at life. At that moment, a gentle purple-gold light descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone from Tianqiong Peak along with Fu Yao and Zhou Ya. The frenzied extraction of life force ceased abruptly upon contact with this light, dissipating like snow before the sun. The flow of spiritual and life energy halted, causing the crowd to pause in surprise before looking up in unison. A white-clad figure stood before them, unbeknownst to them until now, facing away, not particularly imposing yet radiating a profound sense of security. The familiar silhouette instantly eased the taut strings of anxiety in the hearts of the Tianqiong Peak disciples. Master, Li Shuer exclaimed joyfully, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she was the first to call out to Jiang Heng. Upon hearing her, Jiang Heng turned, revealing a reassuring smile. His gaze swept across familiar faces, and he nodded gently. Fang Yuan ceased his actions as well, the spring and autumn cicada vanishing silently. He observed Jiang Heng's back, thoughts racing in his mind. Once again, his contingency plans had been interrupted. It seemed that for now, his life did not need to be restarted. Beside him, Fu Yao scrutinized the disciples of Tianqiong Peak with her azure eyes, puzzled by their change in demeanor. Zhou Ya's heart raced, and she tugged at Fang Yuan's sleeve, lowering her voice, filled with concern. Is Master Jiang going to be all right alone? There are four of them. Rest assured, Master is invincible. Li Shuer, Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi responded almost in unison. Their tone bore no semblance of reassurance, but rather sounded like an irrefutable fact. Even the usually reticent Fang Yuan cast a glance at Zhou Yi, speaking calmly. With him here, we are safe. In midair, the smile on the Blood Fiend's face had long since frozen, replaced by unprecedented gravitas. He could not fathom the white-clad youth before him. Despite the absence of any discernible spiritual fluctuations, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, a potent aura of death locking onto him. Jiang Heng slowly turned his head, lifting his gaze to meet the Blood Fiendess, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You are the head of the Blood Fiend sect? You intend to use my disciples as fodder? Chapter 54. What if I make you a saint? Crush. Rebel against the saint. Jiang Heng's voice remained calm, yet it struck the Blood Fiend's heart like an invisible hammer. His blood-red pupils fixated on Jiang Heng, uncertainty flickering within them. He could not discern the depth of Jiang Heng's power, despite his own pinnacle of 9-turn quasi-saint cultivation. It felt akin to gazing into a sky full of countless stars, terrifying. At that moment, Jiang Heng's indifferent gaze had firmly locked onto him, severing all avenues of retreat. With no way to retreat, he resolved not to. A single thought spiraled wildly within the blood fiend's mind. A frenzied madness suddenly contorted his face. He turned sharply to the 3 branch leaders, still reeling from shock. His gaze akin to that of a hawk eyeing its prey. Leaders? One of them sensed something amiss in his expression and instinctively spoke. For the sake of my grand ambition, the blood fiend's voice turned icy, laced with an undeniable fervor. You shall become the final nourishment for my supreme foundation. Before his words could fade, a surge of peak quasi-saint pressure erupted from within him, pinning the 3 leaders in place. He clasped his hands together fiercely, bellowing, "Formation, rise. Reverse." Boom. The blood sacrifice formation enveloping the core area instantly reversed its flow. The once outward-drawing force of life now redirected itself, converging upon the 3 branch leaders. Leaders. You. Their faces twisted in sheer horror and disbelief. They could never have imagined that the master they had faithfully followed would turn against them with such malice. They attempted to resist, to flee. Yet, under the weight of that oppressive force, they were utterly immobilized. 3 agonized cries were abruptly silenced. The 3 high-level quasi-saints were drained in an instant, transformed into 3 streams of the purest blood essence, flooding into the blood fiend's body. Crack, crack. The blood fiend's form swelled like an overinflated balloon, his bones creaking under the strain, blood streaks bursting forth on his skin. His aura surged at an alarming rate. The disciples of Tianqiong Peak, along with Fu Yao and Zhou Ya, broke into a cold sweat, unable to avert their gazes from Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, however, did not intervene but watched the scene unfold with an air of nonchalance. With his chaos body, he was confident that even if the blood fiend ascended to sainthood, he could easily crush him. He allowed the blood fiend to ascend because he sought to seize the opportunity to attain sainthood through a confrontation with a genuine saint. Soon, the blood fiend shattered the shackles of quasi-sainthood, reaching an entirely new realm. Thunder rumbled. The entire secret realm trembled violently, as the blood-red sky above was torn asunder by an invisible force, unleashing streaks of crimson lightning. A profound aura of complete laws erupted from xianxia, sweeping across the surroundings with unparalleled might. Under the pressure of this newly born sacred realm, the secret domain began to collapse inch by inch. A saint. After millennia, the first newly ascended saint of the Tianhuan continent was born at this moment. Ha! Xianxia reveled in his absolute dominion over the laws of heaven and earth, unable to suppress his wild laughter. Gradually, he reined in his mirth and cast his gaze upon Jiang Heng, his blood-red eyes now devoid of previous trepidation, replaced by the indifference of a saint surveying the mortal world. He slowly raised his hand, as if lifting the weight of the world, his voice suffused with intoxication. Even if you are at the pinnacle of the 9 transformations quasi-saint, what can you do? Before the complete laws of this saint, you are but a slightly stronger insect. Xianxia stepped forward, warping the very fabric of space within the secret realm. However, I should indeed express my gratitude to you. Were it not for your indulgence in my ascension to the sacred realm, I might not have so effortlessly taken this final step. Now, I offer you a choice. Kneel and submit to me, and I may consider allowing you and your disciples to join my blood demon sect. In the distance, Fuyo's face had turned ashen. A saint. A true saint. An exalted being capable of commanding the laws of heaven and earth. Zhang Fengzhui. However, the members of Tianqiong Peak beside her remained calm, knowing their master would never engage in an unprepared battle. Li Shuer clenched her small fists, for in her heart, her master was invincible. Not even a newly ascended saint could compare, and even if the heavens collapsed, her master could push it back with a mere finger. Even Feng Yuan was merely observing with keen interest, eager to discern the source of Jiang Heng's confidence. How would his seemingly unassuming master respond to a saint? Jiang Heng paid no heed to Xianxia's taunts. He simply raised his right hand and casually beckoned with his fingers toward the blood demon in the air. Instantly, Xianxia's expression darkened, his face a mask of derision. It seems this ant has yet to grasp the reality. Very well. Today I shall allow you to experience what it means to be beneath a saint, where all are but ants. He spread his fingers wide and forcefully clenched his fist toward Jiang Heng. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, centered around Xianxia. A world constructed of pure blood laws erupted, immediately enveloping Jiang Heng within its grasp. In this realm, Xianxia was the sole sovereign, capable of determining life and death with a mere thought. A viscous sea of blood surged beneath Jiang Heng's feet, countless vengeful souls floating and wailing within, transforming into chains of law that coiled toward him. Yet, Jiang Heng stood serenely atop the blood sea, his expression unperturbed. The chaotic essence within him quietly began to operate. A barely perceptible purplish-golden aura emerged behind him, as the laws of chaos coalesced into myriad stars, reminiscent of the dawn of the universe, slowly swirling behind him. Those chains of law, capable of effortlessly annihilating any quasi-saint, disintegrated like snow melting upon nearing his 3-foot radius, failing to even brush against the hem of his garment. The sinister smile on Xiaoxia's face froze. How is this possible? He gaped in disbelief. His complete saintly laws were ineffective against this individual? Is this what a saint is? Jiang Heng's voice resonated softly, tinged with disappointment. It is simply too weak. As his words fell, he raised his right hand and gently waved it toward the blood-red world. The vast universe composed of purplish-golden stars behind him suddenly unfurled, cascading over the blood-soaked realm. The blood-red world, constructed of saintly laws, along with the endless sea of blood and vengeful souls, began to crumble inch by inch upon contact with the purplish-golden stars, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The heavens regained their clarity. Poof! Xiaoxia, as if struck by lightning, violently spat out a mouthful of golden holy blood, his aura instantly waning. He stared at Jiang Heng in horror, his body trembling violently from sheer terror. You, a quasi-saint, how could you possibly shatter my saintly world? Jiang Heng offered no reply. In a flash, he appeared before Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia's pupils contracted to an extreme. Jiang Heng merely extended his index finger, gently tapping the center of Xiaoxia's brow. A beam of sword light, formed from the laws of chaos, surged through his fingertip and instantaneously entered Xiaoxia's sea of consciousness. Xiaoxia's body froze in place. His eyes became hollow, a web of cracks radiating from his brow, spreading across his entire being. His saintly body, along with his soul, was entirely obliterated beneath that single touch. A gentle breeze swept by. The first newly ascended saint of the Tianqiong continent in a millennium had not even lasted a breath before transforming into drifting ash, dissipating between heaven and earth. On the ground, the members of Tianqiong Peak, along with Fuyo and Zhouya, stared blankly at the scene, their minds void. That was a saint. Just like that. Gone. Chapter 55. Return to the sacred land of Qingyun, the favored one. However, as everyone remained in a daze, the secret realm emitted a mournful cry under the aftermath of the battle, the space fracturing inch by inch, the laws descending into chaos, on the verge of complete annihilation. Jiang Heng swiftly made a motion before him. With a swish, a stable spatial rift opened in response, unfathomably deep. With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle force enveloped everyone, instantaneously drawing them into the rift. In the next heartbeat, the sensation of spinning vanished, and they found themselves outside the secret realm. Behind them, the distorted spatial entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar, its final light swallowed by the void, fully mending itself. At that moment, they suddenly appeared outside the secret realm. Outside, Elder He and the other elders anxiously awaited, their hearts lodged in their throats as they witnessed the collapse of the secret realm. Not far from the original location of the entrance, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Jiang Heng and his companions emerged from within. Fuyo had already begun to quietly channel her spiritual energy to transform her elongated elfin ears into a more human-like appearance as soon as they materialized. Zhouya, upon witnessing this familiar scene and catching sight of Elder He in the distance, felt a surge of joy akin to surviving a catastrophe, her eyes reddening with tears. Stumbling toward Elder He, she cast aside the humiliation she had suffered from Feng Yuan. Master, it is truly wonderful to see you again. She rushed to Elder He, her voice tinged with sobs, her body quivering slightly. Elder He gazed at his disciple in this state, his heart tightening. The inquiries he had prepared swallowed back down. He reached out, gently patting Zhouya's head, silently offering comfort. This disciple of his had always been rather proud since her initiation, and it was the first time he had seen her so vulnerable. Meanwhile, other elders from Zhuyan, Jinyu, and other factions surrounded them, their eyes scanning eagerly past Jiang Heng, yet failing to catch sight of their own disciples, their hearts sinking. Jiang Fengzhu, where's my disciple? What of the disciples of the Wanfa sect? Jiang Heng's gaze swept over their anxious and questioning faces, and he calmly uttered 2 words, dead. The scene was instantly engulfed in a profound silence, soon followed by an uproar of disbelief. Dead? How could that be possible? Well, my condolences. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, his tone devoid of emotion as he stated the facts. It was the handiwork of the blood slaughter sect. By the time I arrived, only the disciples of Tianqiong Peak and these 2 young ladies were desperately holding on. An elder from a prominent faction, having lost a favored disciple, glared at Jiang Heng with bloodshot eyes, accusing him, I suspect you are the one behind this. Otherwise, why are only your Tianqiong Peak members unharmed? While some elders remained silent, their suspicious glances were all directed towards Jiang Heng. A barely perceptible frown creased Jiang Heng's brow, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. My Qingyun sacred land also suffered losses. I have not sunk so low as to harm my own kind. His voice turned icy, and he added, whether you choose to believe me or not is your concern. As his words fell, a wave of pressure emanated from within him, akin to the overwhelming force of a peak 9 transformation quasi-saint, not aimed at anyone in particular, but rendering all present breathless and heavy-hearted. Those elders who had intended to protest were silenced, their faces ashen. With a cold snort, Jiang Heng grew weary of wasting words on these fools. With a flick of his sleeve, he gathered Xiao Xian and the other disciples, preparing to return to the Qingyun sacred land. Given their dwindled numbers, there was no need for a spirit vessel. Thank you, Peak Master Jiang, for saving my unworthy disciple, came the somewhat complex voice of Taoist He from behind. Jiang Heng did not turn back, his figure already ascending into the air. At that moment, he pondered another matter. In the battle against blood slaughter, he had gained no insights regarding the path to becoming a saint. However, he realized that blood slaughter's foundation was unstable, having forcibly cultivated through dubious means. Their laws were incomplete, rendering them merely a pseudo-saint. Just as Jiang Heng was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, his expression serious as he introduced, Master, this is Miss Fu Yao. I have a humble request. May I ask if she can join our Tianqiong peak? As for the reason, before Zhou Yi could finish, Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon Fu Yao, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, a member of the divine clan? Quite rare. As for the reason, possessing the eye of the great Dao, he was already well aware. Fu Yao, upon hearing this, was not surprised that Jiang Heng recognized her identity. Rather, it was entirely normal for a being of his caliber to be aware of the divine clan. Then, Master, what do you think? Zhou Yi spoke, worry etched on his face. However, Jiang Heng did not respond immediately. Seeing Jiang Heng's silence, Zhou Yi's palms began to sweat, his heart hanging in suspense. His hands clenched tightly in anxiety, fearing that Jiang Heng would refuse. The atmosphere grew heavy, sinking into silence. Observing this, Fu Yao bit her lip lightly and took the initiative to break the silence. I am deeply grateful to Peak Master Jiang for saving my life. My identity is sensitive, and your reservations are entirely understandable. Perhaps it would be best to leave me here. Miss Fu Yao, Zhou Yi exclaimed in alarm. Just then, the previously silent Jiang Heng finally spoke. Why the melodrama? Have I ever objected? Upon hearing this, both Fu Yao and Zhou Yi were taken aback. Jiang Heng gestured with his chin towards the still-dazed Fu Yao. Why are you standing there? Hurry, pay your respects to your master. Fu Yao snapped back to reality, her astonishment beyond words. She had expected him to distance himself due to her identity, yet he truly dared to accept her. Suppressing her shock, she respectfully bowed to Jiang Heng, performing the standard rite of apprenticeship. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, raising his hand to gently lift her up with a soft force. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting Fu Yao as a disciple, unlocking the special bond of the Celestial Favored One. Celestial Favored One. 1-2. Task: unravel the heavenly shackles on the disciple and assist in strengthening her divine clan bloodline. Reward for the host: 10th rank Divine Clan Bloodline. 10th rank Divine Clan Bloodline enables the host's physical body and soul to attain perfection and allows for the comprehension of all innate divine abilities of the divine clan. Jiang Heng's heart leapt with joy. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Wonderful. Zhou Yi's face was alight with happiness. With this, Miss Fu Yao becomes our 6th junior sister. However, at that moment, Li Shuer was not pleased, pouting and turning her head away. Meanwhile, a rather discordant murmur emerged from beside her. Li Shuer, puffing her cheeks, stealthily tugged at Jiang Heng's sleeve and whispered in a voice only they could hear, Master, it seems we don't have enough beds at Tianqiong Peak. Jiang Heng chuckled at her words, ruffling her little head. Before long, the group returned to the entrance of the Qingyun sacred land. Chapter 56. Li Xuanqing did not die. Tianqiong Peak. Xiao Xian and the other disciples returned to their respective caves, processing the gains from this quasi-saint's secret realm. Meanwhile, Fu Yao, who had yet to establish her cave, was brought by Jiang Heng to the main hall. Jiang Heng regarded his newly accepted 6th disciple with a mysterious expression. Come, I shall impart to you a unique secret technique of our sect, the Kuan-style breathing method. As he spoke, Jiang Heng demonstrated the Iron Mountain leaning posture before Fu Yao. On Fu Yao's cool, expressionless face, no emotion was discernible, yet a flicker of subtle doubt danced in her translucent blue eyes. She recalled Jiang Heng's godlike demeanor within the secret realm, and then glanced at the somewhat clumsy posture he was currently displaying, a stark contrast between the two. Nevertheless, She ultimately chose to trust him. Out of respect for the strong and in honor of her choice, she mimicked Jiang Heng's movements, albeit awkwardly. Observing this, Jiang Heng silently intoned, "System, activate the bond of the celestial favored one." Yes, the bond of the celestial favored one has been successfully activated. Almost instantaneously with the system's prompt, Fu Yao, maintaining the peculiar posture, felt her body tremble violently. She sensed a certain lock within her bloodline being shattered. A warm current, unprecedented and invigorating, surged from her heart to her limbs. Buzz! A silver divine pattern suddenly illuminated her forehead, radiating an aura of sanctity. The scene before her warped instantaneously, her consciousness being drawn into an unfamiliar illusion by an irresistible force. Within the illusion, she stood atop a precipice. Above the heavens was a sea of fire, and a magnificent golden crow hung in the sky, akin to a true sun, emanating an aura that could incinerate all. Opposite the golden crow stood a man in midair. Fu Yao immediately recognized him as a member of the divine clan. She noticed the divine patterns between his brows glowing, his aura merging seamlessly with the principles of heaven and earth. The man raised his hand, and countless heavenly thunders tore through the sky, striking down upon that golden crow. At this juncture, the image abruptly halted. Fu Yao jolted back to her senses, her gaze refocusing within the main hall of Tianqiong Peak. She was slightly breathless, her clear eyes filled with an unquenchable shock. Just who was this benefactor she had gained as a master? Jiang Heng's Kuan-style breathing technique not only liberated her from the celestial shackles entwined within her bloodline, but also propelled her innate bloodline power to new heights, granting her a glimpse into her ancestral memories. When she looked up at Jiang Heng in confusion, a profound sensation emanating from the depths of her bloodline rendered her motionless. She perceived a divine bloodline within him, far more potent than her own. Could it be that her esteemed master was the reincarnation of an ancient deity? This notion, once conceived, proved impossible to suppress. Fu Yao's heart brimmed with myriad uncertainties. Yet, before she could voice her questions, a voice echoed through the hall. "Master Jiang, please come to the main hall for a council." It was the voice of the holy Master Mu Yunbai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng turned to the still-dazed Fu Yao and waved his hand dismissively. "You may wander around Tianqiong Peak for a while and choose a pleasant spot to establish your cave dwelling. I have matters to attend to." Before his words faded, his figure vanished from the grand hall, leaving Fu Yao standing alone, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. The moment Mu Yunbai's voice resonated, Jiang Heng's presence silently materialized in the main hall. Within, apart from the vacant position of the Tianjin Peak Master, the other Peak Masters had already taken their seats. With a flicker, Jiang Heng settled into his designated place at Tianqiong Peak, and the gazes of all Peak Masters converged upon him, their expressions fraught with complexity. Devoid of any semblance of peer-to-peer camaraderie, replaced instead by genuine reverence. Ahem, Mu Yunbai cleared his throat, shattering the silence within the hall as his resounding voice echoed. "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the sacred secret realm. Our disciples have suffered grievous losses, and I, as the Holy Master, am profoundly pained." He paused, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the assembly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "The reason, as you all have undoubtedly heard, lies with those wretched scoundrels of the Bloodslaughter Sect." The murderous intent that permeated his words seemed to lower the temperature in the hall. The other Peak Masters, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of fury, their teeth clenched, eager to march upon the Bloodslaughter Sect for vengeance. Fortunately, Master Jiang foresaw the impending doom and arrived in time to rescue the remaining disciples, thus averting total annihilation. Mu Yunbai then shifted his gaze toward Jiang Heng, a hint of approval evident in his demeanor. "Of course, there have been some unclean rumors circulating outside. However, I believe you all possess the discernment to differentiate truth from falsehood. In light of Master Jiang's contributions, I propose to appoint him as the honorary Peak Master of our Qingyun sacred land, with a status only subordinate to my own. Do any of you dissent?" Mu Yunbai's gaze gradually swept over the assembly. "Truly insightful, Holy Master. I have no objections. I second this. Master Jiang is indeed deserving." The Peak Masters unanimously expressed their agreement, none daring to oppose. They had heard of Jiang Heng's performance outside the secret realm, which indicated he was at least a quasi-holy powerhouse. It would be folly to challenge someone of such caliber. Mu Yunbai nodded in satisfaction, his tone growing solemn once more. "Excellent. Henceforth, Jiang Heng shall be the honorary Peak Master of our Qingyun sacred land. The council is adjourned. Master Jiang, please remain. The rest of you may disperse." The remaining Peak Masters, as if granted a reprieve, rose to bow, exchanging knowing glances before hastily exiting the main hall. As the doors closed slowly, only two individuals remained within. The aura of authority that had enveloped Mu Yunbai dissipated quietly as he turned to Jiang Heng, about to speak. Master Jiang, however. Jiang Heng chuckled lightly, waving his hand to interrupt. Holy Master, there are no outsiders here. There is no need for such formality. Mu Yunbai paused, then burst into laughter, the tension in his face easing as he exuded a warmth befitting a mentor. Ah, you rascal. Very well, I shall forego the pleasantries. He sighed deeply, his gaze towards Jiang Heng, filled with a mix of pride and exasperation. I had intended to wait until I ascended to the quasi-holy realm before discussing this with you. Who could have imagined that you would outpace me? His expression shifted, becoming unusually grave. Young Jiang, the truth is, your master, Li Xuanqing, is not dead. Jiang Heng, though he had harbored suspicions, was momentarily stunned to hear Mu Yunbai affirm it. The visage of that roguish old man, who delighted in trickery and deceit, resurfaced vividly in his mind. Indeed, I suspected he was resilient. Where is he now? In the central continent. The central continent? Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, recalling that the divine lineage also originated from there. Indeed, Mu Yunbai confirmed, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. The central continent is a realm of abundant spiritual energy, where the celestial order is far more refined, greatly benefiting our kind in comprehending the laws. Our Qingyun sacred land is merely a branch on this desolate continent. The true headquarters resides in the central continent. Only elders or peak masters who attain the quasi-holy realm within our branch are eligible to visit the headquarters. This is true for our sacred land as well as the other 5. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng understood at once. No wonder. After joining the sacred land for so long, he had never heard of any holy sons or daughters from Qingyun's sacred land or others. It turned out they were merely a branch. So, that old fellow has gone to the headquarters? Jiang Heng's voice remained even, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Mu Yunbai wore a wry smile and shook his head. I cannot say for certain. 2.5 years ago, he suddenly sought me out, leaving behind an item before vanishing, merely stating that the time had come for him to resolve certain matters in the central continent. With this, Mu Yunbai's demeanor grew serious. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient bronze compass appeared in his palm. The compass, riddled with rust and bearing a broken needle, was adorned with intricate, esoteric patterns, exuding an air of ancient desolation. This is what he left behind, claiming it would be given to you when you were deemed worthy to go to the central continent. I have studied it for 2.5 years without yielding any insights. As Mu Yunbai spoke, he handed the compass over. Jiang Heng accepted the cold bronze artifact, tracing the obscure patterns with his fingers, his expression tranquil. Observing him, Mu Yunbai seemed to recall something, scolding with a playful tone. Your master was a force to be reckoned with in the headquarters and the entire central continent. However, you know his temperament best, an exceptional talent. Yet his actions often lacked reason, swaying between righteousness and wickedness based solely on his whims. Mu Yunbai appeared to have opened a floodgate of memories. Back in the day, he was among the prime candidates to succeed the Holy Master. Yet what happened? He stormed into the forbidden grounds of the Supreme Elders for the sake of a woman and ended up cooking the guardian beast, Blackie, which had been nurtured for millennia. With a sigh, Mu Yunbai continued his tale. The headquarters is rife with factions, far more intricate than our own situation here. The faction that he has offended wields immense power. In order to protect him, the previous generation's Supreme Master exerted tremendous effort, managing to orchestrate his feigned death and sending him back to the Eastern Wilderness Division to evade calamity. Jiang Heng listened quietly, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Stewing the guardian beast seems quite in line with the capabilities of that old man. Thus, Supreme Master. Jiang Heng lifted his gaze toward Mu Yunbai. Are you calling me here to send me to the Central Continent headquarters? Clever. Mu Yunbai slapped his thigh. What do you think? Of course, I will go. Jiang Heng replied without a hint of hesitation. He already intended to travel to the Central Continent, and now he had an additional compelling reason to do so. Upon reaching the peak of the 9 transformations of the quasi-saint realm, he began to sense that the laws of this world were incomplete. To comprehend the complete laws here and achieve the status of a saint was akin to climbing to the heavens. Moreover, what he sought to comprehend was the formidable chaos law, making the task even more arduous. In the depths of his being, he felt that his opportunity for sanctification lay not in the heavenly wilderness, but rather in the central continent. Furthermore, he was eager to witness firsthand the current state of that irresponsible old man. So, Supreme Master, how shall I make my way to the central continent? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunbai flipped his palm, revealing an ancient token that was entirely black, etched with intricate spatial runes. This is the boundary-breaking token, the sole key to activate the teleportation array leading to the central continent headquarters. He solemnly handed the token to Jiang Heng. The teleportation array to the central continent is located deep within the forbidden area behind the sacred land of Qingyun. However, This array spans 2 realms, and the spatial forces are exceedingly violent. Only a quasi-saint physique can withstand it, which is why only quasi-saints are qualified to travel to the headquarters. I understand. Jiang Heng accepted the token, his mind clear. Just then, the bronze compass in his hand seemed to sense something, emitting a faint tremor. Almost immediately, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered across the compass. Following that, a voice, aged yet laced with a hint of irreverence, resonated deep within Jiang Heng's mind. You little rascal. Being able to activate this compass shows that you haven't embarrassed your master and have managed to reach the quasi-saint level. Without further ado, I once had my eye on your master's wife at headquarters, but alas, I was too weak back then to seize her. Now that my powers are nearing completion, I am preparing to return and claim her. You, being a quasi-saint expert yourself, should not linger in the heavenly wilderness. Hurry to the central continent and lend me a hand. Oh, by the way, during this time, I might have inadvertently swindled a few ancient beings. Their disciples are likely scouring the world for me. If you arrive in the central continent, they will probably seek you out first. May fortune favor you. And with that, the voice abruptly ceased. Jiang Heng's expression darkened instantly. He knew it. That old rascal has never done a reliable thing in his life. He creates romantic entanglements, stirs up a hornet's nest, and then scampers off, expecting me to clean up his mess. And on top of that, he has swindled a few adversaries, leading their disciples to trouble me. Jiang Heng's fingers tightened around the compass, knuckles paling. He inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled, forcefully suppressing the urge to crush the compass into powder. Observing Jiang Heng's fluctuating expression, Mu Yunbai cautiously inquired, Jiang lad, have you made any discoveries? Nothing. Jiang Heng shook his head, then expressionlessly stowed away the compass. Seeing that he did not wish to elaborate, Mu Yunbai ceased his inquiries and instead regarded him earnestly. The central continent is a realm where the strong abound, with revered figures everywhere and quasi-saints in abundance. Your master's enemies from back in the day now hold great power at headquarters. Exercise extreme caution if you venture there. Thank you for the warning, Supreme Master. During my absence, I trust you will look after Tianqiong Peak. Jiang Heng bowed respectfully to Mu Yunbai. A smile of satisfaction graced Mu Yunbai's face as he stepped forward to support him. Rest assured, with me here, Tianqiong Peak will encounter no disturbances. Jiang Heng nodded, refraining from further words, and with a flicker of his form, vanished from the main hall. In the vast emptiness of the hall, Mu Yunbai remained, gazing at the deserted space, letting out a long sigh. Li Xuanqing, the most correct decision you ever made in your life was to take on such a disciple. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I hope this young man can resolve the regrets of the past. Chapter 58. This is splendid. This is marvelous. Above Tianqiong Peak, Jiang Heng's figure quietly materialized. The moment of departure had arrived. He looked down upon the mountain that had borne his 15 years of memories, a wave of emotion swelling within him. From its initial desolation to now having successors, Tianqiong Peak had finally begun to show signs of vitality. As he prepared to depart, he decided to utilize his accumulated sign-in opportunities. Jiang Heng concentrated his thoughts. System. Sign-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming accumulated sign-in times. Rewards include 1 9 Transformations Quasi-Saint Pinnacle Puppet and 1 Saint Realm 1-Day Experience Card. 9 Transformations Quasi-Saint Pinnacle Puppet, absolutely obedient to the host, can be molded into any appearance as per the host's imagination. Saint Realm 1-Day Experience Card, upon use, grants the user the cultivation of the Saint Realm for 24 hours. Oh ho, this time I struck 2 excellent items. The Saint Realm Experience Card serves as a life-saving trump card, while this 9 Transformations Quasi-Saint Pinnacle Puppet, in a land devoid of saints, is sufficient to sweep away all opposition. It will be more than adequate to protect my few disciples. With a mere thought, a puppet resembling his form appeared out of thin air, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Capable of being molded into any appearance? Jiang Heng stroked his chin, assessing the puppet. Since you are entirely made of iron, I shall henceforth call you Old Iron. The puppet's eye sockets flickered with 2 red glimmers. As if in acknowledgement, Jiang Heng's lips curled into a slight smile as a thought flickered through his mind. In the next moment, the metallic puppet began to shimmer, its cold iron shape warping and transforming. As the glow dissipated, there stood a graceful and stunningly beautiful fairy, her long black hair dancing with the wind. Her figure accentuated by 2 ample curves, exuding an imposing aura. She curtsied to Jiang Heng, her voice sultry and enchanting. Greetings, master. Jiang Heng's breath hitched, his eyes widening in astonishment. By heavens, Old Iron, this is splendid, this is marvelous. Subsequently, Jiang Heng concentrated again. The stunning fairy's form blurred, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a small girl with twin ponytails, innocent and pure. Jiang Heng's lips twitched. No, Not only would his young and vigorous disciples be affected, but even he, as their master, felt his composure wavering, struggling to maintain control. He certainly did not want his beloved disciples to stray from their paths due to such distractions, hindering their cultivation. Ultimately, Jiang Heng cleared his throat and stabilized the puppet's appearance to that of an ordinary-looking, composed middle-aged man. He turned to the puppet and instructed, "Old friend, during my absence, I entrust you to remain at Tianqiong Peak and discreetly safeguard my disciples." "Yes, master," came the steady reply from Lao Tai, who then vanished silently into the void. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Heng's gaze returned to the expanse below. He conveyed his thoughts, resonating within the minds of Xiao Xian, Zhou Yi, and others. "I must venture into the mortal realm for a while to seek the opportunity for sanctification. I know not when I shall return. During my absence, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may seek Elder Tai in the main hall." With those words, he did not linger, but rather, his figure slipped into the void, heading directly towards the Sacred Land's forbidden area. At the Qingyun Sacred Land, within the Forbidden Zone, Jiang Heng's silhouette traversed layers of mist, ultimately halting before a vast clearing. In the center of this clearing lay a colossal teleportation array, its runes ancient and intricate, bearing the weathered marks of time. At the heart of the array stood a stone pillar, which, without doubt, served as the switch to activate the formation. With a flicker, Jiang Heng appeared before the stone pillar. Atop the pillar, a distinct groove shaped like a token was clearly visible. Without hesitation, he produced the boundary-breaking token that Mu Yunbai had entrusted to him. The obsidian token fitted seamlessly into the groove. With a soft click, the boundary-breaking token was securely embedded. Buzz! At that moment, the teleportation array sprang to life. Runes illuminated in succession. Radiant light rapidly spreading from the edges of the formation to the center, ultimately converging into a blinding beam of light that shot skyward, enveloping Jiang Heng entirely. A powerful force of spatial energy encased him, lifting his body uncontrollably into the air. As he reached the apex, the scene before him suddenly distorted, and he was irresistibly pulled into a dark tunnel. In the space tunnel, Jiang Heng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Within the tunnel, tumultuous spatial currents raged, and countless sharp shards of space whizzed past like a meteor shower, each fragment capable of effortlessly tearing apart the flesh of a revered being. Jiang Heng remained unperturbed. With a mere thought, the power of the chaos law surged forth from within him, forming an invisible barrier around his body. The shards collided against the shield, dissipating into nothingness as if they had struck the sea. After a fragrant stick of incense had passed, a faint light appeared in the distance, evidently the tunnel's exit. Jiang Heng's eyes sparkled with determination, and he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the beacon. However, at that moment, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the tunnel. A formidable gravitational force from the side drew Jiang Heng in, and as he neared the light, he was pulled into a side exit. The next instant, a blinding radiance compelled him to squint. A refreshing breeze, mingled with salty moisture, enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the shore. As he gradually opened his eyes, the vista before him expanded into clarity. A boundless azure ocean unfurled, where the sky met the sea in breathtaking splendor. On the surface of the water, various ethereal vessels cut through the waves, each adorned with the banners of different factions. Jiang Heng glanced around and discovered he was on a small island. Could this be the central continent? He could distinctly sense the richness of the spiritual energy in this place, far surpassing that of the Tianhuang continent. Even the laws of heaven and earth felt more complete here. Just then, in the distance, a massive spirit vessel flying the flag of the Tianbao Merchant Association seemed to have spotted him. Figures on the deck turned their gazes towards him. "Hey, look, there's someone on that island. He doesn't appear to be from this domain. Could he be from the outer realms?" remarked a young gentleman clad in splendid attire, twirling a folding fan, a smirk of indifference playing on his lips. "Whatever, just a loose cultivator, likely tossed here by the spatial turbulence. I hope he doesn't delay my journey." However, beside him, an elderly figure in gray robes fixed his gaze upon Jiang Heng, his murky eyes flashing with a piercing brilliance. "Young master, this person is surely extraordinary. I cannot discern his cultivation." "Oh, even you, old Zhao, cannot see through him?" The young gentleman's disdain evaporated, replaced by a flicker of concern. He was acutely aware that the elder beside him, old Zhao, was a peak 9-turn quasi-saint, merely a step away from the saint realm. If this individual eluded even old Zhao's perception, he could very well be a saint himself. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through the young man's heart. Despite the Tianbao Merchant Association's wealth and influence, the only openly known saint was his father, the association's president. If the other truly was a saint, it would be worth establishing a connection. With this thought, A warm smile spread across the young gentleman's face as he called out to the captain beside him. What are you waiting for? Quickly, steer the ship closer. I wish to pay my respects to this esteemed elder. Yes, young master. The colossal spirit vessel promptly adjusted its course, slowly making its way towards Jiang Heng's island. Chapter 59, Star-Picking Domain, Tianbao Merchant Association. Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon the approaching spirit vessel. Moments later, it anchored just off the small island, and two figures transformed into streaks of light, landing directly before him. Leading them was a young gentleman in splendid attire, who elegantly closed his gilded fan, devoid of any arrogance typical of nobility. Instead, he bowed deeply to Jiang Heng. Speaking earnestly, I am Qianduoduo, a junior of the Tianbao Merchant Association. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Your aura is extraordinary, unlike any from our domain. Could it be your first arrival in the star-picking domain? Behind him, the gray-robed elder, Zhao Changkong, found himself momentarily breathless, engulfed in an abyss of realization. Drawing closer, he truly sensed the unfathomable Dao rhythm emanating from the young man before him, a resonance that transcended mere cultivation levels. It was a profound suppression of life itself, as if he were not facing a person but the very will of the cosmos. A saint. This was undeniably a saint walking among mortals, and not an ordinary one at that. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over the two, a glimmer of faint golden Dao patterns flickering in the depths of his eyes. Qianduoduo, first level of the revered realm, young master of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Zhao Changkong, peak 9-turn quasi-saint, venerable of the Tianbao Merchant Association. The information was clear. He lingered a moment longer on Zhao Changkong. As a peak 9-turn quasi-saint, the elder's aura was significantly weaker than that of the blood fiend demon lord prior to his sanctification. If measured against the blood fiend, this man could be regarded as barely half of that. The quasi-saints of the central continent seemed to possess less substance than expected. Jiang Heng's focus returned to Qianduoduo. Qianduoduo? Such a straightforward name. The Tianbao Merchant Association presented an opportunity to glean insights into the power dynamics of the central continent. Contemplating this, he resolved to keep his identity concealed. After all, his master had made numerous enemies in the central continent, and discretion was the better part of valor. You need not know my name, Jiang Heng stated evenly, yet with an undeniable authority. You may refer to me as Elder Wang. As you mentioned, I am indeed new to this place. I was unexpectedly swept into the spatial turbulence and found myself here. Upon hearing the words, Qianduoduo's eyes brimmed with delight, and his demeanor became increasingly humble. So it is, I, as a junior, am about to return to Crescent Bay. Might Senior Wang permit me the honor of guiding you there, to forge a benevolent connection? Jiang Heng pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well. I am not well acquainted with this place. Since you, young friend Qian, have extended the invitation, I shall not impose. His gaze shifted towards Zhao Changkong, who felt a tremor course through him at the mere sweep of Jiang Heng's eyes. He hurriedly bowed, his voice trembling with an unrecognized quaver. I am Zhao Changkong, paying my respects to Senior Wang. In the presence of such a formidable entity, his pride in his 9-turn quasi-saint cultivation felt as insignificant as dust. Jiang Heng offered a serene smile. Young friend Qian, fellow Taoist Zhao, please. You flatter us, you flatter us. Please, Senior, this way. Qianduoduo and Zhao Changkong, overwhelmed by the honor, promptly led the way ahead. 3 streams of light flashed, landing steadfastly on the deck of the spirit vessel. The vessel turned, cleaving through the waves, hastening towards the direction of Crescent Bay. Inside the pavilion, the 3 took their seats. Qianduoduo personally retrieved a set of purple clay tea utensils and brewed a pot of misty cloud spirit tea for Jiang Heng. The ethereal aroma of the tea transformed into delicate celestial cranes, swirling and dancing, an extraordinary sight. With utmost reverence, he presented the teacup with both hands. Jiang Heng lifted the cup, his consciousness permeating the tea, vividly reflecting every strand of spiritual essence within, confirming its authenticity. He brought it to his lips for a gentle sip. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the ship's hull, causing the entire spirit vessel to lurch violently downward, sending the tea utensils on the table leaping into the air. Outside, the chaotic shouts and hurried footsteps of the crew created a cacophony. What is happening? Qianduoduo's brow furrowed deeply. Before he could finish speaking, a guard tumbled in, panic-stricken, his face drained of color. Young master, it's bad. A pod of star-pointed whales. They're rampaging and colliding with our ship. Qianduoduo's expression darkened instantly. Vile beasts. He turned to Zhao Changkong, suppressing his voice. Old Zhao, go check it out. Then, he faced Jiang Heng, forcing a polite smile. Senior Wang, it's but a minor inconvenience. I shall return shortly. I hope you will forgive my inadequate hospitality. No matter. Jiang Heng replied, setting down his teacup his expression devoid of any disturbance. "I shall accompany you to take a look." The three stepped out of the pavilion. The scene on the deck made Qian Duoduo's heart plummet. Surrounding the spirit vessel, beneath the cerulean waters, colossal shadows surged wildly. They were hundreds of star-pointed whales. Their horns glowed with a violent starlight, repeatedly leaping from the depths, crashing their formidable bodies against the vessel's protective barrier. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as spiderweb-like cracks began to spread wildly across the barrier. With each impact, the fissures grew deeper and more intricate. Within mere moments, the barrier would surely shatter. Jiang Heng surveyed the whale pod. Most were at the 6th tier, equivalent to the realm of venerables, with a few at the 7th tier, quasi-saint level. If that were all, Zhao Changkong alone could subdue them. However, the real trouble lay behind the pod. In the depths of the sea, two massive whales, far larger than their kin, hovered silently. They did not join the assault. Yet the barely perceptible aura emanating from them caused the very space to subtly warp. These were the pinnacle of the 7th tier, two quasi-saint peak whale kings. Zhao Changkong evidently sensed the gravity of the situation. His wrinkled face tightened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Dealing with the whale pod was not difficult, but simultaneously confronting those two watchful whale kings left him with no confidence. Should he falter, the safety of the young master? This was a grave predicament. His voice was hoarse. A trivial matter, hardly worth concern. Jiang Heng's calm voice rang in his ears, as if he were discussing something of little significance. "Having accepted your hospitality, I shall smooth this over for you." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared outside the crumbling barrier, standing atop the surging waves. The star-pointed whales were instantly enraged, over 100 fierce gazes locking onto this sudden human presence, all turning to charge at him. Faced with this overwhelming ferocity that could make even quasi-saints tremble, Jiang Heng did not even raise his eyelids. He simply uttered a single word: "Calm." In an instant, an invisible force of law radiated outward from him, sweeping in all directions. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. The ferociously charging star-pointed whales, whether of the 6th or 7th tier, found their bodies exploding silently mid-charge, transforming into massive, bloody fireworks that stained the sea crimson. As if their very existence was a mistake, erased directly by the laws of heaven and earth. The effect of being annihilated in the same realm transformed into an absolute domain. The two 7th-tier pinnacle whale kings, witnessing this, felt a flicker of fear in their enormous eyes for the first time. They ceased to observe, their horns ablaze with concentrated starlight, unleashing two beams of condensed law power, piercing through layers of seawater, imbued with an aura of annihilation, aimed directly at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng regarded the two beams capable of grievously wounding a quasi-saint, remaining unmoving in place. It was not until the beams approached within 3 feet of him that he casually extended 2 fingers, gently pinching the rending beams of light as one would a falling snowflake. In an instant, the violent beams were trapped between his fingertips, their power extinguished in an instant. Unable to stir. Then, with a slight motion of his fingers, crack. The beams shattered, dispersing into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. The two whale kings were thoroughly paralyzed with terror, their massive bodies thrashing in desperation as they attempted to tear through space, fleeing into the depths of the sea. "Now you wish to escape?" A cold smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. Too late. He extended his right hand towards the direction of the fleeing whale kings, gently pressing down across the vast expanse of space. Boom. An immeasurable purple-gold giant hand materialized, enveloping the entire sky, then descended silently. The very fabric of space in that sea area solidified like iron. The two whale kings found their gigantic forms inexorably bound by an irresistible force, unable to even twitch a fin, forced to watch in despair as the giant hand crushed them inch by inch, erasing their existence. As the hand descended, it did not stir up towering waves, but instead caused a 100-mile stretch of sea to sag downward by 100 fathoms. When the surface of the water finally settled, the two 7th-tier pinnacle star-pointed whale kings, along with all traces of their existence, had dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a desolate expanse of sea and a faint scent of blood. From Jiang Heng's intervention to the annihilation of the whale pod transpired in the blink of an eye. On the deck, Qian Duoduo stood agape, utterly speechless, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Beside him, Zhao Changkong trembled violently, his gaze towards Jiang Heng filled with increasing awe. Chapter 60. The Dynamics of the Central Continent. 2 days after the encounter with the whale pod. During these 2 days, the attitudes of Qian Duoduo and Zhao Changkong towards Jiang Heng grew increasingly respectful, treating him almost as a revered ancestor, accommodating his every need. He also attempted to glean information about Old Li from the two individuals, but regrettably, he came up empty-handed. However, the amenities aboard the spirit vessel were remarkably well equipped, even featuring a small library. At that moment, Jiang Heng was immersed in the library, casually perusing a hefty tome titled Chronicles of the Central State. Through the records contained within, he finally acquired a preliminary understanding of the Central State continent. The continent is divided into 81 major domains. The star-picking domain, where he currently resided, was merely a remote small domain in the far north, governed by a local faction known as the Star-Picking Alliance, which was overseen by 3 saints. In the true heartland of the Central State, while the 6 great holy lands were equally formidable, they no longer occupied the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Above them, there existed several immortal forces with unfathomable depths, having endured through countless ages. The headquarters of the Qingyun Holy Land was located in the southern domain of Qingyun. Thus, it seemed improbable for Old Li to be in this remote northern region. To obtain news of him, it appeared one would need to venture southward across the Central State continent. The book further mentioned that within the realm of saints, there existed 3 tiers, each subdivided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. The first tier was referred to as the saint, while advancing further led to the second tier, known as the Great Saint. Those who truly stood at the summit of the saintly path, overlooking the ancients, were revered by the world as the King of Saints. The notion of a King of Saints lingered in Jiang Heng's mind as he gently traced the pages with his fingertips, his gaze deep and contemplative. Just then, outside the library, the somewhat sycophantic voice of Qian Duo resounded. "Senior Wang, we have arrived at Crescent Bay." This call drew Jiang Heng back to reality. He closed the ancient text and placed it back in its rightful place with precision. Jiang Heng stepped out of the library and strolled onto the deck. The scene before him was in stark contrast to the desolate island he had first encountered upon arriving in the Central State. A colossal harbor city sprawled before him, resembling a silver crescent moon resting along the coastline. Within the port, countless sails competed against one another, myriad vessels traversed the waters, and the massive spirit vessel obscured the sky. Countless cultivators flitted like colorful streaks of light amid the ships and the sea's surface. The cacophony of voices, though distant, remained distinctly audible. This was Crescent Bay, merely a port within the star-picking domain. Its level of prosperity rivaled that of the core cities within the Tianzun continent. Senior Wang, Qian Duo, and Zhao Changkong had long awaited on the deck. Upon seeing Jiang Heng, the two hurriedly approached, their faces adorned with humble yet eager smiles. "Senior, this place is the largest port branch of our Tianbao Trading Association in the star-picking domain." Qian Duo bowed slightly, his tone exceedingly sincere. "I have arranged a modest banquet to welcome you, Senior, and I wonder if you might grace us with your presence, allowing me to extend my hospitality?" Jiang Heng's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. "There is no need. I have pressing matters and must hasten to Qingyun Domain. I cannot linger here." The mention of Qingyun Domain instantly froze the smile on Qian Duo's face. He paused for a moment, then managed to force a wry smile. "Senior, you jest. The distance to Qingyun Domain is not merely considerable. Our star-picking domain lies at the extreme northern border of the entire Central State continent, while Qingyun Domain occupies the far southern region, being one of the core domains. There are 36 domains between us. With your transcendent cultivation, if you were to traverse the void solely by your physical form without rest, it would likely take several decades to arrive." Zhao Changkong quickly supplemented. "If you wish to utilize the teleportation arrays between the domains, while it would save considerable time, the procedures are exceedingly cumbersome and the costs astronomical. Moreover, many teleportation arrays between the great domains do not connect, leading to numerous complications, making it less than ideal." Jiang Heng listened, a subtle lift in his brow betraying his amusement. He was well aware of the vast distance between Qingyun Domain and the star-picking domain. However, since the other party had stated it, there must be alternative methods available. He then turned to Qian Duo, calmly inquiring, "Oh, in your view, young friend Qian, are there more expedient methods?" Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's expression brightened immediately. He promptly bowed again, saying, "Senior, there indeed exists a method. Though our Tianbao Trading Association does not rank among the top forces in the entire Central State, for the sake of trade convenience, we have invested heavily in constructing an ultra-long-distance teleportation array within the main city of Star-Picking City, capable of spanning dozens of domains. The endpoint of this array leads to the Xianxia domain, and Xianxia domain is but a few domains away from the Qingyun domain you seek. Once there, you can utilize their teleportation array to significantly shorten your journey." Qian Duo spoke rapidly, then shifted his tone, revealing a hint of difficulty. However, the resources consumed each time this teleportation array is activated are astronomical figures, being one of the core lifelines of our Tianbao Trading Association. Though I hold the title of Young Master, I do not possess the authority to activate this array unilaterally. This matter would require me to return to Star-Picking City and personally report to my father. Only with his command can we proceed. At this point, he cautiously raised his eyes to gauge Jiang Heng's expression, tentatively suggesting, "How about this, Senior Wang? Why not accompany me to Star-Picking City for a few days? Once I persuade my father and obtain permission, we can set off for Zhuxia domain. What do you think, Senior?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's profound gaze remained inscrutable. He understood that Qian Duo was attempting to draw him in, hoping to create a sense of indebtedness. Nevertheless, what was said did indeed represent the most optimal solution at present. Rather than exhausting decades traversing the void or navigating the cumbersome teleportation process, it would be wiser to acquiesce for the time being. After a moment as contemplation, Jiang Heng gave a slight nod. Very well. Receiving this affirmative response, Qian Duo's joy was palpable as he eagerly gestured for Jiang Heng to follow. "Please, Senior, just ahead lies the teleportation array to Star-Picking City. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure this matter is resolved for you." Chapter 61. Testing the waters before long. The three entered the grand teleportation hall leading from Crescent Bay to Star-Picking City. This teleportation hall was magnificently constructed, and within, the air buzzed with activity as several massive teleportation arrays operated simultaneously, their brilliance flashing. Each activation heralded the disappearance or arrival of a group of cultivators. Under Qian Duo's guidance, the trio navigated through the bustling crowd until they arrived at a dedicated teleportation array. "Senior Wang, this array directly connects to our Tianbao Trading Association's headquarters in Star-Picking City. Please, you go first." Qian Duo made a respectful gesture of invitation. Jiang Heng nodded slightly and stepped into the array first, followed closely by Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong. Subsequently, Qian Duo formed a hand seal, sending a jade plate into the array's core. With a hum, blinding white light instantly enveloped the three figures. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, when Jiang Heng once more found solid ground, the surroundings had transformed drastically. A rich and pure spiritual energy surged towards him. He glanced around and discovered he was within an even grander hall. Looking out, the vistas of Star-Picking City unfolded through the hall's doors. With the sky clear as crystal and celestial mountains and towers floating majestically high above, arranged in harmonious splendor. Amidst the ethereal realm, celestial cranes and spirit birds soared gracefully, their elongated luminescent feathers trailing behind them, leaving behind a melodious and tranquil symphony of cries. Furthermore, practitioners adeptly wielded resplendent magical artifacts, weaving through the billowing clouds and ornate pavilions. On the ground, throngs of people moved like a flowing river, with the aura of the visiting cultivators palpably more potent than that of those in Crescent Bay. Is this indeed the main city of the Star-Picking domain? It is truly impressive. Senior, this is the headquarters of the Tianbao Merchant Association located in Star-Picking City, Qian Duo declared, pride lacing his voice. "My father is in the main hall. Allow me to escort you there." Jiang Heng maintained a serene demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. The trio traversed several heavily guarded corridors, arriving before a grand hall resplendent in gold and jade, exuding a magnificent presence. As they approached, a voice, somewhat frivolous, echoed from within the hall. "Oh, isn't this my dear cousin? What treasures have you unearthed this time to be in such a hurry to see uncle?" The words had scarcely left his lips when a young man, dressed as luxuriously as Qian Duo, but with a more arrogant demeanor, emerged from the hall, fanning himself with a jade-boned fan. Following closely behind him was an elder with a profound and steady aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qian Duo's smile faltered slightly, but quickly returned to its usual form, albeit with a hint of coolness in his tone. "Cousin, I am here on urgent business to introduce a distinguished guest to my father." "Oh, urgent business?" Qian Duo's cousin, shifted his gaze to Jiang Heng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes betraying an unmasked appraisal. "Is this what you call urgent business? Cousin, your judgment remains as poor as ever. Treating a random wanderer as a distinguished guest." Qian scoffed derisively, his tone biting. "Look at his age, he can't be older than me. You dare call such a person a senior? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of our Tianbao Merchant Association?" "Qian, you overstep." Qian Duo's expression darkened as he admonished sharply. "This is Senior Wang, a valued guest of my father. How dare you speak so recklessly?" "Valued guest?" Qian laughed as though he had heard the most absurd joke. "With him? Zhao Lao, how can you allow your disciple to behave in such a manner?" Zhao Changkong's expression shifted as he stepped forward, addressing the elder behind Qian with gravity. "Sun Gongfeng, please keep Qian in check. The esteemed presence of Senior Wang is not something he, or we, can afford to offend." The elder known as Sun Gongfeng merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhao Changkong, remaining silent. clearly condoning Qian Buli's antics. Zhao Changkong's heart raced. Having witnessed Jiang Heng's prowess firsthand, he feared that the senior might grow irate and unleash his wrath. However, throughout it all, Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged, his gaze drifting toward the two individuals nearby. The eye of the great Dao quietly unfurled. Name: Qian Buli. Cultivation: third stage of the Venerable Realm. Identity: nephew of the president of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Name: Sun Hai. Cultivation: 9-turn quasi-saint. Identity: worshipper of the Tianbao Merchant Association, another 9-turn quasi-saint. Slightly inferior to Zhao Changkong in strength, Jiang Heng comprehended the situation and withdrew his gaze. Seeing Jiang Heng remain silent, Qian Buli grew increasingly self-satisfied. Believing he had struck a nerve, he stepped closer, ready to continue his mockery. At that moment, Jiang Heng's tranquil gaze lifted, landing squarely on him. Qian Buli felt as though his very soul was ensnared by an invisible hand, casting him into an abyss of chilling silence. What kind of eyes were those? Profound and different, as if containing an infinite sea of stars, mirroring the creation and destruction of the universe. The world before him crumbled in an instant, the resplendent hall vanishing, replaced by boundless chaos and darkness. A primordial sense of insignificance and dread engulfed him like a relentless tide. He envisioned an indescribable, towering figure seated above the heavens, gazing down upon him with a detached, ant-like scrutiny. Thud! Qian Buli's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, the jade-bone fan slipping from his grasp and clattering upon the floor. He trembled violently, cold sweat soaking his garments, his face as pale as parchment, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. On the verge of mental collapse and imminent demise. How dare you? Sun Gongfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his voice filled with alarm as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Buli, unleashing a wave of 9-turn quasi-saint pressure in an attempt to counter Jiang Heng's intangible might. Yet, before Jiang Heng, his pressure dissipated like spring snow under the blazing sun, leaving no trace of disturbance. Sun Gongfeng stifled a grunt, feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his vital energy surging, retreating 3 steps, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment and terror. Just a single glance had shattered the composure of this 9-turn quasi-saint. Could such might belong to a saint? The atmosphere before the grand hall instantly froze to a standstill. Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong gazed at the crumpled Qian Buli, a mix of shock and secret delight coursing through them. At that moment, a steady voice resonated from deep within the hall, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Fellow Taoist, please show restraint. My inept nephew has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. Qian Duo, Zhao Changkong, why are you still standing there? Hurry and invite our esteemed guest into the hall for tea. Upon hearing this voice, both Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong immediately straightened, bowing respectfully. Yes, father. Yes, president. A wave of uncontainable joy washed over Qian Duo's face as he turned to Jiang Heng, bowing even lower with utmost reverence. Senior Wang, my father requests your presence. Let us proceed. Jiang Heng's gaze returned to its usual calmness, his eyes lifting to gaze beyond the hall's entrance into the depths within. How intriguing. Allowing a fool to provoke, then having a so-called worshipper test the waters, only for the true master to emerge to clean up the mess. This not only probes one's depth, but also garners goodwill. The president of the Tianbao Merchant Association is indeed a crafty individual. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with me. With that, Jiang Heng stepped over the prostrate Qian Buli, striding purposefully into the depths of the hall. Chapter 62. Suppressing a Saint with Quasi-Saint Might. Inside the grand hall, it was spacious and solemn. 12 colossal pillars adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings supported the domed ceiling, studded with fist-sized luminous pearls that cast a soft and brilliant glow, illuminating the entire hall as if it were day. At the center of the hall, seated in the main position, was a middle-aged man clad in a dark golden brocade robe. His demeanor was scholarly, exuding an air of authority without anger. This man was none other than the president of the Tianbao Merchant Association, Qian Duo's father, Qian Wanjin. Name: Qian Wanjin. Cultivation: initial stage saint. Identity: president of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Jiang Heng's footsteps halted in the center of the hall, his gaze fixed on Qian Wanjin. In turn, Qian Wanjin's eyes met Jiang Heng's, revealing a hint of curiosity deep within. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the young man before him, one that even stirred a sense of trepidation within himself. I am Qian Wanjin, and I have had the honor of meeting Taoist Wang, Qian Wanjin began, his voice rich and resonant, imbued with the calm demeanor of one accustomed to high station. It is a privilege for my Tianbao Commerce Association to welcome you from afar. Servants, bring forth the finest Lingxian tea for Taoist Wang. His tone was gentle, as if the tumult outside the hall had never transpired, fully displaying the warmth and magnanimity of a host. President Jiang Heng's voice, though not loud, reverberated clearly within the vast hall, carrying a hint of an elusive chill. Do you not intend to clarify the recent events outside the hall? The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the grand hall seemed to solidify. Beside him, Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong felt their hearts leap into their throats, their faces drained of color. They had not anticipated Jiang Heng's directness in piercing through the veil and confronting Qian Wanjin in such a manner. Qian Wanjin's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a slight smile. Daoist Wang is jesting. That was merely my undisciplined nephew, who has grown accustomed to being spoiled and has offended you. I have already ordered his confinement and will ensure he is dealt with appropriately to provide you with an explanation. His words were impeccably crafted, both distancing himself from the matter and offering an avenue of resolution. Typically, one would gracefully acquiesce at this juncture. However, Jiang Heng was no ordinary person. Is that so? A sardonic smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. I detest being tested, especially through such beneath-the-table tactics. At that instant, an imperceptible glint of severity flashed within Qian Wanjin's eyes. As a sage who had presided over the Tianbao Commerce Association for a century, he held considerable power. Today, he had lowered himself, yet the other party remained unyielding. He thought to himself, this individual possesses a mysterious background and unfathomable strength. If I cannot ascertain his depths, to engage him recklessly may invite peril upon the Commerce Association. Very well, let me personally gauge your weight. With this resolve, an invisible pressure directed at Jiang Heng began to emanate from Qian Wanjin's being. It was the unique sanctity of a sage, transcending the common folk. Under this oppressive force, the air thickened, space rippled with subtle waves, and the luminous pearl atop the dome flickered ominously, casting a shadow over the spiritual energy within the hall, as if it had ceased to flow altogether. Such was the might of a sage. Seated at the head of the hall, Qian Wanjin maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet his deep-set eyes bore a scrutinizing glint. He sought to discern the source of this Daoist Wang's confidence. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Jiang Heng, at the epicenter of the sage's might, remained as unfazed as ever. His robes did not flutter, and his expression exhibited not a hint of alteration, as though the sage's power were merely a gentle breeze brushing past. Is this your explanation? Jiang Heng gently shook his head, disappointment flickering in the depths of his gaze. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura surged from within him, soaring skyward. This aura lacked the lofty disdain of Qian Wanjin's, yet it was purer, more refined, and far more domineering. It was akin to an unparalleled divine sword, previously sheathed, now unsheathed, its brilliance laid bare. Boom. The two invisible pressures collided violently at the center of the hall. The space within warped intensely around the two figures, fine fissures appearing in the void, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The 12 intricately carved pillars of purple gold emitted a groaning protest under the strain. Caught in the aftermath of this clash, Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong felt as though struck by lightning, gasping in shock as they simultaneously spat out blood, careening backward to crash against the distant wall, their eyes wide with horror. Upon the throne, Qian Wanjin's previously refined and gentle countenance drained of color, transforming into an ashen visage. His facial muscles twitched violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, instantly soaking his temples. He was horrified to discover that his sage's might could barely withstand the other's overwhelming presence. Qian Wanjin abruptly rose from his seat, the throne beneath him cracking under the sudden strain, fissures spreading across its surface. His gaze toward Jiang Heng shifted from mere curiosity to sheer disbelief and terror. The other's realm far surpassed his own. A great sage? The thought sent an indescribable chill surging through him. What manner of terrifying existence had he provoked today? Now, will President Qian provide me with a satisfactory explanation? Jiang Heng's voice remained calm, yet to Qian Wanjin, it thundered like a bolt from the heavens. He retracted his aura, and the suffocating pressure within the hall dissipated in an instant. Yet, the weight upon Qian Wanjin's heart reached unprecedented heights. At that moment, Jiang Heng too felt a jolt within, realizing for the first time how significantly the chaos body had enhanced him. Without a moment's hesitation, amidst the astonished gazes of Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong, the esteemed president of Tianbao Commerce, Sage Qian Wanjin, knelt before Jiang Heng, forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. Senior, please quell your anger. His voice bore no trace of the authority of a president, only dread and reverence. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness, thus offending you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 63, The Tianbao Token, Xianxia Domain. In a distant corner, Qian Duo and Zhao Changkong struggled to rise, utterly petrified. Their minds were blank, overwhelmed by the subversive image of a sage who wielded dominion over the commercial lifeblood of the star-picking domain, bowing in deference to a youth. Their worldviews crumbled before their eyes. A sage kneeling? And doing so decisively, without a trace of hesitation or reluctance. Jiang Heng gazed calmly at the prostrated president of Tianbao Commerce. "Rise," he uttered softly. His words not loud, yet they offered a modicum of reassurance to Qian Wanjin's trembling heart. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Qian Wanjin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, yet he dared not rise, merely lowering his head further. "I am but a foolish junior. I dare to test your patience. Please, I beg your punishment." He understood that such an existence was capricious, if he failed to satisfy the other today. The entire Tianbao Commerce Association might face annihilation due to his foolish thought. Punishment? A hint of an imperceptible smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. "Had I truly wished to punish you, you would already be a corpse." The chilling words sent a shiver through Qian Wanjin, cold sweat soaking his back anew. He had no doubt of the truth in that statement. No more such instances. Jiang Heng's voice rang out once more. Yes, I shall remember your teachings, esteemed senior, and never again harbor the slightest disrespect. Trembling, Qian Wanjin finally stood, though he remained hunched, not daring to lift his head. His posture even more humble than that of Qian Duoduo before. With great care, he retrieved a token from his storage ring, presenting it with both hands in reverence. It was a token crafted from a certain purple-gold jade, intricately carved on one side, with an ancient 9-layered pagoda, while the reverse bore a seal character for heaven. "Esteemed senior, this is our Tianbao Commerce's insignia, the Tianbao token." Qian Wanjin's voice was laced with awe. Since the establishment of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, only 3 of these tokens have ever been bestowed. The bearer of this token is recognized as the most esteemed elder guest of our Tianbao Chamber, capable of mobilizing the resources of the chamber at any branch. I understand that this item may hold little significance for you, esteemed senior, but I humbly request that you accept it as a small token of my apology. Jiang Heng's gaze lingered momentarily on the Tianbao token. An elder guest? That does indeed come in handy. As he ventured into the unfamiliar territory of the Qingyun domain, possessing such an identity would certainly alleviate many potential inconveniences. He remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, causing the Tianbao token to transform into a streak of light that landed in his palm before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Jiang Heng accept the token, Qian Wanjin's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally found solace, and he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "President Qian," Jiang Heng spoke again in a composed manner, "are we now able to proceed to the teleportation array?" Having just been subjected to Qian Wanjin's earlier machinations, Jiang Heng was no longer inclined to linger. "Of course, absolutely." Qian Wanjin eagerly nodded and bowed, as if awakening from a dream. "Please, esteemed senior, allow me to personally guide you." With that, he led the way, adopting the lowest of postures. Jiang Heng followed suit. Qian Duoduo and Zhao Changkong exchanged glances, each reflecting the relief of having survived a dire ordeal, intertwined with profound astonishment. The duo traversed through the main hall towards a more obscure passage behind the hall. Flanking the passageway, every 10 steps stood a guard with a solid presence, the lowest of whom were at the venerable realm, with several formidable beings at the quasi-saint level. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the guards became, and the restrictions grew increasingly complex and severe. Along the way, all the guards were taken aback to witness President Qian Wanjin displaying such deference towards a young man, yet the strict discipline prevented them from uttering a word, burying their astonishment deep within. Soon, they arrived before a massive bronze door. Towering 100 feet high, the door was etched with a multitude of runes, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed space and isolated all things. Qian Wanjin halted, forming seals with his hands, casting intricate spells, while simultaneously biting his fingertip to let a drop of his primal blood fall into the array's focal point. With a low hum, the colossal bronze door emitted a deep rumble and slowly swung open. Beyond the door lay an immensely vast underground space. The grandeur of this space was on par with the star-picking city square. At the center stood a gargantuan teleportation array, its diameter stretching an impressive 10,000 feet. Suspended at the heart of the array was a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a palace, within which billions of stars swirled languidly, radiating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. Surrounding the array were towering mountains made of high-grade spirit stones. Simply standing here, Jiang Heng could sense the vibrant spiritual energy surrounding him. The resources consumed to activate such a grand teleportation array were indeed astronomical. Elder Wang, this array is the culmination of 3 generations of effort from our Tianbao chamber. Qian Wanjin's voice carried a hint of pride. Its destination, as you may have heard from my son, is the main city of the Zhuxian domain, Zhuxia City. He turned to Jiang Heng and bowed deeply. I shall now initiate the array for you. With that, he soared into the air above the array, altering his hand seals, and poured forth his vast spiritual energy into the focal point without reservation. Jiang Heng then moved to the focal point as well. Safe travels, esteemed elder. Qian Wanjin's voice echoed throughout the underground space. With a deafening roar, the entire array was activated, and the myriad runes illuminated one by one, transforming into a dazzling sea of silver light. The laws of space were invoked, producing a resonant hum. The mountains of high-grade spirit stones were consumed at a visible rate, morphing into the purest torrents of energy that surged into the core of the array. The blinding radiance swiftly enveloped Jiang Heng's figure. Space distorted violently, and a formidable pulling force acted upon him. In the next moment, as the light dissipated, Jiang Heng's presence was no longer atop the array. Only Qian Wanjin remained, standing in the air, gazing at the now empty array, releasing a long breath as if shedding a tremendous burden. With a soft thud, his legs weakened, causing him to plummet to the ground. The dignity of a saint utterly vanished. He gasped for breath as though he had just endured a life-and-death battle. Finally, I have sent this divine being on his way. Chapter 64, Divine Bloodline Technique, Divine Elephant Secret. The sensation of cross-domain teleportation was starkly different from that of intradomain teleportation. It was a far more extreme rending of space. Surroundings morphed from mere white light into a kaleidoscope of myriad law fragments, streaking by like meteors. The concepts of time and space blurred at that moment. It was uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting instant, or perhaps several days and nights. When the pulling force abruptly ceased, Jiang Heng felt solid ground beneath his feet once more. The scene before him had transformed entirely. The density of spiritual energy in this place surpassed that of the star-picking city by several measures, with a subtle warmth pervading the air. Clearly, he had arrived in the xianxia domain. Before Jiang Heng could thoroughly survey his surroundings, a figure rushed in from outside the hall, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. The newcomer was a plump woman clad in an exquisite palace gown, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Upon spotting the white figure at the center of the teleportation array, she hurried forward, a flattering smile directed at Jiang Heng. I am Song Anren, honored to welcome Elder Wang to our humble abode. Her voice bore an unmistakable reverence. Jiang Heng's calm gaze swept over her. The eye of the great path quietly activated. Name, Song Anren. Cultivation, 9 turns quasi-saint. Identity, president of the Tianbao Chamber's xianxia domain branch. It seemed that during the teleportation, some time had indeed elapsed, and Qian Wanjin's message had reached her. Esteemed elder, you must have endured much on your journey. The Grand President has already sent word, instructing me to receive you with the highest decorum. I have prepared the best quiet room, the listening tide pavilion, just for you. Absolutely serene, with no one daring to intrude. Please, follow me. With her words barely finished, Song Anren led the way. Jiang Heng remained non-committal, following in her wake. The scale and grandeur of the Tianbao Chambers branch in Xianxia City were not in the least inferior to that of the headquarters in Star-Picking City. Under Song Anren's guidance, Jiang Heng soon arrived before an elegant pavilion. Nestled amidst mountains and waters, the pavilion was safeguarded by formidable restrictions, isolating it from all external sounds. With spiritual energy coalescing into mist, indicating it was a premier cultivation sanctuary. Elder Wang, this is the finest quiet room of our branch. Are you satisfied? Song Anren inquired respectfully. Thoughtful of you. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, finding the environment quite agreeable. As long as the elder is pleased. Song Anren nodded repeatedly, then respectfully presented a communication jade slip. Esteemed elder, should you have any commands, simply shatter this jade slip, and I will arrive at the earliest opportunity. If there are no commands, I will not set foot here, so as not to disturb your tranquil cultivation. Jiang Heng accepted the jade slip and subsequently inquired. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. Have you ever heard of an individual named Li Xianxian? Forgive my ignorance, but I have not encountered any mention of this person. Song Anren shook her head, yet she added, however, I could dispatch someone to investigate. Perhaps we might uncover the information regarding the esteemed Li Xianxian you speak of. Very well, Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Do you have any further instructions, esteemed senior? Song Anren inquired respectfully. No, that will suffice. You may leave, he replied. Upon hearing this, she performed another deep bow and prudently retreated. It was only after she had distanced herself by several hundred zhang and confirmed that Jiang Heng did not call her back that she dared to turn around. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and exhaling a long sigh of relief, she then commanded her subordinates to seek out information regarding this Li Xianxian. Inside the loft, Jiang Heng casually erected a barrier of isolation before settling cross-legged upon a mat. After a lengthy journey, he finally found a place conducive to tranquil cultivation. With a thought, he descended into the system space. Since the last time he had taken Yao as his disciple, he had yet to fully comprehend the reward of a 10th grade divine bloodline bestowed by the system. Now was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Heng closed his eyes, his mind diving deep into the recesses of his bloodline. Boom. The instant his consciousness brushed against the latent power of the bloodline within him, an ancient aura erupted violently from within his body. His awareness seemed to be irresistibly drawn into an enigmatic realm of void. There was no heaven or earth here, no sun or moon, only an interminable silence. Just as Jiang Heng felt a surge of confusion, the chaos before him was suddenly torn apart. A stunning scene gradually unfolded before his eyes. It was a shattered star domain, with countless remnants of stars drifting through the void. A vaguely discernible divine man stood in confrontation against a colossal beast, its size rivaling that of the stars. This beast, enveloped in a shroud of azure-purple lightning, could unleash a storm capable of annihilating all existence with the spread of its wings. The beast was none other than the legendary primordial ferocious beast, Thunder Pong. Roar. The Thunder Pong let out a furious roar, its voice transforming into tangible sound waves that shattered several nearby meteors. It opened its vast maw, unleashing a thick bolt of annihilating divine thunder, imbued with devastating power, crashing down towards the divine man. In the face of this ferocious strike, the divine man did not flinch. A golden divine pattern suddenly illuminated his brow. Divine elephant technique. A voice, grand and imposing, transcended time and space, resonating within Jiang Heng's consciousness. In the next moment, the divine man's form began to swell exponentially. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. In the blink of an eye, his body expanded to a terrifying size, matching that of the Thunder Pong, resembling a divine demon standing amidst the cosmic ocean. Every inch of his skin radiated golden divine light, his muscles bulging, as if he could crush stars with a mere gesture. Break! The divine man lifted his colossal fist, disregarding the divine thunder striking upon him, and swung it towards the Thunder Pong. Where the fist passed, the space before him shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into a pitch-black void. Fear flickered in the Thunder Pang's fierce eyes. It sought to flee but found the surrounding space ensnared by an invisible force. Boom! The fist ultimately struck the Thunder Pang's head. Blood splattered, screams echoed. The once mighty primordial ferocious beast, along with the myriad of lightning surrounding it, was instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood beneath that single blow. At that moment, the scene abruptly halted. The surrounding imagery receded like a tide. In the tranquil chamber, Jiang Heng abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden radiance flashing within them. An influx of information surged into his mind. The very bloodline divine ability wielded by the divine man, the divine elephant technique. Jiang Heng murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. This was the first bloodline divine ability he had awakened. The divine elephant technique could transform his form at will. The larger he grew, the more terrifying his power became. When cultivated to its zenith, he could embody the universe, shattering galaxies with his fists. With this technique, his combat prowess was poised for another meteoric rise. Chapter 65. The opportunity to ascend to sainthood. On the following morning, a beam of dawn light streamed through the window, illuminating the tranquil chamber. Jiang Heng, seated in meditation, gradually opened his eyes. His fingers curled slightly, and as he gently clenched his fist, the surrounding air emitted a faint mournful cry, instantly solidifying. Simultaneously, the vital energy coursing through him surged like a mighty river, each cycle imbued with colossal power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. After a night of contemplation, he had begun to grasp the essence of the divine elephant technique. Now, he could distinctly feel that his physical strength had ascended to an entirely new height. Should he encounter someone like Qian Wanjin again, he even felt confident that, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could subdue him. Having spent a night in this sanctuary, it was time to continue his journey. With a thought, Jiang Heng retrieved the communication jade slip left by Song Anren and gently squeezed it. Crack! The slip shattered in response, dissipating into glimmers of light. Mere moments later, outside the loft's barrier, Song Anren's voice, respectful yet tinged with urgency, resonated. Esteemed senior, what are your commands? Jiang Heng stood, gestured to disperse the barrier, and spoke calmly. Where is the teleportation array leading to the Qingyun domain? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng deemed it unwise to wait idly, so he resolved to explore the Qingyun domain for any news regarding Oldly. Song Anren appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that this esteemed senior intended to depart so swiftly. Yet, she dared not delay for an instant, promptly bowing and responding. Esteemed senior, The teleportation array to the Qingyun domain is a public formation located in the central square of the city. I shall lead you there at once. No need. Jiang Heng waved his hand. I can find my way there myself. Before his words could fully fade from the air, he had already stepped out of the loft, heading towards the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Farewell, esteemed senior. Song Anren bowed deeply in the direction that had long since become empty, remaining in that posture until she could no longer sense Jiang Heng's presence. Only then did she slowly rise, exhaling a long breath of relief. Stepping outside the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Heng strolled along the streets of Xiuxia City. The architectural style of this city predominantly featured fiery red massive stones. The streets were wide, and the passing cultivators exuded a fiery aura, their temperaments equally fervent. This stood in stark contrast to the reserved nature of Xiaxing City. Following the direction provided by Song Anren, he meandered towards the city center at a leisurely pace. The streets were bustling with life, alive with exuberance. Particularly, not far ahead stood a towering loft constructed entirely of purple nanmu, reaching a height of 100 zhong, surrounded by a throng of eager young cultivators. Their expressions filled with exhilaration as they surged towards the building, each readying themselves for action. Jiang Heng had initially intended to bypass the commotion, but at that moment, the long-awaited system notification sound echoed in his mind. Detected a bond-related individual, Mu Feiyu. Target is currently within the Ziyun Tower. Jiang Heng's footsteps halted abruptly. He cast a sweeping gaze around, eventually fixating on the bustling loft. The sign above the loft boldly proclaimed 3 characters, Ziyun Tower. Mu Feiyu. Another one entangled by fate. A flicker of tumult surged within Jiang Heng's deep-set eyes. His initial intention to journey to the Qingyun domain was abruptly cast aside in that very moment. He then strolled leisurely to a nearby tea stall, nonchalantly selecting an empty seat. The stall owner, a lean middle-aged man, stretched his neck towards Ziyun Tower, his face alight with excitement. Good sir, what grand event is unfolding at Ziyun Tower today? Jiang Heng inquired, his tone neutral, betraying no sign of emotion. The stall owner turned at the sound of his voice, and upon noticing Jiang Heng's distinguished demeanor, his spirits lifted. He quickly wiped the table, lowered his voice, and said animatedly, "Ah, esteemed guest. You must be from out of town. You have indeed come to the right person. Today marks a once-in-a-century grand occasion in our Xiuxia city." Oh. Jiang Heng poured himself a cup of coarse tea, remaining noncommittal. Our Xiuxia city is home to 3 prominent families, the Lan family being the most powerful among them. The stall owner whispered conspiratorially. Today, the head of the Lan family is hosting a marriage selection for his cherished daughter, the renowned Lan Lixian. Lan Lixian is universally acknowledged as the fairest maiden in Xiuxia domain. Not only is she as beautiful as a celestial being, but she is also a prodigious talent. Having reached the pinnacle of the esteemed realm at just over 20 years of age, this marriage selection has been declared by the Lan family to be open to all young talents under 30, regardless of their background. Whoever emerges victorious will not only win the hand of a beauty, but will also receive the Lan family's full support for their cultivation. A truly meteoric rise. The stall owner's fervent words were accompanied by glistening eyes filled with longing. Thus, it's not just our Xiuxia domain. Even the young prodigies from surrounding realms have flocked here. Just look at this scene. The threshold of Ziyun Tower is nearly being trampled. Jiang Heng lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, his gaze returning to the raucous loft. A marriage selection? An odd sensation stirred within him. The one named Mu Feiyu was among those aspiring to become a son-in-law. He set down his cup, left a few spirit stones, and slowly rose. Thank you. As his words fell, he melded into the throng, moving toward the grand entrance of Ziyun Tower. In the depths of his being, he sensed that his opportunity for enlightenment might very well lie with this Mu Feiyu. Before Ziyun Tower, 2 rows of silver-armored guards stood with unwavering presence, maintaining order. Jiang Heng's expression remained tranquil as he moved forward with the crowd. He emitted no discernible aura, yet the eager young talents ahead, filled with excitement, instinctively parted ways before him, creating a path. An elegantly dressed young man, pushed and jostled, turned around, ready to unleash his ire. Who the hell? But as his eyes met Jiang Heng's, calm and unfathomable, the anger was extinguished like a flame doused with ice water. He swallowed his words, feeling an inexplicable heart flutter, and instinctively stepped aside for Jiang Heng. Thus, one step at a time, Jiang Heng ascended the stairs and entered Ziyun Tower. Inside Ziyun Tower, a world of wonders unfolded. The interior space was expanded by formations, appearing far more magnificent than it did from the outside. The tower spanned 9 levels, and at present, the first-floor hall was teeming with hundreds of young talents from various regions. Jiang Heng's arrival went largely unnoticed. His aura was subdued, his demeanor calm, rendering him a stark contrast to those around him who sought to assert their presence. akin to a drop of water merging silently into a vast river. He found a corner and cast a serene gaze over the assembly. As the eye of the Dao awakened, streams of information flowed before his eyes. Name: Li Qiani. Cultivation: third stage of the honored realm. Identity: young master of the Liang Sect. Name: Zhao Wujia. Cultivation: fifth stage of the honored realm. Identity: true disciple of the Golden Blade Sect. His gaze lingered not on these individuals, but rather, like a radar, continued its quest for the target named Mu Feiyu. However, after surveying the crowd, he did not spot Mu Feiyu. Yet, he remained unperturbed. If the system indicated presence, it could not be mistaken. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue brocade robe, exuding an imposing aura, stepped onto the high platform at the front of the hall. His presence, radiating the essence of an eighth transition quasi-saint, swiftly silenced the cacophony. Everyone quiet. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that resonated clearly in every ear. The hall fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. I am Lan Haishan, an elder of the Lan family, here by the command of the family head to preside over the first round of today's marriage selection. Lan Haishan's gaze pierced through the assembly, continuing, the eldest daughter is the jewel of our Lan family. Her husband must be a dragon among men, possessing not only talent and strength, but also a profound Dao heart. Therefore, the first round will not measure cultivation or combat prowess. It will assess comprehension. As his words concluded, he waved his hand. A resounding hum reverberated as a half-person-high ancient stone tablet appeared out of thin air atop the platform. The tablet, grayish-white and devoid of any inscriptions, bore chaotic and varied carvings, as if infused with certain truths of the universe. A deep and enigmatic Dao rhythm emanated from the stone tablet. This is a comprehension stone, obtained by our ancestors of the Lan family. The markings upon it are the natural evolution of the Dao traces of heaven and earth, Lan Haishan proclaimed with a hint of pride. The first round of examination is to comprehend this stone, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. Those who can discern even a hint of its mysteries within that time will be deemed successful. At this announcement, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs. A comprehension stone? A test of insight? This was infinitely more challenging than merely measuring cultivation. How intriguing! The Lan family truly plays grandly. After a brief discussion, all eyes grew fervent, fixating intently on the stone tablet, minds reaching out to grasp its essence. The hall once again fell into silence as everyone strained their intellects, attempting to glean even the slightest profundity from the chaotic markings. Some furrowed their brows, others appeared bewildered, while a few feigned depth, projecting an air of confidence. Jiang Heng, however, did not focus on the comprehension stone. His gaze traversed the crowd, ultimately honing in on an inconspicuous seat on the second floor. There sat a young man clad in plain, coarse garments. His appearance was unremarkable, even somewhat ordinary, rendering him starkly out of place among the opulently dressed young lords surrounding him. Unlike the others, he did not hastily rush to comprehend the stone tablet. Instead, he sat quietly, eyes slightly closed, surrounded by an elusive aura of Dao, resonating subtly with the comprehension stone, as if merging with the surrounding heavens and earth. He entered a realm of ethereal transcendence, detected the innate Dao physique-related individual, Mu Feiyu, currently in a state of enlightenment. Innate Dao physique, 0-1. 1. Accept Mu Feiyu as a disciple, granting him 10-fold comprehension, while returning 100-fold comprehension to the host. 2. Form a close bond with Mu Feiyu, allowing the host to gain 100-fold comprehension. The system's prompt echoed once more in Jiang Heng's mind. He had found it. A subtle smile graced Jiang Heng's lips. 100-fold comprehension. Such a reward was indeed astonishing. Comprehension is the most elusive yet crucial talent for cultivators. Those with high comprehension can grasp techniques and transcend bottlenecks with ease. Should he acquire 100-fold increase in comprehension, understanding the principles of chaos and breaking into the sacred realm would become a simple task. Even the barriers of higher realms would be significantly weakened. Jiang Heng's gaze fell with keen interest upon Mu Feiyu. Soon, a stick of incense's time passed swiftly. On the stage, Lan Haishan spoke with a deep voice. Time's up. The young prodigies below awoke from their meditative states. Their expressions varied. I have seen an unparalleled sword technique from the stone tablet. A young man with a long sword on his back proclaimed first, his face brimming with pride. What I witnessed was the shifting winds and clouds. A divine ability to summon rain. Another young talent in a Taoist robe retorted defiantly. A clamor ensued as voices mingled, yet Lan Haishan's brow furrowed deeper. Their words merely reflected their own techniques, a one-sided understanding that failed to touch the essence of the Enlightenment Stone. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Mu Feiyu on the second floor, who appeared to be asleep. That lad in the coarse garments. A hint of surprise laced Lan Haishan's voice. What insights have you gained? This question drew the attention of all present to Mu Feiyu. Awakened by the voice, Mu Feiyu slowly emerged from his state of enlightenment, his eyes revealing a trace of post-slumber bewilderment. Insights. He paused, seemingly still trying to grasp the situation. A burst of laughter erupted around him at his dazed demeanor. Where did this bumpkin come from? He actually fell asleep at the engagement conference. This is hilarious. He probably doesn't even know what the Enlightenment Stone is. Elder Lan, I suggest we just kick him out to spare our eyes. In the face of the crowd's ridicule, Mu Feiyu remained composed, devoid of any embarrassment or anger. He merely stood up, gazing at the stone tablet on the high platform. After a moment, he spoke in a calm tone. Those are the traces of the wind, the flow of water, the trajectory of the stars, the breath of all things. It is the Tao. Chapter 67, 9 Revolutions Soul Rejuvenation Pill. The entire hall of Ziyun Tower fell into a profound silence. Mu Feiyu's words struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. The young prodigies, who moments ago had boasted of their perceived insights, now wore expressions that transformed from astonishment to confusion, then to a dawning realization, and ultimately to deep embarrassment and shock. The sword techniques they had perceived and the divine abilities they had grasped paled in comparison to Mu Feiyu's understanding. They had seen mere techniques, while Mu Feiyu had glimpsed the essence of the Tao. The distinction was stark. Good. A resonant voice broke the suffocating silence from the high platform. Lan Haishan's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Feiyu, admiration unmistakable in his expression, as if beholding a peerless gem. Well said. He stepped forward, his voice booming, echoing throughout the hall. This enlightenment stone bears no divine techniques, nor any martial methods. What it carries is the purest trace of the Tao from the time of the world's creation. The myriad phenomena you observed are merely projections of your own learning upon the Tao trace, illusions akin to the moon in a well, flowers reflected in water. Only this young man has pierced through the surface to grasp the essence. Lan Haishan gazed intently at Mu Feiyu and declared loudly, in this first round, this gentleman emerges victorious. The hall erupted into a fervor. All eyes once again fixated on Mu Feiyu, yet this time, there was no trace of contempt, only intense jealousy and disbelief. This seemingly rustic fellow had utterly eclipsed all present in terms of comprehension. In the corner, Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged. He was not surprised by the outcome. The innate Tao physique was, after all, born for the Tao, in close affinity with the Great Path. For him, discerning the true nature of the Enlightenment Stone was as effortless as breathing. Jiang Heng's gaze returned to Mu Feiyu. The eye of the great Tao quietly opened. Name, Mu Feiyu. Cultivation, first level of the Venerable Realm. Physique, innate Tao physique. Recent opportunity. Activated his latent innate Tao physique during a life-threatening battle with a beast last month. Recent encounter. Came to participate in this engagement conference to acquire the sacred medicine, 9 Revolutions Soul Rejuvenation Pill, to heal his sister Mu Linger's spiritual injuries and prolong her life. So it is. A flicker of understanding passed through Jiang Heng's eyes. Mu Feiyu was not here for the so-called Blue Family Fairy, nor for the meteoric rise to wealth. He was solely here to save his sister. The last shred of doubt in Jiang Heng's heart dissipated. On the high platform, Lan Haishan appeared exceedingly pleased with Mu Feiyu's performance. He cleared his throat and spoke again. You are all the young talents of my xianxia domain and the surrounding areas. It is an honor for my Blue family to gather you here today. The family head has decreed that this engagement is not only to select a suitor for the eldest young lady, but also a grand gathering of prodigies. To incentivize all of you, the family head has specially prepared a treasured item, a long-kept gem of my Blue family, as the ultimate reward for the champion of this event. Upon hearing this, the crowd held their breath, ears perked. Even the self-important scions of noble families revealed glimmers of greed in their eyes. They had long heard of this coveted reward. Mu Feiyu's previously tranquil gaze finally rippled with intensity upon hearing the mention of the reward. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Lan Haishan, satisfied with the audience's reaction, laughed heartily and announced with a voice like thunder. This reward is none other than the unparalleled sacred medicine that would make even saints envious, the 9 Revolutions Soul Rejuvenation Pill. Boom. The crowd erupted in an instant. Indeed, it is the 9 Revolutions Soul Rejuvenation Pill. It was said that this pill was crafted from 9 types of sacred-grade spiritual herbs, refined over 81 days. On the day it was completed, celestial phenomena would occur, possessing miraculous effects that could revive the dead and restore flesh from bones, even if one's soul were shattered. As long as a trace of true spirit remained, consuming this pill would allow for the reconstruction of the soul, defying destiny itself. The Lan family, astonishingly, has chosen to present such a divine artifact as a prize. Insanity. The Lan family must truly have lost their minds. Within the grand hall, gasps of astonishment and sharp intakes of breath echoed incessantly. The atmosphere grew heavy, breaths becoming labored and eyes reddening, all fixated on the elevated platform, as though the legendary sacred pill lay before them. To ascend to greatness and wed the fairest maiden is undoubtedly enticing. Yet, in the presence of the miraculous 9 revolutions soul-reviving pill, such allure pales into insignificance. This is a genuine life-preserving ace, a second chance at life. In an instant, the demeanor of all the young talents in the hall shifted. Initially, their motives were driven by fame and beauty, maintaining a semblance of grace. However, under the stimulus of the sacred medicine, all facades were stripped away, revealing only raw greed and ambition in their eyes. The glances exchanged among them brimmed with caution and animosity, particularly directed towards Mu Feiyu, who stood alone on the second floor, previously the center of attention. This individual, with such extraordinary comprehension, undoubtedly posed the greatest obstacle to their acquisition of the sacred pill. Malevolent gazes, akin to sharpened blades, converged upon Mu Feiyu. Yet, in the face of these almost devouring stares, Mu Feiyu appeared oblivious. In his eyes, there was no trace of greed or ambition, only a flicker of rekindled hope. Sister, there is a chance of salvation. No matter the cost, he must secure the 9 revolutions soul-reviving pill. Jiang Heng observed all of this keenly, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. It seems that assisting Mu Feiyu in obtaining this 9 revolutions soul-reviving pill would likely activate the bond he had envisioned. Chapter 68, The Chaos of Battle. Just as the crowd's emotions surged, a clear and slightly aloof voice resonated from within the throng. The wind's traces, the water's flow, the breath of all living things. Though the sentiment was captured, the essence was lost. The Tao is not merely a realm of tranquility and harmony. What I perceive is the roar of thunder, the eruption of volcanoes, the silence of extinguished stars. It embodies both destruction and rebirth. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a young man clad in a flowing azure robe adorned with cloud patterns. His striking features radiating an air of superiority. He strode forward, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, its sharpness palpable even while sheathed. Name: Chunbeixian. Cultivation: peak of the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Identity: senior disciple of the Qingyun Holy Land. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. So, he is from the Qingyun Holy Land. It appears that coming to the Ziyun Tower today was indeed fortuitous. Perhaps he could glean news of old Li from this individual. Chunbeixian had also grasped the essence of the Tao, yet his interpretation diverged starkly from Mu Feiyu's serene nature, brimming instead with dominance and sharpness. Lan Haishan regarded Chunbeixian with an approving glint in his eyes. Excellent. The Tao manifests in myriad forms, yet all paths lead to the same destination. You two have discerned the essence. Following this, several others spoke in turn, though their insights did not reach the profundity of Mu Feiyu and Chunbeixian. They nonetheless grazed the threshold of the Tao, far surpassing the previous mediocrities who merely showcased superficial sword techniques. Ultimately, Lan Haishan tallied the participants and announced with a resonant voice. In the first round of selection, a total of 9 individuals have succeeded. Congratulations to all. The expressions of those eliminated turned ashen, resigned to retreating to the sidelines, relegated to mere spectators. The focus of the entire hall converged upon the 9 successful contenders, particularly Mu Feiyu and Chunbeixian, who seemed to represent 2 extremes, one unassuming and humble, the other radiating brilliance and sharpness. Once the hall settled into a semblance of calm, Lan Haishan spoke again, his voice echoing. Comprehension is merely the foundation for becoming a formidable warrior. The path of the cultivator ultimately hinges on strength. With a sweeping gesture, the Tao stone on the platform vanished, replaced by a vast arena enveloped in a shimmering array of formations. The arena, ancient and scarred with battle marks, exuded an air of lethal intent. The rules are simple. Lan Haishan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the 9. All 9 shall ascend the arena for a chaotic battle. There are no rules, no restrictions on methods. Utilize every hidden card at your disposal. Ultimately, the last 3 standing atop this arena shall advance to the final round, to meet the family head and the young lady. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in uproar. Chaos. This was undoubtedly the most brutal and revealing test of overall strength. It would not only assess individual prowess, but also intellect, judgment, and the ability to survive amidst turmoil. The expressions of the 9 participants shifted gravely, save for Chunbeixian, who immediately fixed his cold gaze upon Mu Feiyu, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. In his estimation, although Mu Feiyu possessed extraordinary comprehension, his cultivation at the first level of the Venerable Realm rendered him nothing more than an ant, easily crushed in the chaos. Most others shared a similar sentiment. Mu Feiyu, the weakest among the nine, naturally became the target of collective disdain. The consensus was clear: eliminate the weakest first. In an instant, a multitude of ill-intentioned gazes converged upon Mu Feiyu. Yet, in the face of this predicament, Mu Feiyu remained calm, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He drew a deep breath, taking a step forward, his figure landing upon the vast arena. For his sister, there was no retreat. The other 8 followed suit, spreading out around him, subtly encircling Mu Feiyu at the center. The second round commenced. With Lan Haishan's command, the atmosphere on the arena ignited instantly. "Let us deal with that ragged boy first," bellowed a burly man at the 8th level of the venerable realm, launching the first attack. His muscles bulged as he unleashed his energy, throwing a powerful punch. The scorching wind from his fist surged towards Mu Feiyu's face. "Exactly. Let us eliminate this first-level venerable," sneered another young master wielding a folding fan, as he flicked it open, unleashing razor-sharp gusts of wind that sealed off all of Mu Feiyu's escape routes from a cunning angle. In an instant, 4 young prodigies simultaneously attacked Mu Feiyu. Each sought to secure an early advantage by eliminating the weakest link, thereby reducing their competition. In a corner, Jiang Heng's gaze remained as calm as still waters, showing no inclination to intervene. He wished to observe what extraordinary capabilities this innate Dao body would demonstrate in real combat. As the 4 assailants converged upon him, a hint of seriousness appeared on Mu Feiyu's face. Yet, he did not falter. As the attacks drew near, his steps flowed with an unusual rhythm, allowing him to evade the lethal strikes at the most improbable angles. Boom! The burly man's fist grazed Mu Feiyu's clothing, crashing heavily against the arena behind him, creating a massive crater. Whoosh! The sharp blades of wind merely grazed his hair, all landing harmlessly. What? This movement technique? The assailants were momentarily taken aback, their eyes revealing a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Although Mu Feiyu's movements were not particularly swift, one might even describe them as somewhat languid. The profound essence encapsulated within his technique imparted to them an inexplicable sensation of exerting their utmost effort only to strike at thin air, leaving them feeling utterly vexed. Is this lad akin to an elusive loach? Slippery as an eel. After missing his strike, the burly man felt a surge of frustration. Once more, the 4 exchanged glances and charged again. This time, their assault was even more ferocious, accompanied by a newfound sense of cohesion. Yet, upon the combat stage, Mu Feiyu's figure remained elusive, deftly maneuvering through their attacks, always finding a sliver of opportunity amidst the chaos. He seamlessly integrated the trajectory of the Dao into his footwork, each motion in perfect harmony with nature. This was the profound understanding Mu Feiyu had gleaned from the Dao stone. "Now this is intriguing," Chen Beixian observed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He refrained from intervening, merely holding his sword and watching with keen interest. In his estimation, such a skirmish did not necessitate his direct involvement. Chapter 69, A Helping Hand. On the battlefield, spiritual energy surged violently. Utilizing his exquisite footwork, Mu Feiyu adeptly navigated the onslaught of 4 adversaries, managing to maintain his footing against the overwhelming tide. However, he was acutely aware that this could not continue indefinitely. His cultivation level paled in comparison to theirs, and prolonged engagement would be exceedingly detrimental for him. A swift resolution was imperative. Mu Feiyu's gaze sharpened suddenly. He ceased his relentless evasion, seizing the moment of one opponent's attack to pivot, advancing rather than retreating, like a shadow that clings closely. With fingers poised like a blade, he thrust forward sharply. The opponent responded with a contemptuous sneer. Seeking death, the burly man's expression twisted into a more savage grin. As the luminous energy surrounding his fists surged, clearly intent on obliterating this slippery loach into mere pulp, many spectators instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing such a gruesome scene. However, at the very moment their fists were destined to collide, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Mu Feiyu's fingers quivered imperceptibly, deftly evading the full force of the opponent's strike, landing precisely on a pivotal point within the flow of his opponent's energy. There, the opponent's old strength had waned, and new strength had yet to manifest. A soft pop echoed. The mocking grin on the young genius's face froze instantly. He felt an unusual force infiltrate his meridians through his fist, abruptly disrupting the flow of his internal spiritual energy, sending a wave of numbness throughout his entire arm. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in horror. Yet Mu Feiyu offered no chance for reprieve. Like a wraith, he closed in and firmly pressed a palm against the opponent's chest. Bang! The young genius was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood and hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the combat stage. With a single move, merely one move had eliminated a genius at the 7th level of the Respecter realm. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. I must be seeing things. A 7th level respecter just went down? How did he accomplish that? What was that finger technique? I felt no overwhelming fluctuation of spiritual energy. This lad is certainly peculiar. On the high platform, Lan Haishan regarded Mu Feiyu with uncontainable admiration. Well done. What a masterful use of precision to break through the encirclement. This young man's application of the Tao has reached such an impressive level. The remaining 3 assailants paled, their expressions shifting dramatically as they dared not underestimate him further. Their attacks became more cautious yet ferocious. The situation on the battlefield had once again reached a standstill. Yet all could see that Mu Feiyu's circumstances remained perilous. Facing 3 opponents, the depletion of his spiritual energy was severe, and his complexion had begun to pale. At that moment, in another corner of the stage, a battle had also reached its conclusion. A cry of anguish rang out as Chun Beixian, without drawing his sword, utilized the sheath to confront a genius at the 8th level of the Respecter realm, sending both the person and the sword soaring off the stage. In the ensuing chaos, one of the cunning youths entangled with Mu Feiyu caught a glint of resolve in his eyes. He had discerned that although this lad's movements were enigmatic, his spiritual energy could not sustain such exertion for long. Do not engage in a war of attrition. Let us strike together and eliminate him. He exchanged a glance with the other 2, reaching an unspoken consensus in an instant. Boom. The 3 erupted simultaneously, unleashing their spiritual energy without reservation. One formed hand seals, summoning several earthen chains that erupted from the ground, like venomous serpents coiling around Mu Feiyu's legs to bind his movement. Another charged head-on, flames surging from his fists, transforming into a roaring fire lion, exuding a terrifying might. The cunning youth, meanwhile, blurred into motion, becoming a mere afterimage, silently encircling Mu Feiyu from behind. Brandishing a short dagger that glimmered with a ghostly green light, aimed directly at his vital point. Encircled, assaulted, and poised for a lethal strike, the trio of late-stage Respecter geniuses collaborated to form an impeccably lethal trap, completely sealing off any escape routes for Mu Feiyu. It's over. Someone in the crowd gasped in horror. With such an onslaught, not even a 1st-level Respecter could withstand it. Even a 9th-level peer would be grievously injured upon taking such a blow. Mu Feiyu's pupils dilated. He sensed that these 3 attacks had locked onto him, leaving no avenue for evasion. Should he endure this strike, he would surely suffer severe injury and face elimination. Was he truly destined to fall here? Mu Feiyu's heart brimmed with reluctance. In that critical moment, far off in the corner, Jiang Heng, who had remained a mere spectator, subtly flicked his index finger. A strand of chaotic energy, finer than a hair, silently merged into the void. On the battlefield, the young genius charging from the front was abruptly engulfed by an unanticipated chill, as though an indifferent gaze from the heavens above had descended upon him. His internal energy, under the weight of this sudden dread, faltered and became disordered for an instant. In high-stakes confrontations, a slight miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. This fleeting lapse proved fatal for the meticulously crafted lethal trap. The previously seamless encirclement revealed a minute flaw. Simultaneously, Jiang Heng's voice echoed within Mu Feiyu's mind. Now, young man, this is your chance. An incandescent spark ignited within Mu Feiyu's eyes. He hesitated not for a moment. Nor did he ponder the origin of the voice resonating in his mind. All his energy erupted in that instant without reservation. His body, at a precarious angle, narrowly slipped through the newly revealed flaw. Boom. The ferocious fire lion, the lethal dagger, and the encircling earthen chains collided violently at the spot where he had just stood, unleashing a deafening roar. The destructive shockwave of energy manifested as visible ripples, sweeping outward in all directions. The 3 assailants, caught unawares by this sudden turn of events, were violently hurled away by the ensuing energy backlash. The 3 attackers, unable to regain their composure, were mercilessly thrown aside by the ferocious energy surge. 2 of them barely had time to scream before they were left spitting blood, soaring off the stage like kites with severed strings. Only the first prodigy to falter remained, precariously standing at the edge of the arena, his complexion ashen, still reeling from shock. At that moment, Mu Feiyu's figure materialized before him like a specter. You. The man barely managed to utter a single word before Mu Feiyu's palm struck his chest. Bang. The last assailant was eliminated. In an instant, the tides of battle had turned. Originally facing 4 opponents and cornered, Mu Feiyu astonishingly reversed the situation, dispatching all 4 adversaries. The entire Ziyun Tower fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless, their mouths agape at the dramatic turn of events. What in the world just happened? Luck? This is too coincidental, isn't it? Did that person just make a mistake? Coincidence? Does he seem like a coincidence to you? This lad is extraordinarily uncanny. Only Jiang Heng in the corner wore a faint smile. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained on the arena. Mu Feiyu, his attire slightly tattered and his breath a touch disordered, yet his gaze resolutely steadfast. Chen Beixian, standing with his sword in hand, having not shifted his sheath in the slightest. And another low-key figure, a 9th-tier prodigy of the venerable realm who had conserved his strength throughout the chaos. Lan Haishan's gaze swept over the trio, and when it lingered on Mu Feiyu, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had believed Mu Feiyu was destined for elimination, only to witness the last prodigy falter unexpectedly. Logically, at this level, such a grave misstep should not occur. Lan Haishan replayed every detail of the recent battle in his mind, yet he could discern no apparent flaw. Strange, indeed, remarkably strange. Ultimately, he ceased his contemplation and announced the outcome of the contest. The second round is concluded. Chapter 70, The Heart Mirror. After proclaiming the results, Lan Haishan's gaze once again fell upon Mu Feiyu, his thoughts swirling. This young man, with a cultivation of the 1st tier of the venerable realm, had nonetheless persevered to the end. He was indeed a remarkable talent. It appeared he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If he could be offered substantial incentives to join the Lan family, it would surely be a splendid affair. Meanwhile, Mu Feiyu, standing on the arena, felt an overwhelming mix of relief and persistent confusion. In the heat of the moment, he had not given it much thought. But now he realized that someone had intervened to help him avert disaster. Moreover, the individual who had acted displayed exceptional prowess. Unnoticed even by Elder Lan and the Lan family patriarch at the high platform, they must be a formidable elder. Yet, why would this elder choose to assist him? As he pondered this perplexity, Lan Haishan's voice resounded once more. Congratulations to the 3 of you for advancing to the final round. Reaching this stage, your comprehension and strength require no further elaboration. What will be tested next is your heart. He continued, the Lan family seeks a suitor for our young lady, one who is wholeheartedly devoted. With that, he called forth the patriarch to personally assess the contenders. Upon finishing his words, Lan Haishan waved his grand sleeve. Boom. The massive arena slowly ascended, ultimately hovering at a height level with the high platform. Having completed this, Lan Haishan turned and bowed respectfully towards the depths of Ziyun Tower. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. On the left stood a middle-aged man, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His countenance imposing and dignified. He was none other than Lan Batian, the patriarch of the Lan family. To his right was an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows, exuding an ethereal aura, his long brows cascading to his chest, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. In the center stood a woman, clothed in a flowing azure gown, her hair cascading like a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful, yet radiating an aura of icy detachment, as if she were an otherworldly fairy untouched by the mundane world. In the corner, Jiang Heng activated his eye of truth in silence. Information about the 3 figures swiftly materialized before him. Name, Lan Batian. Realm, High-Tier Saint. Status, Patriarch of the Lan family. Name, Lanli. Realm, Peak of the 9th Tier Venerable. Status, Young Lady of the Lan family. A direct disciple of the inner sect Elder Tianqiong of the Qingyun Sacred Land. Name, Xianxia. Realm, Initial Tier Great Saint. Status, Elder of the Chun lineage in the Qingyun Sacred Land, grandfather of Chen Beixian. Recent opportunities, 1 year ago. Ambushed and severely injured by Li Xuanqing in a secret realm, now seeking vengeance and searching for Li Xuanqing's whereabouts. Jiang Heng's gaze flitted over the information regarding Lan Batian and Chen Shun, and he quickly comprehended the situation. This so-called marriage selection was merely a pretext to pave the way for Chen Beixian. The union between the Lan family and the Chun lineage of Qingyun Sacred Land was merely a facade, and the 9-turn soul-reviving pill served as the bride price offered by the Lan family. How laughable that the prodigies battling fiercely below were merely stepping stones on someone else's stage. At least he had finally gleaned some information about Old Li. At this moment, Lan Batian stepped forward, and a wave of pressure emanating from his high-tier saint presence washed over the Ziyun Tower, silencing it. His gaze bore down with authority as it swept over Mu Feiyu, Chen Beixian, and the last remaining prodigy. You have all proven your comprehension and combat prowess. Lan Beixian's voice resonated, deep and commanding. However, what the Lan family seeks in a son-in-law is foremost a sincere heart. Talent and strength are of no value if one harbors malice or is fickle towards my daughter. The Lan family shall not wed under such circumstances. Upon hearing this, the corners of Chen Beixian's mouth lifted subtly as he cast a glance at Lan Li, unabashedly revealing his affection and determination. Yet, Mu Feiyu's heart sank. A test of sincerity? He had never met the young lady of the Lan family. How could he profess sincerity? His sole purpose for being here was to obtain the holy pill that could save his sister's life. What could he possibly do? As if perceiving the thoughts of the 3, The elderly man beside Lan Batian, Chen Shun, stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Patriarch. Today, I have brought a treasure from the Qingyun's sacred land, one capable of discerning the true heart. With that, he turned his palm, revealing an ancient copper mirror that appeared in his grasp. The mirror was roughly the size of a palm, its frame adorned with intricate runes. Yet its surface was not smooth and pristine. Instead, it bore a chaotic, hazy quality, as if it could devour all light. This is the heart mirror. A genuine sacred artifact, Chen Shun proclaimed, pride evident in his voice. Place your hand upon the mirror, and think of Lanli. It will reflect your true intentions. If the light is blue, it signifies insincerity and ulterior motives. If the light is purple, it indicates genuine feelings worthy of trust. The highest grade, represented by golden light, symbolizes love more steadfast than gold, unchanging through the ages. For centuries, no one has ever managed to evoke it. He paused, his gaze subtly resting on Chen Beixian, filled with encouragement and expectation. Who will go first? Lan Batian inquired gravely. I shall go first. Chen Beixian stepped forward without hesitation, adjusting his robes and donning a confident smile as he approached the mirror. He first gazed affectionately at Lan Li before slowly placing his palm upon the heart mirror. The heart mirror emitted a soft chime. Upon the surface of the mirror, a faint blue light flickered to life. Chen Beixian's expression shifted subtly. Yet, in the next instant, he inhaled deeply, the affection in his gaze intensifying. The blue light began to pulse vigorously, its hue deepening from a pale azure to a profound indigo, and then, with a sudden burst, it transformed into a resplendent violet. A brilliant beam of violet light surged skyward from the mirror, enveloping Chen Beixian entirely. Splendid. It is the violet light. Chen Xin clapped his hands in exuberance, his face radiating satisfaction. Even the stern visage of Lan Batian revealed a hint of a smile, as he nodded in approval. Indeed, Beixian, we have sensed your feelings for Lyre. Chen Beixian withdrew his hand as the violet glow dissipated, a hint of restrained pride gracing his features. He bowed to Lan Batian and Chen Shun before stepping aside. Next, it was the turn of the rather modest prodigy from the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. He appeared somewhat anxious, taking several deep breaths before approaching to place his hand upon the mirror. The surface similarly ignited with blue light, but soon struggled to morph into violet, albeit the radiance was somewhat dimmer and more tenuous compared to Chen Beixian's. It is also violet, barely passing. Chen Xin commented casually. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon Mu Feiyu. Lan Batian, Chen Shun, Chen Beixian, and the multitude of spectators below directed their collective attention towards him. Mu Feiyu felt his breath becoming labored. In his mind, only the pale visage of his sister occupied his thoughts, devoid of any trace of the Blue family's celestial maiden. How was he to navigate this heart-reflecting mirror? Yet the 9 transformation soul-returning pill,